The first rule of cultivation is to form a contract with a demonic beast. Lin Guijing was a good-for-nothing, treated like a stray dog everyone cast aside. Yet by chance, he encountered an ancient ghost saint, a young, seductive woman with a tail. She said he possessed supreme bones and an unparalleled bloodline. From then on, no one dared speak harshly to him or casually look down on him again. The Nine Provinces continent is a land of outstanding people and abundant spiritual energy. Every cultivator here possesses a demonic beast as their life-bound guardian. A beast's rank and bloodline determine both the limit a cultivator can reach and the quality of their spiritual root. Some have Dragon Clan beasts carrying ancient bloodlines, while others have fierce beasts with exceptional bloodlines. Those of ordinary aptitude might have common bloodlines such as deer, rabbits, eagles, or dogs. But beyond that, there are also unlucky, ordinary people with poor aptitude who cannot even summon the tiniest insect. Lin Guijing focused intently on summoning, clinging to the faintest hope. He thought that even summoning an insect with the lowest grade bloodline would be enough. The result needed no explanation. It had long been obvious. Left with no choice, he knelt before a spider and pleaded, "Big sister, would you be willing to follow me? I promise to give you a fat worm every day. As long as you help me pass the aptitude assessment, I can remain at Feng Tian Academy and continue cultivating. Please." Just then, a group from Feng Tian Academy arrived. The leader, Jin Xn, stepped forward and mocked him. "I was wondering who was summoning ghosts and monsters." So it was the useless Lin Guijing. The moment he finished speaking, Jin Xn flew into a rage and snarled through gritted teeth. "Lin Guijing, who allowed you into the Academy's immortal forest secret realm? Only disciples with spiritual roots may use this place. A worthless fool with no spiritual root like you should get lost at once." Seeing him lose his temper, Wang Shidao stepped forward to soothe him. "Oh, Brother Jin, have you forgotten? Tomorrow is Feng Tian Academy's aptitude assessment. Why would an heir to a demonic beast bloodline, such as yourself, lower yourself to argue with a clown like him?" Just as he began smiling smugly after being comforted, a giant beehive suddenly flew through the air and smashed straight into his face. Even a demonic beast heir could not dodge it. While Jin Xn raged uncontrollably, the person across from him calmly clapped and watched. This time, Jin Xin seemed truly enraged. Even Wang Shidao, standing beside him, was alarmed. Lin Guijing. The group immediately rushed forward, summoning their spirit beasts as they charged viciously at Lin Guijing. Faced with those savage beasts, he calmly pulled 2 talismans from his robe, threw them toward the beasts, and shouted, "Get lost!" The 2 talismans flew before the spirit beasts. Not knowing what they were, the beasts simply stared blankly. In an instant, an earth-shaking explosion rang out. Lin Guijing looked back from ahead and smiled proudly. "Good thing I bought explosive talismans for protection." He had not even enjoyed his pride for 3 seconds before the 2 spirit beasts burst out of the sea of flames and continued chasing him. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Lin Guijing immediately turned and ran, sprinting forward with all his strength. When he reached a tree in the forest, he crouched down to gather strength before leaping upward. Several spirit beasts promptly jumped after him, trying to bite him, but Lin Guijing cleverly pulled up his legs and avoided their jaws. Having narrowly escaped disaster, he used the momentum to jump onto a branch and sit down. He thought, "Let's see who has more patience. Whoever lasts longer wins." But reality was never that kind. Before he could even catch his breath, a massive python appeared above him, flicking its long tongue toward Lin Guijing. It frightened him so badly that he lost his composure and balance, slipping off the branch and plunging into the abyss. It turned out the snake had been summoned by Wang Shidao to teach him a lesson. They walked to the edge of the cliff, looked below, and discussed their next move. Before they could act tough for long, a swarm of bees caught their scent and flew over. The moment the 2 men saw them, they stumbled back in terror and cried out, "Ah, jade bees! Their venom is lethal." While everyone panicked, Jin Xin remained calm and composed. Like a proper leader, he pulled a talisman from his robe. "They're merely a few little bugs." He chanted several incantations and blew gently, releasing a massive stream of flame, which burned the entire swarm to ashes. His 2 subordinates immediately cheered. "Boss is amazing. You can even use the flame art of the Foundation establishment realm." That useless fool can pray for his own survival. Once you leave, do not tell anyone that you ever saw him. Only after confirming they had left did he finally sigh in relief. Lin Guijing immediately slumped onto the ground. Looking at the wound on his hand, he felt dejected. What terrible luck! I got hurt by the rocks when I fell earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, a stone flew from nowhere and struck him directly on the head. Lin Guijing hurriedly clutched his swollen head and turned around to investigate, but he saw nothing except the pitch-black cave. But just then, he inadvertently looked down and discovered something that resembled a mirror. He was about to pick it up and see whether his handsome face had been damaged when his blood accidentally dripped onto it. A mirror? Who threw this here? Lin Guijing's blood seeped into the mirror, and it immediately began to glow. First, a soft and fair hand emerged, followed by an incomparably beautiful woman. Who is summoning me? The one who has slept for so long. The moment she opened her eyes, the female demon felt hungry. After sleeping for so long, it would be strange if she were not hungry. She stared at Lin Guijing and said, "I'm starving. Are you an offering for me? I'm not very satisfied, but I'm far too hungry, so I'll make do." The female demon wore a hungry expression and extended her sharp hands. "You don't look like much, but you'll do to fill my stomach." The female demon's vicious expression suddenly softened. Her eyes grew unfocused, and she tightly shut them. "Oh, my head is spinning. I must have been hungry for too long." Lin Guijing's face turned pale as he watched her about to fall into his arms. Hey. He looked at the female demon's chest, cold sweat streaming down his face. If she woke up and saw this, he feared he would be meeting the king of hell very soon. Something strange is definitely going on. She was the one who embraced me. Seeing her move as though she were about to sit up, Lin Guijing panicked and pressed her back down. "Don't wake up. You absolutely must not wake up." He immediately realized what they were. These are spirit beast ears. Lin Guijing tried to recall where he had seen them before. It seemed he had read about them in the record of the most dangerous great demons. At this thought, he cried out in extreme shock. A demon! He looked at her breathtakingly beautiful face. She had likely been sealed for too long and had only just been released, leaving her weak. Should I take this opportunity to form a contract with her? His noble thoughts did not last long before his sinister idea resurfaced. But what if she wakes up and still refuses? Then not only will I fail to get a contracted beast, she may even eat me. Even if I get eaten, so what? If I fail tomorrow's assessment, life will be worse than death anyway. Then Lin Guijing used his blood to form a soul-binding contract with her. His blood formed a contract with the female demon. Their 6 senses became interconnected, and they became symbiotic as one. With the contract complete, Lin Guijing anxiously waited for the result, staring at her without blinking. After waiting for a while with no response, the man's tears began to fall. So it still didn't work? I can't even form a contract with an insect, yet I dare dream of contracting a great demon. A glow suddenly radiated from the female demon's body. Blood-red patterns coiled around her and lifted her into the air. Lin Guijing stood frozen, unable to understand what was happening, when those bloody patterns shot directly into his chest. At that moment, the image of the female demon in a fierce form with 9 tails suddenly appeared in Lin Guijing's eyes. Seeing this, he was terrified out of his wits. What exactly have I summoned? At that moment, a mark appeared on the female demon's forehead. She slowly opened her eyes. The female demon touched her forehead and immediately noticed that something was wrong. What is this? This feeling. Lin Guijing became so frightened that he flailed helplessly. Well, listen to my explanation first. The female demon had no desire to talk. She immediately flew over, grabbed him by the collar, and snarled, "Outrageous! Do you know who I am? You dared form a contract with me." Then she violently threw him away. "Damn it, I'll kill you." Unable to withstand her blow, Lin Guijing spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the female demon felt the exact same pain he did. Clutching his aching shoulder, Lin Guijing sat down and said, "Under a contract between a human and a demonic beast, if the human dies, the beast will be severely injured as well. If you kill me, you'll die too." Lin Guijing struggled to speak. "No, I want to cooperate with you. Help me pass the assessment, and I'll protect you. In your current state, it would be dangerous if those great demon beast masters discovered you." Then the female demon looked at him and said, "Then let me see whether you are qualified." With that, she lifted Lin Guijing into the air. and used inner sight to inspect his body. Strange. This human's meridians and spiritual veins are as thin as hairs and as weak as an ordinary person's. He simply cannot open the path of chi refinement. Someone capable of forming a contract with me should at least be at the great Luo golden immortal realm. While examining his body, a sudden burst of light stung the female demon's eyes. She forced her eyes open, trying to see what it was. This is a heavenly spiritual root. The female demon clenched her fist. My wrath has been imprisoned for thousands of years. But it won't be so easy. She gave him 3 conditions. First, you must let me drink your blood every night. Lin Guijing quickly accepted the first condition. No problem. As long as it doesn't affect my cultivation the next day, you can take as much blood as you want. What are the other 2 conditions? The female demon turned away. I'll tell you the rest once I have thought them through. The female demon glanced at him and asked, "Is cultivation truly that important to you?" Then he introduced himself so they could address one another properly. "My name is Lin Guijing, and you?" The next day, the assessment bell rang. The aptitude verification assessment now begins. Assessment Overseer Yin Gu stepped forward and announced to all the disciples below, "Disciples of the Companion Life Hall, please come forward one by one. Together with your life-bound guardians, pour your spiritual power into the heavenly spirit bell to verify your aptitude." Hearing the announcement, Jean Xin immediately volunteered. "I'll go first." Jean Changming, seated beside him, immediately introduced him to the dean. "Thank you for your praise, Dean. This child is Jean Xin. He entered the Companion Life Hall only last spring." The surrounding disciples began whispering among themselves. As expected of the only son of the spirit rhinoceros clan, his presence is completely comparable to the senior disciples of the True Return Hall. Jean Xin promptly stepped up and confidently placed his hand on the bell. "Let me show you my true strength." Everyone present was astonished. Late Foundation Establishment, disciples of the Companion Life Hall need 2 years of cultivation just to reach early Foundation Establishment. After entering the True Return Hall, they must cultivate for another year to complete Foundation Establishment and reach the Core Formation realm. Jean Xin has only spent 1 year in the Companion Life Hall, yet he has already achieved what takes us 3 years. Could he be a genius? Ramming the bell with its horn as though trying to display more of its ability and broaden everyone's horizons. After its horns struck the golden bell, the bell displayed outstanding ancient bloodline. Shang Feng was also quite surprised. He turned to Jean Changming and praised him. "The Jin clan has produced such an outstanding genius. This is truly an excellent start to Feng Tian Academy's new disciple assessment. Master Jean, you flatter me. Teaching and nurturing others is my duty. I will also rely on your guidance in the future." One after another, they went forward to test their strength. The assessment was nearly over, yet Lin Guijing still had not arrived, which made Qin Yurong somewhat worried. "The assessment is almost over. Why hasn't Lin Guijing arrived yet?" Just then, a young man suddenly appeared before her. "Were you looking for me?" Zhou Maizhen winked at her and said in an affected tone, "Sorry to keep a beauty waiting. I could already feel how much you wanted me to appear." Faced with his ostentatious display of handsomeness, the girls around them admired Zhou Maizhen immensely. "Look, his guardian beast is a Pishio. It's so cute, I want to pet it." But Qin Yurong paid him no mind and said irritably, "I wasn't waiting for you." Still oblivious, he sweet-talked her. "Ladies, please be patient. Once I finish the assessment, I'll chat with all of you. Especially you, adorable little Yurong. I won't make you wait long." Just then, Lin Guijing suddenly appeared beside her and asked, "Chun Yurong, so you like this type of pretentious show-off?" Blushing, she turned away. "PSH, I would never like that narcissistic idiot." Xiao Jiao interjected, "Then who do you like?" Chun Yurong blushed and stammered, "I like." The owl on her shoulder saw Xiao Jiao and flew away in fright, drawing her attention behind her. When she saw Lin Guijing behind her, she was somewhat displeased. "Lin Guijing, you finally came. Have you found a guardian beast yet? If you fail the assessment today, you'll be..." Halfway through speaking, Qin Yurong glanced aside and spotted Xiao Jiao. She asked him, "Who is she? Why is she with you?" Faced with Qin Yurong's question, he did not know how to explain. Her. Xiao Jiao wrapped an arm around Lin Guijing's neck. "I'm his guardian beast." The owl gaped in shock at the sight. Qin Yurong was furious when she saw Xiao Jiao hugging Lin Guijing. Why you can't hug him? Lin Guijing, just because you couldn't summon a guardian beast doesn't mean you should casually find some woman to make up the numbers. You think you can fool Master Yin with those crude ears and tail? Even if you can deceive Master Yin, you won't fool the heavenly spirit bell. Qin Yurong became increasingly animated as she spoke. Even if you're using magic, you don't need to be so intimate with that woman. Meanwhile, beside the bell, disciples who had failed their assessments one after another were weeping bitterly. Why isn't the heavenly spirit bell reacting at all? My heavenly treasure pig is clearly a divine-grade beast. The young man was dragged away, yet he still refused to accept that he was so worthless. He kept muttering, "I've raised the heavenly treasure pig since I was little. How could it possibly fail to identify it as a guardian beast? The heavenly spirit bell must be broken." Seated above, Jin Changming and Shang Feng discussed the scene. Another person trying to sneak through with an ordinary animal. The heavenly spirit bell only displays the grade and level of the blood contract between a cultivator and a demon beast. Without a contract, even a divine grade beast is useless. At that moment, Yinggu called out to those below, "Is there anyone who has not yet undergone the aptitude assessment?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Guijing raised his hand high. "Master Yin, there's still me, Lin Guijing." When Jin Xian and the others saw him, they mocked him. "Look, that guy actually made it here in one piece. Doesn't he have no guardian beast? Coming here is pointless." Hearing those people constantly talking about her, Xiao Ju leaned over and whispered, "Can I eat those annoying people?" Worried that she would expose herself, Lin Guijing reminded her, "We agreed before coming here. In front of other people, you're my guardian beast. Keep a low profile. I'm your master, so you have to listen to me." Lin Guijing walked up to Yin Gu and bowed. "Master Yin, I have come to undergo the assessment." Yinggu asked Lin Guijing, "Where is your guardian beast?" He proudly introduced her. "This is my guardian beast. She is a fox demon." Hearing that, Yinggu said in astonishment, "A demon beast that has taken human form? How is that possible?" Lin Guijing confidently walked up to the bell. "Whether it is or not, we'll know once we test it." Standing before the bell, he looked at his hands and thought, "Whether I can remain here and continue cultivating depends on this." Lin Guijing placed his hand on the bell. The result was early qi refining stage. Tears immediately streamed down his face. Xiao Jiu, standing beside him, immediately gestured to him, "Strike the bell." Lin Guijing instantly understood and nodded repeatedly as he moved aside. Xiao Jiu stepped forward and poked the bell with her little finger. The dean, seated above, could not help exclaiming in astonishment at the sight. "What?" A dazzling crimson light flashed across the bell, revealing a line of words. "Exceptional. Ancient bloodline." Yet Xiao Jiu seemed dissatisfied. Angrily, she poked the bell again, and it nearly cracked apart. After passing the assessment, the selected students began their first lesson the next day. Their instructor was Hua Molan, the honored master of demon beast studies. This aptitude assessment has now concluded. Congratulations to all disciples who passed. From today onward, I will teach you how to tame and cultivate demon beasts. First, I hope each of you will obtain a guardian beast of your own. Demon beasts are very simple-hearted. As long as you treat them sincerely, they will surely become indispensable companions. But if you are not sincere enough, even the weakest demon beast may turn against its master. As she spoke, Huamolan demonstrated by taking a teapot and pouring water into a potted plant on the table. As the plant grew, Xiao Jiu deliberately fell into Lin Guijing's arms. "Oh my, that scared me to death. How terrifying." Lin Guijing hurriedly comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Master Hua won't let it hurt us." Zhou Mai's hen looked at everyone else's spirit beasts, then at his own, and thought in disappointment, "It would be nice if you had even a fraction of their good qualities." At that moment, Xiao Jiu started causing trouble again. Clutching her head, she said, "Master, I'm so dizzy. I need a little of your vital blood." Chun Yurong, seated behind them, was so jealous that her face twisted. She clenched the brush in her hand and shouted, "That bastard has gone too far." She was so jealous that she snapped the brush in half without even noticing. She abruptly rose to her feet, planted one foot on the desk, and pointed at Lin Guijing. "Enough! Don't take this too far. What are you two doing?" Seeing her behave so recklessly, Hua Molan became angry. Chen Yurong, Huang Molin, then punished her by making her stand in the courtyard corner for half an hour and copy the academy rules 10 times. After their first lesson ended, the two headed home together. Along the way, Xiao Jiu stretched and yawned. That old woman's lecture made me so sleepy. Lin Guijing said, "If you don't like it, you can rest in my room. You don't have to follow me." Xiao Jiu immediately rejected his kind offer. "No, I was sealed asleep for more than 3,000 years. It's just that your teacher's lecture is too hypnotic." Then she reached behind his neck and pulled him closer. "If I could drink a little blood now, I'd be much more alert." Lin Guijing's face flushed bright red. And now, just then, Chen Yurong appeared before them, her face filled with anger. Pointing at Lin Guijing, she asked, "Lin Guijing, where did you summon this demon beast from? Don't you know humanoid demon beasts bring disaster? And you still dare to swagger around the academy with her?" Seeing how angry she was, Xiao Jiu deliberately provoked her. "Oh, didn't Master Hua just say that Fengtian Academy's motto is for humans and demon beasts to cultivate together, advance together, and coexist in harmony?" Then she turned to Lin Guijing, lifted his chin, and said, "As my master's demon beast, of course I must advance and retreat with my master, and eat and sleep with him as well." Embarrassed, Lin Guijing turned his face away. "That's right, Yurong. The Heavenly Spirit Bell has already confirmed that Xiao Jiu is my guardian beast. Besides, neither the dean nor the honored masters have said anything." Chen Yurong was extremely displeased upon hearing that. She stomped her foot and gestured wildly. "Even so, it's not allowed." Then she took out a letter and threw it toward Lin Guijing. "If that's the case, there's only one way." Lin Guijing caught the letter. "Yurong, what is this?" Chen Yurong pointed at him. "Lin Guijing, I challenge you to a duel. If I win, your demon beast must stay inside the house whenever she isn't needed." The owl beside her was shocked. Xiao Jiu also felt a chill down her spine. Unable to understand, Xiao Jiu asked, and Lin Guijing explained, "This is a rule of Feng Tian Academy. If cultivating disciples have a conflict, they can settle their differences through a fair duel." Xiao Jiu immediately grasped the key point. "So that means the loser has to obey the winner, right?" "That's right. Then you won't be able to cling to Lin Guijing so openly anymore." Xiao Jiu promptly agreed to Chen Yurong's proposal. "No problem. We accept." Lin Guijing was startled and hurriedly stopped her. "Hey, don't make decisions on your own. Didn't we agree that you would listen to me when we're outside?" Ignoring him, Xiao Jiu tossed her silky hair. "To be fair, if my master wins, you must obey him unconditionally too." Chen Yurong immediately blushed shyly. "Obey him unconditionally? Although we grew up together, we're still refining disciples of the Novice Academy. Isn't that a little too soon?" Seeing her reaction, Xiao Jiu curled her lips into a smile. Chen Yurong's spirit beast sensed the danger ahead and immediately opposed its master's challenge. But Chen Yurong ignored it. "What are you afraid of? I won't lose. Lin Guijing's cultivation has always progressed more slowly than mine. Could my early foundation establishment cultivation possibly lose to his early qi refining stage? A guardian beast must obey its master absolutely. There's nothing wrong with listening to me." "Fine. The demon beast agrees, so we'll begin. It's settled." Chen Yurong immediately fused with her demon beast. She said sternly to Lin Guijing, "The rules of battle require cooperation with your demon beast. If you don't want to get hurt, you can still admit defeat now." Lin Guijing broke out in a cold sweat and repeatedly retreated, trying to stop her. "Yurong, we can talk this out. There's no need to fight." But her fighting spirit had already surged to its peak. How could she still listen? Too late. Yurong soared into the air and attacked the two of them with a blazing wind blade. Xiao Jiu remained very calm as she watched Yurong make her move. Not bad. At such a young age, you can already control wind element techniques at this level. Lin Guijing, however, was extremely worried and stepped forward to shield her. "Move! My defensive talisman can block her attack." Just like that, Yurong's whirlwind technique charged straight at them. Watching from above, Yurong was pleased with herself, thinking she had won. Even with a demon beast, Lin Guijing could not withstand her full force attack. Yet Xiao Jiu emerged from the smoke and dust completely unharmed. "My turn." She released a terrifying pressure looked toward Yurong and said in a deep voice, "My turn." Faced with that dreadful pressure, Yurong was terrified. What is this unknown, terrifying aura? Xiao Jiao transformed into a gigantic fox and utterly suppressed Yurong with her overwhelming power. Little sister, take a good look at the desires in your heart. Xiao Jiao winked and cast a heart illusion technique on her. In an instant, countless handsome men appeared around Yurong, and she could not resist becoming immersed in them. A moment later, Yurong lost control and fell from the sky. Worried about her, Lin Guijing asked Xiao Jiao, "Is she all right?" "She's fine. She's probably enjoying herself too much. She'll wake up soon." After spending some time immersed in a world full of handsome men, Yurong finally woke up. She opened her eyes wide and looked around, then hurriedly sat up and hugged herself in embarrassment. How did I fall asleep? How disgraceful." Lin Guijing quickly approached and looked directly at her face. Embarrassed, Yurong hurriedly turned away to avoid his gaze. "I lost." "Lin Guijing, I'll compensate you for whatever you want." Lin Guijing asked. "Anything, really?" Yurong nervously gripped the hem of her skirt. "Damn it, Lin Guijing, just say what you want." Xiao Jiao stood to the side, eagerly waiting to see what her master would do. Resting her chin on her hand, she said, "Master, seize the opportunity." Then Lin Guijing took Yurong's hand and said, "I want you." Before he could finish, Yurong's cheeks flushed crimson. I agree." His next words left both of them frozen for 5 seconds. "That I want you and Xiao Jiao to get along peacefully." As soon as he finished, two sharp gazes collided, each refusing to yield. "What?" Yurong clearly disagreed. Pointing at Xiao Jiao, she said, "You want me to get along peacefully with this demoness?" Lin Guijing replied, "That's right. This is the agreement of the duel. You cannot go back on your word." Then Lin Guijing turned to Xiao Jiao. "Isn't that right, Xiao Jiao?" She was not particularly bothered by it and agreed. "Whatever." Xiao Jiao then took the initiative to walk over to Yurong and extended her hand. "All right, then let's get along from now on." Yurong stared at her outstretched hand for several seconds, but eventually placed her own hand in it. Fine. They had thought a handshake would settle the matter, but though they appeared reconciled, their hearts were not. Their sharp gazes met as they said in unison, "We will get along peacefully." Lin Guijing, standing nearby, was delighted at the sight. "See? Everyone is good friends now. Problem solved." The little owl, perched on his shoulder, looked at him contemptuously, thinking, "Was that problem solved? Keep dreaming." After an exhausting day, Lin Guijing finally got to lie down on his comfortable bed. I'm finally back in the dormitory." He spread his limbs across the bed and let out a long breath. I'm exhausted." Suddenly, Xiao Jiao pressed her hand down beside him, scaring him pale. Afraid he had done something wrong, Lin Guijing hurriedly tried to explain. "Xiao Jiao, no, Lady Fox Immortal. I can explain what happened with Chun Yurong." Yet rather than mock him about it, she simply laid down in his arms. "No need. I'm tired too. Your body is far too weak. You can't even handle an opponent like Chun Yurong. How will you protect me in the future?" Lin Guijing's expression turned serious. "I'll work hard to become stronger." Xiao Jiao could not help laughing at his words. "With just you and that weak instructor of yours, it'll take forever. Why don't I teach you instead?" "Of course, before I teach you, there is a condition." She pinned Lin Guijing beneath her. "First, I need to replenish the strength I expended in that duel." Just like that, Xiao Jiao mercilessly drank his blood, while his miserable cries echoed throughout the room. It hurts, it hurts. Be gentler." After drinking her fill, Xiao Jiao said with satisfaction, "Not bad." Upon hearing Xiao Jiao say she wanted to help him cultivate, Lin Guijing asked again, "Xiao Jiao, do you really mean that you want to teach me cultivation? But I've worked hard for so many years without making any progress. They all say I'm useless, that I have no spiritual root and cannot cultivate at all." Xiao Jiao curled her lips and looked at him. "What do they know? You possess a spiritual root that is rare in this world. It's only because your meridians are too frail to release spiritual power that your cultivation has been delayed. The reason you could not summon a guardian beast before was because your spiritual energy was too pure. Those low-level spirit beasts simply could not withstand it. If they formed a contract with you, they would explode and die." Xiao Jiu raised her pointed chin and continued. But for a great demon with a noble bloodline like mine, your vital blood is an exceptional tonic. Her restless hand slid to his throat again. Haven't you noticed? After we formed our contract, the Heavenly Spirit Bell assessed your cultivation as higher than your previous realm. Hearing Xiao Jiu say that, Lin Guijing recalled that it truly had risen slightly. Xiao Jiu suddenly sat up and embraced Lin Guijing. When we join together, not only will your vital blood nourish me, but my spiritual energy will replenish you as well, allowing your cultivation to advance into the qi refining stage. So when I teach you cultivation, I'm not only helping you, I'm helping myself too. Xiao Jiu looked straight into his eyes and said, Tell me, isn't dual cultivation like this only natural, perfect, and flawless? Xiao Jiu stepped forward and stripped Lin Guijing naked, making him so embarrassed that his thoughts began to wander. Okay, but I'm not ready for dual cultivation yet. Seeing how hesitant he was, Xiao Jiu could not hold back any longer and pulled him over. Stop dawdling. Get over here. What happened next between the two of them was surely something many readers have been eagerly anticipating. But things did not go as expected. Lin Guijing was merely carrying Xiao Jiu on his back as part of his training. Sitting on his back, she kept urging him, faster. Xiao Jiu, I've been training for 2 hours already. When can I get down? Xiao Jiu placed a hand on his head. What's the rush? With your frail body, if you try to activate spiritual energy now, you'd turn to ash instantly. Fine wine needs a good vessel. First, you need to strengthen your body step by step. She stroked her hair and continued. I was trapped in there for over 1,000 years. Not only have people outside become worse and worse, even the wine tastes worse now. Lin Guijing knew she was right, but by now his hands were trembling like those of a 90-year-old man. But I really can't hold on anymore. 3 seconds later, the two of them crashed heavily onto the ground without any cushioning whatsoever. Ow! Having been knocked down by him, Xiao Jiu turned around unhappily and complained, Idiot, you couldn't even last a moment. With unfocused eyes, Lin Guijing said to her, I'm exhausted today, but tomorrow, the day after, and every day after that, I'll work hard to cultivate. I will definitely become a great Luo golden immortal. Xiao Jiu stared straight at his face. It reminded her of someone she had loved long ago. Unable to restrain herself, she embraced Lin Guijing and secretly fed something into his mouth. Early the next morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, he heard the noisy dormitory disciples calling out, Hurry up, it's time for class. Jean Xian had arrived at the academy early. Standing beside a tree, he secretly plotted against Lin Guijing. This is the road Lin Guijing has to take to class. When he and his demon beast arrive, charge out and knock Lin Guijing down for me. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he said, That piece of trash is incredibly lucky. He actually managed to form a contract with a demon beast with an ancient bloodline. Too bad a demon beast abilities are limited by its master's highest cultivation. No matter how rare its bloodline is, it's like a pearl cast into darkness. Then he turned to coax his spirit beast. Don't be afraid. What ancient bloodline? It's being suppressed by that worthless master, so it's no stronger than an ordinary demon beast. Make sure you hit him hard enough to leave him barely alive. Then he'll dissolve the contract and hand that demon beast over to me. Understand? Meanwhile, Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiu were happily making their way to the academy. Xiao Jiu, your method really works. I feel refreshed today. My stamina has improved a lot, and I can even sense spiritual energy flowing through my body. Then congratulations are in order. Lin Guijing looked at Xiao Jiu worriedly and thought, She's acting as though nothing happened now, but when I woke up this morning, it looked like she had been crying. Concerned, he called out to her, intending to ask what was wrong. Xiao Jiu. Before he could finish, he heard a terrified cry. The demon beast has gone mad. Get out of the way. The demon beast charged directly at Lin Guijing without any intention of changing course. Seeing the danger approaching, he immediately rushed forward to shield Xiao Jiu. She was shocked by what she saw and could not understand why he would do that. Lin Guijing shut his eyes in fear and shouted, Get out of the way. but Xiao Jiu brushed his hand aside, stepped forward, and said, "It's fine." That demon beast paid her no heed and continued charging at her. It truly did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yet Xiao Jiu remained completely calm. She curled her fingers and gave it a light flick, sending it flying beyond the clouds. A pet without a master's discipline should obediently go back to its den. Lin Guijing was so stunned that he could not say a word, merely staring with his mouth agape. The other disciples all exclaimed in unison, "Wow, it flew so far." After dealing with the demon beast, she turned to look at Lin Guijing, a seductive expression on her face. See, it wasn't such a big deal. He still had not recovered from the shock, his face pale. She had sent an exceptional rank demon beast flying with a single flick. Just how powerful was Xiao Jiu? The scene shifted to the classroom, where Master Shangfeng was introducing himself. "I am Shangfeng, your formation master. From today onward, I will teach you knowledge related to formations." Despite the master's compelling introduction, some students below remained distracted. Lin Guijing, his face flushed red, whispered, "Don't sit so close to me. Anyway, I already warned you. Outside, you have to listen to me." Sending an exceptional rank demon beast flying with one flick was far too conspicuous. Xiao Jiu stood up, picked up a brush, and said, "In that emergency, if I hadn't acted, you would have been the one sent flying." Although she said that, Lin Guijing had no idea what she was doing when she suddenly stood up in the middle of their conversation. To his surprise, Xiao Jiu began writing with her feet. How could the lecherous boys in the front row possibly let such a sight pass them by? Even so, Lin Guijing ignored what she was doing and continued, "Just remember this. Don't do anything so excessive again." Faced with his indifference, Xiao Jiu immediately looked displeased. Fine. From now on, I won't care about anything that happens to you." With that, she sat down heavily, turned away, and sulked. The boys could no longer hold back, and blood streamed from their noses. Seeing this, Lin Guijing finally understood what was happening. He could only hold his head helplessly. Keeping a low profile really was difficult. While the two of them were bickering, Master Shangfeng had finished his lesson. "All right, I've just explained the basic wind formation. Who would like to try it?" Before anyone else could volunteer, the master called Lin Guijing up to give it a try. Faced with this sudden invitation to practice, Lin Guijing became a little nervous. Still, he gathered his courage and stepped forward. "Maybe I'll succeed." Xiao Jiu saw how tense he was and said, "Don't worry, you can do it." He walked up to Master Shangfeng, who handed him a pouch. "Don't be nervous. Just follow my instructions." Lin Guijing accepted it uneasily. "I was so busy talking to Xiao Jiu that I didn't listen to the lecture at all. Fortunately, I studied formation manuals before. I should be able to handle a basic wind formation. The book says that low-level cultivators need glutinous rice flour, cinnabar, and other mediums to set up a formation. Draw a circle to mark the target area, then draw a wind rune in the center." After completing all the steps, he raised a hand before him and chanted, "By decree, mysterious wind, turn and shine, spiritual energy, swiftly obey." After finishing the chant, he directed it into the formation. But nothing happened. Lin Guijing's thoughts became a tangled mess. As expected, "I still can't use spiritual energy." The disciples present burst into laughter and mocked him. "Trash is still trash." Exactly. Chun Yirong, who was sitting nearby, could not help snapping angrily. "Hey, what are you saying?" At that moment, a violent gust suddenly arose and threw him backward. Not only Lin Guijing, but even Master Shangfeng was astonished. The wind grew stronger and stronger, blowing directly at those who had just mocked him and frightening them out of their wits. Master Shangfeng praised him lavishly, stepping forward to pat him on the shoulder. "Well done. Keep cultivating diligently." Xiao Jiu was extremely proud of him as well. She looked at Lin Guijing and gave him a sweet smile. After class, the two left together. At that moment, Chun Yirong ran up from behind and called, "Lin Guijing." She rushed before them and glared angrily at Xiao Jiu. "There are rumors all over the academy that you're the strange woman who sent the Jin family's spirit rhinoceros flying, aren't you, Xiao Jiu? Do you realize how much trouble you've caused?" Lin Guijing hurriedly stepped forward to explain on Xiao Jiu's behalf. "That's not what happened. The situation was sudden, but Xiao Jiu saved me." Zhou hen, standing beside them, interjected, "An innocent man becomes guilty by possessing a treasure." Lin Guijing, your cultivation is weak. You have neither family backing nor cultivation, yet you possess an ancient demon beast. That is a disaster, not a blessing. Pointing at Xiaojio, he suggested, "Why don't you sell Xiaojio to me? With my Zhou family's influence, no one would dare say anything, and I could guarantee your safety." Hearing Zhou Maizhen say that, Lin Guijing could no longer suppress his anger. Not a chance. Just then, Jean Exine arrived, looking aggressive. "I'd like to see who can protect Lin Guijing today." Jean Exine pointed at them and complained to his older brother, "Big brother, this is Lin Guijing, the one who used some kind of demonic trick to injure my spirit rhinoceros so badly that it can't even stand." Upon hearing this, Jean Exine's demon beast immediately roared at them in a show of intimidation. Zhou Maizhen broke into a cold sweat at the sight. What a huge demon beast. Then Jean Lei stepped forward and sneered at Lin Guijing. "So you're that piece of trash, Lin Guijing. I am Jean Lei, a core formation cultivator of True Return Hall and Jean Exine's cousin. You injured my little brother's demon beast. How do you intend to compensate us?" Hearing his introduction, Zhou Maizhen and Chen Yurong were too frightened to utter a word. See core formation stage. We're no match for him. In an instant, Zhou Maizhen slipped behind Lin Guijing and Xiaojio to hide. Lin Guijing immediately stepped forward and said to the two brothers, "Jean Exine, you clearly allowed your demon beast to run wild through the academy, and now you're trying to blame us?" Xiaojio snorted coldly beside him. "I understand now. The Jean family is nothing but a pack of foxes borrowing a tiger's might, relying on the strength of their demon beasts." Humiliated like that, Jean Exine could no longer endure it. He shouted angrily, "What did you say?" So Xiaojio repeated herself clearly. "I said that without your demon beasts, you are nothing." This made him even more furious, and he raised his fist to strike Xiaojio. Fortunately, his older brother still possessed some reason and stopped him. Otherwise, he would have ended up just like his demon beast. "Don't be hasty," Jean Lei then addressed Xiaojio. "Beautiful lady, you are Lin Guijing's demon beast, aren't you? Following that piece of trash, even with your ancient bloodline, you will be suppressed and trampled upon. Only a powerful master can give you everything you desire." Xiaojio paid no attention to his temptation and mocked him instead. "A powerful master? You mean a little brat whose mouth still smells of milk like you?" Having been insulted repeatedly, the two brothers naturally burned with rage. Jean Lei's expression darkened. A sharp tongue is not a wise choice. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared, "You will pay dearly for your choice." Zhou Maizhen and his demon beast were so frightened by the scene before them that their hair stood on end. It's over, it's over. That massive demon beast is a thunder rhinoceros. It's 100 times stronger than a spirit rhinoceros and comparable to a human foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Guijing and the others are dead for sure. Chen Yurong's legs went weak with fear, but worried about Lin Guijing, she still forced herself to shout at them. Academy rules prohibit high-level cultivators from bullying low-level cultivators. "I'll report you to the dean." Faced with Chen Yurong's threat, Jean Lei remained calm and looked at Lin Guijing. "It's not too late to apologize now. Lin Guijing, if you kneel and beg for forgiveness, then offer that woman to me. I might spare half your life. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets." Lin Guijing replied firmly, "Keep dreaming. Even if I die, I will never hand Xiaojio over to you." Hearing that, Jean Lei flew into a rage and shouted, "Then die." His demon beast suddenly charged forward, ramming straight toward Lin Guijing and making him break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, Xiaojio hugged him and said, "Don't be afraid. Just like before, use your intent and cast the formation." Then she pushed Lin Guijing forward. "Go." Following Xiaojio's words, he set up a formation, trying to suppress the opposing demon beast. Just as the demon beast was about to ram into him, the formation was complete. Lin Guijing chanted loudly, "Mystic Ice Incantation." In an instant, the opposing demon beast was completely frozen. Jean Lei was also affected by the impact and staggered several steps back. Jean Exine was utterly stunned and hurriedly turned to look at his older brother. Even after freezing the demon beast, Lin Guijing could not believe he had done it himself. "Did I really do that?" Before he could recover, Xiaojio patted his shoulder and praised him. "Well done. to unleash such a powerful formation. It seems your cultivation has reached the foundation establishment stage. After everything was over, Chen Yurong stepped out and said smugly to them, "Oomph. Do you have anything else to say now?" Jean Xin refused to back down and shouted at her, "Don't get too smug. You dared injure my older brother like this? Just wait for the dean's punishment." But unexpectedly, Jean Lei said, "Forget it." Jean Xin could not accept that and protested, "Big brother, we can't just let this go." Seeing Jean Xin being so stubborn, Jean Lei sternly rebuked him. "I said let it go." Then Jean Lei turned to Lin Guijing and admitted defeat. "My skills were inferior. A loss is a loss. I apologize." Chen Yurong was rather pleased with his current attitude. She said smugly, "Since your attitude in admitting your mistake is not bad, I won't report this to the dean. I hope this lesson teaches you that you cannot casually bully those with lower cultivation." Jean Xin was still full of resentment toward Lin Guijing. Lin Guijing, I won't let you off." After the conflict ended, the group returned to Lin Guijing's room to rest. The moment they entered, Zhou Mai's hen laughed loudly. "Ha ha, that was so satisfying today. As expected of an opponent acknowledged by me, Zhou Mai's hen. You actually defeated a core formation senior brother. Incredible." Then he walked over, threw an arm around Lin Guijing's shoulder, and declared, "From today on, Lin Guijing is my good brother, Zhou Mieshin's good brother. If anyone dares bully you, just give them my name." Sitting nearby, Xiao Jiu glanced at him and found his words somewhat amusing. At that moment, Chen Yurong suddenly became angry with Lin Guijing. "Lin Guijing, although your cultivation has improved considerably, you must not become arrogant or complacent. You won't be so lucky next time." She was not only targeting Lin Guijing. Slamming her hand heavily on the table, she turned to Xiao Jiu and said angrily, "Don't think I don't know. You are the one who caused all this trouble and put Lin Guijing in danger." Suddenly, her gaze shifted toward the bed, as if she had discovered something wrong. Chen Yurong froze in astonishment, then reacted intensely. "Oh my heavens, there's only one bed in this room. How do you two sleep? How can you be like this? Even if she is a guardian demon beast, she is still a woman. Don't you know that men and women should keep their distance? Tomorrow, I'll go to the dean and have her transferred to another room." "No, I can't wait. I'm going right now." To calm Chen Yurong down, Lin Guijing hurriedly said, "Don't worry. I sleep on the floor, and Xiao Jiu sleeps on the bed." But that did not calm her anger. Why should you sleep on the floor while she sleeps on the bed? With no other choice, Lin Guijing changed his answer. "Fine, then she sleeps on the floor and I sleep on the bed." Zhou Mai's hen took the opportunity to interject with a well-meaning suggestion. "Brother Lin, I have plenty of empty rooms. Miss Xiao Jiu can stay at my place." Lin Guijing walked Chen Yurong toward the door, wanting her to leave, but she clung to the matter like chewing gum. All right. I'll be more careful in the future. It's getting late. You should all head back. We still have cultivation tomorrow." Having no other option, he finally pushed her out the door somewhat roughly. "Go back already." After all the commotion, he finally managed to drive the two of them away. Lin Guijing closed the door and let out a long sigh. "Phew, it's finally quiet." Once they were gone, Xiao Jiu stood up, stretched, and gave a long yawn. I'm exhausted." Only then did Lin Guijing ask her, "Xiao Jiu, was the mystic ice incantation today you're doing?" Xiao Jiu pointed at him and said, "No, you did it yourself." Hearing her say that, Lin Guijing stared with his mouth open in shock. "Me? How is that possible? How could I have done it?" Recalling the moment he cast the spell, he felt utterly confused. Could it be that it wasn't you at that time? Xiao Jiu walked toward the bed and explained, "You possess a rare spiritual root and have a solid foundation. I merely helped unblock your meridians and release your true power. As for the mystic ice incantation, that was also your own choice, built upon your previous research into formations. So all of this is your own accomplishment. You must believe in yourself." Then Xiao Jiu looked out the window and continued sadly, "Alas, the spiritual energy of this world is far inferior to what it was 3,000 years ago. Otherwise, our cultivation would not be progressing so slowly. 3,000 years ago, heaven and earth were rich in spiritual energy, all things grew freely, and the demon race lived happily and prosperously. Why did everything turn upside down after just one sleep? Why did the demon race become pets of humankind?" Seeing Xiao Jiu so despondent, Lin Guijing did not know how to comfort her. He stood there thinking for a moment, as if an idea had occurred to him. "That's right. He turned around and began searching through his bookshelf. You slept for 3,000 years, so perhaps you do not know much about what happened. I remember reading about it in a book. After searching for a while, he finally found it. Here it is. Lin Guijing opened the book and read aloud to Xiaojio. It says that 3,000 years ago, a great calamity occurred, caused by a great demon. It is said that this demon corrupted the imperial court, causing the human emperor of that time to allow demons to devour people and wreak havoc upon the mortal world. To save all living beings, celestial gods helped humanity overthrow the human emperor and destroy the great demon. The battle lasted 9 days and 9 nights before the demon was subdued. Upon hearing this, Xiaojio began trembling all over. Yet Lin Guijing continued reading. The merciful celestial gods could not bear to see the demon race exterminated, so they merely cut their cultivation in half and condemned them to serve humans as slaves to atone for their sins. The more Xiaojio heard, the more painful memories from the past returned to her. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she rushed forward, knocked the book away, and shouted, "Nothing but lies." Then she grabbed Lin Guijing by the collar and angrily said, "You are lying. That is not what happened." Tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her cheeks in grievance. That is not what happened. Lin Guijing hurriedly stroked her head and apologized, trying to soothe her. Early the next morning, Lin Guijing stepped out of his room, rubbing his neck as he thought, that bite last night really hurt. Suddenly, Shang Feng appeared behind him and said, "Lin Guijing, you have finally arrived. I was just about to send disciples to look for you. The dean wants to see you. Hurry over." Hearing Master Shang Feng's words, Lin Guijing was startled. Could Qin Yurong really have gone to complain to the dean? He then went to see the dean. Among the disciples promoted from the Companion Life Hall to the True Return Hall, one lead disciple is chosen each term. This year's lead disciple will be selected from among you. Since there's only one position, you must pass a trial. The winner will be chosen. A stranger named Meng Meng was also present in the room. Xiaojio sat cross-legged in a chair beside them. Hearing the dean's words, she found it rather interesting. Not bad. If you become the lead disciple, will that bring you another step closer to your goal of becoming a great Luo Golden Immortal? Lin Guijing was also looking forward to it after hearing Xiaojio, though he was somewhat embarrassed. Do not talk nonsense. We do not even know whether I will be selected. The dean then explained the trial to the three of them. The trial is simple. Whoever brings back the Immortal Spirit Stone from the Immortal Forest Secret Realm before the hour of the rooster will become this year's lead disciple of the Foundation Establishment stage. After hearing this, all three immediately accepted the mission. This disciple obeys. As they walked outside, they encountered Zhou Mai's hen, who had deliberately come to watch the excitement. There's an Immortal Spirit Stone in the Immortal Forest Secret Realm, and no one but me can find it. Everyone knows my little Pichio is the best at finding treasures. No heavenly treasure can escape my grasp. Seeing him ramble on, Meng Meng interrupted. Zhou Mai's hen, what are you doing here? Hearing his junior sister's words, he walked over and whispered in her ear, "Isn't it obvious? I am here to compete for the position of lead disciple. If my little sister Zhou Meng Meng can come, then how could I, the eldest son of the Zhou family, possibly stay away?" But 3 seconds later, a single remark from his beloved little sister left him speechless. "Cousin, the dean did not choose you because you failed several of your courses. That does not matter. All I know is that whoever gets the Immortal Spirit Stone becomes the lead disciple. First come, first served." Yurong found his endless chatter incredibly annoying, so she reluctantly let him tag along. "Fine, follow us if you want. Just do not get in our way." Zhou Mai's hen looked at her with great flair and said, "That is what I should be saying, Yurong. Though our Zhou and Chun families have been friends for generations, and I know you have feelings for me, becoming the lead disciple is also for our future. I'm sorry, beauty." Having said that, he instantly returned to his usual frivolous manner and dashed ahead. "My apologies, everyone. I shall go on ahead." Meng Meng was truly embarrassed on behalf of her senior brother, so she spoke up for him, showing at least some sibling affection. "My brother is not a bad person. It is just that his mind is a little." Yurong had long understood what he was like and could not be bothered to argue with him. "Do not worry, Meng Meng. He's been like this since childhood. I am used to it." Before she could finish speaking, they had not even run half a step when they heard Zhou Mieshen's miserable scream. Hearing his loud cries, Lin Guijing said, "If I remember correctly, this forest seems to be inhabited by plant-type demon beasts. Ming Ming was at a complete loss with this brother of hers and suppressed her anger. I have 10,000 curses I do not know whether I should say. At that moment, Zhou Mai's hen and his demon beast were being tormented half to death by carnivorous plants somewhere nearby. Help! It is eating people! Come save me! As he screamed desperately, a small stone flew past him from nearby, startling him. Meng Meng dusted the dirt from her hands below and told the other three, "You go ahead. I will rescue him and catch up later." Watching the two siblings, Yurong could only feel helpless on behalf of the younger sister. You really are devoted to him. After the three left, Meng Meng deliberately picked up a vine from the ground. As she whipped the vines to create a commotion, she also took the opportunity to lash her unlucky brother to vent her frustration. He wailed endlessly, "Ow, that hurts. Little sister, you hit me." A while later, Lin Guijing's group arrived at their destination. "We are here." The three stood outside, looking into the pitch-dark cave. Lin Guijing shared what he knew with Yurong. "I once read in a book that the spirit treasure caved deep within the Immortal Forest secret realm is a forbidden area. The Immortal Spirit Stone is hidden inside." Yurong asked. "I can sense powerful spiritual energy fluctuating inside the cave. Are you sure the Immortal Spirit Stone is here?" Lin Guijing did not answer. Instead, he walked straight ahead. "If you are afraid, you can stay here. Xiao Jiao and I will go in." Yurong stubbornly replied. "Who is afraid? Let's go." Then the three of them entered the cave together. Even after entering, Yurong remained very reluctant to leave the light outside. They had barely taken a few steps when something dripped onto her face. Yurong touched the sticky substance, trying to see what it was. "What is this?" Then she looked up at the ceiling and discovered countless pairs of eyes staring at her. She screamed in terror, tears spilling from her eyes. Startled by her scream, the bats began flapping their wings and flying about wildly. Lin Guijing quickly stepped forward, pulled Yurong behind him, and shielded her. "Do not scream. They are bats." When Xiao Jiu saw the bats, she remained completely unfazed, calm, and composed as she even smiled at them. A moment later, the bats all flew out. Only after they had completely left did Lin Guijing reassure Yurong. "They are all gone. We merely woke them up." Xiao Jiu walked over and said, "Fortunately, that scream did not wake the bigger one farther inside." Hearing this, Yurong trembled as she spoke. "There is something even bigger." Xiao Jiu then led them to see the monster she met. "That is it." Lin Guijing looked at the blue stone on the pillar inside. What he needed was right there. But he was also wary of the demon beast ahead. That is a Huido, a superior demon beast with an ancient bloodline. Its body is as hard as iron, and it can breathe fire. The Academy keeps such a dangerous demon beast here. Yurong placed her hands on her hips and looked at the gleaming gemstone embedded in the bronze pillar behind it. But it looks like the thing embedded in the bronze pillar behind it is the Immortal Spirit Stone. We worked hard to find it. We cannot give up now. The three then gathered in a corner and racked their brains for a way to sneak in and retrieve the Spirit Stone. After thinking hard for a long while, Yurong finally came up with an idea. "I have it. I can use invisibility to sneak in. While it is asleep, I will slowly approach and take the Immortal Spirit Stone." Lin Guijing was surprised. "You know an invisibility technique?" Yurong took a talisman from her clothes and said, "Although we are good friends, this time we are competitors. I cannot help but make some preparations. I must win the position of lead disciple." As she spoke, she stuck the talisman to her chest and began chanting. "As the sun sets in the west, let my body vanish from sight. Gather chi to conceal me. Let both body and spirit disappear." After chanting, she pressed the talisman onto her forehead. In an instant, Yurong's body disappeared, but her clothes remained in place. She proudly asked Lin Guijing, "Hee, what do you think? You cannot see me now, can you?" He looked at the floating clothes and said, "So this invisibility talisman only conceals the body, not the clothes." Hearing that, she looked at her clothes and did not know what to do. "What should I do now? Do I have to take off my clothes in front of Lin Guijing?" Lin Guijing shook his head and told her, "Yurong, why not wait here while Xiao Jiu and I think of something?" The moment Xiao Jiu was mentioned, Yurong felt displeased. She made up her mind that she absolutely could not lose, especially not to this woman. Then she gathered her courage and began taking off her clothes. "Then I will do it. Lin Guijing cannot see me anyway. Once I get the Immortal Spirit Stone, I can put them back on. After comforting herself for a while, she first removed her outer robe, then took off all the rest of her clothes. Her naked body was left completely uncovered. Even after removing everything, she still felt awkward and embarrassed. Covering her private areas with her hands, she asked Lin Guijing, "Is it all right now?" Lin Guijing looked at the hairpin on her head. "I can still see your hairpin." Yurong immediately removed it and threw it to the ground. Then she told the other two, "I'm going to get the immortal spirit stone. Keep quiet and do not alert the Huado." Yurong moved closer, hiding behind a boulder as she watched the demon beast ahead. Then she crept as quietly as possible toward another boulder in front of her. At this moment, the demon beast was fast asleep. But even standing before it, Yurong could not help feeling frightened. "Even though I am invisible, being this close to it is still terrifying." Seeing her sneak in successfully, Xiao Jiao told Lin Guijing, "If you do not do something now, you will lose." Lin Guijing quickly replied, "You are right. I need to think of something fast." Remembering how he had previously used the Mystic Ice incantation to freeze Jean Lei's demon beast, he wondered whether it might work again. He asked Xiao Jiao, "I am now at the core formation stage. Can I still use the Mystic Ice incantation as I did yesterday?" Xiao Jiao told him, "It does not seem possible." "Why not?" Seeing Lin Guijing's confusion, she replied, "Yesterday, I helped you quickly release the spiritual power within your body. If you want to use it against the Huado today, you will need far more spiritual power than yesterday." She then lifted his chin. "I will need to transfer some spiritual energy to you. So do you need it now?" At that moment, Yurong was moving as lightly as possible, step by step, to avoid being discovered. The farther in she went, the more smoke rose from the ground. She worried inwardly. "The ground here has become scorching hot because of the Huado. If it breathes fire on me, I will probably be reduced to ashes." Yurong proceeded with utmost caution, completely unaware that the demon beast's keen nose had caught a faint, unfamiliar fragrance. It immediately sat up and snorted forward. Seeing its nose move closer and closer to her, Yurong panicked. "I have been discovered." The demon beast opened its blood-red eyes and stared ahead. Then it opened its huge mouth, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Facing its enormous maw, Yurong was too frightened to utter a word. Fortunately, Lin Guijing finished chanting the formula for the Mystic Ice incantation just then. He immediately launched an attack at the demon beast to save Yurong. His attack temporarily froze it. He had successfully frozen the demon beast. Lin Guijing immediately shouted to Yurong, "Do not just stand there. Get away." She instantly fled at full speed, not daring to waste even a second. "I know." 3 seconds later, the demon beast broke free from Lin Guijing's Mystic Ice incantation. Standing nearby, Yurong thought, "Damn it, I have not even gotten away yet." Worried that Yurong would be attacked again, Lin Guijing drew the demon beast's attention so she could enter and retrieve the spirit stone more easily. "Hey, big black dog, I'm over here." Hearing him, the demon beast immediately turned around. It glared at Lin Guijing. It looked as though it wanted to devour him alive for disturbing its sleep. Lin Guijing had barely looked at its appearance before he was frightened so badly that he could hardly stand. To be safe, he turned to Xiao Jiao and asked, "Xiao Jiao, is its chain secure?" Xiao Jiao calmly replied, "That chain can restrain it, but when it breathes fire, the chain can still be reduced to ashes." Knowing he could not avoid the fight, Lin Guijing decided to risk everything against it. The demon beast opened its huge mouth. A moment later, a small spark instantly turned into a massive blaze and shot toward him. Lin Guijing immediately used the Mystic Ice incantation to block its attack. Seeing that the time had come, he turned and signaled Xiao Jiao. "Now!" At his command, Xiao Jiao soared into the air and unleashed her heart illusion technique. Hundreds upon thousands of magical attacks struck the demon beast. It had been focused on attacking Lin Guijing and was caught completely off guard, taking the attacks head-on. A glow of love flashed through the dark cave. It sank into a beautiful dream of passionate romance with another lovely female dog, unwilling to wake up. Seeing the demon beast subdued and lying still, Lin Guijing turned and praised Xiao Jiao. "You subdued it in one move. Xiao Jiao, you are incredible." It is merely a little dog with a bad temper. Let it sleep a bit longer. We will have enough time to take the Immortal Spirit Stone." At the same time, Yurong emerged with the Immortal Spirit Stone. Unfortunately, the talisman on her body had fallen off as well. "Thank you for saving my life. This Immortal Spirit Stone should have been yours. I lost." Seeing Yurong's exposed chest, Lin Guijing involuntarily blushed. He stammered, unable to speak. "Yurong, you." Then he hurriedly covered his eyes, pretending he could not see anything. Xiao Jio stood to one side and commented, "Not bad." Noticing that the two were behaving strangely, Yurong realized something was wrong. She looked down. She instantly flew into a rage and threw a punch that left Lin Guijing seeing stars. At the same time, the Immortal Spirit Stone fell to the ground beside the talisman. A bat appeared from nowhere and swiftly flew over. It grabbed the Immortal Spirit Stone and flew away. Seeing it stolen, Yurong could not help regretting it. Oh no, the Immortal Spirit Stone. With a flap of its wings, the bat flew out of the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, it saw two faint figures there. Whether by accident or intent, it slammed into Zhou Mieshen's face, causing the Immortal Spirit Stone to fall into Meng Ming's hand, as though it had all been arranged beforehand. Holding the Immortal Spirit Stone, Meng Ming found it somewhat familiar. Is this not the Immortal Spirit Stone? In the end, the position of lead disciple went to Meng Ming. No matter how hard one tries, it cannot compare to good luck. Having secured that position for his little sister, how could Zhou Mai's hen, as her elder brother, miss the chance to boast? As expected of my cousin, with the wise and mighty assistance of Zhou Mai's hen here, she managed to claim the chief disciple position. The more he spoke, the higher his nose rose, yet he kept bragging. Didn't you see it? That demon beast guarding the Immortal Spirit Stone was enormous. At the very least, it had an exceptional primordial bloodline. But I beat it until it lay on the ground begging for mercy, then obediently offered up the Immortal Spirit Stone. Faced with his shameless boasting, everyone present could not even be bothered to respond. Unconcerned, they turned to discussing something else. "These are flour cakes I made using ingredients I found in the secret forest yesterday. Everyone give them a try. Xiao Jio, get one for me." Ignored so thoroughly, Zhou Mai's hen called out, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Just then, something flew overhead in a formation resembling a great bird spreading its wings. The disciples all looked up and began talking at once. "Look, it's the Kuan Immortal faction. I heard that the Golden Crow leading them has a primordial divine grade bloodline. It is one of the 4 great divine beasts of our Feng Tian Academy. As expected of a divine beast, what an extraordinary presence. Senior Sister Xiaolan looks so beautiful riding that divine beast. I heard the Imperial Heaven Department's royal family thinks highly of her as well." The Academy's male disciples stared at the woman as though they were about to drool rivers. Fortunately, one clear-headed person stopped them in time. "Wipe your drool away. You dare set your sights on Senior Sister Xiaolan? A toad dreaming of swan meat. I was only looking at the Golden Crow." Seeing all the men infatuated with the woman in the sky, Chun Yurong was displeased. What's so special about her? She's only showing off everywhere because the Kunlun Immortal Alliance chose her. Zhou Mai's hen, standing nearby, cut in. "Little Sister Yurong, are you jealous? Don't worry. If you want to join the Kuan Immortal faction, I can ask around for you. After all, our Zhou family and the Xia family are on good terms. Who will want to join that childish little club?" Seeing them chatting so animatedly, Xiao Jio, who did not understand, asked, "What is the Kuan Immortal faction?" Lin Guijing immediately explained, "The Kuan Immortal faction is a small organization founded by disciples of Feng Tian Academy. However, the renowned Kunlun Immortal Alliance stands behind it. When children on the 9 provinces continent reach cultivation age, they enter an academy to train under masters. They advance from the Companion Life Hall to the True Return Hall. Afterwards, they can choose to remain at the academy as masters or serve the royal family in sections. Some sects identify gifted disciples early and provide them with generous support in order to recruit them. It is like having one foot inside a sect before even graduating from the academy. Therefore, disciples selected in advance form small groups within the academy. Some of those groups even wield influence beyond the academy's control." Qin Yurong added, "Jean Lei, the one who provoked us earlier, is also a member of the Kuan Immortal faction. They're all a bunch of loudmouth show-offs." After hearing Lin Guijing's explanation, Xiao Jio understood somewhat. somewhat. She said to him, "That Jin Lei is not very strong. I think you should join the Kun Immortal faction, Gui Jing." The moment Xiao Jiao said that, he became embarrassed. "Me? I'm still far from good enough." "Ha!" She immediately covered his mouth, refusing to let him say another word. "If I say you can do it, then you can." Chen Yurong, standing nearby, saw how Xiao Jiao treated Lin Guijing and instantly flared up. "You woman, how dare you stuff your leftovers into Guijing's mouth? That is outrageous." She then insisted that Lin Guijing eat one of her cakes as well, to be fair. But he refused. "You should eat my cake too." "I won't." The scene shifted elsewhere. A pair of long, fair-legged Senjin lay, flying with a kick that made him cough blood. It was Xia Lan, the woman who had arrived earlier, who had beaten Jin Lei so badly. With one foot on his head, she humiliated him. "You are at the core formation stage, yet you are injured by someone at the Qi refining stage from the Companion Life Hall. You have utterly disgraced our Kuan Immortal faction." Clutching his painful stomach, he tried to explain, "They are all my fellow junior disciples. I was merely careless for a moment and allowed them to exploit an opening." She ignored him and rested her chin on her hand mockingly. "Oomph. I truly do not know what methods the Jin family used to get someone of your caliber into the Kuan Immortal faction. It seems I will have to personally oversee this year's recruitment, lest every stray cat and dog be allowed into the Kunlun Immortal Alliance." Humiliated in front of everyone, Jin Lei flew into a rage. "What did you say?" He immediately rose to his feet, pointed at her, and shouted, "Xiaolan, do not think that being the Kuan Immortal faction's senior administrator means you can throw your weight around. I am the youngest disciple in Feng Tian Academy's history to break the record. The Kunlun Immortal Alliance personally invited me. I quit. What Kuan Immortal faction? It is just a place where women and children play house. I will not serve you anymore." Xiao Lan expressionlessly looked at the finger pointing at her. Then she reached out and bent his finger backward. "Let me say this again. It is the Kuan Immortal faction that has cast aside trash like you. Watch how you speak in the future. Otherwise, I can make you disappear from the 9 provinces continent." With that, she kicked Jin Lei away. She then slammed her hand on the table and ordered loudly, "Go investigate the academy disciples and find any promising candidates. I want to assess every one of them personally, especially that Lin Guijing. I want to see what kind of person could defeat Senior Brother." The scene shifted back to the academy. Master Shang Feng continued teaching the disciples. "You must master the various methods of drawing talismans in order to achieve their greatest effect." Lin Guijing was listening attentively to Master Shang Feng's lesson. Suddenly, a messenger pigeon flew into the classroom from nowhere, heading directly to Lin Guijing's seat before landing. Lin Guijing quickly noticed something tied to its leg. He hastily removed the note and looked at its contents. It was a slip of paper. Lin Guijing unfolded it, while Xiao Jiao, seated beside him, curiously leaned over to read it too. The letter read, "I need your help with an urgent matter. Meet me in the Peach Grove after class. Jin Xin." After reading it, Lin Guijing looked out the window. He saw Jin Xian standing alone beneath a tree near the classroom, gazing eagerly inside with expectant eyes. When class ended, Lin Guijing went to the appointed place as the letter had asked. The moment he arrived, before he could even ask what was wrong, Jin Xian suddenly fell to his knees and apologized. "I'm sorry. What happened last time was my fault. Please, save my brother." Not understanding what was happening, Lin Guijing stepped forward to help him up. What exactly happened? Pretending to be heartbroken, Jin Xian grabbed Lin Guijing's sleeve and spoke as though his brother had been terribly wronged. "Xiao Lan of the Kuan Immortal faction severely injured my brother and even took his demon beast. She specifically demanded that you come. Otherwise, she will forcibly dissolve the contract between my brother and his beast. Lin Guijing, please save my brother. Without his guardian beast, he will die." Hearing this, Lin Guijing asked in surprise, "Why did she specifically demand me?" Jin Xian turned his face away. "Because my brother lost to you in the duel." Xiao Lan said he disgraced the Kuan Immortal faction. After hearing Jin Xian's account, Lin Guijing's anger surged. "How can that be? Xiao Lan has gone too far." The fish had taken the bait. Jin Xian revealed a vile smile and thought to himself, "Humph, Lin Guijing, Xiaolan will make you repay the suffering my brother and I endured. Once you fall into her hands, even if you do not die, you will be crippled." That sinister smile might have fooled Lin Guijing, but could not escape Xiao Jio's notice. She saw through everything. Eager to punish the wicked, Lin Guijing immediately asked where Xiaolan was. "Where is Xiaolan?" "She said she would wait for you in the Kuan Immortal Factions Council Hall, south of the academy." Once he learned Xiaolan's location, Lin Guijing rushed there at once. On the way, Xiao Jio asked, "Are you sure you want to go?" Jin Lei challenged you of his own accord. Losing was his own fault. Lin Guijing answered solemnly. It was wrong of him to challenge me, but losing was already punishment enough. His attitude, when he admitted defeat, was quite good. That proved Jin Lei is not utterly evil. Lin Guijing paused, then continued. If Xiaolan wants to discipline a Kuan Immortal Faction disciple, she should do so openly and fairly, not injure him and suppress his demon beast. A guardian beast shares a soul bond and fate with its master. It is not a toy that can be taken on a whim. He then looked at Xiao Jio and smiled. If anyone ever bullied Xiao Jio, even if I had to crawl, I would crawl there to save you. Hearing him say that, Xiao Jio blushed with delight. Understand. Then let us go together. Elsewhere, Xiaolan had just stepped out of the room and told one of her subordinates, "Deliver the new recommendation list to senior sister Mu Qingtong." At that moment, Lin Guijing arrived and encountered her. "You are senior sister Xiaolan, correct?" "I am Lin Guijing. Please return Jin Lei's thunder rhinoceros beast to him." Xiaolan first turned to her subordinate. "Go to senior sister Mu's place first." Then she turned back to him. "Lin Guijing, who gave you the confidence to come here alone and interfere in the affairs of our Kuan Immortal Faction? Besides, trash like Jin Lei is nothing without a guardian beast. This is punishment for his arrogant self-importance." Hearing Xiaolan's words, Lin Guijing angrily pointed at her. "No matter what faction you belong to, until we graduate from Feng Tian Academy, we are all Feng Tian disciples and must obey the Academy's rules. This is not a place for you to impose private punishments, nor may you separate a guardian beast from a master it has contracted with. That violates the rules." Xiaolan looked at him and smiled faintly. "Very well. If you wish to discuss Feng Tian Academy's rules with me, then we shall settle this according to Feng Tian's rules." With that, she summoned her demon beast and challenged him. "Do you dare duel me?" Lin Guijing showed no fear. "Just what I wanted." Xiaolan raised 2 fingers to the sky and loudly recited a summoning incantation. At once, a fire phoenix spread its wings and flew forth. Xiaolan looked at him smugly. "Do not blame me for being merciless when you lose." Lin Guijing and Xiao Jio also readied themselves for battle. Xiaolan looked at the two of them with excitement. A disciple who has only just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and someone from the true return hall, and yet their true energy is this abundant? Interesting. Then she waved her hand and laughed proudly. Still, the outcome of this duel has already been decided. Lin Guijing formed hand seals and unleashed the ice spike incantation against her. An ice arrow shot forward swiftly, but it seemed to have little effect. Immediately after, Xiaolan retaliated with palm thunder. Lin Guijing and Xiao Jio easily dodged. "Mu! Oh, you dodged one attack. Let us see whether you can dodge 10 more. She struck with one palm here, then another there. Humph. Let us see how you evade this." Lin Guijing and Xiao Jio were not going to let her attack them so easily. The two moved nimbly, constantly changing positions. After evading for a while, Lin Guijing launched another technique. It was the tornado incantation. He summoned a long tornado and sent it towards Xiaolan, but Xiaolan casually stepped back, dodging the attack. "TSK, is that all you can do?" The tornado spun wildly before crashing into the building ahead with a boom. Then it mysteriously vanished. This made Xiaolan lower her guard slightly. It disappeared. 3 seconds later, he appeared behind her and attacked with a mystic ice incantation. Xiaolan turned and saw several sharp ice spikes about to pierce her. She could only stand there and cry out, "What?" Unable to evade the surprise attack. She was fortunate that the phoenix reacted swiftly and carried her into the air. Otherwise, she would have been finished. Forced high into the sky, she was furious as she shouted down, "Lin Guijing, you are quite capable. You actually forced me into the air. Now that I am warmed up, let us end this quickly." She opened her mouth and loudly chanted, "Fire feathers, flying blossoms." Countless roaring flames descended, aimed directly at Lin Guijing. He sensed that things are going badly. Reaching down, he pressed his hand against the ground as though activating something. At once, a circular wall of ice rose around him and Xiaojio, shielding them from the flames. Wave after wave of fire relentlessly assaulted the ice barrier. Xiaolan said smugly from the air, "Do not waste your strength. My golden crow fire rain can pierce mountains and shatter rocks. Your little tricks are useless." Sure enough, after enduring another 1 or 2 waves of flames, the circular ice wall shattered. The ice barrier could no longer hold and broke apart. As it crumbled, Lin Guijing could only watch the flames pour down upon him, unable to move. Seeing that Lin Guijing's life was in danger, Xiaojio immediately rushed in front of him and took every attack for him. She gritted her teeth and endured it without a single cry. Seeing Xiaojio injured while protecting him, Lin Guijing was filled with guilt. Xiaojio turned back and said firmly, "Do not worry about me. Quickly think of a way to deal with her. The longer this battle drags on, the worse it will be for us." Naturally, Lin Guijing could not accept that. Looking at Xiaojio with anguish, he said, "No, I cannot abandon you." Lost in conversation and failing to watch their surroundings, they were fortunate that Xiaojio noticed in time. She rushed forward and pulled him away, evading another attack from Xiaolan. A single strike from Xiaolan could scorch the ground. One could imagine that if Lin Guijing had been hit earlier, he would likely have died. Xiaojio pressed Lin Guijing to the ground and urgently told him, "My strength has not fully recovered. I cannot hold on for long. The only way now is for me to transfer spiritual power to you, so you can temporarily unleash your greatest strength." No matter how she persuaded him, he stubbornly refused. He even shouted at her, "Xiaojio," but before he could finish, she interrupted him and covered his mouth. "Quiet. Listen to me. I believe in you. You will definitely win." With that, she kissed Lin Guijing passionately and transferred her spiritual power to him. Lin Guijing no longer resisted. He lay there quietly, his cheeks flushed as he accepted the kiss. Seeing their intimacy, Xiaolan's jealousy erupted. Her eyes turned red like those of a bloodthirsty beast. "You still have the mood to flirt here?" Then she unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks upon them to vent her rage. By then, Xiaojio and Lin Guijing had completed the transfer of spiritual power. He sprang to his feet, pressed a hand to the ground, and launched his counterattack. "Xiaojio, leave this to me." With that, an enormous ice mountain rose from the earth, soaring into the heavens. It blocked Xiaolan's fiery attack and diverted his side. Seeing her attack utterly neutralized, Xiaolan panicked. How is this possible? His spiritual power suddenly erupted. It is comparable to the nascent soul stage. Using the soaring ice pillar, Lin Guijing leaped into the air and confronted her directly. Seeing him about to close in, Xiaolan could not simply wait for death. "You think you can use an ice pillar to catch me? Dream on." She ordered her fire phoenix, "Fly higher. Let me see how high he can chase me." But before the fire phoenix could rise, its legs were tightly frozen by mystic ice, leaving it unable to move. Since when? Lin Guijing had successfully caught Xiaolan off guard. He immediately followed with a mystic ice incantation. After chanting for a moment, he looked at her sternly and said, "Go." Though she had not been injured, she instinctively screamed, "Ah!" After a moment, realizing nothing had happened, she could not help feeling confused. Xiaolan opened her eyes and was quite astonished. So Lin Guijing had not killed or even injured her. He had merely intimidated her. That alone was enough to determine the winner. She frowned, concern in her eyes, then admitted, "I lost." Xiaojio stood below and smiled happily when she saw him defeat Xiaolan. The scene shifted to the infirmary of Feng Tian Academy. Xiaolan brought Jin Xian's spirit beast back and came to apologize. Seeing Xiaolan come in person to apologize, Jin Lei could not help asking in surprise, "You're apologizing to me?" "Yes, I hurt you before and detained your guardian spirit beast. It was my fault. I'm sorry." Hearing Xiaolan apologize, Jin Lei was quite pleased and readily forgave her. "I don't hold grudges against women. It's in the past." But after forgiving her, Jin Lei instead apologized to Xiaolan. "Still, I thought things over while recovering. I really was at fault before. If it hadn't been for him and you, I might have suffered an even greater loss someday." At the mention of Lin Guijing, she told him about what had just happened. "Speaking of him, you did not lose unfairly. Even I lost to him." Hearing Xiaolan say that, Jin Lei looked utterly stunned. What in the world is going on? Even senior sister Xiaolan. Yes, perhaps it's simply a turn of fortune. She frowned and said earnestly, "Still, it has been a long time since I met someone like him." The scene returned to earlier. After the duel, Xiaolan followed the academy's rules. The rule was that the loser had to agree to any condition set by the winner. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Without hesitation, Lin Guijing stated his condition. Return the spirit rhinoceros beast to Jin Lei. Hearing him, Xiaolan wondered whether something was wrong with him. Why make such a simple request? Is that all? But Lin Guijing's following words made her understand. "That's all. I know a few words or a single duel cannot change a person." Then he tightly held Xiao Jio's hand. Looking at her sincerely, he said, "I only hope everyone can understand one another. Guardian spirit beasts are humanity's best friends, even an inseparable part of our lives. They are not anyone's weakness and should not be seized or suppressed. If one's demon beast or spirit beast is captured by an enemy, it is a devastating blow to its master as well. You and Jin Lei are fellow disciples, senior and junior, and you are also an administrator of the Koan Immortal faction. You should not have done this." After recounting Lin Guijing's words, she smiled. "Put yourself in another's place. If someone captured my golden crow, I would fight them to the death too." "I see. It seems I owe Lin Guijing a great debt of gratitude." After they finished talking, Xiaolan left as well. Before leaving, she carefully reminded Jin Lei to recover properly. "The Koan Immortal faction is severely understaffed while you are away." Then I suppose I should rest for a few more days." Outside the room, Jin Xan overheard their conversation and was furious. Damn it, Lin Guijing actually got such a huge favor out of this. Wang Shidao, standing beside him, comforted him. "Brother Jin, don't be impatient. In a few days, it will be time for the Triennial Immortal Sect Convention. The great sects and academies will gather to compete and train, and this year Feng Tian Academy is hosting it. When experts from all the sects and academies gather in one place, will there not be opportunities to make trouble for Lin Guijing?" Hearing her, Jin Xin found her reasoning sound. He lifted her chin and praised her. "Not bad. My little temptress really does have foresight. Lin Guijing, Xiao Jie will be mine sooner or later." Time flew by, and before long, the day of the competition arrived. In the academy's clear, cloud-filled sky, spatial rifts began opening one after another. The first group to arrive at Feng Tian Academy was the disciples of the Long White Sect. The moment they landed, one of them began looking down on the place. "Senior Brother Yin, is this Feng Tian Academy? It is much smaller than our Long White Sect. Why care? The top position at this Immortal Sect convention will belong to the Long White Sect anyway." "That's right. Senior Brother was first place last time. There is no need to take these people seriously." After flying for a while, they reached the competition grounds, then landed one after another. As soon as he touched down, Li Yin stepped forward and saluted the Academy President. "This junior is Li Yin, a disciple of the Long White Sect." "Greetings, President Hu." The president stroked his beard and praised him. "As expected of the Long White Sect's foremost senior disciple, your cultivation has improved considerably since 3 years ago. The younger generation is truly formidable. Has your old sect master come with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, another teleportation gate appeared in the sky. "Speak of the devil. Look, the sect master is arriving by ship." A colossal flying vessel passed through the teleportation gate toward the viewing platform. Its enormous size even blotted out part of the academy sky. The Feng Tian Academy disciples below looked up and discussed it excitedly. As expected of the #1 great sect of the north, they're truly lavish, bringing such a massive flying vessel here. How much spiritual power would a vessel that large need to travel such a distance? I heard the Long White Sect specializes in recruiting exceptional talents from prominent northern families. They begin cultivating at the age of 3, and their examinations are extremely strict. They are refined again and again. No wonder the Long White Sect always takes the top spot at the Immortal Sect Convention. Unlike Feng Tian Academy, which is so casual about everything, the Long White Sect is clearly trying to overshadow the host. Jin Chaming asked, "The Long White Sect Master is truly generous. May I ask how many people your sect has brought, so I can arrange accommodations for everyone?" Li Yin tactfully declined his goodwill. "There is no need to trouble your academy with lodging for the Long White sect. Everyone from our sect eats and stays aboard the ship. Feng Tian Academy has limited rooms, so it would be better to leave them for the other sects and academies. Jin Changming was infuriated by this, but could do nothing but swallow his resentment. What do they mean, not wanting to trouble us? They clearly think our academy's rooms are too crude, and they're guarding against us tampering with their food. Parking such a huge flying vessel in Feng Tian Academy's airspace is simply outrageous. Seeing that they needed no help, the president said no more and went along with it. Very well. Later, simply come to our Academy's council hall to collect your Immortal Sect convention scroll. It contains a map of our Academy and the details of the convention trials. Seeing the president agree so readily, Jin Changming could not help calling out in dissatisfaction, "President." Upon hearing the president's words, Li Yin clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, President Hu." At that moment, students from the other academies began arriving one after another as well. The first to arrive were students from Azure Sea Academy, an all-female academy. Next came the black-clad disciples of Shadow Valley Academy, riding on swords. The Feng Tian Academy students below split into two groups. The female disciples favored Shadow Valley Academy, while the male disciples watched Azure Sea Academy, where beautiful women were gathered. They gazed upward in fascination, whispering among themselves, "Look, Azure Sea Academy has a Koan fish." Ha! What is so interesting about a Koan fish? The senior sisters of Azure Sea Academy are the ones worth looking at. The senior brothers from Shadow Valley Academy are so handsome. The president looked up and transmitted his voice to Jin Changming. "Changming, the Immortal Sect Convention is held every 3 years, and this time it is Feng Tian Academy's turn to host. The other sects and academies will inevitably cause some trouble. You must keep our academy's disciples under control. As for the rest, let nature take its course." "Yes, President." At the edge of the crowd, Xiao Jiu did not know what this grand event was and asked Lin Guijing, "What is the Immortal Sect Convention?" Holding a bun in his hand, Lin Guijing ate as he explained, "The Immortal Sect Convention was originally a triennial gathering for cultivators to discuss the Tao. Around 35 years ago, it gradually became a competition of trials for outstanding new disciples from academies and sections. The great sects and academies all want to prove they're the strongest, fighting relentlessly for talent and resources. That is why the contests have become increasingly intense." Xiao Ju leaned close to his ear and softly asked, giving him goosebumps, "Then, Gue Jing, are you competing too?" His gaze grew wistful as he looked away. "Those representing the academy in the trials are all top disciples. I probably do not qualify yet." Xiao Jiu wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth and said, "You even defeated Xiaolon. How are you not outstanding?" After brushing away the remaining crumbs from his mouth, Xiao Jiu declared firmly, "If I say you are outstanding, then you are outstanding." Her words reminded Lin Guijing of the kiss they had shared the day before, and his cheeks involuntarily turned red. Then he gathered his courage and asked directly, "Xiao Jiu, do you understand what kissing means?" At the word kissing, she froze, her wide eyes filled with a young girl's innocence. "Kissing." Seeing that she did not understand, he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "You should only kiss someone you like." Just then, two bright-eyed young women suddenly ran up to him and asked, "Excuse us, are you Lin Guijing?" Confused about what was happening, he pointed to himself to confirm, "Yes, that's me." Once they confirmed that he was the person they sought, one of the girls immediately turned and called to her sisters, "Ah, I told you it was him." Then, one after another, dozens of young women rushed over, surrounded him, and praised him. "You are incredible. You defeated senior brothers and sisters of higher cultivation levels again and again. Brother Guijing, can you teach me how to cultivate?" Xiao Jiu stood to one side, smiling as she watched the girls crowd around him. More and more girls clung to Lin Guijing. "You are incredible. You defeated senior brothers and sisters of higher cultivation levels again and again. Brother Guijing, can you teach me how to cultivate?" "Move aside. Brother Guijing is mine, not far away." Chen Yurong practically reeked of jealousy. She said angrily, these fangirls were mocking Lin Guijing behind his back for being unable to cultivate just a while ago. Now they have changed their tune and are throwing themselves at him. They have no shame at all. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Chen Yurong stormed off to complain to the instructor. "No, I have to tell the instructor. They have gone too far." Seeing how obvious her reaction was, Ming Ming asked, "I have wanted to say this for a long time, Yurong. You like Lin Guijing, don't you?" having been struck right where it hurt. Chen Yurong was so startled that her hair stood on end. She quickly turned around, flailing her hands in frantic denial. No, how could that be? I am just standing up against injustice. Meng Meng understood Chen Yurong's feelings all too well, so she did not say more and instead encouraged her to take the initiative. When you like someone, you should confess early. Otherwise, someone else will steal him away. Just then, Shang Feng happened to pass by. Seeing the commotion ahead, the instructor paused briefly, then said to Li Yin, "Wait for me a moment. Please, Instructor Shang." Shang Feng then stepped forward and tactfully reminded them, "The president and instructors are receiving distinguished guests ahead. Why are you making such a commotion here?" The moment the girls saw Instructor Shang Feng, they immediately forgot all about Lin Guijing. Instructor Shang. They rushed towards Shang Feng in adoration. "Wow, Instructor Shang is so handsome. Greetings, Instructor." Freed from the girls, Lin Guijing sighed in relief. Phew, they're gone. Before he could recover his wits, Shang Feng stepped over and called him, startling him. Lin Guijing. The instructor gently addressed what Lin Guijing had done earlier. "You defeated 2 senior disciples of higher cultivation in succession. That is indeed impressive. However, the academy does not encourage disciples to challenge each other at will. No matter the reason, as an instructor, I hope you will not act impulsively." After hearing this, Lin Guijing replied, "Yes, this disciple will remember your instruction." Having said that, Shang Feng turned to leave, but did not forget to remind him, "I still need to escort the Long White Sect disciples to the council hall. You must also watch your words and conduct. Do not disgrace Feng Tian Academy." After advising Lin Guijing, Shang Feng also reminded the girls, "The same goes for you. Feng Tian Academy has many distinguished guests. Treat them properly and do not frighten them away." Faced with the handsome instructor, they agreed at once. "Yes, we will." Before leaving completely, Shang Feng turned and gave Xiao Jiao a meaningful smile. When the Long White Sect disciples saw Xiao Jiao, they began whispering among themselves. "Senior Brother Yin, before we came, we looked into Feng Tian Academy situation. They say Lin Guijing used to be a useless man who could not cultivate. Then he suddenly acquired a humanoid demon beast and consecutively defeated 2 elite disciples above his level." Li Yan's eyes immediately lit up. A humanoid demon beast? Interesting. Meanwhile, Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiao paid no attention to the murmurs around them and chatted happily. "Oh, my clothes. That's someone." While they were laughing together, Xiao Jiao noticed Li Yin staring intently at her. He frowned and spoke. "It seems Feng Tian Academy is even livelier than I expected." Having settled the noisy crowd, Shang Feng resumed his duties. "Everyone this way, please." Then the jealous Chen Yurong appeared before Lin Guijing and grumbled, "It is fortunate that honored Master Shang Feng showed up in time. Otherwise, who knows how long those female disciples would have kept making trouble." Lin Guijing scratched his head awkwardly. "That's right. Honor Master Shang Feng is much more popular. Fortunately, he rescued me." Then he asked Chen Yurong a terribly ill-advised question. "By the way, Yurong, do all girls like mature, composed men like honored Master Shang Feng?" The moment he finished speaking, Chen Yurong flew into a rage. She gritted her teeth and called his full name. Lin Guijing. 3 seconds later, a palm strike sent him flying away. "Can't you be more considerate of other people's feelings when you speak?" Lin Guijing staggered from the blow. Though he had no idea what he had done wrong, he hurriedly apologized. Otherwise, he might not live to see tomorrow's sun. "I was wrong." A short while later, at Feng Tian Academy's library pavilion, Lin Guijing was searching everywhere for information about Xiao Jiao, the fox demon. Fox demon. After searching for a while, he finally found a relevant entry. Fox demons are spirits cultivated from foxes. Most take the form of beautiful women to beguile humans. As he read intently, Shang Feng suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "The demon beasts in the records of demonic creatures are quite alluring, aren't they?" Startled by the voice, Lin Guijing hastily turned around and assumed a defensive stance. "Sorry for startling you. I only came to look up some materials as well. Go on reading." With that, Shang Feng turned to leave. Seeing the instructor about to go, and still having many questions in his mind, Lin Guijing called out loudly, "Honored Master Shang Feng, I have another question." Shang Feng stopped and turned to look at him. "Oh." Lin Guijing awkwardly scratched his neck, looked away, and asked, May I ask what happens if feelings develop between a human and a demon beast?" Shang Feng replied. That question falls within instructor Huang Molin's field of research. She has always advocated peaceful coexistence and sincere treatment between humans and demon beasts. As a master, developing deep feelings for your demon beast is perfectly normal. It can even enhance mutual understanding and have a positive effect. Then the instructor pointed to the book and continued. However, some demon beasts may draw close to humans merely to obtain more spiritual energy for cultivation. With that, Shang Feng turned and left, leaving Lin Guijing with complicated feelings. All right, I'll be going now. He stood there blankly, his heart heavy. Xiao Jio's closeness to me. Was it really just to obtain my spiritual energy? Sometime later, at the academy, instructor Mo Lan stood at the podium and announced, "The Immortal Sect convention will be held soon, so our classes will be suspended for a few days. Your homework is to write a few things about your lifebound guardian. Let's see how well you understand your guardian beast." Hearing that they would have time off, the students cheered excitedly. We're getting a break. Hearing about the assignment, Xiao Jio eagerly asked Lin Guijing, "What are you going to write about me? I can't wait." Lin Guijing scratched his face helplessly. Now that you mention it, I don't seem to know Xiao Jio all that well either. I guess I'll have to do this assignment properly. All right, whatever Guijing wants to ask, I'll tell you. Not far away, a young woman and a bird-like guardian beast watched the two of them with displeasure. This was bad, very bad. As night fell, in Lin Guijing's room, he was diligently working on his assignment. Name of Lifebound Guardian, Xiao Jio. Race of Lifebound Guardian, Fox Clan. Build of Lifebound Guardian. As he wrote that, he paused. Then he turned to look at Xiao Jio, studying her figure. Xiao Jio was happily eating the food on the table, taking a huge bite without noticing Lin Guijing staring at her. Her chest was prominent, while the curves behind her were lifted and graceful. Looking at her like this, he had no idea what body type Xiao Jio was supposed to be. How was he supposed to write this? Xiao Jio finally noticed Lin Guijing watching her and turned around to look at him. Realizing he had been caught staring, he hurriedly turned away and awkwardly scribbled on the paper. Just as he was at a loss, Xiao Jio appeared beside him and asked, "What's wrong? Do you need my help?" Startled, he stammered, "Why did you suddenly come so close?" Outside the window, two young women had neglected their homework and come to spy on them. Euron could no longer hold back and paced around angrily. That girl really is trying to seduce Lin Guijing. Ming Ming felt this was inappropriate and kindly reminded her, "Euron, I don't think it's a good idea to sneak over to a man's room at night to spy on him." Euron did not listen at all, instead glaring fiercely at Ming Ming. How is this spying? This is clearly covert protection. Only that fool Lin Guijing can't see it. Sooner or later, Xiao Jio will swallow him whole, without him even realizing it. By now, Euron could not restrain herself any longer. "No, it's too far away. I can't see what they're doing at all. I need to get closer." Ming Ming asked suspiciously, "You aren't planning to go inside, are you?" Euron smugly placed a talisman on her forehead. "That's right. I'm going in for close-range observation. I'll protect Lin Guijing and stop that fox demon Xiao Jio from carrying out her wicked scheme." After applying the talisman, she took off her clothes and excitedly instructed Ming Ming, "Keep watch here. Once I get proof that that fox demon is up to no good, immediately bring the president here." Inside the room, Lin Guijing was trembling as he wrote each word. Xiao Jio leaned closer and said, "The Guardian's physique? Isn't that easy? Guijing can just measure me with a ruler." Hearing Xiao Jio say that, all sorts of scenes flashed through Lin Guijing's mind. "Master wants to measure me." At the thought of it, he could not stop a nosebleed from flowing. But he quickly came to his senses and waved his hands. "And no need. Just tell me the measurements, and I'll write them down." Xiao Jio smiled. Don Guidi. I'll teach you how to write it." At that moment, Euron sneaked inside as well. I finally got in. The two of them were focused on the assignment and paid little attention to their surroundings. All right, next, what is the Lifebound Guardian like? Just write snacks. Xiao Jio likes sweets best. As he was writing, Xiao Jio suddenly remembered something else. I remember another thing. You should write this too." She leaned close to his face and said, "Xiao Jio also likes Lin Guijing." Hearing this, Euron wanted nothing more than to rush up and interrupt them, but she was currently invisible. "Likes what?" Lin Guijing's face turned red. "You like me?" Xiao Jiu looked at him sincerely. That's right. The world after I awakened is not as good as it used to be, but I like the sweets in this world. And I like my master too. That's you. Gui Jing is working hard to become a great Luo Golden Immortal. I hope I can help you achieve that. After hearing her out, Lin Gui Jing breathed a sigh of relief. So that's what she meant. She dislikes her contract master. Well, that's still better than being hated. Xiao Jiu could not understand his expression at all. Seeing him like that, she asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Caught off guard and struck right in the heart, he hurriedly turned his face away. His face flushed as he replied, "No, that's not it. You're overthinking it." Then he changed the subject. Let's continue. Next, the Guardian's weaknesses. She confidently declared, "Xiao Jiu has no weaknesses. In this era where spiritual energy is scarce, I am invincible." Hearing that, Lin Guijing could only purse his lips and remain silent. Seeing his expression, she unhappily asked, "What? You don't believe me?" Lin Guijing answered seriously, "I believe Xiao Jiu is very strong. I was just thinking that the most frightening thing is not knowing what you don't know. We should still be cautious about potential dangers." Yurong, standing nearby, heard every word. Her moment had come. She carefully moved closer to listen. Good. Finally, something useful. If I learn Xiao Jiu's weakness, I'll be able to deal with her later. Hee. Suddenly, Lin Guijing turned toward the bookshelf and said, "I remember there's a book that gives a detailed introduction to the Fox clan. It seems to mention their weaknesses." Unfortunately, Yurong was standing right in front of the bookshelf. Lin Guijing walked directly toward her, and she was terrified of being discovered. "I'm done for. What if he finds me?" The distance between them grew even shorter. They were almost about to touch. Yurong did not know what to do and could only cover her face with her hands, praying inwardly, "Don't come over here. Don't come over here. We're about to touch." With no other choice, she backed away to avoid him. But the farther she retreated, the closer she seemed to get to Lin Guijing. This is it. There's nowhere left to retreat. In Yurong's eyes, Lin Guijing's gaze looked as if he wanted to devour her. All she could do was despair helplessly. "No, don't come any closer." After looking for a while, he finally found the book. "Ah, here it is." He reached out and naturally moved closer to Yurong, while her entire body trembled in panic. Fortunately, Xiao Jiu seemed to notice Yurong in the room and saved her. She deliberately wrote her own name on Lin Guijing's assignment, then called him over. "Guijing, is what I wrote correct?" He turned and looked at the huge, messy handwriting, forcing himself to praise it. It's not bad." Taking the opportunity, Yurong slipped down and sat on the floor to avoid any collision. He pulled out the book and sighed. "Sigh, after Xiao Jiu falls asleep, I'll rewrite this on another page." After taking the book, he turned around and showed it to Xiao Jiu. "This is the one." Only then did Yurong breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. After retrieving the book, he returned to his seat. Xiao Jiu immediately praised him. "Guijing works so hard. You'll definitely achieve your dream." As he flipped through the book, he told her, "When it comes to cultivation, hard work is the most basic method and the most foolish one. Though I've improved greatly with your help lately, I know very well that my strength is still far from enough. When I fought senior sister Xiaolan last time, it felt as though she was deliberately guiding me, as if she were testing my abilities. If senior sister Xiaolan had used her ultimate move, I would not have had any chance to resist. But because of that, I learned a great deal. It is because you are behind me that I dare to challenge such a strong opponent. I will definitely raise my cultivation quickly, not only to fulfill my dreams sooner, but also so that I can protect Xiao Jiu sooner." Xiao Jiu innocently pointed at herself and asked, "Protect me?" Lin Guijing looked at her with determined eyes. "Yes, I want to rely on my own strength to protect Xiao Jiu." Hearing that, she happily agreed. All right. The scene shifted to another quiet place in the academy. An academy disciple gathered her courage and rushed into Shang Feng's room to confess. I have liked instructor Shang Feng for a long time. It's embarrassing to say it, but I don't care. I hope you can accept my feelings. I can't live without you." One might have expected Shang Feng to reject her confession and reprimand her, but the reality was entirely the opposite. "Actually, I have always noticed you. You are like a delicate blue snowflake, making it impossible for me not to notice your presence." Hearing those words from the man of her dreams, the young woman immediately rushed forward and embraced him. "Honor Master Shang Feng, I love you. I could do anything for you." Shang Feng lifted the young woman's chin and asked again, "Are you truly willing to do anything for me?" Without hesitation, she replied, "I am." Immediately afterward, he took out 3 silver needles and pierced her neck with them. Then he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I will grant your wish." After saying that, he looked out the window with an incomparably sinister gaze. Early the next morning, at the academy, it was another beautiful sunny day, as usual. But something was different. A strange tree had appeared there. A trace of blue could be seen amid the bushes. Looking closer, it seemed to be the young woman who had bravely confessed to honored master Shang Feng yesterday. Meanwhile, in the council hall of the Kuan Immortal faction, Xia Lan said uneasily, "Another disciple has suffered a cultivation deviation. That makes more than 3 times this year." Mu Qingtong beside her asked doubtfully, "Who was the disciple involved this time?" Another student hurried in and reported. This time, it was Lin Shanshan, a nascent soul-stage disciple of True Return Hall who specializes in wood element spells. A disciple training this morning discovered her in the academy's eastern woods. Her life is not in danger, but the wood's spiritual energy in her body is nearly depleted. Xiaolan considered the matter. Could it be that she wanted to participate in the Immortal Sect convention and was desperate to break through in cultivation, leading to a deviation? Mu Qingtong replied worriedly, "In any case, several such incidents occurring at the academy within a single year is truly abnormal. We cannot simply stand by." Xiaolan, Feng Tian Academy, is currently hosting the Immortal Sect convention. President Hu and the instructors must be exhausted from dealing with the other sects and countless affairs. Our Kuan Immortal faction should help the academy maintain stability at a time like this. Increase patrols during this period, in case anyone with ill intentions causes trouble. Xiaolan immediately accepted Mu Qingtong's orders. Understood. Several days passed, and the inter-academy competition began. Standing on the platform, an instructor stepped forward and announced, "Welcome, everyone, to the first event of this Immortal Sect convention." He then introduced the person beside him. "Next, please welcome the chief judge for this competition, General Yuan Shua of the Royal Heaven Guard." After the introduction, the chief judge announced the rules to the students from every academy. "You all see the crystal stone behind me, correct? Today's event is spiritual energy control. Whoever can use their spiritual energy to raise the flame within the crystal stone to its highest level will win." After explaining the rules, he frowned. "Who will go first?" Hearing the chief judge's question, the crowd below immediately began discussing it. It doesn't sound that difficult. With a Royal Heaven Guard general as chief judge, it definitely won't be that simple. With the chief judge staring at me like that, I'm afraid I won't be able to perform properly. Yes, he really does look stern. Li Yin, standing amid the crowd, glanced behind him and signaled to a disciple from his academy. The two understood each other with a mere exchange of looks. Immediately, that person raised a hand and volunteered. "I'll go first." He walked before the 2 judges and cupped his hands in salute. Kong Peng of the Long White Sect accepts the challenge. The 2 judges immediately nodded in approval. Then he thrust out his hand and shouted forcefully, "Watch this." He pressed his palm against the stone. The moment he made contact, a golden light flashed. Everyone expected some sort of miracle, but the exact opposite happened. Nothing happened at all. The attempt had failed. Kong Peng's face fell, turning purple with embarrassment. Next, Xiaotong of Azure Sea Academy attempted the challenge, but also failed. Then Jean Xin of Feng Tian Academy stepped up with the same failed result. After that came one failed attempt after another. The chief judge watched for a long time without seeing anyone succeed. He was somewhat disappointed. The younger generation of cultivators truly falls short of the previous generation. Jean Changming hurriedly explained, "General, please don't be impatient. The elite disciples from the academies have yet to take the stage." As soon as he finished speaking, Yurong volunteered to take the challenge. "Let me do it." Her friends below were stunned by the sight. Yurong, however, was extremely confident. Rolling up her sleeves, she said, "In any case, I am one of the top disciple candidates, personally selected by President Hu. I cannot let the other academies look down on us." After saying that, she summoned her guardian beast and approached the stone. "Isn't it just controlling spiritual energy? This is exactly what I excel at." Yurong poured her spiritual energy into the stone and shouted, "Come on." The stone immediately responded to her spiritual energy. Her friends below were thrilled and excited for her. Seeing his student succeed, Jean Chaming happily said, "Good. The chief judge also gave her some praise. This child is the best one so far. After succeeding, she loudly announced her name. My name is Chun Yurong of Feng Tian Academy. I succeeded. The Feng Tian Academy students below cheered excitedly. Amazing. She has truly brought honor to Feng Tian Academy. She is the disciple who was recently promoted to True Return Hall. Isn't she? Her future is limitless. Li Yin carefully observed Yurong's method and came to a realization. So that's how it is. Then he stepped forward to take the challenge. Li Yin of the Long White Sect accepts the challenge. Li Yin strode forward imposingly. The power emanating from him made several students present uneasy. As he approached, he began casting his spell. Seeing Li Yin step forward, Jin Shaming was both excited and expected. As expected of the foremost disciple of the Long White Sect, he excels in both wind and fire element spells. At such a young age, he has already mastered wind control at the deity transformation stage. His future is truly promising. Zhu Meizhen could not stand hearing him brag so extravagantly. This is obviously a contest of fire control, yet he insists on showing off his wind control. What's so impressive about that? Meng Meng, standing nearby, had already seen through the key to this competition and explained it to her foolish companion. This may look like a test of fire control, but it is actually testing how precisely everyone can control their spiritual energy. Brute forcing a victory only wastes effort and will not produce a good result. Only by carefully locating the formation patterns within the crystal can one reach the heart of the flame. Yurong had already noticed this as well. Hearing Meng Meng's explanation, she turned and asked, "You saw through it too?" "Yes. This crystal may appear clear and glittering, but since it was chosen as the first event of the Immortal Sect Convention, it cannot be so simple. There must be an advanced formation inside that affects the flow of spiritual energy." Zhu Meizhen awkwardly boasted, "I saw through it long ago too, but that doesn't stop me from calling that Li Yin from the Long White Sect a gaudy peacock who only knows how to show off." "Right, Lin Guijing." Hearing the question, Lin Guijing did not know how to answer, so he merely gave an ambiguous them to brush it off. "Ah." Then he turned to watch Li Yin undertake his trial. Xiao Jiu seemed to sense his unease and turned back to smile at him. In no time at all, Li Yin had conquered the crystal. Standing before it as flames blazed fiercely within, he looked exceptionally imposing. Seeing him complete his test brilliantly, the Long White Sect disciples cheered enthusiastically. "Senior brother Li Yin is amazing. Senior brother Li Yin is the strongest in the Long White Sect." Long White Sect. The judge was quite pleased with the result and declared, "Very good." It seems the outcome of this round has already been decided. Upon hearing this, Jin Shaming hurriedly said, "General Yuan, please wait. There are still many disciples from other sects below." He then stepped forward and called out loudly, "Is anyone else willing to take the test?" Once his words fell, no one answered. His face went pale with anxiety. They absolutely could not let the Long White Sect win the first round. Did Feng Tian Academy not have a single capable disciple? Where are Xiaolan and Mu Qingtong? Just then, an arm suddenly rose. Lin Guijing of Feng Tian Academy requests permission to take the test. After raising his hand, he pushed through the crowd and stepped forward to accept the challenge, ignoring Jin Changming's unfriendly gaze. "Lin Guijing, isn't that the worthless fellow who nearly got expelled from the academy before?" He stepped onto the platform, just as Li Yin was coming down. As they drew close, their eyes met. Li Yin then said to him, "Don't disappoint me, Lin Guijing." After saying that, he suddenly stopped. He stared at Lin Guijing, then turned to Xiao Jiu and smiled. After walking a short distance away, he looked back at Xiao Jiu once more. A humanoid guardian beast. Interesting. Seeing him glance at Xiao Jiu, Lin Guijing could not help feeling uneasy. Xiao Jiu had caught his attention. Seeing him stand there in a daze for so long, the judge urged, "Didn't you want to take the test? What are you standing there for? Hurry up." Hearing this, Lin Guijing immediately stepped forward. Before the two judges, he first cupped his hands in greeting. "This disciple is Lin Guijing of Feng Tian Academy. This is my lifebound guardian, Xiao Jiu." The judge looked at Xiao Jiu with curiosity and said, "Show us what you can do." "This is my first time seeing a humanoid guardian beast." "Begin." Before beginning, however, Lin Guijing asked, "General, may I choose a different position on the crystal pillar?" "Of course." "Thank you, General." He then circled the crystal pillar, carefully examining every detail from top to bottom. Below the platform, Kong Peng watched Lin Guijing act so mysteriously and felt displeased. He turned to Li Yan and said, I think Lin Guijing is just putting on a show to attract attention. Every side of that crystal is the same. What difference could there possibly be? Yurong, standing below, also could not understand what he was doing. What is Lin Guijing doing? Could there be some other secret to the crystal pillar? Meng Meng, who stood beside her, seemed to have figured something out. It seems Lin Guijing has discovered it. Yurong asked in confusion. Huh? Discovered what? Just then, Lin Guijing stopped examining the pillar and pointed to one side. I choose this spot. Seeing the direction he indicated, the judge was somewhat surprised. Could this child have seen through the key to the test? Having found the key, Lin Guijing began casting his spell for the trial. He condensed a massive fireball. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly paused. It was because of what Xiao Jio had said earlier. Smiling at him, she had said, Guijing, if you want to take the test, I can help you. Recalling those words, his expression darkened as he pondered for a moment. Then he looked at Xiao Jio and said resolutely, This time I want to test myself. Xiao Jio was slightly surprised by his words. She could sense that he had learned to grow stronger on his own. She then told him, All right, I believe Guijing can definitely do it. With that, Xiao Jio took a few steps back and watched him with delighted eyes. Lin Guijing stepped forward and placed his hand upon the stone tablet. In an instant, crimson flames erupted. The light was dazzling. These flames were even stronger than Li Yan's before. Seeing him pass the test, Jin Changming gaped in shock. He succeeded. The flames are even greater than Li Yan's. Kong Peng watched from below in disbelief. How could he have achieved this? What was going on? It did not end there. Lin Guijing continued channeling something into the crystal tablet. He then poured mystic ice snow into the crystal tablet. In an instant, the tablet began to frost over. 3 seconds later, it had completely frozen beneath his palm. Amid countless stunned gazes, even the judge was left open-mouthed. Elemental transformation. Yurong, standing below, could not believe it either and hurriedly asked, How did he do that? How can fire become ice? Meng Meng, however, seemed to understand some of the mystery. It seems Lin Guijing has also seen through the secret of the crystal. Yurong asked in confusion, What exactly is it? Meng Meng explained, The front of this crystal pillar has an advanced formation that disperses the spiritual energy channeled into it from the front. This prevents the spiritual energy from directly reaching the flames. Only by controlling one's spiritual energy with enough precision can it pass through the dense, root-like formation and ignite the flames. But this intricate formation is only set on the front of the crystal pillar. From the back, one can directly reach its interior. However, because of where it is positioned, everyone's thinking was restricted. They assumed the test could only be taken from the front. After hearing Meng Meng's explanation, Yurong understood. So that's how it is. Meng Meng happily continued. I just didn't expect Lin Guijing to improve so quickly. He can already control elemental transformation. Not far away, Zhu Mai's hen began boasting again, completely unaware that his handsome nose had grown a little longer. Of course, I'd already seen through everything you mentioned, and I knew my brother Lin Guijing would definitely succeed. Hearing him, Yurong could only stand to the side and smile helplessly. Here he goes again. At that moment, Lin Guijing joyfully shouted from the platform, I succeeded. He immediately turned toward Xiao Jio, wanting to share his joy with her. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, Xiao Jio darted over and threw her arms around him. She kissed Lin Guijing on the cheek as a reward. Caught off guard by Xiao Jio's kiss, he did not react at first. He merely looked at her face and called her name. Xiao Jio. Lin Guijing's test came to an end. The judge praised, Feng Tian Academy truly conceals crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Though Jin Changming was overjoyed inside, he feigned modesty. Not at all. Not at all. This child is a new disciple who only entered the true return hall from the companion life all this year. Thank you for your praise, General. The judge then stepped out and announced the final result of the competition. As cultivators, the cultivation of body, mind, and soul is fundamental. The ability to control spiritual power precisely is also an important standard by which a cultivator's ability is judged. Yet eyes capable of seeing through the essence of things, along with a sharp mind able to assess the situation, are even more valuable. I hereby announce that Feng Tian Academy has won first place in the first round. Upon hearing the announcement, Feng Tian Academy's disciples below were overjoyed. We finally won. The The long white sect disciples, meanwhile, looked rather unhappy. That night at the academy, all around gradually fell quiet. In the forest where a disciple had suffered cultivation deviation yesterday, Xiaolan was patrolling and investigating the area. After walking around for some time, she found nothing unusual. It was almost midnight. She had made a round of the academy without discovering anything strange. It seemed nothing would happen tonight. The moment she finished speaking, an unusual black shadow suddenly appeared behind her. Xiaolan swiftly turned to see who it was. Unexpectedly, a huge hand struck her squarely in the face, sending Xiaolan flying. Through the haze of dust and smoke, Jinlei emerged. TSK. So you were here, Xiaolan. He glared at her. You made me search so hard for you. Caught off guard, Xiaolan quickly steadied herself and counterattacked. She launched several palm strikes at him in succession. Palm thunder, but he easily blocked her attacks. Is that all you can do? I overestimated you before. Xiaolan retreated, unwilling to fight him, and tried to reason with him. Jinlei, I don't want to fight you. Why have you become like this? He frowned and gave her a sinister smile. This is good. I've never been happier than I am now. He then rushed forward to attack her, especially because I get to grind a genius disciple like you beneath my feet. Xiaolan quickly dodged backward, but at that moment, his guardian beast suddenly appeared behind her and lunged at her. It charged into her, leaving her no time to resist as she took the full blow. The attack was so powerful that her eyes widened, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She fell to the ground, with no strength left to fight back. Jinlei was very satisfied to see her like this, though he was also somewhat disappointed. What a letdown. You can't take it after only a few hits. No fun at all. Lying on the ground, Xiaolan tried to persuade him once more. Jinlei, stop now. I can help you. He ignored her completely and kicked her away instead. Stop pretending. You're the one who can barely protect yourself now. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Stop. It was Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiao. Oh, another busybody has come along. Lin Guijing was somewhat surprised to see him here. I sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy earlier. I didn't expect it would be you. Jinlei, weren't you recuperating in the infirmary? How did you become like this? Sensing the immense power around him, Xiao Jiao worried for Lin Guijing and pulled him back. The demonic energy around this man is extremely strong. Don't get close. Seeing Lin Guijing arrive, Jinlei gave a sinister grin. Since you're here, I'll save myself the trouble of looking for you. Taking advantage of his inattention, Xiaolan rushed forward and wrapped her arms around him, telling the other two to leave. You're no match for him. Go quickly. But he immediately grabbed her by the hair and yanked it hard. Who gave you permission to touch me? He then threw her away without hesitation. Get lost. Xiaolan flew straight toward Lin Guijing. He quickly stepped forward and caught her. Careful. Although Xiaolan was completely exhausted, she still tried to push Lin Guijing away so he could leave. Go! Jinlei had now closed in on the three of them. He said, "Ha, no one is leaving today." At that moment, Xiao Jiao rushed in front of them and challenged Jinlei. You have to get past me first. Unexpectedly, a voice rang out from nowhere, telling her, move aside. It was Mu Qingtong. She arrived in time to save the three of them from Jinlei's cruel grasp. Mu Qingtong activated a sealing formation and attacked him. A gigantic dragon immediately appeared, opening its bloody maw. It flew over Lin Guijing and the others to attack Jinlei. Mu Qingtong followed close behind her guardian beast. She wielded her twin swords and unleashed a cross-shaped slash, then flew forward and cut Jinlei and his guardian beast into several pieces. After being cut, a jade-green glow burst from his body. Myriad transformation, stone disintegration. Mu Qingtong immediately flew behind him and struck with another palm. A surge of red, demonic energy erupted from Jinlei's body, accompanied by his agonized cries. He and his guardian beast immediately collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to resist. Witnessing it all, Lin Guijing was deeply shocked. Was this the strength of Mu Qingtong, the senior administrator of the Koan Immortal faction? After dealing with him, Mu Qingtong landed lightly and asked about Xiaolan's condition. "How is Xiaolan?" Xiao Jiu glanced at Xiaolan, saw that she had fallen unconscious, and said nothing. Seeing Xiaolan in such a miserable state, Mu Qingtong could not help feeling disappointed. To be beaten into this condition by a nascent soul-stage disciple who had only recently fallen into demonic deviation was truly disgraceful. Seeing Mu Qingtong speak this way, Lin Guijing hurriedly explained on Xiaolan's behalf. "Senior Sister Mu, you misunderstand. Senior Sister Xiaolan was severely injured because she refused to strike to kill." Hearing this, Mu Qingtong became even more displeased. Showing mercy in battle is foolish beyond measure. Why show compassion to someone who has fallen into demonic deviation? Minimizing losses is the wisest course. She then turned to the two of them and asked, "By the way, what are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Lin Guijing replied, "My residence is not far from here. While I was cultivating in my room, Xiao Jiu noticed something unusual about the spiritual energy here. The academy is crowded and complicated at present, so I was worried and came to investigate." After hearing his explanation, Mu Qingtong fixed Xiao Jiu with a sharp gaze. "You must be Xiao Jiu, correct? I have heard that you are a rare humanoid guardian beast." She then asked about Jean Lei, who lay unconscious to one side. "And what do you know about this person?" Xiao Jiu gave him an indifferent glance and said nothing. Then she closed her eyes, smiled sweetly, and replied, "I don't know." At that moment, from the top of a nearby tree, a pair of eyes closely watched their every move. It was Li Yan. Looking at the group, a sinister smile curled at the corner of his lips. Early the next morning, at Fengtian Academy, Jean Lei was still lying unconscious in a room. A disciple reported his condition to Mu Qingtong. Jean Lei's condition is similar to that of the disciples who previously suffered cultivation deviation. Their spiritual power all erupted far beyond their own cultivation, like an epiphyllum that blooms briefly before fading. After that moment of brilliance, they fall into a deep sleep. After hearing this, Mu Qingtong felt faintly uneasy. Everyone has suffered cultivation deviation. That is too much of a coincidence. It seems someone used medicine, forbidden artifacts, or forbidden techniques to stimulate these people's potential, causing them to collapse from exhaustion and fall unconscious. She then turned to Xiaolan. "Xiaolan, it seems we must quickly find a mastermind behind this." Upon hearing this, Xiaolan abruptly rose to her feet and looked at Mu Qingtong with determination. "I will find that person." With that, she rushed straight out, slammed the door shut with a bang, and left. Mu Qingtong did not understand Xiaolan's reaction and asked, "What is wrong with her?" A disciple beside her explained, "The Xia and Jean families have been close friends for generations. Xiaolan and Jean Lei probably grew up together and share a deep bond." Having learned to reason, Mu Qingtong smiled. "So that's how it is." After leaving the room, Xiaolan strode quickly down the road, paying no attention to her surroundings. Her people were hers alone to bully. Anyone else who dared touch even a hair on them was touching her reverse scale. At that moment, Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiu approached from the opposite direction and were about to meet her. As they drew closer, Lin Guijing raised his hand in greeting. "Senior Sister Xiaolan, are your injuries any better?" Yet Xiaolan seemed not to see them. Coldly, and without saying a word, she walked straight past them. Lin Guijing stood there, filled with confusion. Who upset Senior Sister Xiaolan? Just then, Li Yan suddenly appeared before him without warning and greeted Lin Guijing with a smile. Startled by his sudden appearance, Lin Guijing instinctively took a step back and asked, "Who are you?" After taking a closer look at the man's face, he found it somewhat familiar. Wait, this person looks familiar. He is wearing the long white sect uniform. Could you be Li Yan, the long white sect's foremost disciple? Li Yan smugly snapped open his folding fan and laughed. "Exactly. I never expected to be so famous at Fengtian Academy." Lin Guijing hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. During yesterday's trial, senior brother Li Yan displayed extraordinary grace and overwhelming strength. Your reputation as the dual cultivation lockdown truly lives up to its name. Li Yan returned the compliment. "You flatter me, junior brother Lin. Before I even arrived at Fengtian Academy, I had already heard much of your intelligence, resourcefulness, and keen powers of observation." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Xiao Jiu, his tone carrying teasing interest and possessiveness. "Especially the humanoid guardian beast of yours. She truly is a rare treasure." Before he had even finished speaking, he stepped forward and lightly lifted Xiao Jio's chin with his fan. Would junior brother Lin be willing to part with such a prize? Any terms can be negotiated. Hearing this, Lin Guijing stepped in front of Xiao Jio, blocking him. Please conduct yourself with dignity. This is Feng Tian Academy, not your Long White sect. I have long heard that the Long White sect enjoys collecting demon beasts from across the world, using every cruel method imaginable to refine their essence for your own cultivation. Xiao Jio is my lifebound guardian. We have entered a life-and-death contract. Do not even think of laying a hand on her. The man laughed at Lin Guijing's words. Junior brother Lin, you exaggerate. I was merely asking in advance. Lin Guijing glared at him. Asking in advance? What do you mean by that? The man leaned close and said, I'm afraid that in a few days, you will be begging me to take her. After saying that, he brushed past Lin Guijing and left him with a warning. Take care of yourself. Faced with his cryptic words, Lin Guijing grabbed his arm. Don't think of leaving until you explain yourself. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly turned around and attacked Lin Guijing with his fan. His junior brothers rushed forward as though Lin Guijing were bullying their leader. The two who arrived first immediately shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Are you looking down on our Long White sect? Lin Guijing immediately retorted, Open your eyes before you speak. Lin was clearly the one who attacked first. That's right. At that moment, Lin Guijing's companions also rushed over to help. Hey, are you people from the Long White sect trying to bully others with numbers? This is Feng Tian Academy. Among them was Zhou Mai's hen, the weakest member of the group, but the sharpest tongued. He shouted, Get him! The two sides faced off, everyone tense, though there was always someone in any crowd eager to stir up trouble. Fortunately, Jin Chaming appeared in time and stopped the fight. Why are you blocking the way? He then introduced the examiner for the next trial. This is the chief examiner for today's second trial, Director Chu Hongyu of the Royal Beast Garden. Move aside at once. Chu Hongyu looked at them and smiled. Tisk TSK. Youth truly is wonderful. So full of vigor and energy, and with ambition and desire too. Not bad. Chu Hongyu looked at Lin Guijing and smiled. Now, I'm beginning to look forward to today's trial. With that, she turned and left. Master Jin, let us go. Jin Changming immediately hurried after her. Coming. Before leaving, he turned back and pointed at the noisy crowd. No causing trouble in the academy. Hurry to the trial grounds and assemble. Afterward, Jin Changming went ahead to lead the way for Chu Hongyu. Director Chu, this way, please. Once the two had left, Li Yin said to Lin Guijing, Then we shall meet at the trial grounds. I will see it through to the end. The scene shifted to the trial grounds. Dean, who stood on the viewing platform and greeted several other deans. Greetings, deans and Yang. I wonder whether you have been comfortably accommodated here at Feng Tian Academy. Dean and Lon of Azure Sea Academy replied, I thought leaving Azure Sea would mean a drier climate, but Feng Tian Academy arranged for the Azure Sea disciples to stay near the hot springs. The humid air there is ideal for improving cultivation. Dean Hu, you have been most thoughtful. Dean Yang Dichin of Shadow Valley Academy also praised him. Indeed, our Shadow Valley disciples prefer peace and quiet. In past Immortal Sect conventions, we were often disturbed. This time, we heard that the old dean of Feng Tian Academy transformed the medicinal forest in a lodging for Shadow Valley. The disciples have all been full of praise. Dean, who replied modestly, The great academies and sects have come to Feng Tian to attend the Immortal Sect convention. As the host, it is only proper that I take good care of our honored guests. At that moment, Li Buum, the old sect master of the Long White sect, walked over. The hospitality of Feng Tian Academy is indeed worth learning from. Seeing him arrive, the three hurriedly bowed in greeting. Old sect master Li Buum walked straight to his seat and sat down, ignoring their greetings. He asked, I hear today's trial is a beast taming contest. Dean, who immediately answered, Yes. The royal family appears to place great importance on this Immortal Sect convention. They have sent several royal representatives to serve as chief examiners, and even invited Director Chu of the Royal Beast Garden, who is usually impossible to find. It is truly an honor for this generation of disciples. Li Buum looked toward the platform. Director Chu is here? Then surely no one can question the fairness of today's trial. An academy representative began introducing the second examiner. The second trial of the Immortal Sect Convention, Guardian Beast Combat. Please welcome Chief Examiner Chu Hongyu. Chu Hongyu immediately performed a spell. After a series of gestures, she set up a formation. A moment later, she created a barrier that completely sealed off the combat area. When she was done, she addressed the students. Everyone, you should have each received a pearl earlier. Those holding pearls with matching numbers will form a pair and compete. The two guardian beasts will enter the barrier in turn and fight. If one side concedes defeat or loses the ability to fight, they lose. Their masters may not participate. Is that understood? After hearing the rules, everyone answered in unison, understood. Seeing that the students were ready, Chu Hongyu began calling the numbers. We will begin with number 1. Lin Guijing and the others checked their numbers. Voices rang out from the crowd. I'm number 5. I'm number 2. I'm number 20. Lin Guijing looked at his pearl. It bore the number 11. I wonder what number Li Yin has. It was a shame he could not enter the arena himself, or he would have liked to face Li Yin. Because of the rules, he could not go inside to watch the battle, so he worriedly reminded Xiaojiu. The long white sex beasts specialize in secret arts. Do not let your guard down. I have a bad feeling about Li Yin. Seeing how worried Lin Guijing was for her, Xiaojiu ran over and hugged him tightly. Are you worried about me? He blushed in embarrassment and did not dare look directly at her. Of course. Xiaojiu was delighted. She rubbed his head. All right, do not worry. I will be careful. In the distance, Li Yin held his numbered pearl and watched the two being affectionate. A cold smile curled on his lips. The guardian beast matches began. In every fight, only the strongest would win. Team 1, then Team 2. Team 2. Feng Tian Academy's Meng Meng wins. Teams took the stage one after another, and soon it was Yurong's turn. Next team, like Meng Meng, she won with ease. Match 5. Feng Tian Academy's Chun Yurong wins. The matches continued until it was finally Team 10's turn. Team 10 take the stage. His own number was coming soon, and Lin Guijing grew nervous. Number 10, it will be us soon. Xiaojiu, however, remained perfectly calm. Relax. No one here is my match. The more relaxed Xiaojiu sounded, the more worried Lin Guijing became. Xiaojiu, I believe that you are the strongest, but before he could finish, the examiner called their number. Team 10, Shadow Valley's Wang Chong wins. Team 11, take the stage. As soon as Xiaojiu heard her number, she excitedly pulled him forward. It's our turn. Let's go. Why are you more anxious than I am? Lin Guijing nervously looked around, trying to see who Xiaojiu's opponent would be. Who is number 11 facing? At that moment, he saw Li Yin handing something to Kong Peng in the distance. Isn't that Li Yin? After passing over the mysterious item, Li Yin patted Kong Peng on the shoulder, smiled, and pushed him forward. Having completed his scheme, Li Yin looked at Lin Guijing with an especially sinister smile. The instant Lin Guijing saw that expression, he felt that something was wrong. While he was deeply worried, Xiaojiu calmly pulled him along. This way, this way. Xiaojiu pulled him before the examiner. Chu Hongyu looked at him and asked, "Where is your pearl?" Lin Guijing quickly took out his pearl and handed it to her. Here, I am Lin Guijing of Feng Tian Academy. After checking the pearl, the examiner glanced at Xiaojiu. You are the humanoid guardian beast? To ensure strict fairness, I need to see both of your contract marks. Upon hearing this, the two immediately showed her their contract marks. Seeing that they had truly formed a contract, Chu Hongyu found it rather interesting. What a rare guardian beast. Rare indeed, rare indeed. Suddenly, she stepped forward and touched Xiaojiu's face. Your opponent is a disciple of the Long White Sect. Perform well. After receiving the examiner's instruction, Xiaojiu stepped into the barrier. The instant her foot crossed inside, her gaze turned cold. The Long White Sect disciple's guardian beast was already waiting within. The moment it saw her, it let out a savage roar. Lin Guijing immediately became worried for Xiaojiu. A long white thunder ape? Kong Peng stood at the other end of the barrier and spoke smugly. My thunder ape is a rare spirit beast of Long White Mountain, known throughout the land as a mountain god. When I was 6, my father had me form a contract with it. After more than 10 years of cultivation together, we understand each other perfectly. In the Long White Sect, only senior brother Li Yan's thunder leopard is slightly stronger. Hearing him describe his beast, Chen Yurong could not help worrying for Xiaojiu. The gap is far too great. How can she fight this? Xiaojiu concede now. Hearing that, Chief Examiner Chu Hongyu seemed somewhat disappointed. She asked Lin Guijing, what is it? Do you want to concede? Lin Guijing hesitated and stammered, I. Before Xiaojiu fully entered the arena, she called to him, Guijing. She turned back, winked at him, and said, "No problem." Having been utterly ignored by Xiao Jio, Kong Peng was instantly enraged. "Damn it, how dare you look down on me? Go, Thunder Ape, tear that enemy apart." At its master's command, the guardian beast immediately opened its huge, bloody maw at Xiao Jio in a threatening display. Would Xiao Jio be afraid? Instead, she mocked it to its face. "Hey, when was the last time you brushed your teeth?" Humiliated, it flew into a rage and lunged at Xiao Jio. It opened its foul-smelling mouth, its yellow eyes wide as it roared viciously. Xiao Jio merely raised her delicate hand and deftly caught one of the beast's fingers. With a powerful throw, she sent it tumbling head over heels. It could only howl miserably, utterly helpless. The watching students stared blankly at the scene. Why did it fall? What just happened? Kong Peng's guardian beast was indeed no ordinary creature. Even after taking Xiao Jio's attack, it managed to stand and roar again. Xiao Jio gave it a slap to make it shut up. Its cries were giving her a headache. That slap sent blood spraying from its mouth and nose, its eyes rolling back. A single slap left it utterly dazed. It staggered unsteadily before crashing to the arena floor. Outside the barrier, Kong Peng suffered backlash from his guardian beast. He coughed up blood and collapsed. The long white sect disciples hurriedly called out, "Kong Peng." Their sect master was so furious that he suddenly leapt to his feet, his eyes bulging as he roared, "Bastard! Demonic arts! This is demonic arts! Seize that demon creature for me!" Upon hearing their sect master's words, the long white sect disciples immediately rushed forward, intending to save Kong Peng and capture the demon creature. But the people of Fengtian Academy were not to be bullied either. They all stepped forward to protect Xiao Jio. Lin Guijing was also worried about Xiao Jio and ran toward her. "Xiao Jio, do not be afraid." When his hand touched the barrier Chu Hongyu had set up, nothing happened. But when he tried to rush his entire body through it, he slammed into it and raised a bump on his head. Hearing the noise, Xiao Jio turned around. Realizing that outsiders could not enter the barrier, Lin Guijing was slightly relieved and instructed her, "Xiao Jio, ordinary people cannot enter this barrier. Stay inside and do not come out. I will not let anyone hurt you." With that, he left while holding his swollen nose. "Be good and do not move." Xiao Jio stood inside and called after him, "Guijing." Seeing the chaos, Chu Hongyu also jumped down from the platform to intervene. She blocked the long white sect disciples and demanded, "What do you think you are doing?" Li Yin immediately said, "Director Chu, a demon creature has injured a disciple of our sect. Are you simply going to ignore it?" Chu Hongyu snapped, "I have not even announced the result of the match yet. Are you trying to rebel?" Lin Guijing hurried over to stand before her. "Senior brothers, please calm down." He quickly explained Kong Peng's condition. "I just checked. Kong Peng's consciousness is linked to his guardian beast, which is why he fainted. His life is not in danger. The contest between my guardian beast and Kong Peng's has already been decided. The urgent matter now is to take senior brother Kong away to rest." Li Yin then began to press Lin Guijing. "Everyone knows that a guardian beast cannot exceed its master by more than 2 major realms. You are merely a low-level disciple who has just entered the early foundation establishment stage. How could you possess a battle beast comparable to a divine-grade creature? Therefore, either you have concealed your true strength, or you have used a forbidden art." As he spoke, he moved closer and closer to Lin Guijing. "If you have concealed your strength, then I, Li Yin, am willing to fight you right here and prove your rank for you." With that, he launched a kick at Lin Guijing. Fortunately, Lin Guijing was quick enough to dodge. Seeing that they were becoming increasingly outrageous, Chu Hongyu shouted, "What are you making such a fuss over? The trial is not over yet. If you do not withdraw immediately, Fengtian Academy and the Long White Sect will both be disqualified." Up on the platform, Old Sect Master Li looked as though he were about to lose control and leaped down. Dean Hu grabbed his shoulder and said, "Old Sect Master, do not be hasty. Since Director Chu is the examiner for this trial, we should abide by her judgment." Rather than calming down, he grew even angrier. "Nonsense. She is merely a woman from the inner palace whose duty is raising demon beasts. What could she know of the dangers of the world?" With that, he shot down from the platform, leaving Dean Hu behind. Seething with rage, he strode directly toward the arena. A surge of golden light illuminated the entire viewing platform, its power truly astonishing. The moment he landed, even Chu Hongyu felt herself become somewhat unsteady. She glanced at him and asked, "Old sect master, what do you mean by this?" He approached Chu Hongyu, his eyes wide and bloodshot. "Director Chu, my sect disciples merely spoke the truth in the name of fairness. Everyone here saw a demon creature running rampant at the Immortal Sect convention in Fengtian Academy. Based on my years of experience and this creature's innate nature, it must be a demonic being." He stepped closer, pressing Chu Hongyu. "Director, by showing such favoritism, are you intending to indulge this demonic being and let it continue harming all living things? If you spare it today, can you bear the consequences in the future?" From afar, Lin Guijing interjected, "I guarantee that Xiaojio is absolutely not a demonic creature." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's sharp gaze swept toward Lin Guijing. "Who do you think you are?" Then he threw a punch at Lin Guijing. Caught off guard, Lin Guijing fell backward. Seeing that he was hurt, Xiaoju looked at him anxiously. Though injured, Lin Guijing still forced himself to tell her, "Don't come out. I'm Yufina." Seeing the old man go too far, Chu Hongyu stared him directly in the face and asked, "Old sect master, is the Long White Sect trying to oppose the royal family by acting this way?" He showed no remorse at all and instead retorted, "Director Chu, by doing this, are you trying to oppose the entire cultivation world?" Below the platform, the disciples of Fengtian Academy and the Long White Sect were also refusing to give way to each other. "Your Long White Sect simply refuses to admit defeat." "What did you say?" "Clearly, it is the demonic creature from your Fengtian Academy that is running rampant." Inside, Xiaojio listened to their arguments as the curses continued without end. "Kill the demonic creature. Capture the tyrant. Kill the demonic creature. Capture the tyrant. Kill the demonic creature. Capture the tyrant." It reminded her of how humans had treated her in her previous life as well. Tears began to fall uncontrollably. "I'm not a demonic creature." The moment Xiao Jio's tears fell, she could no longer restrain herself, and her power burst forth. "I'm not a demonic creature." Seeing her like this, Lin Guijing was terribly worried. "Xiao Jio." He turned and rushed toward the barrier at top speed. He tried to strike the barrier and call out to Xiao Jio, but she could not hear him at all. "Xiao Jio, it's all right now. Don't be afraid." Taking the opportunity, Dean Li ordered his disciples, "The demonic creature has lost control. Capture it." Li Yin accepted the order and immediately charged forward with his subordinates. "Understood." Lin Guijing and his companions did not retreat either, stepping forward to meet them. "Don't come any closer." At that moment, a round object suddenly appeared in the sky. It stretched out its legs, leaped down, landed beside Chu Hongyu, and let out a roar. Standing beside her guardian beast, she looked straight at Li Buom, the sect master of the Long White Sect, and said, "Anyone who wants to cause trouble at the trial grounds today will have to get past me. Chu Hongyu first." Hearing this, Li Buom flew into a rage. "Eliminating demons and defending the righteous path is the duty of our Long White Sect. If Director Chu stubbornly refuses to see reason, then do not blame this old man for offending you. Later, I will personally apologize to His Majesty, the Human Emperor." Just as he was about to attack, Dean Hu stepped forward and extinguished the fireball in his hand. Dean Hu looked at him and said softly, "Old sect master, why must you be so angry? Since matters have come to this, there are some things I must reveal." Then Dean Hu turned to Chu Hongyu and apologized. "First, I must apologize to Director Chu. A small secret of Fengtian Academy has caused such a great misunderstanding. As the dean, I have truly failed in my duty." Chu Hongyu immediately asked, "What secret is Dean Hu referring to?" Hu Yuan stroked his beard and said, "Xiaojio is a divine beast that Fengtian Academy has guarded within its secret realm since its founding. By a fortuitous coincidence, she chose this newly initiated cultivation disciple. This is one of the secrets passed down through the generations of Fengtian Academy's deans and must not be known to outsiders." Not only did Li Buom fail to calm down, he became even more enraged. "You old fox, stop spouting nonsense." Not even a 3-year-old child would believe such an excuse. Dean, who raised his hand and gestured before his chest as he slowly explained, "Old sect master, do not be hasty. I know you believe that the difference in rank between a master and their contracted beast cannot be too great. But that only applies when a human voluntarily forms a contract with a guardian beast. They can only choose beasts whose strength is comparable to their own. But when a divine-level guardian beast voluntarily forms a contract, the restrictions on rank can be ignored. Moreover, Lin Guijing remained unharmed after forming the contract, proving that this boy's bloodline and innate constitution are exceptional enough to withstand a divine beast contract. I believe that is why she chose him." Hearing Dean Hu's explanation, Chu Hongyu privately understood. So that was indeed the case. She had not expected Feng Tian Academy to possess such a stroke of fortune. However, any academy or sect with a guardian beast at the divine level or above must report it to the Royal Beast Garden. "Dean Hu, have you been concealing this privately?" Hearing Chu Hongyu's words, Dean Hu replied, "This matter happened long ago. When I first assumed the post of dean, I truly overlooked it. I will certainly visit Director Chu personally later to complete the registration. I hope you will forgive me." "You are too courteous, Dean Hu." As the two spoke pleasantly, one man became so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. "Those two bastards, are they putting on an act for me?" Then he signaled to Li Yin behind him with a glance. Li Yin received the order. He immediately pointed at Xiao Jiao and added fuel to the fire. Absurd. If she is a divine beast, then wouldn't it be a catastrophe if Lin Guijing cannot control her? His guardian beast has already injured disciples of our sect and unleashed spiritual power. If she is released, she will surely harm others. How can we possibly allow Feng Tian Academy to participate in the Immortal Sect Convention? The people from his academy immediately echoed him. Exactly. How can our safety be guaranteed if such a dangerous guardian beast is allowed to roam free? Dean Hu calmly waved his hand. "Everyone, please do not panic. Let this old man handle it." Lin Guijing kept trying to call Xiao Jiao, but received no response. When the dean arrived, he immediately said, "Dean, Xiao Jiao seems unable to hear me. Do not panic. I will teach you." Dean, who approached Lin Guijing, placed a hand on his shoulder and said softly, "The two of you are originally one. Do not use your voice. Use your heart." As soon as Dean Hu finished speaking, a white light radiated from Lin Guijing's body. Inside, Xiao Jiao's eyes brimmed with tears. A moment later, under Dean Hu's guidance, Lin Guijing used his spiritual power to enter the sphere of light. Witnessing this, Chu Hongyu was stunned. "What is this? He actually passed through my barrier." After entering the sphere of light, Lin Guijing immediately walked toward Xiao Jiao. "Xiao Jiao, wake up." As he walked, he comforted her. "It's me, Lin Guijing. Everything is all right now." The closer Lin Guijing came, the more memories of her previous life flooded Xiao Jiao's mind. Once, someone had said exactly the same words to her. "Xiao Jiao, it's all right now." Lin Guijing wrapped his arms around her and tried to comfort her. "It's all right now." Hearing his voice by her ear, Xiao Jiao's tears finally stopped. She gave him a reassured smile and chose to listen to him. Then she collapsed into Lin Guijing's arms. Holding Xiao Jiao, Lin Guijing kept murmuring, "It's all right now. It's all right now." That evening, everyone gathered in Lin Guijing's room to talk. Euron was complaining about the examination the next day. What is this written test for the Immortal Sect Convention supposed to be? Since it is the Immortal Sect Convention, there should be real combat, and whoever wins should take first place. We are not taking the Imperial examination. Why test literary talent? Don't you agree? Lin Guijing paid no attention at all to Euron's complaints about the upcoming examination. He could only worry about Xiao Jiao. Dean, who had settled the matter from earlier in the day. Although the other disciples remained dissatisfied, they did not make any more trouble. But after returning, Xiao Jiao had done nothing but eat and sleep. She sat in silence, lost in thought, completely unlike her former lively and confident self. What on earth is she thinking? Seeing that Lin Guijing was ignoring her, Euron called to him. "Lin Guijing, I'm talking to you." Only then did he turn around and ask, "Huh? What did you say?" Seeing his expression, Yurong pouted in irritation and repeated herself. The results of this written test will count toward the Academy's total score. The two of us should study together so we can help each other. Lin Guijing turned to look at Xiao Jio and answered, "All right." But at that moment, Xiao Jio suddenly stood up. Seeing her rise, Lin Guijing jumped up as well and hurriedly picked up a cup to pour her some water. "Xiao Jio, you have been sitting for so long. Are you thirsty? Let me pour you some water." Xiao Jio said coldly, "No need. I'm going out for a walk." Hearing that, Lin Guijing quickly set down the cup. "All right, I'll go with you." Unexpectedly, Xiao Jio turned and snapped at him. "I already said I want to go alone." Lin Guijing froze for a moment. But what if you run into someone from the Long White sect again? Though Yurong did not particularly like Xiao Jio, she did not want anything to happen to her. She stood and said, "It really is unsafe for Xiao Jio to go alone. It will be troublesome if she encounters disciples from the Long White sect. Girls understand girls best. You do not need to worry. Let me go with Xiao Jio." Seeing Yurong worry about her, Xiao Jio smiled and said, "There truly is no need. Aren't the two of you going to study for tomorrow's written test? I'll be fine. I'm going to the Immortal Forest Secret Realm. It is protected by a barrier, and no one outside Feng Tian Academy can enter. Do not worry." Lin Guijing still insisted on accompanying her. "Then I'll walk you to the Immortal Forest Secret Realm and wait for you at the entrance." Xiao Jio stubbornly held out her hand. "I said I want to be alone." Then she shot him a glare, warning him not to follow. She turned, walked out, and slammed the door shut behind her. "I'm leaving." After Xiao Jio left, Lin Guijing stood alone in the room. "Xiao Jio, we have been together for so long, yet you still do not trust me, do you? You do not want to confide in me either." At that moment, Yurong placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "Oh, Xiao Jio may be a guardian beast, but she is still a girl. Every month, there are a few days like this. Just let her have some peace and quiet by herself. Later, buy her some snacks and everything will be fine." Hearing Yurong's words, Lin Guijing felt a little better and asked, "Really?" "Oh, steam, fried, stir-fried, anything will do. Hurry up and study with me. We still have plenty of books to read." At that moment, on a secluded path in Feng Tian Academy, Xiao Jio walked alone down the dimly lit road. After walking for a while, she casually caught a flower falling from a tree. Looking at it, a trace of sorrow appeared on her face. She recalled a memory from when she was a child. Back then, she had sat alone in a flower garden, crying endlessly. As she cried, a man walked toward her and asked, "Little one, why are you crying?" With tears in her eyes, she told him that she was hungry. The man asked again, "Where is your mother?" At the mention of her mother, she cried even harder. "Mother has disappeared. Xiao Jio cannot find mother." Hearing this, the man held out both hands to Xiao Jio and said, "Be good. Come with me. From now on, I will take care of you." Xiao Jio immediately placed her hand in his. "See, you are so beautiful when you are not crying." Then he led Xiao Jio back to his home. Along the way, she cheerfully asked him all sorts of questions. "Oh, right, my name is Xiao Jio. What is your name?" "Me? They all call me Shang Xian. You may call me father." "All right, Shang Xian." Returning to the present, she clenched the flower in her hand and looked at it, her heart overflowing with longing for father. Suddenly, someone appeared beside her. "Who is it?" Xiao Jio quickly raised her claws in defense. "Shang Feng." The man named Shang Feng smiled at her and asked, "Oh, why are you here alone? Where is Lin Guijing?" Xiao Jio answered warily, "He is preparing for tomorrow's written test." Shang Feng approached Xiao Jio and said, "Very good. I hope he can bring glory to Feng Tian tomorrow." Seeing Shang Feng walk past her, Xiao Jio asked, "The Academy disciples who previously suffered demonic deviation, was that your doing?" Hearing Xiao Jio's words, his heart felt as though it had been pierced, and he could not help pausing. Then he turned around and pretended to be confused. "What are you talking about? I do not understand." Xiao Jio said bluntly, "You think you hid it well, but you cannot hide the scent of a low-grade, spirit-devouring beast on you." Hearing her insult, anger flared within him. "Low-grade?" Xiao Jio continued, provoking him. "You use some method to push those disciples' spiritual power to its limit, then use the spirit-devouring beast to devour it. Although a spirit-devouring beast can merge with its master and assist them, if your cultivation fails, be careful that you are not devoured in return until not even your bones remain." Though Shang Feng was furious, he could only force out a single word. "You." Before leaving, Xiao Jio offered him one final warning. "Whatever you do is none of my concern, but I advise you to stop while you can. That is not a power you can withstand." Shang Feng frowned and asked, "Did you tell Lin Guijing about me too?" Facing his accusation, she brushed back her hair and countered, "Do you want more people to learn of your vile deeds? If you want to die, no one can stop you." Then, Xiao Jiao unleashed her power to intimidate him. "If you dare touch a single hair on Lin Guijing's head, I will reduce you to ashes." Seeing the power surrounding Xiao Jiao, Shang Feng's heart stirred restlessly. Then he smiled. "So that is how it is." He summoned his own power as well and challenged Xiao Jiao. "Since you know my secret, how could I possibly let you leave so easily?" Xiao Jiao wasted no more words and coldly attacked him. "You overestimate yourself." Shang Feng did not retreat either, launching a counterattack at Xiao Jiao. Then he vanished in an instant. Xiao Jiao was engulfed by thick mist. Observing her opponent's tactics, she clicked her tongue. Childish tricks. At that moment, Shang Feng suddenly appeared before Xiao Jiao with a dagger and attacked her. Yet in an instant, she effortlessly evaded his petty trick. After his attack failed, he slipped back into the mist. He tried to attack Xiao Jiao again, but no matter how many times he tried, Xiao Jiao could see through him with ease. She casually struck at him and said, "Boring." Then, Xiao Jiao turned and steadied herself, looking toward him. Unexpectedly, Lin Guijing's voice rang out. "Xiao Jiao, Venerable Shang Feng." He stared blankly at the two of them and asked, "You two are?" Seeing him, Shang Feng gave an extremely sinister smile. Then, without hesitation, he attacked Lin Guijing directly. Seeing him in danger, Xiao Jiao looked over anxiously. "This is bad. Guijing, watch out." She immediately flew toward him and shielded him from Shang Feng's vicious attack. Xiao Jiao pulled Lin Guijing aside, evading the attack. Then she demanded, "What are you doing here?" Unexpectedly, she suddenly crouched down and clutched her head. "What is happening?" It turned out that everything that had happened was a trap arranged by Shang Feng. He gave her a cold smile and explained, "This medicine has been refined by me many times. It is completely different from what you know." Xiao Jiao no longer had the strength to resist. Gradually, she slipped into unconsciousness and could no longer speak. Shang Feng continued to look at her smugly. "The more you struggle, the faster the medicine will corrode your meridians. Go to sleep obediently." At that moment, Xiao Jiao's eyes could no longer hold on, and they shut tightly. He gathered Xiao Jiao into his arms, unable to contain his delight. "Now you belong to me." Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Lin Guijing's room was extremely quiet. Pretending to feel warm, Yurong tried to find something to say and ease the awkward silence. "Oh, it is so hot." "Lin Guijing, do you not feel hot?" Lin Guijing did not pay much attention and answered seriously, "This season is somewhat warmer. You can go to the study. I heard they have fish balls and ice cream there." Yurong could no longer endure it. She slammed the table and stood up, thinking to herself but not daring to say it aloud. It was so hard to get a chance to be alone with him. Yet Lin Guijing is as dense as a block of wood. Does he not understand a girl's heart at all? Must a young lady like me take the initiative and throw myself into his arms? Gathering all her courage, she said to him, Guijing. Before she could finish, Lin Guijing's contract mark suddenly appeared. He clutched his head and cried out in pain. Lin Guijing trembled all over. Yurong, standing beside him, asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" He suddenly sprang to his feet, nearly knocking Yurong to the ground. The contract mark is reacting. Could something have happened to Xiao Jiao? Elsewhere in the academy, everything had also become unusually quiet. At that moment inside that room, Mu Qingtong was sitting in meditation, focused on circulating her spiritual energy. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. She went to the corner of the room, retrieved her weapon, and left the room filled with demonic energy. In the infirmary, Xiaolan also sensed that spiritual fluctuation. Why is there such a powerful surge of demonic energy? At the same time, in a corner of Fengtian Academy, Shang Feng was trying to use Xiao Jiao's power to make a breakthrough. Not far away, Lian looked in that direction with a faint smile. So he finally couldn't hold himself back. Xiao Jiao was struggling desperately to escape Shang Feng's trap, but it was useless. Instead, it played right into his hands. Shang Feng watched the spiritual energy Xiao Jiao released, a smile curling at his lips. "Release it. Release as much as you want." Once he felt the spiritual energy was sufficient, he summoned his guardian beast. He placed it before him and it absorbed all the spiritual energy Xiao Jio had just released. I've never seen such a pure guardian beast. This is truly marvelous. He had his beast devour all of Xiao Jio's spiritual energy. Eat. Keep eating. After it devoured 1/10 of her spiritual energy, he stood there smugly and said, "With such pure power, I can immediately break through to the Mahayana stage and become a spirit sovereign." Ha ha ha. In the infirmary where Xia Lan was, someone had deliberately trapped her inside. The door had been locked. Xia Lan pushed desperately at the door, but it seemed impossible to open. This is bad. Someone deliberately locked me in here. Feng Tian Academy is in danger. Elsewhere, Mu Qingtong had arrived at the place where the demonic energy was thickest. As she walked, someone suddenly attacked her with a weapon. Thanks to her quick reflexes, she easily evaded the surprise attack. After blocking the strike, Mu Qingtong stared coldly into the darkness ahead and shouted, "Come out." Li Yin immediately appeared before her, fan in hand. "The night is long. I thought I was the only one unable to sleep." So even Feng Tian Academy's gifted disciple, junior sister Mu Qingtong, is awake. Mu Qingtong had no desire to waste words on him. She turned to leave. "I have urgent matters to attend to. I don't have time to talk to you." But he would not let her leave so easily. "Where are you going, junior sister?" She shouted at him angrily. "None of your business." Then she swung her sword at him. "Get lost." Li Yin was no ordinary opponent. He easily blocked her attack. Then, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Mu Qingtong attacked Li Yin repeatedly, but he only dodged without retaliating. Seeing that the fight was evenly matched and he was deliberately stalling her, Mu Qingtong retreated. Frowning, she summoned her guardian beast to fight him. Li Yin immediately summoned his guardian beast as well. Mu Qingtong found his behavior highly suspicious and voiced her suspicion. "Li Yin, there's an abnormal guardian beast not far from here. You're blocking my path. Does this have something to do with your long white sect?" He immediately changed the subject. "What abnormal guardian beast?" "I came to Feng Tian Academy for the Immortal Sect Convention because of you, yet you kept avoiding me. It wasn't easy for me to find you tonight. Unless we determine a winner, don't even think of leaving." Though he said that, he had other plans in mind. As long as he kept her occupied and Feng Tian Academy's scandal grew worse, how would they be able to protect that guardian beast? Elsewhere, Lin Guijing was racing toward Xiao Jio with all his strength. Along the way, he kept touching his forehead. What happened over there? The contract mark hurts more and more. I must be close. Seeing the light in that direction, he could not help but worry. "Xiao Jio, you mustn't let anything happen to you." At that moment, Lin Guijing saw a glowing force in front of him. Looking at that strange light, he grew even more anxious. "What is that?" Over there, Xiao Jio was struggling painfully against the mysterious power Shang Feng had forced into her body. Facing Xiao Jio's agonized cries, he stood behind her, laughing smugly. As he drew all her spiritual power into himself, he said, "I can already feel spiritual power flowing into my body through the spirit-devouring beast. This feels wonderful. Ha ha ha." Lin Guijing followed the light and rushed over. The moment he arrived, he called out to Xiao Jio. Seeing Lin Guijing arrive to ruin his plans, Shang Feng immediately blasted him away with his power. "You're so noisy." Lin Guijing was sent flying by a single palm strike. Shang Feng frowned at Lin Guijing and said, "Meddlesome fool." Lin Guijing still naively pleaded with him. "Venerable Shang Feng, Xiao Jio is my life-bound guardian beast. I can stop her. Please, don't hurt her." Shang Feng responded to his plea with a contemptuous sneer. "Don't hurt her? Lin Guijing, I thought you were a smart child. Have you really not figured it out yet?" Then he revealed his vile, true face, an exceptionally sinister smile spreading across it. "This was all my doing." Still not fully understanding the situation, Lin Guijing asked again, "What did you say?" Not letting him remain confused for long, the man explained while continuing to absorb Xiao Jio's energy. "If this world needs the power of guardian beasts, then the simplest method is to seize it directly, rather than binding them through cumbersome contract rituals. I researched this for over 15 years and finally discovered a way to obtain a guardian beast's power without a contract. This is not merely an epic-making breakthrough. It is an art. Look, I can drive a guardian beast's abilities to their very limits and help it break through its own boundaries. Don't you find this sight beautiful?" Hearing that, Lin Guijing realized what had happened before. Could it be that the senior sisters at the academy previously suffered demonic deviation because their spiritual power exceeded its limit and went out of control? Seeing that he had guessed correctly, Shang Feng laughed. That's right. Those people were merely my test subjects. Thanks to them, my techniques improved so rapidly. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot and veins bulged across his face. 3 seconds later, his entire body began transforming into a massive blue monster. Look, endless demonic power is remaking my body. It is truly your good fortune to witness this historic moment with your own eyes. Shang Feng proudly addressed his transformed body. True cultivation should not bind us to one another. Ha, we should become one. Xiao Jio's spiritual power was being drained dry, and she screamed in pain and despair. Seeing Xiao Jio suffer, Lin Guijing cried out anxiously, "Enough! I won't let you hurt her." Then he rushed at Shang Feng, but could not injure him in the slightest. Instead, Shang Feng seized him by the throat and lifted him into the air. "I won't kill you. Stay here and watch carefully as I turn that ancient great demon into a part of my body." His octopus-like guardian beast continued to absorb the demonic energy Xiao Jio emitted. Helpless, Guijing gritted his teeth and called Xiao Jio's name. Xiao Jio's spiritual energy was now completely exhausted. She no longer struggled. She gradually lost consciousness. Then, with her demonic energy depleted, she fell to the ground. Shang Feng turned around. Drained dry already? While he was distracted, Guijing secretly took out a talisman. Guijing activated a Thunderbreak talisman. An explosion erupted before him, forcing Shang Feng to release his grip. Guijing escaped his control. Then he stomped the ground and gathered power. Guijing roared in fury, summoned the Mystic Ice incantation, and charged straight at Shang Feng. A sharp block of ice pierced through Shang Feng's body. Guijing was consumed by hatred. Shang Feng gave a strange smile, then unleashed all his strength, paying no heed to the ice lodged in his chest. He said arrogantly, "You think this can kill me? How ridiculous." Guijing stared in shock. Shang Feng pulled out the ice with one hand and crushed it directly, saying disdainfully, "With this." He laughed loudly, and his octopus-like guardian beast expelled a massive amount of demonic energy. His body rapidly absorbed it. His wound slowly healed, then completely vanished. Guijing said in shock, "He can regenerate?" Shang Feng smiled slyly. "Still don't understand? The more you injure me, the faster Xiao Jio's spiritual power becomes nourishment for me, and the faster it is consumed." Hearing that, Guijing thought, so that's how it is. No matter how I attack his body, it is useless. His guardian beast will replenish him. Then the key is to attack his guardian beast. Guijing summoned the Ice Spike incantation and charged forward. Shang Feng said contemptuously, "You seek death." Shang Feng roared and unleashed violent spiritual power, shattering every Ice Spike incantation into fragments. Guijing was also blown away by the spiritual blast. Xiao Jio groggily regained consciousness. Seeing Guijing like that, she cried out in terror, "Guijing!" Guijing was flying into the distance. At that moment, Xiaolan's golden crow arrived at incredible speed. It caught Guijing with its body. Holding the brat who had blocked her path in one hand, Xiaolan shouted, "What? You sent someone to stop me because you wanted me to miss the show." Then Xiaolan threw him forward. What a pity. This coward's techniques are mediocre, and he can't even keep his mouth shut. She looked at Shang Feng with disdain. So, the beloved instructor Shang Feng is actually a spy for the Long White Sect. You hid within Feng Tian Academy to help the Long White Sect search for talented people and guardian beasts. But does the old sect master of the Long White Sect know you've become neither human nor demon? Shang Feng immediately replied to Xiaolan, "You and your golden crow could have served the Long White Sect as well." As he spoke, a sly smile appeared on his face. "Or you could serve me. I will grant gifted people like you the power to reshape heaven and earth. Never mind a mere Long White Sect. Even overthrowing the human emperor would not be impossible." Xiaolan's golden crow had set Guijing down. Xiaolan crossed her arms and said disdainfully, "You really dare to say anything." Gu Jing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! He roared and prepared to charge Shang Feng in a desperate fight, but Xiao Lan stopped him. You're badly injured. Do you want to die? I want to save Xiao Jiao. Xiao Lan frowned, then charged forward with the golden crow. You're no match for him. Leave it to me. The golden crow beat its wings and unleashed fire feathers, flying blossoms. Shang Feng immediately released powerful demonic energy and assumed a fighting stance. Xiao Lan shouted and summoned a long spear. Then she rushed to Shang Feng alongside her guardian beast. She stomped the ground, gathered power, and thrust her spear at him. Shang Feng frowned. Her aim was precise. He extended both hands, preparing to catch the spear barehanded. Xiao Lan shouted, now. The golden crow unleashed flames like a torrential storm, attacking Shang Feng's guardian beast. The octopus-like beast opened its mouth and displayed its ability, activating a technique that devoured everything. Even Xiao Lan was startled by the sight. By then, Shang Feng had caught Xiao Lan's spear with his bare hands. The two faced off. Shang Feng smiled greedily. Your spiritual power must be delicious as well. While he was distracted, Xiao Lan took out a spirit talisman and threw it at Shang Feng. The talisman exploded before him, forcing him to release the spear. Xiao Lan seized the chance to flip into the air and land on the golden crow's back. The octopus-like guardian beast had already absorbed all the flames the golden crow released. It then frantically drew demonic energy from Xiao Jiao to restore its strength, leaving the already weakened Xiao Jiao even frilier. Xialan Lendet Besai Gizing. We're no match for him. I'll hold him here. Hurry and find senior sister Mu Qingtong. Gu Jing, however, was very calm. No need. I have a way. Xiao Lan asked anxiously, what way? Gu Jing explained his plan. I'll watch your fight just now. Shang Feng's guardian beast seems able to devour everything, and it has no intention of stopping. Although Shang Feng relies on it for spiritual power, his demonized body has a limit to what it can endure. The guardian beast once said, greed brings disaster, and overreaching invites rebellion. Xiao Lan was clever. The moment she heard this, she understood Gu Jing's intention. I understand. Rather than wait, we should give him a push. Then the three of them joined forces and charged Shang Feng. The golden crow unleashed countless enormous talons. Gu Jing activated the mystic ice pillar, and Xiao Lan attacked with her spear. The three attacked Shang Feng from three directions. The three powerful forces created an earth-shaking explosion. Xiao Lan and Gu Jing were also flung far away by the blast. When the smoke cleared, Shang Feng appeared and warned loudly, "You have exhausted my patience." His body was riddled with holes. Clenching both fists as his muscles bulged, he roared, "Hundred-hold devouring beast, absorb more spiritual power and heal me. Drain that great demon dry. Drain those two dry. Devour all of Feng Tian Academy." The guardian beast immediately obeyed, opening its mouth wide and beginning to draw in all the spiritual and demonic energy around it. The spiritual energy it absorbed was swiftly used by Shang Feng to heal his body. The wounds on his body gradually closed. He smiled with satisfaction. Yes, just like that. As long as I have you, no one can kill me. Xiao Jiao's demonic energy was nearly depleted. Gu Jing said anxiously, "This is bad. Xiao Jiao can't hold on much longer." Xiao Lan urgently grabbed Gu Jing's hand. Wait, he's reacting. Sure enough, the place where he had been wounded began to swell like a balloon. Shang Feng's entire body expanded. He shouted, "Enough! Enough! Stop absorbing." But the guardian beast seemed not to hear him and continued drawing demonic energy from Shang Feng. His entire body was now like a balloon that could burst at any moment. No, 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 no. He again ordered the devouring beast to stop. Enough! Stop now! Xiao Jiao screamed in pain. Shang Feng's body began to crack, and he could no longer say another word. Gu Jing turned, snatched the spear from Xiao Lan's hand, stomped down to gather force, and charged the devouring beast with it. He thrust with all his strength, the tremendous power cracking its body. It let out a pained roar before exploding at once, and an enormous shockwave swept across the area. Once the explosion was over, Xiao Jiao was finally free from its control and ran anxiously toward Gu Jing. Gu Jing had been knocked unconscious by the devouring beast's powerful explosion. Suddenly, a rope flew in from nowhere accompanied by a loud cry. Immortal binding rope. It looped around Xiao Jio's head and jerked her backward. Xiao Jio cried out in pain. Li Yin appeared, smugly pulling the rope as he laughed. "Huh, I finally caught you." Xiaolan recognized Li Yin as the one who had acted. Li Yin pulled the rope tight and said flippantly, "Oh my, junior sister Xiaolan, getting so worked up won't solve anything." Xiaolan angrily demanded. "The Long White Sect is supposedly a righteous and renowned sect. I never expected it to behave so viciously and deceitfully." Li Yin gave an awkward laugh and shook his head. Junior sister Xia is mistaken. Clearly, Feng Tian Academy has encountered a calamity. Our Long White Sect is merely capturing this guardian beast to help Feng Tian Academy eliminate the danger. The calamity that befell our Feng Tian Academy was all caused by this man, Shang Feng. He was a spy from the Long White Sect, stirring up trouble at Feng Tian Academy. Can the Long White Sect really twist black into white and walk away unscathed? He's from the Long White Sect. How can I not know that? Do you have any proof? Li Yan snarat disdainfully. Even if he once belonged to the Long White Sect, he was expelled from the sect long ago. He is a traitor of the Long White Sect. Whatever he does has nothing to do with us. Xiaolan was rendered speechless by his shamelessness. "You." Only then did Li Yin release Xiao Jio and arrogantly suggested, "On the contrary, Feng Tian Academy should think carefully. You secretly sheltered a forbidden great demon, allowing its demonic power to erupt and injure instructors and disciples. How will you explain this to your superiors? Why not let me take her away? With the strength of our Long White Sect, we can certainly seal this great demon and remove the danger from Feng Tian Academy." Xiaolan and the Golden Crow Guardian Beast immediately rushed forward. Don't even think about it. Xiao Jio had risen to her feet, demonic energy surging from her body as she attacked Li Yin. He panicked slightly. Hey. Then, humiliated and enraged, Li Yin pulled out his rope and prepared to strike Xiao Jio. Beast! But before he could act, Xiao Jio flipped through the air and sent him flying with a kick. Li Yin spun several times through the air before crashing to the ground. Xiao Jio let out an angry roar. He drew his fan and counterattacked. Xiao Jio hurriedly dodged behind him. Li Yin began chanting an evil incantation. By then, Xiao Jio had formed a barrier with her tails and cast a beguilement spell on Li Yan's guardian beast. The moment it was struck, the beast became docile. Li Yan was both shocked and furious. Damn it, I forgot Fox Demon's no beguilement spells. His bear guardian beast lost its ability to fight and was kicked onto its back by Xiao Jio. Xiao Jio roared, her imposing aura soaring, then rushed forward and seized the bear beast by the throat. Xiao Jio opened her mouth and bit down on its neck. It howled in agony. Li Yin immediately felt a piercing pain in his own neck. He clutched the painful spot and screamed miserably. Xiaolan was also utterly astonished. She thought the Long White Sect's ancient, invincible snow bear beast is actually this fragile before Xiao Jio. Lin Guijing, what exactly is your guardian beast? At that moment, Lin Guijing slowly regained consciousness. My head hurts. Then he abruptly sat up and looked around for Xiao Jio. Xiao Jio's heart was filled with rage. All she wanted now was to kill Li Yin. Guijing saw Xiao Jio fighting Li Yin and hurried to her side, shouting, "Xiao Jio, come back. Don't hurt anyone." Ferocious and surrounded by demonic energy, Xiao Jio charged forward to finish Li Yin. Li Yan trembled in terror. Seconds later, Xiao Jio's hand pierced through Guijing's chest. Fresh blood sprayed out as Guijing's eyes widened in pain. Still, he tried to hold Xiao Jio in his arms and comfort her. "Be good. It's all right now. I'm here. It's all right." Xiao Jio suddenly came to her senses. She looked at him with guilt in her eyes. Guijing, Guijing looked at Xiao Jio and said happily, "You're awake. That's wonderful. Xiao Jio, don't kill anyone." With that, Guijing gradually lost consciousness, his life force slowly fading away. Seeing this, Xiao Jio caught Guijing and cried out in anguish. Meanwhile, Mu Qingtong was still fighting Li Yin. She leaned back to evade his attack. Mu Qingtong's guardian beast coiled tightly around the bear beast and bit into its body. Li Yan Siga, as expected of Mu Qingtong. If you had used your full strength just now, I would have been reduced to a pile of minced meat. Qingtong directly exposed his disguise and demanded. The real Li Yin could indeed dodge that move of mine. But who are you? Hearing Qingtong's question, he was startled, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Who I am is not important, but my mission is complete. I believe things have already been taken care of over there. With that, he vanished in a cloud of smoke. Sorry you missed the best part. His guardian beast vanished with him. Mu Qingtong rushed toward the source of the demonic energy. A loud cry rang out, "Murder! The guardian beast has killed its own master." Xiaolan stormed over in fury and struck Li Yan on the head, warning, "Li Yan, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll kill you." Yet Li Yan remained smug and complacent. Ha ha ha. If anything happens to me, the entire Long White Sect will never let Feng Tian Academy off. Now that Lin Guijing is dead, you won't be able to keep this great demon even without the Long White Sect taking action. Xiaolan swung her hand to attack Li Yan again, but he blocked it. Demons are demons. Their nature is savage and murderous. You fools still naively believe humans and demons can coexist peacefully? Open your eyes and look. This is the price of your naivety. Jio shouted. Enough. You're disturbing Guijing. Guijing is only sleeping. He still has to take part in the trial tomorrow. Xiaolan loudly stated the truth. Jio refused to accept. Jio, Lin Guijing is dead. Jiu wiped the blood from the corner of Guijing's mouth. No, I won't let that happen. She reached in her chest and took out her inner core. She brought the inner core to her lips. Both Li Yan and Xiaolan stared in shock. Qingtong appeared and asked loudly. She is willing to give up her own inner core. Is this the savage, bloodthirsty guardian beast you were talking about? Xiaolan was overjoyed to see senior sister Qingtong. Li Yan, meanwhile, was horrified. Impossible. Jiu began transferring her inner core to Guijing. The core slowly passed from Jiu's mouth into Guijing's. Jiu pried open Guijing's mouth and pushed the core inside. It slowly slid down his throat, immediately taking effect as its demonic energy surged toward his wound. Jiu pressed her hand over his wound, and it finally healed. Guijing slowly opened his eyes and softly called her name. Jiu. Seeing that Guijing had come back to life, Jiu was moved to tears. Thank you. Then she cried out his name through her sobs. Guijing. She tightly embraced him, apologizing again and again. He smiled gently to comfort her. I'm fine. It's all over now. Everyone present stood agape in shock. This is the first time I've seen a guardian beast save its master. It seems I truly missed quite a spectacle. Mu Qingtong turned to Li Yan and declared, Next, it is time to settle accounts with the Long White Sect. Li Yan's face was blank as he kept muttering, No, impossible. He remembered his childhood. Back then, he had been an innocent child with a happy family. When his father returned from hunting and saw him waiting, he was overjoyed. Li Yan happily looked at the enormous ferocious steel beast they had captured. His father smiled confidently. This guardian beast normally lives deep in the snowy mountains. I don't know why it came out and attacked travelers heading into the mountains. We spent a great deal of effort capturing it. It's so large that handing it over to the Long White Sect should earn us quite a bit of money. It's a pity Uncle Juzi had one arm crushed by this beast. Li Yan declared firmly, I'll grow up quickly and become a demon hunter like father. Li Yan's father stroked his head and smiled warmly. My good son, Master Wu visited a few days ago and said that you possess a rare dual spiritual root and that you can cultivate to become an immortal. Li Yan puffed out his cheeks and widened his eyes. I don't want to become an immortal. Then he ran over, hugged his father, and pleaded, I want to be a demon hunter with father. Ha ha ha. All right, whatever you want. At that moment, Li Yan's mother waved for the two of them to come eat. His father ran ahead and called out, Whoever gets through the door first gets the chicken drumstick. The family of three was happy and joyful. One night beneath a blood-red full moon, Li Yan was sleeping soundly. He groggily woke up, abruptly sat upright, and shouted, Father, Mother. There was no answer. He got up, opened the door, and called out loudly again. But the sight before him filled him with terror. Corpses covered the courtyard. He wailed and rushed toward them. Father, Mother, what happened to you? Wake up. Then he heard a loud sound behind him and suddenly turned around. A ferocious steel beast stood behind him. Fear overtook him, and his entire body trembled. Everyone in the village was dead. The ferocious steel beast was vicious. "All of you must die," Lian roared in fury. With tears and mucus streaming down his face, he cried, "I will avenge my parents." A spray of blood burst forth as the ferocious steel beast was pierced by lightning. Master Wu of the Long White Sect arrived just in time and saved Li Yin from the ferocious steel beast's claws. Li Yin rushed over, sobbing, "Master Wu, hurry and save my parents." Master Wu said painfully, "I came one step too late. Your parents and all 18 villagers are already gone. Are you willing to return to the Long White Sect with me?" Li Yin innocently asked, "If I go to the Long White Sect, can you bring my parents back to life?" "I cannot revive your parents, but you can cultivate and train in martial arts, protecting more people from the harm of guardian beasts." Li Yin thought for a moment, then agreed. Master Wu carried Li Yin away from the village. "To prevent the scent of blood from attracting more guardian beasts, I can only burn the entire village." Master Wu warned him, "Remember everything before you. Guardian beasts are all cruel and bloodthirsty. Only by becoming strong enough to make guardian beasts fear you, submit to you, and be controlled by you, can you protect people in this world filled with guardian beasts." Returning to the present, Li Yin frankly admitted, "I always believed guardian beasts were bloodthirsty by nature, and that their purpose was to be tamed by humans. I pursued greater power and sought stronger guardian beast contracts for that very reason. After what happened tonight, my view has changed. Perhaps humans and guardian beasts are not meant to have only a relationship of enslavement." Li Yin bowed his head and admitted his fault. "I was wrong." The Long White Sect master angrily shouted, "What utter nonsense!" He pointed at Mu Qingtong and falsely accused her. "It must be your female disciple. You must have used some underhanded trick on Li Yin to deceive him into spouting such nonsense here." Mu Qingtong clasped her hands and replied sternly, "Our Feng Tian Academy never uses such despicable methods. Whether Li Yin speaks the truth or not can be determined if the deans of Sea Blue Academy and Nether Valley investigate." Upon hearing this, the leaders of Sea Blue Academy and Nether Valley hesitated. Well, the old man was left speechless by Qingtong's rebuttal. He turned and angrily rebuked Hu Yuan. "Is this how Feng Tian Academy teaches its disciples? They truly have no respect for anyone." Hu Yuan was blamed for no reason and was momentarily at a loss for words. Mu Qingtong continued forcefully, "Feng Tian Academy teaches its disciples only to be upright in character, distinguish good from evil, and honor the virtuous." Her sharp words left the old man speechless. Seeing both sides poised for conflict, Li Yin clasped his hands and said loudly, "Sect Master, no one has threatened or beguiled this disciple. Everything I have said comes from the bottom of my heart." The old man pointed at Li Yin and demanded angrily, "Wretched disciple, do you know what you are saying?" "Ido. But I also have a question in my heart, one I wish to ask the sect master today. Are guardian beasts truly good or evil?" His question left the sect master speechless for a moment. He stammered, "This. Guardian beasts are not human. How can they be worthy of being judged as good or evil?" Li Yin admitted, "But I once believed demons were evil. I even felt pleasure when tormenting them, as though I were avenging my parents. Until one day, 5 years ago, he and another Long White Sect disciple had been searching for medicinal herbs. Suddenly, the fellow disciple beside him stepped into an animal trap and cried out in pain, then shouted a warning, 'The tree is falling.' Li Yin recognized the danger and immediately ran over to help his senior brother. The two of them struggled to remove the trap. Just as the large tree was about to crash down, a force pushed it away. Only then did the two come back to their senses. Li Yin was also shocked. The large tree was shattered by that force, causing a small explosion. A man appeared and asked, "Is anyone hurt?" The man scratched his head awkwardly. "I am truly sorry. Few people usually come through this forest, so I didn't notice you two young brothers." Li Yan's senior brother pointed to the side and asked, "What is that?" The man answered with a broad smile, "That is Dunzi. My family has raised him since he was little, and he is very helpful. My father brought him back from deep within the snowy mountains several years ago. He must have gotten hungry and run off on his own. He eats a lot, but he is very affectionate and understands human speech well. Many wealthy people have wanted to buy him, but my family could never bear to sell him. The memory returned, and Li Yin cried out in terror. The young man was removing the animal trap from Li Yan's senior brother. After a few simple movements, he finally freed the trap from the man's foot. The young man held the trap in his hand, looking somewhat embarrassed. Li Yin still had not escaped the shadow of his childhood. He remembered that the ferocious steel beast from his childhood had also been brought into someone's home before it slaughtered his village and his parents. His eyes widened. He clutched his head with both hands, his face twisted in pain, then began to sob soundlessly. Returning to the present, Li Yan's entire body still trembled as he remembered the past. After hearing this, the long white sect master staggered and fell back into his chair. Li Yan repeatedly kowtowed, weeping as he cried out. Since coming to Feng Tian Academy, this disciple has realized that the rumors are true. Humans and guardian beasts live together in harmony here, free and at ease. You can feel their heartfelt joy. It is unlike the guardian beasts of the long white sect, each one obedient and submissive, timid and fearful. Except in battle, they stay at their master's feet, and they are rarely allowed to interact with others. Though I never showed it, the sights at Feng Tian have filled this disciple with deep envy. Until I met her, Li Yin was astonished by the intimacy between the two of them. Xiao Jiu was extraordinarily beautiful. Before I arrived, I had heard that someone named Lin Guijing possessed a humanoid guardian beast. But the moment I saw her with my own eyes, I could only marvel at the Creator's wondrous handiwork. She possesses both the appearance of a human maiden and the innocence of a guardian beast. She is truly beautiful. Perhaps from that very moment, I wanted to possess this guardian beast. Whenever I saw Lin Guijing beside her, I was even jealous. Therefore, after the Guardian Beast confrontation, I thought that if Xiao Jiu caused trouble, I could bring her back to the Long White Sect and find a way to make her form a contract with me. That is why I acted so rashly. Li Yin then kowtowed before the Academy leaders. This disciple apologizes for his reckless actions and willingly accepts punishment. Upon hearing this, the Dean of Sea Blue Academy and the Master of Nether Valley exchanged glances. Hu Yuan glanced at the Long White Sect Master, who was trembling with rage. Mu Qingtong spoke up. "Is that all?" Li Yin answered calmly, "That is all." Qingtong continued. "As far as I know, Shang Feng was also a disciple of the Long White Sect in his youth. The series of strange incidents at Feng Tian Academy, as well as Xiao Jiu's rampage this time, were all connected to Shang Feng." Upon hearing this, the Long White Sect elder clenched his fists, struggling to restrain himself as cold sweat covered his face. Qingtong pressed on. "When something happened to Xiao Jiu, you appeared and stopped me. Could it be that?" The Long White Sect master coughed several times, signaling for her to stop. Hu Yuan interrupted Qingtong. "Since Li Yin has repented, you should show some leniency. Do not make arbitrary judgments about matters that have not been thoroughly investigated." Hearing Dean Hu Yuan's words, Qingtong replied, "Yes." This disciple was presumptuous. Hu Yuan then turned to the Long White Sect master and said, "Li Yin is the Long White Sect's foremost disciple, with a boundless future ahead of him. Young people are hot-blooded, and impulsiveness is unavoidable. Fortunately, he has not committed any grave offense. Why not let this matter rest? What do you think?" The Long White Sect master thought in astonishment. This old fox is actually giving up the chance to pressure the Long White Sect and taking the initiative to let this matter slide. Could it be that, before these two, he wants to pretend he is doing me a favor so he can gain leverage over me and profit from it later? At this thought, he rose furiously and shouted, "There is no need. A disciple of my Long White Sect has committed a wrong. As sect master, I will never shield him. I will take this child back to the sect for severe punishment without leniency and strip him of his title as foremost disciple. In addition, the Long White Sect will withdraw from this immortal sect assembly. Everyone, return to the Long White Sect at once. I hope the deans will forgive us." The Master of Nether Valley and the Dean of Sea Blue Academy rose and politely said, "Old sect master, this matter is not so serious. Why leave in such haste? Indeed, it is merely a small conflict between youngsters. There is no need to go this far. There is no need to persuade me. My decision is final." Hu Yuan rose and cupped his hands. "Then we will not see you out." The Long White Sect master also rose and took his leave. As he passed Li Yin, he sternly rebuked, "Wretch, hurry up and leave." Li Yin rose at once and bowed. As the sect masters and deans passed Mu Qingtong, he cast her a brief glance. Mu Qingtong looked back at him. Li Yin hurried after the Long White Sect master. The Master of Nether Valley and the Dean of Sea Blue Academy also rose. This matter has been settled, so we shall take our leave as well. We have troubled you both. See you at the arena tomorrow. After everyone had left, Hu Yuan turned to Mu Qingtong and asked, "What do you think about this?" Qingtong looked up and replied. Xiao Jiu could not control herself. Lin Guijing tried to stop her. When Xiao Jiu lost control and tried to attack Li Yan, Lin Guijing rushed out and took the blow in Li Yan's place. Only then did Xiao Jiu calm down. Lin Guijing kept soothing her until Xiao Jiu fully regained her senses. At that moment, Lin Guijing sat up, panting heavily. As he hazily recalled what had happened, he hurriedly raised his hand and called for Xiao Jiu. But with the slightest movement, a powerful aura appeared in his palm. It immediately blasted forward, forming a violent and formidable attack. A deep, wide crater was left in the floor. Lin Guijing's hand trembled slightly. His eyes widened in utter shock. Xiao Jiu happened to enter just then and cried out, "Someone is attacking!" She spun around and assumed a defensive stance. Lin Guijing looked at Xiao Jiu before explaining, "No one attacked me. I think I did it myself." Xiao Jiu stared at the crater in the floor and asked in surprise, "You did?" She immediately grabbed Lin Guijing's hand, sat beside him, and seriously took his pulse. After examining it, she frowned, but the weight in her heart was finally lifted. Xiao Jiu thought, such dense spiritual energy. Could changing his seven-orifice exquisite heart have opened up his meridians? Seeing that Xiao Jiu had fallen silent, Lin Guijing anxiously asked, "Is there something wrong with me?" Xiao Jiu turned back and smiled. "No, your body has always been in excellent condition, and it will only get better from now on. Your meridians have been fully opened, and your cultivation has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. You may even reach the nascent soul stage in the future." Lin Guijing was overjoyed. "Really? Then isn't this a blessing in disguise?" Xiao Jiu suddenly fell silent. "But now that your meridians have been opened, we should dissolve our contract." Lin Guijing hurriedly asked, "Why do you want to dissolve it? I'm stronger now. I can protect you." Xiao Jiu replied, "A great demon like me cannot be tolerated by Feng Tian Academy, and the other academies will not let me off easily either. I gave you my inner core, so my demonic power is not what it once was. If you stay with me, you will face trouble and hardship." Lin Guijing abruptly stood and grabbed Xiao Jiu. "Then I agree even less. You are my life-bound guardian beast, and I am your master. Our lives are bound together. If I dissolve our contract out of fear, can I still call myself human? You are afraid of dragging me down, aren't you?" Xiao Jiu was so moved that tears filled her eyes. "I will surely lose control again and hurt you." Lin Guijing took Xiao Jiu's hand and said firmly, "You will not." Xiao Jiu hesitated. "But she recalled the desolate, deathly scene from before. "A demon like me should probably be sealed away." She looked up at Lin Guijing, unable to conceal her feelings. Lin Guijing's expression was solemn. "A guardian beast should remain by her master's side. As your master, I will not permit you to leave me." Hearing his resolute words, Xiao Jiu was taken aback. Then she lowered her head, her cheeks flushing. Shyly she asked why. Their lips slowly drew closer. "Because I like you." Just as they were about to touch, Yu Rong suddenly pushed open the door and entered. At the sight, Yu Rong froze in shock, as if struck by lightning. Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiu awkwardly turned their faces away. Yu Rong approached Lin Guijing and questioned him. I heard you were badly injured last night, but you seem perfectly fine." "Well, there was a small accident last night, but I am fine now." Yu Rong complained. "What? I worried for nothing. You really are strange." Lin Guijing gave a dry laugh. "By the way, Yu Rong, did you come here for something? Dean Who asked you to go see him. He says he has something to discuss with you." Yu Rong turned to Xiao Jiu and pointed at her. He also said to bring her along. Xiao Jiu frowned slightly. Lin Guijing looked thoughtful. "What must come will come." He then grasped Xiao Jiu's hand and said firmly, "Do not worry. I will not let anyone hurt you. No one can separate us." The two walked hand in hand to Dean Hu's room. Before entering, Lin Guijing instructed her, "When we see the Dean, do not be afraid. I will handle it." But Xiao Jiu knew full well that it could not be so simple. Behind that door, there was likely an ambush already waiting, prepared to bind her with seals. She gazed at Lin Guijing affectionately. "I am ready to accept punishment. Only then can I protect you from harm." The door slowly opened, and they stepped inside together. Xiao Jiao tightly gripped Lin Guijing's hand. Looking somewhat worried, Lin Guijing asked, "Senior Sister Mu, where is the dean?" Mu Qingtong's gaze was icy, and her imposing aura bore down on them. She shouted, "Lin Guijing!" Pointing her sword at him, she declared, "By Dean Hu's orders, I am here to apprehend you and your guardian beast." Lin Guijing answered sternly, "Is this because of what happened yesterday?" Xiao Jiao was framed by venerable Shang Feng, which is why she lost control. You should arrest Shang Feng instead. All those strange incidents were caused by him and his spirit-devouring beast. Xiao Jiao has never harmed anyone. Isn't that right, Senior Sister Xia? You and I both saw Shang Feng confess. Yet Qing Tong remained determined to arrest them and warned, "You would do well not to resist pointlessly. Otherwise, do not blame my blade for being merciless." Xiaolan reminded him, "Xiao Jiao is even more dangerous than Shang Feng. Have you forgotten?" Lin Guijing hesitated, trying to explain. "That," Xiaolan continued, "Li Yin and his snow bear beast are considered exceptionally strong among cultivators of their generation. Yet even someone like him could not withstand a single move from Xiao Jiao. If Xiao Jiao loses control again, Feng Tian Academy may suffer incalculable losses. We cannot take that risk." "You," Lin Guijing firmly declared, "she will not. I guarantee that nothing like that will happen again." Qing Tong remained cold and unmoved. What can you possibly use as a guarantee? You could not even save your own life, let alone prove whether you are human or demon now. Lin Guijing was startled by her words. "Senior Sister, what do you mean?" Seeing that Lin Guijing did not remember, Mu Qingtong immediately fired a stream of spiritual energy. "Then let me help you remember." The energy shot directly into Lin Guijing's forehead, and his memories came rushing back. He wondered, "Is my heart Xiao Jiao's?" Xiao Jiao said sorrowfully, "Guijing, I am sorry." Qing Tong shouted, "Therefore, until it is confirmed that neither of you poses a threat, you must be confined. If you resist, you will be killed without mercy." The aura emanating from Qing Tong forced even Lin Guijing to retreat several steps. Xiao Jiu stomped forcefully, and demonic energy surged from her body. "Though I have lost my heart, my spiritual power remains." Lin Guijing anxiously called her name, "Xiao Jiao." Qing Tong's imposing presence did not diminish in the least. Xiao Jiao warned, "If you dare touch even a hair on Lin Guijing's head, I will make you pay dearly." Sensing the dangerous aura radiating from Xiao Jiao, Qing Tong immediately ordered Xiaolan, "Summon every nascent soul stage or higher cultivator and instructor in the academy. With the academy's full strength, we can capture this demon woman." Lin Guijing immediately rushed forward to stop her. "Wait!" Standing between the two women, he pleaded, "Senior Sister Mu, Xiao Jiao is kind by nature. Since forming a contract with me, she has never harmed anyone. Even when provoked, she knows when to stop. This incident was caused by Shang Feng. I willingly accepted the injury Xiao Jiao inflicted upon me, and afterward, she even exchanged her own heart for my life. That is enough to prove she is not a cold-blooded guardian beast who kills innocents indiscriminately. If the academy cannot trust Xiao Jiao, I am willing to withdraw from school, take her into seclusion, and leave the Feng Tian region. We will never cause the academy any trouble." Xiao Jiao recalled the first time she met Lin Guijing and formed a contract with him. Back then, Lin Guijing had agreed to her 3 conditions. Yet for Lin Guijing, pursuing immortality had always been his aspiration. Xiao Jiao asked him, "Are you truly willing to leave Feng Tian Academy and abandon the path of cultivation? Do you know how difficult it is for an unaffiliated cultivator, with no sect or school to rely on, to attain immortality by his own efforts? With your abilities, and with a humanoid guardian beast like me by your side, you will never know peace again." Lin Guijing answered resolutely, "I know." He tightly held Xiao Jiao's hand. "Xiao Jiao is my life-bound contracted guardian beast. We are not merely an academy disciple and a guardian beast. We are sincere with one another. As her master, it is my duty to protect her." Xiao Jiao smiled with satisfaction at his words. Qing Tong continued to press them. After leaving the academy, what if this great demon kills you and takes back her heart? Or if you two join forces in evil? With heaven and earth so vast, would you not be even freer to commit wrongdoing? If you insist on staying with her, then both of you will be sealed in the academy's secret realm, lest you cause havoc outside. Qingtong's words were so sharp that Lin Guijing could not refute them. Just then, Xiao Jio said, "I am willing to dissolve the contract." Lin Guijing looked at Xiao Jio in disappointment. "Didn't we already agree on this?" "Guijing, do you remember the 3 conditions you agreed to when you formed a contract with me? My second condition was that you dissolve our contract and then remain at the academy to cultivate properly." Lin Guijing immediately refused. "No, without my lifebound guardian, what is the point of cultivating?" Xiao Jio explained, "I accept your willingness to give up your dream in order to protect me, but I also wish to protect you. I want to see Lin Guijing become a great Luo Golden Immortal." Applause suddenly rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. Hu Yuan appeared. "To protect your lifebound guardian, you are willing to leave school and abandon cultivation. I truly do not know whether I should be pleased or worried." Seeing Hu Yuan, Qingtong approached and bowed. Lin Guijing and Xiao Jio were somewhat astonished. Hu Yuan asked, "Qingtong, what is the result of your examination of Lin Guijing and Xiao Jio?" Qingtong finally sheathed her sword and replied, "They are acceptable for now, but our vigilance cannot be relaxed." Lin Guijing asked in surprise, "Dean, could this be?" Qingtong explained, "Lin Guijing, Fengtian Academy is currently hosting the Immortal Sect Assembly. What happened to Xiao Jio last night has likely spread throughout the 9 provinces already. The Academy has become the target of widespread criticism. Every faction is closely watching how you and Xiao Jio will be dealt with. This is truly a difficult problem. Therefore, you must join the Immortal Kuan sect and remain under my supervision at all times." Lin Guijing and Xiao Jio were both utterly stunned. Xiaolan stepped forward and said, "Dean, who has gone to great lengths to protect Xiao Jio." He announced that Xiao Jio is a divine beast that has been protected by the Academy's secret realm for generations. Therefore, if we let you leave, the claim that Xiao Jio is Feng Tian's divine beast will collapse on its own. The Long White sect has already withdrawn from the Immortal Sect Assembly. To preserve the Long White sect's dignity, the Dean announced that the Long White sect and Feng Tian Academy had joined forces to subdue the demonic Li Yin. Li Yin was seriously injured and needed to return to recover. As for that demon, it is naturally Shang Feng. A search of his room uncovered many forbidden techniques and medicinal pills, as well as personal belongings from the disciples harmed earlier. This is sufficient proof that Shang Feng had long been secretly using the spirit-devouring beast to slaughter Academy disciples. The Academy has barely managed to explain Xiao Jio's matter to the outside world, but from now on, both of you will be fully exposed to the cultivation world. To prevent you from causing further trouble in the future, you must accept the Immortal Kuan sect's supervision. This is not a negotiation. It is a notice. Do you understand? Xiao Jio asked. "So that means I do not have to dissolve my contract with Guijing, and I will not be sealed away, right?" Qingtong replied coldly, "If one day I decide it is necessary, even Dean who will not be able to protect you." At this news, Xiao Jio was overjoyed and rushed forward to embrace Lin Guijing tightly. "This is wonderful. Guijing, you can continue cultivating." Xiaolan was so irritated that she could barely stand it. Hugging and clinging to each other like this. What kind of behavior is that? From now on, you must begin following sect rules. Lin Guijing was equally delighted. "Thank you, Dean." "Thank you, Senior Sister Mu." "Thank you, Senior Sister Xia." Dean, who stroked his beard and smiled. Zhu Yichen and Yu Rong looked astonished as they asked in unison, "You joined the Immortal Kuan sect?" Zhu Yichen patted Lin Guijing on the shoulder and praised him. "Not bad, kid," as expected of Zhu Yichen's brother. He went on, unaware that his nose was practically pointed at the sky. "Actually, Mu Qingtong invited me before too. I only refused because I did not want to be too high profile." He put an arm around Lin Guijing's shoulders and suggested warmly, "Since you're already in, put in a good word with Senior Sister Mu and ask her to let me join too. What do you say?" Just as he finished speaking, Mu Qingtong suddenly appeared. She loudly called, "Lin Guijing, you and Xiao Jio come with me." Shang Feng has disappeared. Lin Guijing asked in shock. Shang Feng has disappeared again. The infirmary was utterly silent. Xiaolan stood before the bed Shang Feng had occupied. Why came last night? Shang Feng was still unconscious. With injuries like those, he should not have woken so quickly. I placed sealing talismans outside the door. Judging from the cracks, the door was not open from the inside. You mean someone came and took Shang Feng away? Xiao Jiu discovered something. A phoenix feather left by the door. Xiao Jiu picked it up and examined it. Does Feng Tian Academy have a phoenix? Xiaolan asked in alarm. A phoenix? The scene shifted to a cave deep within the mountains and forest. A phoenix demon entered. Shang Feng was lying prostrate on the ground, kneeling before someone. I'm sorry. I underestimated that fox demon's spiritual power. I never expected the spirit-devouring beast to be unable to withstand it. I guarantee it will not happen again. Zhu Hongyu gave a cold laugh. You still want there to be a next time? Shang Feng trembled as he begged. Master, I have served you loyally for all these years and offered you no small amount of spiritual essence. Just give me another spirit-devouring beast, and I can still serve you. Zhu Hongyu sat in her chair, expressionless. Yes, another spirit-devouring beast is indeed needed. It is a pity about the last one. Shang Feng was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. This time, I will certainly be more careful. Suddenly, she reached out and gripped Shang Feng's face tightly. She gave a sinister smile. But to create another spirit-devouring beast, the spiritual power of 10 people is needed to activate it. Take this little bit of spiritual power as compensation. As soon as she finished speaking, she drained Shang Feng's spiritual power dry. Even his body dissolved along with it. She snorted coldly, turned, and left. Several of Zhu Hongyu's subordinates stepped forward and knelt. Master, we gained quite a lot from hosting the Immortal Sect assembly this time, but the Royal Beast Garden has urged me to return for inspection. You know what to do next, don't you? Yes, Master. With a wave of Zhu Hongyu's hand, images of Xiao Jiu, Lin Guijing, Mu Qingtong, and Xiaolan appeared. She ordered, it would be best if you can bring them over to our side. If not, just take their guardian beasts. Before long, the day my army of demon beasts emerges will be the day the human emperor falls. The ruler of this world should be replaced as well. Outside, a masked figure was watching her every move. At that moment, she noticed the mysterious person's presence and immediately shouted, "Who is it?" Realizing he had been discovered, the black-clad figure turned and fled. The man frowned. Murderous intent filled Zhu Hongyu's eyes as she shouted, "Who is it?" She then ordered her subordinates to pursue him. Her subordinates immediately obeyed. Yes, Master. They shot away like dark shadows. The mysterious man in black fled with all his might, glancing back over his shoulder. A group of ghost demons pursued him relentlessly, drawing their bows and firing dark arrows at him. He noticed them at once and immediately opened a spatial gate, slipping inside. The arrows fired by the ghost demons passed through the spatial gate and embedded themselves in a tree. When the ghost demons rushed over, the spatial gate was slowly closing, leaving them stunned. Zhu Hongyu arrived just then and asked coldly, "Where is he?" The ghost demons immediately bowed in apology. "This subordinate is incompetent. He escaped, Master. That man knows the spatial breach art. His cultivation may be at the spirit's sovereign stage." Zhu Hongyu frowned in thought. The spatial breach art, a ghost demon explained. It is a high-level spell that can open space and allow one to travel freely between two places. Other than Dean Hu Yuan of Feng Tian Academy, who has reached the spirit's sovereign stage, who else can use the spatial breach art, Master? She guessed, could he be from another sect, also spying on Feng Tian Academy? Interesting. This is becoming more and more interesting. She leaped on her demon beast's back and ordered, "End this quickly. We cannot afford further complications." Her subordinates immediately replied, "Yes, Master." At night, Xiao Jiu and Lin Guijing were sleeping soundly. A dark figure appeared outside his door and kept calling, "Lin Guijing." Lin Guijing turned around in surprise and shouted, "Who called me? Where is this?" A mysterious man seated high above answered, "Lin Guijing, the fact that you have reached this place proves your cultivation has attained the nascent soul stage. Before this, you heard my voice calling you, didn't you?" Guijing asked curiously, "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" Sheng Xian said solemnly, "Lin Guijing, it is time to make a choice. Tell me, for the peace of the world, are you willing to uphold the righteous path? Or for Xiao Jiu, are you willing to abandon orthodoxy and walk alongside calamity?" Gu Jing hesitated briefly before saying loudly, "You're strange. Of course I will uphold the righteous path, and I will protect Xiao Jiao as well. What do you mean, abandoning orthodoxy and walking alongside calamity? I have no idea what nonsense you're talking about." Shang Xian burst into laughter, then walked before Gu Jing. "The choice began long ago. You reap what you sow. The outcome has not yet been decided, because you are still not qualified to sit at the board of fate. But which path you choose?" He pointed at Gu Jing's chest. "Depends on how you truly regard Xiao Jiao in your heart. Think carefully. The ending lies within a single thought of yours." The dream ended, and reality returned. Gu Jing jolted awake. Looking beside him, he could not help asking, "Xiao Jiao is still asleep?" Gu Jing recalled his conversation with Shang Xian. Will Xiao Jiao become a calamity? Xiao Jiao's pitiful expression appeared in his mind. She had repeatedly insisted that she was not a demonic creature. She was only a nine-tailed fox. Thinking of this, Gu Jing reached out and stroked Xiao Jiao's head. Early the next morning, the sun was already high in the sky. Gu Jing yawned repeatedly as he walked. Yu Rong turned to ask him, "Gu Jing, did you not sleep well last night?" I couldn't sleep." Hearing that answer, Yu Rong angrily said to Xiao Jiao, "Xiao Jiao, you didn't do anything strange to him last night, did you?" Xiao Jiao immediately wrapped herself around Gu Jing's arm and teased, "What do you think?" She even pressed her breasts against Gu Jing's arm. Then she stuck out her tongue and made a face at Yu Rong, provoking him until he was fuming. Gu Jing, caught between them, could only smile helplessly. He had no choice but to soothe Yu Rong's raging anger. "All right, I was reading last night, preparing for today's examination." Only then did Yu Rong calm down and realize, "That's right, we have an exam today." Zhu Yiqin yawned and said, "I studied all night too. I really don't understand why the Immortal Sect Assembly has a written exam." "Cousin Yiqin, you clearly only read for a little while before falling asleep." Hearing this, Yu Rong excitedly turned to Meng Meng. "Meng Meng, did you study all night too?" "I have memorized all 23 books, from the Novice Academy to the Cultivation Academy." Meng Meng sighed in boredom. There was nothing worth reading. Yu Rong could not help but admire her. "Wow, top students are terrifying. Fortunately, my usual grades aren't bad either. This written exam shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Yu Rong thought to himself. Someone explained, "I heard that this Immortal Sect Assembly is being held together with the Academy's advancement assessments. Therefore, the Academies agreed to combine the advancement assessments with the trial." Hearing this, Yu Rong said excitedly, "So that's how it is. Then, after the Immortal Sect Assembly, we'll be second-year disciples of the True Return Academy." Zhu Yiqin suddenly clutched his stomach and hurried off. "I'm going to the latrine. You all go into the examination room first." Zhu Yiqin, watch the time. "Don't be late," Yu Rong shouted. Meng Meng sighed and muttered, "Who told him to eat braised pork first thing in the morning? Of course he'd get a stomachache." In the latrine, Zhu Yiqin kept passing gas, making all kinds of noises. He stuffed 2 wads of paper into his nostrils. Once he was done, his face showed 2 words, utter relief. The Pixiu beast guarding the entrance covered its nose and cried out. From inside, Zhu Yiqin yelled, "I told you to come in with me, but you refused. Don't you stink when you take a dump? Oh right, you Pixiu don't defecate. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, the Pixiu noticed something and immediately ran off. Zhu Yiqin cracked open the door to peek outside, panicking as he thought it had gotten angry. "Hey, why are you running away just because I said a few things?" Seeing the beast continue to run, he chased after it, shouting, "Where are you going? Wait for me." The Pixiu arrived at an open patch of ground beneath a large tree and began frantically digging with its claws. After digging for a while, it pulled out a cloth bag. Zhu Yiqin asked in surprise, "What's this?" He crouched down, rubbed the Pixiu's head, and praised it. As expected of a Pixiu, you could even sense this. Zhu Yiqin picked up the cloth bag and took out a crystal stone, examining it carefully. "This is a bag of high-grade crystal stones. Who buried it here?" At that moment, a noise sounded in the distance, and a dark figure appeared. The man answered, "I buried it." He then charged toward Yiqin at high speed, frightening both him and the beast into collapsing onto the ground. Meanwhile, in the examination room, all the students were already seated. Yu Rong asked in confusion, "The exam is about to start. Why hasn't Zhu Yiqin returned yet?" Gu Jing said, "I'll go outside and look for him." Xiao Jiao pressed Gu Jing back down by the shoulder. Stay here and don't worry. I'll go take a look. Gu Jing quickly grabbed Xiao Jio's hand to stop her. No, I won't let you go alone. If we go together. Just then, Master Jean announced, Students, this immortal sect assembly's trial is a written examination. The righteous law trial begins now. Please answer seriously. Cheating is strictly forbidden. Gu Jing raised his hand. Master Jean, please wait a moment. One disciple has not arrived yet. Master Jean frowned and asked, Who is still missing? Just then, Zhu Yichen entered through the doorway. I'm here. He flashed a meaningful smile. You may begin. Zhu Yichen took his seat behind Gu Jing. Gu Jing quietly asked, Zhu Yichen, are you all right? Zhu Yichen calmly replied, It's nothing. I took care of it. Holding a stack of exam papers, Master Jean announced, Next, I will distribute the examination papers. All disciples, please withdraw your guardian beasts. Upon receiving the papers, the students all clutched their heads and sighed nervously. Master Jean reminded them, if anyone is found using a guardian beast to cheat, their results will be invalidated. Gu Jing turned to Xiao Jio. Please wait outside for me. Don't go too far. If you're bored, you can go see Senior Sister Mu from the Immortal Kuan sect. Xiao Jio smiled sweetly. Don't worry, I'll wait for you outside. Then she placed 2 fingers against her lips and blew him a kiss. Good luck. Encouraged, Gu Jing was suddenly full of vigor. Mim, don't worry. Outside the examination room, butterflies fluttered through the air. Xiao Jio found a corner to sit in and leisurely admired the scenery. She sighed, It has been a long time since I felt this relaxed. 300 years have passed. The world truly has changed so much. I had worried that the people here would kill me for being a fox demon, but I never expected to live so harmoniously with Shang Xian and everyone else. This is the ideal world he wanted to create, isn't it? She closed her eyes and began to reminisce. Though some parts are still imperfect, it must be very close now. Shang Xian and Xiao Jio stood together as he spoke of his aspirations. We want to build a flourishing age in which all things coexist. Whether gods, immortals, shamans, demons, spirits, monsters, or humans, all may live together and enjoy peace. Xiao Jio voiced her concern. Shang Xian, gods, immortals, demons, and devils all have their own hierarchies. Although you are the human emperor, every race has different demands. Conflict will still arise. He tightly held Xiao Jio's hand to comfort her. Don't worry, the heavenly Tao seeks balance and harmony through moderation. I will certainly find a balance between them. Xiao Jio, just stay by my side and watch this flourishing age arrive. The imperial city will be wonderful then. All races will come to live there together, complementing and helping one another close without division. But not long afterward, the feudal lords used the pretext of purging evil from the emperor's side and restoring order to attack the imperial city, massacring the demon clan. Evil spirits ran rampant throughout the city, while demons and monsters poisoned the people. The sovereign had been bewitched by a great demon and was foolish and incompetent. Even the immortal clan, which had remained neutral, turned and joined forces with humanity to exterminate the demons. Shang Xian negotiated with the feudal lords, but achieved nothing. Left with no other choice, he took his own life. And I lost control and went mad because of Shang Xian's death. My final memories are terribly hazy. Towering flames swallowed everything. Thinking of this, tears fell from Xiao Jio's eyes. Nowadays, although the demon clan has become humanity's contracted demon beasts, sacrificing their freedom and path to cultivate further, it is still better than suffering extermination. If everyone in the world were willing to coexist peacefully like Feng Tian Academy. Shang Xian, if you could see this, you would surely be happy. Back in the examination room, Master Jean lifted his teapot and took a sip. Gu Jing was also bent over his exam paper. Fortunately, I know all these questions. I need to finish quickly and go find Xiao Jio. At that moment, Gu Jing glanced at the seat beside him and saw Zhu Yichen sleeping soundly. He called out to him, seriously, big brother, you're still sleeping. He glanced at Master Jean and, seeing that he was not paying attention, crumpled up a piece of scratch paper and tossed it at Zhu Yichen, waking him. Zhu Yichen woke up with a dark expression and anger in his eyes. Gu Jing quietly reminded Zhu Yichen, there isn't much time left. Hurry and write. You won't advance without passing grades. Zhu Yichen stretched and replied confidently, I know, there's plenty of time. Then he took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. He wrote even faster than he could fart. Gue Jing was stunned. That fast? Since when did Zhu Yiqin become so capable? After finishing, Zhu Yiqin put down his brush and happily picked up his paper to submit it. The other students looked on skeptically. He finished already? No way. Could it be that he didn't know how to answer? So he submitted a blank paper? Master Jean said, "No noise in the examination room. There is still half an hour left. Aren't you going to check your answers? Why the rush?" Zhu Yiqin shot back sharply. "You may not be in a rush, but I am. I still have a mission to complete." "What mission?" Zhu Yiqin answered sinisterly, "Killing people and stealing their demon beasts." Black energy surged from his entire body as he declared, "The exam is over. Now it is time for me to handle my real business." In a flash, he appeared in front of Gue Jing. Gue Jing panicked. "Zhu Yiqin." At that moment, Zhu Yiqin was brimming with murderous intent. He immediately threw a powerful punch into Gue Jing's chest, sending him flying into the wall and leaving a human-shaped dent. Gue Jing appeared to have been knocked unconscious. Outside the examination room, Xiao Jiu felt her heart suddenly pound. This energy, Gue Jing, is in danger. The other students fled the examination room in terror. Zhu Yiqin smiled wickedly. "Who gave you permission to leave?" As he spoke, violent black energy burst forth like a raging gale. The streams of black energy rushed toward the students in the examination room, draining their spiritual energy. They gradually closed in on Meng Meng as well. Yu Rong cried out in panic. "Watch out!" Zhu Yiqin stopped. Meng Meng slashed her hand through the black energy in front of her. "He isn't Zhu Yiqin. My cousin doesn't know this kind of cultivation art." More and more black energy attacked them. Meng Meng pressed both hands to the ground, raising a massive earthen shield that blocked the assault. Meng Meng said to Yu Rong, "It seems this black energy can't pass through the earthen shield. Let's go." "No, I have to save Lin Gue Jing." Yu Rong hid behind the earthen shield and poked his head out to look at Gue Jing. Gue Jing was still unconscious, lying motionless in a corner. Just as the black energy was about to harm the other students, a barrier blocked it. Master Jean had acted. Who dares cause trouble in an examination room? He channeled his spiritual power, lifted a huge boulder, and hurled it at Zhu Yiqin. Zhu Yiqin's gaze turned cold as he raised a hand to block it. Surging black energy easily blasted the boulder apart. Master Jean formed hand seals and chanted an incantation, summoning several stone spears that stabbed toward Zhu Yiqin. Zhu Yiqin merely extended one finger, black energy coiling around its tip, and effortlessly shattered Master Jin's stone spears. Yu Rong panicked. So even the earthen shield can't stop this black energy. The black energy raced toward Master Jean. He narrowed his eyes. Just as it was about to latch onto him and drain his spiritual power, Master Jean immediately summoned his mountain rhinoceros king. Zhu Yiqin merely curled his lips in disdain. The mountain rhinoceros king used its horn to block the demonic energy's invasion. The mountain rhinoceros king stomped its foot heavily on the ground. Master Jean said in astonishment, "How is this possible?" He actually withstood the mountain rhinoceros king's savage charge. That was equivalent to a heaven-shaking strike from 10,000 spirit rhinoceroses. Zhu Yiqin grinned sinisterly. "Your ox isn't bad. I'll take it." As he spoke, he released countless streams of black energy that latched onto the spirit rhinoceros. The beast roared in agony. Suddenly, a powerful blast of spiritual power descended from above and severed all the black energy. Master Jean asked in surprise, "Whose defensive barrier is this?" Xiao Jiu slowly descended. "This man's demonic power is extremely strong. Physical attacks are ineffective against him. Hurry and protect the others as they leave." Seeing Xiao Jiu appear, Zhu Yiqin smiled smugly. "Little fox, I was looking for you." Xiao Jiu looked around for Gue Jing. When she saw him unconscious in the corner, her eyes filled with fury. She immediately stomped the ground and shot into the air. Xiao Jiu extended her sharp claws and charged at Zhu Yiqin with overwhelming force, shouting, "You want to die." Zhu Yiqin swiftly unleashed black energy to counterattack. Each time it swept toward her, Xiao Jiu frowned and dodged. Then she stomped the ground and leapt high into the air. Zhu Yiqin clicked his tongue disdainfully and continued sending black energy after Xiao Jiu. Master Jean shouted a warning. "Be careful." Xiao Jiu glanced back as well. Zhu Yiqin thought smugly, walking right into the trap. But suddenly, Xiao Jiu vanished amid the raging black energy. Xiao Jiao had teleported to Meng Meng and Yu Rong's side. Yu Rong praised her. That teleportation move is incredible. You turned his own weapon against him. Zhu Yiqin snorted coldly and raised a finger, causing the black energy to change direction at once. Yu Rong poked his head out from behind the shield to look, then turned back in alarm. The black energy has turned around, Zhu Yiqin said smugly. If you dodge, it will pierce the two behind you. If you do not, just wait to be skewered. Meng Meng suggested, how about I count to 3, then we all dodge in different directions. Yu Rong panicked. No, what do we do? I do not want to die. Xiao Jiao said no. This black energy tracks spiritual bodies. No matter where you hide, it will find you. The reason it did not hurt you before was only because he was playing cat and mouse. Hide behind me. No matter what happens, do not move. I will protect you. As the black energy struck, Xiao Jiao formed a defensive shield with her spiritual power. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to withstand it as the black energy forced her steadily backward. Yu Rong asked emotionally, why are you saving us? I have always considered you my rival in love. Xiao Jiao replied, because you're Guijing's friends. If I saved only him and not you, how could I explain that to him? Yu Rong suddenly remembered, right? You are Guijing's guardian beast. If you're all right, that means he's not dead yet, right? Xiao Jiao answered, I gave the 7-orifice exquisite heart to Guijing. Our hearts and lives are bound together. I can still feel his heartbeat, but his breathing is very weak. I am afraid he may not hold on much longer. And I am in quite a predicament myself. Zhu Yiqin remarked, interesting. How very interesting. You are willingly serving as a target for me to drain of spiritual energy, all for these lowly humans. I thought capturing you would take some effort. Who knew I could simply drain away your spiritual power and capture you so easily? Xiao Jiao sighed. Unfortunately, I only have one tail left. Without the 7-orifice exquisite heart, my spiritual power has greatly diminished. At my peak, such petty tricks would not even be worth mentioning. Meng Meng thought for a moment before saying, no, if this continues, we will all be slaughtered like fish in a barrel. We have to find a way out. She immediately stepped forward. The black energy immediately rushed toward Meng Meng and surrounded her. Zhu Yiqin laughed gleefully. Try to run? None of you will escape today. The black energy rapidly condensed into a long form with a pair of blood-red, murderous eyes. A black serpent demon had taken shape. Zhu Yiqin ordered the black serpent demon to devour them. It opened its enormous maw, exposing razor-sharp fangs. Powerful black energy radiated from its entire body, and its aura terrified all 3 of them. Xiao Jiao instinctively called Guijing's name. At that moment, a sword pierced the black serpent demon's body, spraying blood everywhere. Xiao Jiao froze in shock. The clashing spiritual powers caused an explosion, filling the area with dust and smoke. Covering her nose, Xiao Jiao asked, Guijing, is that you? Guijing immediately answered, I am here. As the smoke cleared, he appeared with a great sword in hand. Xiao Jiao cried out joyfully, Guijing. Yu Rong cheered happily as well. It is Lin Guijing. He is all right. Both startled and delighted. Yu Rong asked, why has Lin Guijing's spiritual power suddenly become so strong? Lin Guijing stepped forward, and one black serpent demon was dissolved by his spiritual power. Zhu Yiqin smelled the pure spiritual power and said greedily, a scent I like. It has been a long time since I smelled spiritual power this pure, but it does not seem to match what my master said. Zhu Yiqin recalled Zhu Hongyu's earlier words. This Lin Guijing is just a useless weakling with feeble spiritual energy. You only need to take his guardian beast. Zhu Yiqin thought, but this brat's spiritual power seems stronger than Mu Qingdong and Xiaolan's combined. How should I deal with him? Lin Guijing came to Xiao Jiao's side and asked with concern, how are you? Are you hurt? Xiao Jiao anxiously reached out to touch his forehead. I saw this place bleeding earlier. Let me look. She was surprised. It is already healed. Yu Rong also came over, concerned for Lin Guijing. You scare me to death just now. I thought you were done for. But when did you break through? How did you become so powerful? Meng Meng trembled, somewhat doubtful. Why, you're still Lin Guijing, right? You're not like Zhu Yiqin, are you? Xiao Jiao turned and said firmly, Zhu Yiqin has definitely been possessed. I can sense 2 souls inside his body. Found me out, have you? Zhu Yiqin laughed scornfully. Well, you discovered it. That makes it difficult for you to act, does it not? After all, this body still belongs to him. If you attack me, he will be hurt too. But I have no such concerns. My master said that aside from the fox demon Xiao Jiao, The rest of you are worthless trash. Guijing hurriedly told them, go. He gathered an energy sphere in his left hand, then formed another in his right. Powerful spiritual energy surged from his body. Then he merged the two into one and spread his arms, casting a barrier. A barrier was formed. Xiaojio immediately understood his intention, not wanting to drag anyone else into this. Guijing had trapped himself and the enemy inside the barrier. Xiaojio immediately pushed off the ground and leapt toward the barrier. She sped forward at incredible speed and slipped inside at the very instant it closed. Xiaojio shouted Guijing's name. Startled, Guijing turned and asked, why did you come in? Xiaojio replied, I am your guardian beast. How could I be absent from a fight? Outside, Yurong anxiously called out, Lin Guijing. Meng Meng said, tell everyone to leave the trial grounds immediately. Notify the dean and the masters at once. Yurong hesitated, wanting to say something, but Meng Meng cut him off. Novats, if we want to save Lin Guijing and Xiaojio, we need reinforcements. After thinking briefly, Meng Meng loudly urged everyone to leave the trial ground at once. The two of them went to Master Jean. We will help you to the infirmary. I have already notified the dean. He will be here soon. Master Jean told them, go quickly. A stronger barrier will seal this place soon. If you wait any longer, you will not be able to get out. His gaze was resolute. Do not worry. I will stay here and protect my disciples. Meng Meng clasped her hands in salute. Take care, master. She immediately grabbed Yurong's hand and left. Yurong protested. Zhu Meng Meng, how can you be so cold-hearted? That is your cousin, Zhu Yichen, and Lin Guijing and Xiaojio are still in there. Meng Meng turned around angrily and demanded, do you have the ability to handle this situation? Can you heal Master Jean or fight against the possessed Zhu Yichen? Yurong stammered, I cannot, but at least I will not abandon them. Meng Meng continued, trying to make him understand. Protecting ourselves is the greatest responsibility we can bear for them right now. Have you not realized it yet? With Lin Guijing and Xiaojio's abilities, escaping and protecting themselves would be easy. Who do you think they're fighting so desperately for? Once we are safe, they and the dean can defeat the enemy without having to worry about us. As for my cousin, I trust the dean, and I trust his incredible luck. He will surely turn disaster into fortune. Zhu Yichen sneered. You want to trap a turtle in a jar? Unfortunately, you are the turtles. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed countless streams of black energy at the two of them. The smaller the space, the harder it will be for you to escape. Guijing pressed both hands to the ground and summoned ice. An ice wall slowly rose from the earth, rapidly growing into a towering shield that blocked Zhu Yichen's black energy. But before long, cracks began to spread through it. Then a hand made of black energy burst through the wall and reached for them. Fortunately, both of them dodged aside in time and avoided the blow. Zhu Yichen gritted his teeth furiously. Where do you think you're going? Wherever Guijing ran, the black energy followed. It attacked again and again, but Guijing blocked every strike. The two seemed to be playing a game of chase. Zhu Yichen mocked them. Look at your pathetic state. Like sewer rats, you can only survive in the cracks. Yet you still cannot change the outcome. Why not obediently stand still and let me devour you? Why struggle at death's door? Guijing glanced at Xiaojio, then turned and planted his feet firmly, his gaze resolute. It is not over yet. Mystic Ice Incantation. A circular wall of ice rose up, enclosing Zhu Yichen. Zhu Yichen looked at Guijing disdainfully. What use is wasting your spiritual power to make this paper-thin thing? He immediately launched a violent black energy assault. Yet none of the attacks could break the ice wall. He roared in fury. How is this possible? Xiaojio stood outside, channeling her spiritual power into the ice wall. Because my spiritual power is supporting it. This ice is no longer mere ice. It is an impregnable wall of steel. Guijing, this ice cannot hold him for long. It is too dangerous for you to spend so much spiritual power. Leave this to me. Go find that old dean and get help. Guijing replied, I am fine. He came for you, so I have to protect you. Besides, Zhu Yichen is my friend. I have a way to save him. Xiaojio asked in surprise. You have a way? His spiritual energy is black, and his 5-element affinity is water, though it may also be evil energy. I was not certain before, but when he released that serpent, I confirmed that he is definitely water-aligned. No matter how powerful his black spiritual energy is, it must have a weakness. With that, Guijing immediately poured his spiritual power into the ice wall. Xiao Jiao could not help exclaiming, "This is the aura of mystic ice." Did Lin Guijing produce this himself? Suddenly, something strange happened to Guijing's heart. Xiao Jiao sensed it at once and thought, how can this be? I clearly gave my heart to Guijing, so why can I still feel a powerful heartbeat in my chest? And with every beat, I can feel a warm force continuously circulating through my body. Zhu Yiqin frantically controlled the black energy to attack the ice wall. Just as Guijing had anticipated, his body was being frozen by the frost, greatly weakening his dark power. Damn it, it is so cold. Let me out. Even the streams of black energy were frozen rigid by the chill. Unable to move, they shattered into countless fragments. Zhu Yiqin's entire body was frozen, his face filled with resentment and unwillingness. Guijing turned to Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao, try using the soul-seizing art. If I am right, perhaps you can separate the other soul from him. It is the best way I can think of to avoid hurting Zhu Yiqin. Xiao Jiao hesitated. The soul-seizing art is an advanced technique. At my peak, it would naturally be no problem, but I only have one tail now. I am afraid I cannot do it. Guijing was startled. One tail? Could Xiao Jiao truly be a fox demon, the 9-tailed fox demon from my dream? If she recovers to her peak with 9 tails, would she still be willing to remain my guardian beast? Thinking of this, he asked, to use the soul-seizing art, do you need to recover all 9 tails? Xiao Jiao replied, at least 2. Suddenly, there was movement from the ice wall. Guijing was alarmed. Xiao Jiao, do you sense something strange inside? Xiao Jiao seemed to notice it too. At that moment, black energy filled her vision, and she screamed in panic, Guijing! Caught off guard, Guijing was struck by Zhu Yiqin's black energy. It was a surprise attack. Zhu Yiqin attacked Lin Guijing right before Xiao Jiao's eyes. Xiao Jiao reached out, trying to catch Lin Guijing, but she could not reach him. At that moment, Zhu Yiqin's guardian beast suddenly appeared behind her. With a vicious expression, Zhu Yiqin and his ugly guardian beast charged at Xiao Jiao. They struck directly at her, even shattering the ice in front of her. Fortunately, she leapt up in time to avoid the attack, then landed on the ground. At that moment, Zhu Yiqin suddenly appeared behind her, his face like that of a demon. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Jiao hurriedly tried to evade him, but failed. Zhu Yiqin stretched out his skeletal hands, seized Xiao Jiao by the throat, and lifted her into the air. Outside, Master Jean and his guardian beast stood firm. Old man, today we absolutely cannot let this beast leave this room. As soon as he spoke, a spatial formation appeared in the air. The one who arrived was Dean Hu, here to handle this disturbance. Dean Hu descended and stood beside Master Jean. I have set up 3 layers of defensive barriers around the trial grounds. I have also notified Feng Tian Academy, Sea Blue Academy, and Nether Valley not to approach this place. Then he asked, what is the current situation? Master Jean immediately reported, this demon has taken over Zhu Yiqin's body and intends to seize Lin Guijing's guardian beast, Xiao Jiao. I am afraid Lin Guijing has already come to harm. Upon hearing that Lin Guijing was in danger, Dean Hu was immediately worried. That child. Inside, Xiao Jiao was still struggling desperately against Zhu Yiqin, completely unable to resist. She tried to break free from his grip, but he mocked her. You are weaker than I expected. Zhu Yiqin tightened his grip around her throat. Leaning close, he said, my master can make you stronger. What is so good about these weak humans? What right do they have to command demonesses? Baring his fangs and glaring with blood-red eyes, he told Xiao Jiao, come with me. We will rebuild a world where demons reign supreme. At that moment, Lin Guijing regained consciousness in time. She will not go with anyone. Zhu Yiqin immediately turned to look at him. You are such a nuisance. Why is a useless fool like you still not dead? Lin Guijing glared at him and repeated, I said, let her go. She will not go with anyone. Hearing Lin Guijing's words, Zhu Yiqin released Xiao Jiao and let her fall straight down. How can this be? That full-force attack of mine should have damaged all 5 of your internal organs. Why do you still have such powerful spiritual energy? Lin Guijing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. That may be true true for ordinary people, but thanks to you, that impact opened the last few blocked meridians in my body. He extended his fair hand and attacked the creature's guardian beast. Though he had just coughed up blood, his entire body now felt indescribably refreshed. Struck by Lin Guijing's palm, the guardian beast immediately became dazed. Outside the barrier, Lin Guijing's spiritual power continued to surge. Seeing it, Master Jean was overjoyed. Dean, look, Lin Guijing's spiritual power has reached the nascent soul stage. That child has entered the nascent soul stage. Inside the barrier, Lin Guijing continued attacking Zhu Yichen's guardian beast with the ice spike incantation. Countless sharp ice spikes instantly formed across its body, sending it into a frenzy of pain. Zhu Yichen was also affected by Lin Guijing's attack and was in too much pain to speak. Instinctively, one retreats when injured, and he was no exception. His beloved tail vanished immediately as well. Xiaojia was quick to react. She grabbed his leg with one hand, giving him no chance to escape. Looking at his miserable state, she smiled. At that moment, another tail grew from Xiaojia. She looked at him coldly and asked, "Where do you think you are going?" Zhu Yichen was drenched in sweat, but he still refused to give up. Xiaojia placed a hand on his head and cast the soul-seizing art, drawing the evil soul out of Zhu Yichen's body. A black shadow immediately flew out of him. It opened its mouth wide and screamed in utter terror. Lin Guijing quickly rushed to Xiaojio's side and helped Zhu Yichen completely break free from that black shadow. As it was about to be completely absorbed and vanish, it still struggled to say its final words to Xiaojia. "Come with me. My master has what you want. The human emperor of this world has long since been overthrown. The demon king will rule the world." Before finishing it off completely, Xiaojia replied, "Tell your master that I do not care who rules this world, but anyone who dares lay a hand on Lin Guijing or Feng Tian Academy will be shown no mercy." After the black shadow was crushed, its remaining spiritual power completely dissipated as well. The battle was over. Lin Guijing immediately turned to Xiaojia and asked Xiaojia. At the same time, they both said, "Are you all right?" After asking, they looked at each other, smiled, and burst into laughter. Lin Guijing happily looked at her tail. "Xiaojia, you have 2 tails now." She had not expected a new tail to grow either. "Yes, I never expected to advance at the same time as you. I thought that without the 7-orifice exquisite heart, I could no longer cultivate or advance." Lin Guijing gently stroked her head. "Don't worry, I will definitely keep improving and help you recover as soon as possible." As he spoke, he paused, recalling what he had seen in his dream. Seeing him suddenly fall silent, Xiaojia called out in confusion, "Guijing." He immediately smiled and changed the subject. It's nothing. I said I would protect you." Xiaojia seemed to understand what he was thinking. She stepped forward, placed a hand on his face, and said sincerely, "Guijing, our hearts and lives are bound together. I know what worries you." Before she could finish, Dean, who approached with a hearty laugh and interrupted them. "Lin Guijing, Xiaojia, you succeeded." Master Jean was overjoyed as well, repeatedly patting Lin Guijing on the back until his face went pale. "As expected of my Feng Tian disciple, to break through to the nascent soul stage in such a short time and save Feng Tian from this crisis, you are truly extraordinary." Lin Guijing humbly said to them, "Dean, Master Jean, I was merely fortunate enough to defeat the enemy. Unfortunately, I was unable to discover its identity." Dean, who did not reply directly. One look was enough for him to guess who was behind it. So he said to Master Jean, "This person used a forbidden art, and the demonic beast he employed was one of the sealed ferocious beasts." Master Jean worried that this was no coincidence. He immediately suggested informing Sea Blue Academy in Nether Valley to discuss whether the Immortal Sect assembly should be suspended, so everyone could return to their academies and prepare for any danger. That meant Sea Blue Academy in Nether Valley might also be at risk. Dean, who replied gravely, "If this force is seeking spirit beast treasures, then the land of treasure hordes will suffer calamity. They will use the opportunity to infiltrate Sea Blue Academy in Nether Valley as well." Hearing this, Master Jean gradually understood. "I understand. I will go at once." After he left, Dean, who carefully instructed Lin Guijing and Xiaojia, "Before we fully investigate this matter, do not tell anyone about the confrontation just now." "Yes, Dean." Lin Guijing hurriedly asked him to examine Zhu Yichen. Dean, please see how Zhu Yichen is doing. Dean, who stepped forward and sent a stream of azure light into Zhu Yichen's body, then closed his eyes to examine his internal condition. After a while, he took out a medicine bottle, poured out a pill, and had Zhu Yichen take it. After he took the medicine, Dean, who continued sending azure light into his body. Once he had finished, Dean, who said to Lin Guijing, this child's natural constitution was ordinary to begin with. After such torment, many of his meridians have been severed. Fortunately, his primary meridians are unharmed. Have him take the life-restoring pill and recuperate for over a month, and he will be fine. Hearing this, Lin Guijing quickly clasped his hands in thanks. On Zhu Yichen's behalf, I thank you, Dean. It is nothing. Zhu Yichen will surely be grateful to you when he learns what happened. Recalling what had happened, Dean, who is still furious. That person is truly despicable, using such vicious methods. He knew he would hesitate to harm Zhu Yichen's body and would not dare strike with full force. Dean, you said the mysterious person used a forbidden art, and even the demonic beast was a sealed, ferocious beast. Could he do something like this again? Lin Guijing said firmly, we cannot simply sit and wait for death. We must find the mastermind behind this. Dean, who closed his eyes and said worriedly, I did not wish to discuss this with you, but given the current situation, I fear this world is on the verge of great chaos. And it seems that the two of you have already been swept into it. Hearing this, both of them grew deeply concerned, afraid that they themselves had brought trouble upon the world. Lin Guijing immediately stepped forward and assured him, Dean, if this was caused by me, I will never allow Feng Tian Academy to be implicated. Dean, who raised a hand to stop him. You do not be hasty. I fear no one in the world can remain uninvolved in this matter. With a grave expression and a heavy tone, he said, the appearance of the Serpent King today leaves only one possibility. The imperial family has met with trouble. The next day, at Feng Tian Academy, the sky was as clear as ever. In Zhu Yichen's recovery room, he was astonished after hearing Yu Rong recount everything that had happened yesterday. Really? Yu Rong nodded. Really? Then Yu Rong described Zhu Yichen's actions and state from yesterday. You suddenly stood up and said you wanted to kill people and seize their beasts. Just hearing the beginning made his face turn pale. So it really happened. Afraid that her cousin would not believe it, Meng Meng chimed in, it's true. Your combat power suddenly soared, and no one could defeat you. Hearing the praise, Zhu Yichen immediately accepted it. That part is definitely true. The moment he said that, the expressions of the two girls sharpened, and they both glared at him. They immediately drew their weapons and pressed him for answers. So you admit you harmed your fellow disciples? Under the pressure of the two girls, Zhu Yichen broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly denied it. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Lin Guijing, who stood nearby, added, Zhu Yichen, tell us honestly what you know. Otherwise, your crime will be grave indeed. Afraid he might accidentally reveal their secret, Xiao Jiao turned and reminded him, didn't the old dean say that no one else could know about this? With these two girls here, how are we supposed to investigate? Lin Guijing smiled somewhat slyly. Given Yu Rong and Zhu Mingming's personalities, once they have suffered a loss, they will certainly demand repayment. Let them interrogate him first. We can sit back and benefit from it. At this moment, the two girls were still doing everything they could to pry information out of Zhu Yichen. Lin Guijing stood to the side and continued confidently. If Zhu Yichen lets something slip, we can always find an excuse. Isn't that kid full of tricks? Perhaps after his meridians were cleared, his mind became much sharper too. Zhu Yichen could no longer endure their interrogation. He removed the protective talisman from his body and began recounting what happened. I truly do not know. I only vaguely remember having a stomachache that day. After I used the latrine and came out, my Pichio suddenly ran in a certain direction. I hurried after it. When I arrived, I found a bag buried in the ground. I picked it up and saw that it contained a bag of top-grade spirit stones. Before I could even enjoy my luck, a strange voice came from the tree, saying that it had buried the bag of spirit stones there. Before I could react, it suddenly rushed at me and entered my mouth. After that, I remember nothing. I did not know what disgusting thing crawled into my stomach. After that, I knew nothing at all. When I woke up, all of you were already there. Hearing this, Yu Rong and Meng Meng exchanged worried looks. Lin Guijing approached Zhu Yichen and asked directly, you were controlled by that strange force and did so many things. Did you not feel anything at all? Zhu Yichen shook his head and answered decisively, I don't know. At that moment, Yu Rong noticed that his demonic beast was missing and asked, "Where is the Pishio?" Zhu Yichen sensed through his mind, "My consciousness is connected to my guardian beast. It seems to have been frightened and is hiding in its spirit space, refusing to come out." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Rong struck him hard with a Buddha's palm. "If the Zhu family's inherited guardian beast is lost in your hands, you could sell off everything you own and still never compensate for it." Hearing Zhu Yichen's account, Xiao Jiao was puzzled as well. Judging from what happened when Zhu Yichen was possessed, it only absorbed the spiritual power of people and demonic beasts. Why, after taking over Zhu Yichen's body, did it not harm his beast? Lin Guijing immediately explained, "That is a Pishio, a spirit beast that seeks treasures. After that demon completed its task, it must have intended to take the Pishio back to report to its master." After explaining it to Xiao Jiao, he felt troubled again. "But we have gained no useful information from Zhu Yichen. How are we supposed to investigate this?" He recalled what the dean had told him, and Xiao Jiao, "I do not want to drag too many people into this. Once Zhu Yichen wakes up, we can ask about the situation and see whether there are any clues." Then he looked at Xiao Jiao and asked, "Xiao Jiao, do you know of anything without a physical form that can possess another person's body?" Xiao Jiao thought for a moment and shared what she knew. "In my time, I heard that there was a mysterious sect in the distant West that possessed such a method. This sect was extremely secretive. Its disciples had to undergo 6 rounds of selection. Whether they were selected or not, none of those disciples were ever heard from again. It is said that the sect possesses a spell that allows one to shed the mortal body, become formless, and borrow the bodies of others to act." After hearing Xiao Jiao, Meng Meng felt they had found a lead, but it was far too vague. The distant West. Feng Tian Academy is located in the east of the 9 provinces. The western region is far too vast. Then she turned toward her troublesome cousin and knocked him on the head again. "Hey, think carefully. Was there anything else suspicious about that black shadow?" Having been struck again, Zhu Yichen angrily turned around and snapped, "Hey, Zhu Meng Meng, if you knock my head again, I'll tell second uncle." In the face of his empty threat, Meng Meng gave him a terrifying look. "Zhu Yichen, if you are not my cousin, do you think I would care about you? An idiot like you, who lets others manipulate him, would be thrown into the imperial prison. Then let us see whether anyone in the Zhu family can save you." Frightened out of his wits, Zhu Yichen's mind suddenly began working again. I'm thinking. I remember now." Hearing that, all 4 of them listened intently. "What is it?" To their surprise, he slowly uttered, "I'm hungry." Meng Meng and Yu Rong froze upon hearing this. Their anger finally reached its peak. Afraid of being eaten alive, Zhu Yichen hurriedly explained, "I mean, during the time my body was possessed, I was especially hungry. It felt as though I had slept for a very long time, but in my dreams, I could feel that I was starving." Lin Guijing hurriedly asked, "Then did you want to eat anything?" I'm certain I had never eaten it before, but I could clearly feel that I wanted to eat 5 flesh pills. When Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiao heard those 3 words, they looked bewildered. 5 flesh pills. Yu Rong leaned closer and asked curiously, "What are those? Are they tasty?" Meng Meng was the only person there who became frightened at the name. "Are you sure it was 5 flesh pills?" Yu Rong hurriedly turned to Meng Meng. "Do you know something? If I am not mistaken, 5 flesh pills are refined from the flesh, blood, organs, and brains of 5 types of demonic beasts, mixed with wine and medicinal herbs." After hearing Meng Meng's explanation, Zhu Yichen immediately felt like vomiting. Yu Rong recoiled in fear as well. Lin Guijing asked, "How do you know that?" Meng Meng told them, "Classes are usually too boring, so I read books in my spare time. I have read 90% of the books in Feng Tian Academy's library pavilion. I once saw a description of this pill in a book called Strange Tales of Foreign Realms. The stronger the demonic beasts used as ingredients, the greater the pill's power. This pill can regenerate tendons and bones, prolong life, and increase spiritual energy. It is said that cultivators suffer greatly when advancing if they can consume a demonic beast carrying an ancient bloodline." At this, she glanced at Xiao Jiao, that they can break through their realm and ascend. After hearing Meng Meng say this, Yu Rong could no longer remain standing and collapsed onto the bed. Zhu Yichen's expression darkened as well. At that moment, Xiao Jiao remembered what that person had told her yesterday. "You are much weaker than I expected. Come with me. Together, we will rebuild a world where demons reign supreme." Thinking of this, she felt a little afraid. Lin Guijing immediately noticed and placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't be afraid. I won't let anyone hurt you. Then he turned to Meng Meng and asked, Zhu Meng Meng, does the book say who created this kind of pill or where it is made? It doesn't. It only mentions that it is an unusual formula from the distant western lands. Having gained no useful information, Lin Guijing looked somewhat disappointed. Again, the West. He turned to everyone and said, Dean, who instructed us not to tell anyone about what happened at the trial grounds yesterday. We must not tell anyone about what we discussed today either, lest we alert the enemy. Yurong was already extremely panicked. Will they come back? Yurong gradually lost control and shouted, Are we supposed to simply sit here and wait to die? Will it be like yesterday, when they suddenly become someone beside us and begin seizing things? After saying that, Yurong abruptly stood and ran outside. Lin Guijing hurriedly called out, Yurong. He reached out to block Yurong's path. Where are you going? I'm going to find the dean. Yurong shouted at him. Something this serious must be reported to the human emperor. Otherwise, the world will descend into chaos. Lin Guijing grabbed Yurong's shoulders. Calm down. This cannot be reported to the imperial family yet. Yurong struggled to break free and shouted, Get out of my way, coward. At that moment, Xiao Jiu appeared behind Yurong and struck a pressure point, knocking Yurong unconscious. Lin Guijing quickly caught Yurong and carried him back to the bed. Xiao Jiu immediately stepped forward, touched Yurong's forehead, and drew something out. After extracting it, she said to the others, This child is too worried, and the liver yang has risen excessively. I have removed part of his anxiety. After a good sleep, he will recover. Meng Meng agreed with Yurong's view at this point, saying seriously, But Yurong is right. We cannot sit and wait for death. Lin Guijing hurriedly reassured her. Of course not. The best defense is a proactive attack. Stay here and look after Ichin and Yurong for now. Leave the rest to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed someone standing behind the door. Someone's there. Lin Guijing immediately pursued the mysterious person. Stop! He leaped up and rushed out through the door. Xiao Jiu quickly followed him. Guijing. The mysterious person leaped onto a tree branch and drifted away lightly. The two of them hurried after him. Xiao Jiu warned him anxiously. Guijing, we cannot pursue too deeply. Be careful of a trap. After running some distance, the person suddenly stopped. The two of them stopped behind him as well. He stopped. The man abruptly turned around to face Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiu. Then he removed the hood from his head and said to Lin Guijing, It has been a long time, Lin Guijing. Lin Guijing asked, Who are you? I do not think I have ever met you. Xiao Jiu stared at him in alarm, thinking, Why does this person make me feel such immense danger? He smiled. When I met you, you were still a child. It is only natural that you do not remember me. Hearing this, Lin Guijing asked, Did you know my parents? Only then did Xiao Jiu realize that he had never mentioned his parents before. That is right. Guijing had never spoken of them. Could he be an orphan? The man looked somewhat sorrowful. I met them. They were both very admirable people. Hearing this, Lin Guijing's hands and feet trembled with his longing to know more about them. He asked the man, What do they look like? The mysterious man took something from his robe and said, Many people say that you look very much like your mother. He held the object out to Lin Guijing. If you wish to see them, perhaps you can see them here. Lin Guijing walked toward the strange object without hesitation. Sensing danger, Xiao Jiu immediately stopped him. Guijing, be careful. Don't go over there. She shouted at the man. Empty words prove nothing. I could just as easily say I've met your ancestors. Who exactly are you? He did not answer. Instead, he suddenly smiled at her. Seeing that he would not respond, Xiao Jiu immediately gathered spiritual energy. She launched an attack directly at him. You scoundrel, D. Faced with Xiao Jiu's attack, the mysterious man simply stood there in silence, showing no fear. The moment her attack struck him, he vanished. It had only been a clone. Before leaving, the man tossed him a scroll. I'll leave this with you. I'll come back for you soon. He looked earnestly at Xiao Jiu and said, Protect this child well. I'm counting on you. With that, he disappeared completely. Lin Guijing stepped forward and picked up the scroll. He held it in his hand and casually opened it without any fear. Xiao Jiu hurriedly tried to stop him. Don't open it. But Lin Guijing did not listen and opened the scroll at once. Looking inside, he showed a startled expression. It was just a blank sheet of paper, without a single word or even a single line drawn on it. The two of them were stunned. They carefully examined the paper again, but it was still the same. It remained completely blank. Why is it blank? Seeing the white paper, Xiaoju knew there was no immediate danger, but Lin Guijing's recklessness still frightened her and made her furious. Are you stupid? You opened it without thinking. What if there had been a formation talisman hidden inside, or concealed weapons, or poison? Lin Guijing tried to explain. When I picked it up, I checked it with my inner energy first. I only opened it after confirming it wasn't dangerous. But that did nothing to calm Xiao Zhou's anger. He said he knew your parents, and you believed him? Those shady, mysterious people are the best at pretending to be harmless before revealing their claws. What if you end up becoming the next Zhu Mai's hen? Seeing Xiao Zhou so angry on his behalf, Lin Guijing was secretly delighted. You care about me? Xiao Zhou's face turned bright red. Of course I care about you. Our hearts and lives are bound together. She kept punching his chest as she spoke. I don't want to be captured and turned into some five-flesh emperor because of your stupidity. Seeing how worried Xiao Zhou was, he held her hand tightly and promised, I told you, I won't let anyone hurt you. I really was careless this time, but I wanted so badly to know who my parents are. Hearing this, Xiao Zhou felt a little sad for Guijing. But 3 seconds later, Lin Guijing smiled again. It's all right. Even without them, I've grown up healthy. I became a disciple of Feng Tian Academy, and I even have a top-tier guardian beast. I'm already very content. Hearing this, Xiao Zhou promised him, don't worry. No matter how long it takes, I'll help you find your parents. Then she pointed at the scroll and asked, what are you going to do next? Lin Guijing looked at it. Let's go find senior sister Mu. On their way back to find Mu Qingtong, a torrential rain suddenly began to fall. They picked a banana leaf together to shield themselves from the rain, then ran all the way to the council chamber where Mu Qingtong was staying. By the time they arrived, Xiao Zhou was soaked to the bone. She alluringly brushed the water droplets from her body. At the sight, Lin Guijing's cheeks instantly flushed red. Seeing him stare at her, Xiao Zhou asked, what is it? Is there something on my face? Lin Guijing awkwardly scratched his head and hurriedly replied, nothing, nothing. Let's go in. He pushed open the council chamber door. A dazzling golden light suddenly shone out. Inside, 2 young women were changing clothes, completely uncovered. Both of them stared blankly toward the doorway. Lin Guijing's face stiffened, turning as red as if he had drunk several gallons of strong liquor. In less than 3 seconds, his nose began spraying blood like the rainstorm outside. A short while later, Lin Guijing and Xiao Zhou sat outside the chamber. Seeing his miserable state, Xiao Zhou could not help laughing. Both of Lin Guijing's eyes were blackened, the price of peeping at other people's girls. Countless killing intents shot toward him, and everyone's expressions were tense. Halan could not help asking, what are you doing in the council chamber? Lin Guijing instead asked the 2 women a question. May I ask, senior sisters, do you know what happened to the martial arena yesterday? Halan answered with a trace of mockery. We know you settled the disaster. Did you come here to claim credit? After confirming it, Lin Guijing placed the scroll on the table and said, we just encountered a mysterious man. He left this scroll behind before leaving. I suspect he may be connected to what happened at the martial arena, so I came specifically to seek your advice. Upon hearing this, the 2 women exchanged a glance. A scroll? Then Lin Guijing picked it up and opened it for them to see. Seeing that there was nothing inside, Halan became angry. Are you making fun of me? There's nothing on it. Afraid of getting kicked again, Lin Guijing backed away. It's precisely because this scroll is so strange that I came to ask you, senior sisters. Mu Qingtong asked him, describe this mysterious man. What did he say? Lin Guijing rested his chin on his hand and tried to recall. He looked to be in his 40s and wore a black robe. He said he was leaving the scroll behind and that he would come looking for me again. Xiao Zhou, who was sitting beside him, added, that person was merely a clone. The original's cultivation may be at the Divine Emperor realm. The 2 women were greatly shocked at Xiao Zhou's words. A divine emperor? Among the spiritual path divine emperors and martial path divine emperors of the 9 provinces, there are only 3. Are you sure he is one of them? Xiao Zhou replied, I don't know him. I only know that his clone's aura was at the void refinement realm. That means his true body must be at least at the divine emperor realm. The more Halan heard, the more worried she became. Senior sister Mu, The three divine emperor figures of the 9 provinces are all members of the imperial family. Could this matter be related to the imperial family? Mu Qingtong was equally concerned. Closing her eyes, she said, "Junior sister Halan, you will train Gui Jing for 10 days. I want him to master combat skills." Halan looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Furiously pointing at Lin Gui Jing, she refused. "Why? You just saw everything. I'd love nothing more than to skin him alive, and you still want me to train him?" Mu Qingtong turned away and said, "Although I wasn't at the martial arena at the time, I investigated the site afterward. The enemy's strength was not much weaker than mine. If those two were to appear at Feng Tian Academy at the same time, the outcome would not be optimistic." Even after Mu Qingtong put it that way, Halan still could not accept it. Mu Qingtong continued, "The enemy is hidden while we are exposed. Lin Guijing lacks real combat experience. He cannot rely on luck to win every time." Mu Qingtong looked at Halan and said fairly, "We came back soaked from the rain and changed clothes without locking the door. Lin Guijing had no way of knowing, so he cannot be blamed." Having been defended by senior sister Mu, Lin Guijing quickly chimed in happily, "Thank you for understanding, senior sister Mu. I truly didn't do it on purpose." Before he could finish a third sentence, Halan shot him a meaningful, blade-sharp glare. Then she turned to Mu Qingtong. "Senior sister, the Returning to Truth Institute has disciples above the nascent soul stage, even deity transformation cultivators. Why must it be me who trains him?" Mu Qingtong spoke firmly. "Halan, those who accomplish great things do not concern themselves with minor details. You heard what Lin Guijing said. That mysterious man is only interested in Lin Guijing. Training him is not only to protect him, but also to protect Feng Tian Academy's precious treasure." Hearing Mu Qingtong mention her, Xiao Jiu gratefully said, "You have gone to such trouble to preserve the old dean's life's work. Thank you." After hearing Mu Qingtong out, Halan finally agreed to teach Lin Guijing. "Fine, let him undergo some training." Then she turned to Lin Guijing with an extremely friendly look. "In that case, let's begin." Lin Guijing looked at senior sister Halan, his face turning pale. He stammered, Senior sister Ha, please go easy on me." As soon as he finished speaking, the two went off to train. The sky was bright and clear, but somewhere, someone was so drenched by the rain in his heart that he was soaked all over. Halan charged at him aggressively. "Block it! Block it!" Lin Guijing struggled with all his might to withstand her attacks, his arms and legs trembling. Seeing how weak he was, she said, "Are your legs weak, or are your arms broken? Either way, it has nothing to do with me." Halan continued mercilessly attacking Lin Guijing. "Block it!" Nearby, 2 people leisurely drank tea. Watching them, the maid pouring tea said nervously, "It's my first time seeing senior sister Halan this fierce. She really seems to be treating junior brother Lin as an enemy." The maid worriedly asked Mu Qingtong, "Senior sister Mu, is this kind of training really all right?" Mu Qingtong replied, "Special training should look like special training." Watching Lin Guijing train, she turned to Xiao Jiu in confusion. From the looks of it, although his cultivation advances rapidly, his techniques and moves are rather ordinary. Does he usually train diligently? When Mu Qingtong mentioned diligent training, Xiao Jiu told her about the academy's usual coursework. "Don't you know how strict your academy is? You have to read so many books every day, take exams today, and undergo trials tomorrow. Guijing reads every day and barely even has time to eat or sleep. I'm bored to death just watching him." After hearing Xiao Jiu, Mu Qingtong became even more puzzled. Oh, if no one trained him, how could a bookworm repeatedly defeat opponents with higher cultivation than his own, and even make a name for himself at the Immortal Sect Assembly? As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something. Ah, that's right. Didn't Lin Guijing even defeat Halan? Hearing the two mention him, Lin Guijing glanced over. Xiao Jiu looked at Mu Qingtong and replied, "Maybe it's what you people call talent." Halan, who was fighting him, immediately flew into a rage when Xiao Jiu said Lin Guijing was talented. Talent. She gathered a powerful force in her palm, then decisively struck at Lin Guijing. Thunder Palm. Caught off guard by the attack, Lin Guijing was terrified out of his wits. He hurriedly leaped aside, narrowly escaping death. The tea-pouring maid stared at the fight in astonishment. Holding her teacup, Mu Qingtong reminded the maid, "What are you standing there for? Pour the tea." The battle continued fiercely. Halan showed no mercy as she attacked Lin Guijing again and again. At this point, Lin Guijing could only keep running to avoid her strikes. "Senior sister, huh? We can talk this out." After running for a while, he stopped and unleashed a counterattack. Mysterious ice pillar. A massive block of ice immediately appeared before him, blocking Halan as she pursued him. Then he circled around the ice block, already preparing his ultimate counterattack in his hand. Lin Guijing frowned as he looked towards senior sister Halan. At that moment, Halan also leaped toward him to attack. Both of them unleashed their strongest palm strikes at the same time. As they clashed fiercely with neither side victorious, Lin Guijing suddenly appeared behind Halan and launched a surprise attack. But Halan was not so easily caught off guard. She hastily turned and counterattacked. Just as the two were about to beat each other black and blue, Mu Qingtong stopped them in time. Enough! The two immediately ceased attacking. Holding her teacup, Mu Qingtong said, "It seems Lin Guijing can skip basic training." The moment senior sister Mu told them to stop, Lin Guijing immediately clasped his hands and thanked Halan. "Thank you for going easy on me, senior sister Ha." Suddenly, Mu Qingtong frowned at the two of them. "Right, the repairs for the council chamber will be split evenly between you two." Both of them froze at her words. "What?" One would have thought they would share the cost, but Halan immediately dumped the entire expense on Lin Guijing. "Was I the one who damaged it? Lin Guijing can pay my share too." Hearing that, Lin Guijing could only accept it with a pained expression, not daring to utter a word. At that moment, Mu Qingtong walked over and told Xiaojio, "You should prepare as well. Tomorrow, I'll take you somewhere else to cultivate." Xiaojio was somewhat surprised. "Oh, I'm going too." Halan and Lin Guijing, who were nearby, were just as curious. "Where are we going?" Mu Qingtong told them, Feng Tian Academy's forbidden ground, the Immortal Forest Sword Tomb. The next day, they set out for that place. Along the way, Mu Qingtong explained some things to them. Feng Tian Academy's Immortal Forest Secret Realm has 3 areas. An open area for disciples to undergo trials, a restricted area that can only be entered with permission, and beyond that, an absolute forbidden ground, the Immortal Forest Sword Tomb. It rarely opens, and only opens for 7 days during the once-in-a-decade sword sacrifice ceremony. The person accompanying Mu Qingtong took the chance to boast about her achievements. The last opening was 3 years ago, during Feng Tian Academy's 1600th sword sacrifice ceremony. Senior sister Mu remained alone in the sword tomb for 7 days and returned with ancient weapons, the twin sword Shadow Bearer and Homeward Oblivion. Before allowing them to enter, Mu Qingtong turned back to remind them, "I obtained a special order from the dean permitting you to enter the forbidden ground for training. You have 7 days. However, this is not the sword sacrifice ceremony, so you must find the entrance to the sword tomb yourselves. If you have not found it after 7 days, you must return here." Understood. Lin Guijing understood, but still had one question. "Is senior sister Halan coming with us too?" Mu Qingtong explained, Halan participated in the sword sacrifice ceremony 3 years ago, so she knows something about the conditions inside and the entrance to the sword tomb. Strategically, she can provide some assurance. Halan still had not forgotten what happened yesterday and turned back to threaten him. "If 2 days from now you start crying and begging me to take you back, don't blame me for leaving you behind and entering the sword tomb alone." Before they entered, the person beside Mu Qingtong handed Halan something. "These are pills and emergency supplies I prepared for you. Be careful. If you face a life or death crisis, this pouch of teleportation talismans can send you directly out of the forbidden ground and back here." Halan took the pouch and said, "We're leaving." Suddenly, a group of people rushed over at astonishing speed. "Wait!" Yurong stood in front of Halan, panting heavily. "Wait for us," he said seriously. "We want to go with Guijing too." Mu Qingtong asked him, "How did you find out?" Yurong did not answer the question. Instead, he said, "Lin Guijing and we are all disciples of the same class at the Returning to Truth Institute. Why is he the only one allowed to train in the Forbidden Ground? We want to go too." The young man beside Mu Qingtong hesitated. "You all." But Mu Qingtong agreed to let them join. Fine. Then Mu Qingtong took out a written waiver and and showed it to them. Sign this. You are entering the forbidden ground voluntarily for training. Life and death are determined by fate, and Feng Tian Academy bears no responsibility. Press your fingerprints on it, and you may enter. Yurong immediately agreed without hesitation. All right, but not far behind him, someone who was usually full of boasts had now turned pale with fear. I am the legitimate heir of the Zhu family. Mingming knew her older brother all too well. After she said just a few words, he immediately agreed. I heard there are treasures in the forbidden ground, and peerless divine weapons in the sword tomb. Phoenix. Then all three of them signed the waiver. Once they had done so, Lin Guijing said excitedly, "Let's go." And so, one by one, they stepped through the teleportation gate. The young man outside watched them with some concern. Will they really be all right? Mu Qingtong smiled at him. One tree does not make a forest. Many trees together make a mountain. Then she recalled the events of yesterday. As Mu Qingtong passed Yurong, she had deliberately said, "Go back to the council chamber first. I'm going to see the dean and obtain a special order for Lin Guijing to enter the immortal forest secret realm." The moment Yurong heard Lin Guijing's name, he took notice. The scene shifted to the dean's chamber. He handed Mu Qingtong a key and said, "The immortal forest sword tomb is filled with danger. Although Lin Guijing has broken through to the nascent soul stage and has a Xiao Jiu protecting him, we still cannot afford to be careless." Mu Qingtong accepted the key. "Rest assured, Dean, we do not even know whether they can find one of the entrances to the sword tomb. If they happen to enter it, perhaps it will be their fortunate opportunity." Before Mu Qingtong left the dean's chamber, the dean carefully reminded her to make thorough preparations and never allow anything irreparable to happen. Mu Qingtong cupped her hands and replied, "Yes, I understand." She then left the dean's chamber. The moment she stepped outside, she sensed someone nearby. She immediately realized Yurong had come to eavesdrop on their conversation and could not help smiling. She instructed a young man, "Release a few more double-pupiled birds around here. Let's keep watch. We should head back too." Oh yes. On her way back, she smiled to herself. "Lin Guijing, don't disappoint me." The scene shifted inside the sword tomb, where a group of people moved forward close together. Halan carefully warned them, "For the next 7 days, all of you must listen to me obediently. Otherwise, with your meager cultivation, if anything truly happens, even I may not be able to save you." Yurong said eagerly, "Senior Sister Halan, we know how strong you are, but don't underestimate us too much. At the Returning to Truth Institute, we're among the best of our peers as well." The moment he finished speaking, he tripped over something and fell flat on the ground. At the Immortal Sect Grand Assembly, we were no worse than the other academies either. With a thud, he sprawled on the ground. Yurong looked up. "What is this?" A gigantic python flicked out its long tongue and stared hungrily at him. The instant Yurong saw it, his face turned pale with fright. The enormous python hissed and flicked its tongue at him, making his entire body stiffen. "Everyone, what is this?" Ming Ming and Chu Mai's hen, who stood nearby, were also terrified by the huge python. Lin Guijing had already prepared himself to confront the snake. Halan looked at it in surprise. "This is a forest jiao, an exceptional grade beast with an ancient bloodline. How did we encounter one as soon as we came in?" At that moment, Yurong glanced down and discovered that his fair foot was standing on its emerald green tail. He hurriedly withdrew his foot. Sorry, I didn't know that was your tail." The snake-like beast flicked its tongue at Lin Guijing's group, frightening everyone into running forward for their lives without daring to look back. Yet one person remained remarkably calm, running with a smile on her face. It was Xiao Jiu. As Halan ran forward, she could not help complaining. "Leading 5 people by myself is such a nuisance." Then she shouted to Lin Guijing, "Prepare to attack and cover the others' retreat." Lin Guijing immediately answered, "All right." He stopped at once, turned to face the beast, and poured spiritual power into the ground, raising a wall of ice to prevent the snake-like beast from advancing. The pursuing beast suddenly encountered the ice wall before it could dodge and crashed straight into it. Seeing that his attack had worked, Lin Guijing smiled. Immediately afterward, he circulated his spiritual energy and froze the beast's mouth and nostrils. Halan, standing nearby, swiftly joined the attack. Fire feather blossoms. Her spirit beast spread its crimson wings and unleashed a dazzling beam of light at the creature. Fire arrows rained down upon the snake-like beast, scorching its entire body until it could no longer stand steady and collapsed to the ground. Assailed by ice and fire at once, it found it difficult to resist. Once they had pinned it to the ground, Lin Guijing and Halan immediately rushed forward. Nearby, Xiao Jiao and the other three watched the fierce battle intently. Seeing Xiao Jiao merely standing there instead of helping Lin Guijing, Yurong said, "Xiao Jiao, hurry and help Lin Guijing. How can a master be fighting while his guardian beast stands to the side and watches?" Xiao Jiao promptly replied, "This is his trial, not mine. Aren't you here to be tested as well? Why are you hiding instead of doing your part?" Yurong was left speechless and could only use Chu Mai's hen as an excuse. "I'm protecting Hu mission." Chu Mai's hen looked rather awkward and did not know what to say, so he copied Yurong. "And I have to protect my cousin Meng Meng." Meng Meng stood there, not knowing what to say to that. Xiao Jiao turned to the other two, who were dealing with minor beasts, and said, "Don't worry, it's only a little bug. There won't be any problem." At that moment, Halan's spirit beast gradually closed in on the giant snake, ready to fight the beast before it. Halan supported the two from behind. To kill a snake, strike 7 inches below its head. Lin Guijing instantly understood her meaning. Understood. Halan's spirit beast charged ahead and attacked its face to draw its attention. Halan then gestured for Lin Guijing to advance with her. She immediately rushed forward and attacked the beast. Standing behind her, Lin Guijing circulated his spiritual energy and created a whirlwind, coordinating with Halan to drive it toward the beast. Then he formed a hand seal and cast the mysterious ice incantation at the beast. It was instantly caught in Lin Guijing's whirlwind and could not move. Standing nearby, Halan saw that the time had come, and a faint smile rose at the corner of her lips. She gripped the saber in her hand, leapt onto the demon serpent's head, and brought her blade down. In an instant, the ferocious serpent's head was severed from its body and rolled onto the ground. "We did it!" Halan landed lightly on the ground. Yurong hurried over and showered her with praise. As expected of senior sister Halan, "You're incredible." Chu Mai's hen began boasting again. "That was truly spectacular. If I had acted, the outcome would have been the same." Xiao Jiao also came over and praised Lin Guijing. "Not bad," he modestly replied. "It was all because senior sister Halan gave the right commands." Halan was somewhat displeased. Taking something out, she said coldly, "No sign of you when we were fighting monsters, but you're quick enough when it comes to flattering people." Knowing that Halan was referring to him, Yurong hurried forward to apologize. "Senior sister Halan, we've never set foot in a forbidden ground before and lack experience. Please guide us more in the future." Hearing this, Halan said nothing further. She drew her saber and walked toward the beast's corpse. Without ceremony, she kicked its head aside with a dull thud, then approached its body with her blade. Seeing Halan's strange actions, Yurong stepped forward and asked, "What are you doing?" She did not answer. Instead, she directly slit open the demon serpent's belly with her saber, reached inside, and pulled something out. Yurong and Chu Mai's hen felt nauseated at the sight and hurriedly covered their mouths. Lin Guijing was not entirely certain, so he turned to Xiao Jiao and asked, "Is senior sister Halan taking out its beast core?" Xiao Jiao explained, "Like the cores of great demon beasts, this is a highly nourishing treasure for other beasts. If we don't deal with it, it may bring trouble." After Halan extracted the beast core from the creature's body, her sharp gaze swept over everyone as she shouted, "From here on, if anyone tries to be clever and drags everyone else down, I'll make sure that person never returns." After dealing with the beast, the group gathered together to discuss their next plan. Using a dry branch, Halan sketched on the ground and explained, "Although the trial requires us to find our own way to the entrance of the sword tomb, that entrance normally opens only during the sword sacrifice ceremony. At that time, spirit beasts can sense the fluctuations of spiritual power and help their masters locate it precisely. But this isn't the time for the sword sacrifice ceremony. The entrance has not opened, and the spirit beasts cannot sense its exact location. We can only search for it ourselves." After hearing senior sister Halan, Lin Guijing turned to Xiao Jiao and asked, "Can you sense anything?" Xiao Jio replied. Nothing unusual. Chu Mai's hen, seated beside them, said in panic. The sword tomb's entrance hasn't opened? Then what should we do? Even if we reach it, we won't be able to find the entrance. Doesn't that mean we can't get in? Meng Meng immediately explained to her somewhat slow-witted cousin. That's not necessarily true. The historical records of Feng Tian Academy state that disciples in previous generations entered the sword tomb even when it was not open. It is said that as long as one's aura can resonate with the sword tomb, one can enter. After hearing his cousin's explanation, Chu Mai's hen immediately regained his confidence. Luck is what I'm best at relying on. Just follow me. Maybe I'll lead you right to the sword tomb. Meng Meng replied irritably, Have you forgotten how you nearly got swallowed by that man-eating tree last time? Yu Rong pointed at the rough map Halan had drawn on the ground and asked, Senior Sister Halan, the forest and swamp you mentioned are the most dangerous places in the Forbidden Ground. Can't we go around them? Halan was extremely impatient with the question, but she still answered, The actual area is vast. I'm afraid it will be dark before you even reach its boundary. The more she spoke, the less she could contain her anger. She abruptly stood and shouted at Yu Rong. Besides, the beasts near the boundary are of even higher rank. Do you want to go challenge them by yourself? Yu Rong hurriedly waved his hands. No, I still want to stay with everyone. Seeing that no one had any more questions, Halan stood up and said sternly, The road ahead will only become more dangerous. If you want to stay alive, you'd better follow my commands in everything. Otherwise, if any of you loses an arm or a leg, don't say I didn't warn you. With that, she waved her hand and shouted, Move out! The entire group immediately followed closely behind her and headed deeper into the Forbidden Ground. Along the way, Halan and Lin Guijing led the group, clearing out several low-grade beasts to make the journey smoother. After traveling for some time, night fell, and their group was surrounded by several wolf-like beasts. However, they quickly dealt with the wolves. After walking a little farther, the group came across someone grilling fish for dinner. Chu Mai's hen sat to one side and sighed, thinking that he would finally get a full meal. But unexpectedly, a bear-like beast approached and sniffed him. Chu Mai's hen immediately turned around, stunned by what he saw. The ones grilling the fish were not beautiful young women at all, but several bear-like beasts. Xiao Jiu was perched high in a tree, looking down at the family of bear beasts building a fire and roasting meat. Chu Mai's hen clutched his growling stomach with tears in his eyes. He had never even dared dream of such a thing. A night passed in the dark forest. The following morning, the sunlight was as bright as ever. Up above, Halan was still sleeping soundly with her spirit beast. On the ground, Meng Meng and Yu Rong were the same, sleeping while holding each other. Elsewhere, Lin Guijing was also asleep beside Xiao Jiu, and both of them slept deeply. At that moment, a bead of dew gathered on the leaf above him and fell. It landed on the sleeping Lin Guijing, causing him to drowsily open his eyes and look toward the sun. By accident, his gaze fell upon Xiao Jiu's full chest, jolting him fully awake. Lin Guijing swallowed and tried to restrain himself, but failed. He reached his hand toward her. Fortunately, Xiao Jiu had awakened as well and was watching him. Faced with this awkward situation, Lin Guijing turned away. His face flushed red as he dared not look directly at her. The view shifted elsewhere. Halan, sleeping high above, heard the commotion and looked down to investigate. Yu Rong and Meng Meng were also awakened by the noise. What is it? What happened? It turned out that Chu Mai's hen had found a beast hugging him tightly and was screaming at the top of his lungs. Help! Help! I'm about to be eaten! Lin Guijing took the opportunity to escape the awkward moment. This is bad. Hurry and save him. Seeing his flustered expression, Xiao Jiu could not help laughing. Lin Guijing hurriedly turned to look at her, utterly bewildered. Xiao Jiu explained, Don't worry, he's fine. That's Yuan. It's very gentle. It probably climbed onto him to keep warm because it was cold at night. Seeing that nothing important had happened, Halan went back to sleep. Meng Meng knew that the beast had a gentle temperament, so she remained very calm. What's so surprising? Aren't you afraid you'll attract other beasts? Yu Rong, on the other hand, was in a complete panic. What do we do? What do we do? Hurry and save him. Meng Meng immediately explained. Yuan is an exceptional grade ancient beast, but is extremely gentle and non-aggressive. Very few people form contracts with it as a guardian beast. Really, Just then, a bird suddenly flew over their heads, putting everyone on high alert as they warily looked upward. The bird flew straight toward Chu Mai's hen. He had not noticed it and was still crying over the beast in front of him. But the beast was different. Its originally melancholy eyes widened at the sight of the approaching bird, revealing a delighted smile. The bird rushed faster and faster toward them. Chu Mai's hen finally noticed another beast flying into attack and turned around to cling tightly to the beast before him. Just as the bird's claws were about to touch Chu Mai's hen, the beast in front of him reached out, opened its mouth wide, and instantly swallowed the bird whole. The Yuan beast happily chewed the bird and swallowed it alive. Lin Guijing was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. You call that gentle? Over there, Halan and her spirit beast were trembling in fright as well. Yuan is indeed usually gentle, except when it encounters a life-threatening danger. The cloud condor beast is known as the king of hell in the skies. Even nascent soul-stage disciples of the Returning to Truth Institute have a 9 in 10 chance of dying when they encounter one. Yet it was just on another branch. Yurong was being shaken dizzy by Meng Meng and asked, "Didn't you say it was gentle and non-aggressive? This is completely outrageous." Meng Meng did not understand either. There's no record of this in the books. Perhaps it is simply too powerful, so no one ever had the chance to form a contract with it. Xiao Jio walked over to explain to the two of them. Don't let its attack power frighten you. Yuan is actually very slow-moving. As long as you don't confront it head-on, it is easy to capture or restrain. After eating its fill beside Chu Mai's hen, Yuan immediately abandoned him and left, leaving Chu Mai's hen lying there unconscious and foaming at the mouth. Seeing how miserable he looked, Yu Rong said, "Sai, how about we carry Chu Mai's hen down first?" After recovering from the shock, Chu Mieshin's wails echoed throughout the forest. He clung to Lin Guijing and lamented, "Brother Lin, you have no idea. I was scared to death back then. I nearly never got to see you again." Chu Mai's hen was the one complaining, but someone else was the one suffering. Lin Guijing looked at him and asked, "Chu Mai's hen, you've been crying for an entire Shurchin. Aren't you tired?" After asking, he angrily snapped, "I'm the one getting tired here." At that moment, the younger cousin who knew her elder cousin best only needed one sentence to make the crying stop completely. Besides, your crying will attract even more beasts. At the mention of beasts, Chu Mai's hen immediately shut his mouth and did not dare say another word. Thus, everyone silently resumed their journey. After walking for a while, Halan suddenly said, "Stop for a moment." She examined their surroundings and found something strange. "It seems we've reached the swamp, but there was still water here back then." Halan crouched down and reached out to inspect the mud before her. "Strange, the soil is still damp. It seems the water disappeared only recently." At that moment, Xiao Jio suddenly noticed something. Lin Guijing immediately asked, "Xiao Jio, what is it?" Yurong also noticed something unusual and immediately said to Halan, "Senior sister Halan, look into the forest." Halan immediately looked in that direction. She discovered a dense bank of fog. She quickly told everyone, "It may be poisonous miasma. Return the way we came immediately." But it was already too late to turn back. Their path had been completely blocked. Halan immediately said, "Quickly put the miasma-repelling pills I gave you before we entered into your mouths." Everyone immediately followed senior sister Ha Lan's instruction. After taking the pills, the 6 of them formed a circle. Stay close together, remain alert in every direction, and do not separate. Slowly retreat along our original path. Lin Guijing immediately grasped Xiao Jio's hand and told her, "Xiao Jio, stay close to me." She immediately agreed. Chu Mai's hen, the most timid person in the group, hid behind his junior sisters and muttered, "You wrong, Meng Meng. I'm afraid we won't make it back." With his eyes tightly shut, he continued, "I am the sole legitimate heir of the Chu family." But when he opened his eyes to continue speaking, he discovered that everyone had vanished. Yurong, Meng Meng, senior sister Ha, Lin Guijing, Xiao Jio. Where is everyone? Meanwhile, Lin Guijing and Xiao Jio had also become separated from the others. Where did they go? How did everyone suddenly disappear? Xiao Jio turned to Lin Guijing and said, "Guijing, no matter what happens, do not let go of my hand." Thinking she was afraid, Lin Guijing reassured her, "Xiao Jio, do not be afraid. I will protect you." But Xiao Jiu told him, "This fog is no ordinary fog. It is trying to confuse us. The moment we let go of each other, we will be teleported elsewhere." Hearing this, Lin Guijing grew concerned. "You mean Halan, Chu Mai's hen, Yurong and Meng Meng. Xiao Jiao said gravely. It seems that only by defeating the one creating this fog can we bring everyone back. Lin Guijing looked at Xiao Jiao in surprise. Do you know who is creating the fog? Xiao Jiao said worriedly. I am not certain. It has been so long, after all. I do not know whether it still exists in this world. She explained, in my time, there were stories of a race born with a fear of light. If their skin and eyes were exposed to sunlight for half a day, they would be burned. They lived deep within dark, damp forests and hunted with fog. That is why I suspect the thing that possessed Chumai's hand before may have been one of them. Lin Guijing was deeply worried after hearing her explanation. There is really such a thing? Then it separated us with fog, so it could attack us and take over our bodies. Xiao Jiao immediately unfurled her two tails and said to him, then let them try. The fog immediately pressed in on them. Lin Guijing used a mysterious ice pillar to defend against it, while Xiao Jiao attacked the fog with her bewitchment art. Afterward, she explained, the bewitchment art travels through dark energy to reach its true body and paralyze it. If we follow that dark energy, we should be able to find the one behind the fog. Xiao Jiao's bewitchment art clung to the vines and traveled toward the mastermind's location. Yet before long, the vine was severed and fell to the ground. Xiao Jiao's technique could no longer continue onward. Xiao Jiao immediately told Lin Guijing, the fog maker can actually resist the bewitchment art. It has cut off its own tail to survive. Now that the lead is gone, this puts us at a great disadvantage. Xiao Jiao looked at him, but he smiled and said, I have a way. Lin Guijing then took out a talisman. Luckily, I did my research before coming here. As he spoke, he placed the talisman on the ground and formed a sealing array. The great Tao stretches boundlessly. A ghost brings calamity, seeking to cloud my path. Retreat behind me. He sat within the array and began chanting. By summons of the four symbols, guard both my sides and travel with me. Demons and monsters, retreat at once. After finishing the incantation, he said to Xiao Jiao, according to the five elements, wood lies east, fire south, metal west, and water north. Although the fog can obscure our sight, the terrain and directions will not change. Senior Sister Ha said earlier that the sword tomb may be in the northwest. If the fog maker is trying to stop us from finding the sword tomb, as his voice trailed off, he glanced behind them. Then it is very likely in that direction. Xiao Jiao trusted him completely, but she was still worried. She turned to Lin Guijing and voiced her concern. Given Ha Lan's personality, once she was separated from us, she would likely continue toward the sword tomb. But I cannot be sure about the other three. If only we could communicate through voice transmission. At Xiao Jiao's words, Lin Guijing suddenly had an idea. He turned to her and asked, can spirit beasts mark their territories by releasing their pressure and scent? Upon hearing that, Xiao Jiao immediately understood. You want me to release spiritual energy fluctuations so the other spirit beasts can sense them and determine everyone's location? Exactly. But Xiao Jiao was still uneasy. But if we do that, every spirit beast nearby will also know our location. We will be like a bright lamp in the darkness, becoming targets for attack. Lin Guijing clenched his fist. You are right, but judging by the distance, our companions will receive our signal first. If we can regroup quickly, we can figure out how to deal with the next danger. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao understood. I see. She stood and said to him, since Guijing refuses to abandon any of our companions, I will do everything I can and try to control all the spirit beasts here. Xiao Jiao raised her hand, releasing a stream of pink spiritual energy and chanted, Bewitchment Rebirth. She then spread it throughout the forest in every direction. After doing so, she felt somewhat exhausted. Casting a large-scale control spell while in her two-tailed form was truly draining. I just hope those children have not been possessed yet. Meanwhile, Yurong and his spirit beast were struggling to fend off the vines around them. Every time they attacked, even more vines grew out. Yurong was already exhausted. Damn it, there are more and more tentacles. I am almost out of strength. Yet the vines continued attacking without pause. Yurong could only retreat. Just then, Xiao Jiao's technique reached this place. After absorbing Xiao Jiao's bewitchment art, the vines immediately stopped attacking Yurong. However, Yurong seemed to have been affected by Xiao Jiao's technique as well. Elsewhere, Meng Meng and her spirit beast also sensed Xiao Jiao's spiritual energy. The scene shifted back to Lin Guijing. Having expended too much spiritual energy, Xiao Jiao was gradually unable to hold herself up. Her strength depleted, she could no longer stand steadily and collapsed onto the ground. Seeing Xiao Jiao like this, Lin Guijing was extremely worried. Xiao Jiao. He hurried over to support her. You have used too much spiritual energy. This is dangerous. Leaning against his chest, Xiao Jiao said, You would not be at ease until we found everyone. She then reached up and caressed his lips. I expanded the range of my bewitchment art. I hope it can lure them to us. I may have consumed more energy, but you can help replenish it quickly. Hearing Xiao Jiao's words, Lin Guijing blushed deeply and called her name. Xiao Jiao. Then, what was bound to happen finally seemed about to happen. Their lips drew closer and closer. But before they could do anything, something suddenly seemed about to emerge from the ground. They both stopped transferring spiritual energy and looked in that direction. Xiao Jiao raised her spirit energy hand defensively, while Lin Guijing picked up a chunk of ice. The two rushed toward the disturbance, ready to attack. To their surprise, Chu Mai's hen and his spirit beast poked their heads out. I was suffocating to death. Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiao were both astonished to see him. Only then did Chu Mai's hen realize that the two people before him were his companions. He immediately threw himself onto Lin Guijing, weeping. Big brother Lin, I finally found you. When I could not find anyone, I was scared to death. Lin Guijing tried to pull him aside and asked, Are you really Chu Mai's hen? How did you get here? Chu Mai's hen had no intention of letting go. Instead, he clutched him tighter and continued. When I realized I was all alone in the fog. The scene shifts to half an hour earlier. At that time, Chu Mai's hen was alone. He shouted in panic, You Rong, Meng Meng, where are you? Stop fooling around and say something. As he desperately called for everyone, he suddenly covered his own mouth. He had remembered what his junior sister said earlier. Your crying will attract even more spirit beasts. At that moment, vines attacked from behind him. Chu Mieshin's eyes filled with fear as he turned around. The sight of those vines made his entire body break out in goosebumps. He waved his hands in front of himself and muttered, Mountain Sea, escape art. The vines had no idea what he was doing. They stared at each other in confusion, question marks practically written all over their faces. When nothing happened, tears and snot streamed down Chu Mieshin's face. Why? Why is it not working? The vine stopped wasting time with him and lunged forward, wanting to finish him quickly. Chu Mai's hen could only stand there, cover his face, and scream, Help! Just then, a beam of light appeared above his head. His spirit beast burst out from the light, then leaped down and bit Chu Mieshin's hand, drawing some blood to replenish its spiritual energy. After feeding on his blood, the little Pishio began glowing all over. Its horns started growing. Its limbs became larger and stronger than before. Seeing his spirit beast charge into battle, Chu Mai's hen immediately backed away and let it fight. The Pishio bared its fangs and fiercely closed in on the vines. It leaped about wildly, biting and tearing the vines apart. In moments, the vines were completely destroyed by the Pishio's strength. Then intense tremors suddenly shook the ground. Chu Mai's hen looked down and said, The monsters have all been driven away. The Mountain Sea escape art is here too. The violent shaking caused a tree in front of Chu Mai's hen to topple toward him. Before he could react, the quick-eyed Pishio grabbed his clothes in its jaws and pulled him to safety. It dragged him into an underground tunnel and left. Back to the present. Chu Mai's hen still clung tightly to Lin Guijing's arm. The Pishio and I used an earth escape technique to get here. I did not expect to run into Big Brother Lin the moment we came out. As he hugged Lin Guijing, he looked up at the scene before him. Xiao Jiao was holding his Pishio in her arms. He shamelessly said to her, Xiao Jiao, I want a hug too. In response, she gave him a sharp glare, her face filled with displeasure. Xiao Jiao then decisively turned away. Move aside. If it were not for the Pishio, you would have been swallowed alive long ago, without even knowing it. After saying that, she looked gently at the Pishio. This little one was still recovering in its healing space. It was urgently summoned and even used a transformation technique, so it expended too much energy and fell asleep. Seeing that Chu Mai's hen had arrived, Lin Guijing stepped forward and asked her, Since Chu Mai's hen found his way here, the others should be able to find us as well, right? Xiao Jiao turned and replied. He and the Pishio were underground, so they were unaffected by the bewitchment art. He came here entirely because the Pishio brought him. As for the others, before she could finish, a figure emerged from the fog. Lin Guijing quickly turned around and asked, "Who is it?" Chumai's hen took the opportunity to hide behind him. The mysterious figure in the fog turned out to be Ha Lan and her spirit beast. Seeing her, Lin Guijing cried out happily, "Senior sister Ha Lan?" Behind him, Chumai's hen also saw Yu Rong and his junior sister Meng Meng arrive. Meng Meng, Yu Rong. The three of them had all been bewitched by Xiao Jio's technique. They walked past Chumai's hen without a word, leaving him looking around in bewilderment. "You're all fine too? That is great." The three approached Lin Guijing with infatuated gazes, then pounced on him and hugged him from every side. Lin Guijing, he was utterly flustered by their behavior. "Senior sister, huh? Zhu Meng Meng, Yu Rong, you." Ha Lan stroked his face and asked, "Would you like to get intimate with your big sister?" Meng Meng groped at his lower body and said, "It feels pretty good," making his hands tremble. Meanwhile, Yu Rong stood beside him, toyed with his lips, and asked, "Little Guijing, do you want a kiss?" Unable to endure the three of them any longer, he begged Xiao Jio for help. "They're still under the bewitchment art. Hurry and remove it." Lin Guijing immediately freed himself from their grasp. The bewitchment art was instantly dispelled, and all three came to their senses. When they saw the scene before them, they were all furious. Each of them gave Lin Guijing a slap. Standing in front of him, Ha Lan cursed, "Scumbag." Meng Meng slapped him from behind and scolded, "Pervert." After slapping him several times, the two coldly walked away without looking back. Only one person did not strike him. Instead, Yu Rong stood before him shyly and asked, "Oh, Guijing, if you wanted to kiss me, you could have just said so." With so many people watching, I am embarrassed, bruised and battered. Lin Guijing said angrily, "When did I ever say I wanted to kiss you? You were clearly the one who wanted to kiss me." Yu Rong deliberately twisted his meaning and lunged at him. "You want me to take the initiative? Fine then." Lin Guijing desperately held him back. "No, move away." After slapping Lin Guijing, Ha Lan walked over to Xiao Jio and asked, "You are the one who made us act like that, are you not?" Xiao Jio returned the Pishio to Chumai's hen and said, "The one creating the fog deliberately wants to separate us before attacking. Only by gathering together can we keep everyone safe." After hearing her answer, Ha Lan turned and warned Xiao Jio, "I advise you not to use your bewitchment art on me again. Just keep an eye on those cowards." Then she said to everyone, "All of you, follow me. I will not wait for anyone who falls behind." Hearing this, Lin Guijing spoke up. "Let us go, senior sister Ha. I have used talismans to lock onto the direction, so we only need to follow." Before he could finish, Ha Lan angrily interrupted him. "You are so noisy. I already said that in the forbidden ground, everyone follows my command." She then strode forward in anger, with Lin Guijing's group following behind. Ha Lan swept her weapon in an arc and said, "If it were not for that seductive trick getting in my way, I would have charged out long ago." She slammed her weapon into the ground, dispersing some of the fog, and shouted, "This damned fog." Furious, Ha Lan smashed her weapon into the ground and roared, "If you have the guts, get out here. You piece of trash who only knows how to launch sneak attacks. Is it because you are ugly, or because you're afraid of making me angry?" Standing behind her, Chumai's hen said timidly, "Senior sister Ha, insulting the enemy before battle is nothing unusual, but you have hurt its self-esteem rather badly." Ha Lan immediately turned and snapped, "Then why do you not go up there yourself?" Naturally, Chumai's hen did not have the courage. "Ich hätte die explained. No. I only think that the enemy is hidden while we are exposed. It is not good to provoke it. What if it lashes out desperately?" As soon as he finished speaking, thick fog came rolling toward them. Seeing this, Yu Rong shouted at Chumai's hen, "It looks like you have angered it, cousin. You are really something." Chumai's hen hurriedly denied it. "Not me. It was not me." Seeing it approach, Ha Lan became excited instead, eager for battle. Perfect timing. She immediately attacked with fire feather blossoms. She rushed forward and signaled to everyone, "Follow me. Capture its true body." Hearing Ha Lan's command, Chumai's hen retreated in fear. We have to fight again." Yu Rong was no longer as frightened as before and charged forward eagerly. "Fine, if we die, we die. Only by attacking together do we stand chance." Lin Guijing also rushed forward enthusiastically. "I will help senior sister Ha." But at that moment, Xiao Jio was ensnared by a vine. She cried out in alarm, "Guijing." He immediately turned around and saw Xiao Jiu tightly bound by the vine, terrifying him. The fog then enveloped Xiao Jio and concealed her from sight. Lin Guijing hurried toward her, calling Xiao Jio's name. He desperately stretched out his hand to grab her, but he was one step too late. Xiao Jio was dragged deep into the forest by the vine. Lin Guijing immediately chased after her, leaving the others in Halan's care. Seeing him run in that direction, Yurong asked what happened. After learning what had happened, he hurriedly ran over and told Halan, "This is bad. Senior sister Halan, Lin Guijing, and Xiao Jio have disappeared." Without turning back, Halan continued forward and said, "Come with me and kill the true body, creating the fog. Only once the fog disperses can we save them." Hearing Halan's words, Yurong was extremely worried about Lin Guijing. Meng Meng, standing beside him, consoled him. "Halan is right. We must eliminate the true body at the source. Otherwise, once someone gets lost in the fog, no one will be able to escape." Hearing this, Yurong calmed down somewhat. He then went forward with Halan, preparing to destroy the true body. The scene shifts elsewhere. Lin Guijing had been chasing Xiao Jio for some time when he lost her trail. What was going on? He had chased for so long, yet he could not even catch a glimpse of Xiao Jio. Standing amid the dense fog, he shouted her name, "Xiao Jio, where are you? Answer me." After calling for a while, he realized something was wrong. The thick, cotton-like fog seemed to swallow every sound, leaving not even the faintest echo. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Lin Guijing calmed down. A man appeared before him and said, "Xiao Jio is a spirit beast bound to you by contract. Your hearts are connected." The man stepped forward, placed a hand over Lin Guijing's chest, and continued, "Close your eyes. Use your heart to sense the message she has left for you." Lin Guijing followed his instructions, closing his eyes and sensing with his heart. He focused all his concentration. A moment later, a beam of purple light suddenly appeared in the dense fog. A guiding thread shot straight into his heart. Lin Guijing stared at it in astonishment. "This is..." He opened his eyes happily and thanked the mysterious man. "Xiao Juisoha." She turned her spiritual energy into a guiding thread for me. "Thank you." But when he opened his eyes and looked around, the mysterious man had vanished. The man was gone, and Xiao Jio's aura could no longer be sensed either. He closed his eyes again and sensed Xiao Jio's thread. So he could only sense Xiao Jio's aura with his eyes closed. He immediately followed the thread. "Xiao Jio, even if I must cross mountains of blades and seas of fire, I will find you. Wait for me." The scene shifts elsewhere. Xiao Jio was being dragged to a secluded place by the mysterious man. He looked at her with a vile grin. "Ha. This time, I can definitely bring back what my master wants." Xiao Jio no longer had the strength to resist and could only call his name, Guijing. Meanwhile, Halan and the others were pressing forward. Chu Mai's hen was still cowering as usual, holding his sword defensively in front of himself, looking ready to fight only if forced and flee whenever possible. He was the complete opposite of his junior sister, who was doing everything she could to drive back the vines. After fighting for a while, Halan finally found the key. Found it. She then swung her sword fiercely at a tree in front of her. The tree split in two at once, revealing a strange object behind it that had been controlling the vines. Yurong approached senior sister Halan and asked, "There's nothing there?" The purple object gradually vanished as well. Meng Meng looked upward and said, "It may have escaped." Standing nearby, sharp-eyed Chu Mai's hen noticed that the fog was beginning to dissipate. Seeing it clear, Yurong felt somewhat relieved. "It really is clearing. We defeated the thing creating the fog." He hurriedly shouted into the depths of the forest, "Lin Guijing, the fog is gone. Come back quickly." But the forest was strangely silent, with no response at all. Halan immediately ordered her spirit beast to search for them. Receiving the order, the spirit beast beat its wings and flew high into the air. It circled above the dense forest before returning and landing in front of Halan to report. She immediately asked, "Well?" The golden crow shook its head. "I didn't find them." Hearing this, Halan began to feel uneasy. The golden crow could not find Xiao Jio or Lin Guijing's aura within 10 miles. Logically, they should not have been able to travel far in so little time. The uneasiness in Yurong's heart grew stronger. Lin Guijing and Xiao Jio. Have they disappeared? At the same time, elsewhere, Lin Guijing walked through the fog and said uncertainly, "This is..." He sensed Xiao Jio's aura coming from ahead and immediately rushed toward her. "Xiao Jio, Xiao Jiu noticed him too and hurriedly warned, Guijing, watch out behind you. Startled, Lin Guijing abruptly turned around and found countless vines attacking him. He swiftly condensed ice to counterattack, freezing the vines at once. After freezing some of the vines, he used the mysterious ice pillar to attack their leader. The man immediately turned to block his attack. Lin Guijing seized the chance to rush to Xiao Jio's side and save her. He held her tightly in his arms and kept calling, Xiao Jio, Xiao Jio, wake up. Xiao Jio suddenly opened her eyes and smiled at him. She immediately threw herself into Lin Guijing's arms, catching him off guard. Xiao Jio unexpectedly leaned close and kissed him on the cheek, leaving Lin Guijing frozen in place. She softly asked, were you scared because you couldn't find me? Lin Guijing asked worriedly, are you all right? Xiao Jiu stepped forward and said casually, if I had not gone willingly, how could I have been captured by such a petty trick? You cannot catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den. If I had not pretended to be captured, how could we have found a one truly creating the fog? Hearing Xiao Jiu's explanation, Lin Guijing immediately understood her intention. He glanced at the fog demon leader behind them. The creature began tearing away the vines wrapped around its body. Then it greeted Xiao Jio. Well, it has been a long time, Qingxiu A Jio Nine-Tailed Fox. Hearing it call Xiao Jio by that name, Lin Guijing looked at her and thought, Qingxiu A Jio. Is that Xiao Jio's real name? Xiao Jio walked past Lin Guijing and stepped forward. 3,000 years have passed. Suns and moons have changed, and seas have turned into mulberry fields. I never expected your fog demon clan to still exist. The creature immediately raised its hand and formed a defensive barrier before itself. I never expected the proud Qingxiu clan to one day wag its tail as a human's pet. How unpredictable the world is. Xiao Jio unleashed her power. You want to die? The creature grinned. TSK. No wonder you became someone else's pet. Your spiritual power has deteriorated until you are nothing more than a cat. I truly do not understand how a Luo died at your hands. Lin Guijing asked, the Luo you mentioned, is that the fog demon we defeated at Feng Tian Academy a few days ago. The creature frowned. Defeated? A Luo only failed because he did not wish to harm our master's prey. With that, it unleashed its power and smirked at them. Its tentacles grew larger as it prepared to attack. I will crush the life from your bodies. I only need to bring your hearts back to my master. It swung its tentacles at them, but Lin Guijing and Xiao Jio quickly dodged. Xiao Jio immediately used the bewitchment art against it. One of its tentacles opened its mouth and swallowed the attack. Before long, however, it sensed something wrong. It decisively severed that section of its tentacle with its own hand. 3 seconds later, an entirely new tentacle had regrown. Xiao Jiu looked at it, unable to hide her concern. Using bewitchment rebirth earlier had consumed too much energy, and her spiritual power had not yet recovered. She immediately turned to Lin Guijing and called loudly, Guijing. Hearing Xiao Jiu call him, Lin Guijing rushed over at once. He gestured to the monster and said, leave it to me. The creature's tentacles opened their mouths wide and attacked as he charged forward. But Lin Guijing was not so easily handled. He immediately counterattacked with a whirlwind, mysterious ice slash. Then he turned to Xiao Jio and asked, are you all right? Before he had even finished speaking, Xiao Jio rushed over and kissed him, catching him completely off guard. As she kissed him, she transmitted her voice to him. Guijing, I do not have enough spiritual power. Help me. He immediately understood, though his face kept turning red. So that's what it is. Xiao Jio guided him in how to transfer his spiritual power to her. Guijing, regulate your breathing and synchronize with me. Guide it through your heart meridians. The fog demon beside them was driven mad by this sudden display of affection. Hey, could you two show me a little respect? I'm going to crush you to death. But the two ignored it. At that moment, Lin Guijing's heart began to stir as well. They continued kissing, and the kiss deepened. Gradually, Lin Guijing entered Xiao Jio's inner world. Looking around, he said, is this Xiao Jio's heart for me? As he watched, the mysterious man suddenly appeared again. Xiao Jio's seven-apertured, exquisite heart can perceive all things. It is incomparably pure and was originally meant for cultivating immortality. But without the seven apertures, it lacks the seven emotions. If Xiao Jio cannot comprehend the seven emotions, she will not be able to restore the power of her nine tails. Lin Guijing was confused by his words and asked, I don't understand. What are the seven emotions? How can I help Xiao Jio? The mysterious man pointed at him. Xiao Jio cannot comprehend the seven emotions by herself. You must help her feel them. As he spoke, the man extended his hand. A screen appeared before Lin Guijing. Your inner world moves 10 times faster than the outside world. Before the fog demon attacks Xiao Jio, you must help her comprehend one of them. Lin Guijing still did not understand and was about to ask more, but when he turned around, the man was already preparing to vanish. He hurriedly called after him, Hey, stop pretending to be mysterious and tell me exactly what I am supposed to do. The man did not answer and disappeared right before his eyes. Lin Guijing clenched his fists in frustration. Comprehend the seven emotions. I have to wake up quickly. I have to protect Xiao Jio. He tried slapping himself awake. Lin Guijing, wake up, wake up. Outside, the fog demon was about to attack them, its tentacles only inches away. Within the inner world, Lin Guijing saw the attack about to strike Xiao Jio and him and shouted, Stop! But it could not hear him. Unable to endure it any longer, a powerful force erupted from his body as he roared. Take your filthy hands off her! The moment his roar ended, Lin Guijing awakened in the outside world. He opened his eyes, glared at the creature, and shouted, Get lost! His power had risen to a new level. Seeing Lin Guijing's overwhelming strength, the fog demon grew wary and retreated. Lin Guijing immediately rushed forward and cleaved the tree before him in two. Then he gave the creature a sinister smile. As Lin Guijing's power increased, Xiao Jio grew another tail. She looked at the creature sharply and smiled. The real show is only beginning. Xiao Jio spread her 3 tails. She charged at it. The real show has only begun. Xiao Jio rushed forward and struck the fog demon with a palm blow that left it dazed. It staggered backward and coughed several times. But she gave it no chance to catch its breath, swiftly closing in. She looked into its eyes with a bewitching gaze and said, Look at me. The fog demon obediently met Xiao Jio's eyes. Yes. Xiao Jio gave it a wicked smile, turned away, and said plainly, Kill yourself. Unexpectedly, it did not obey. Instead, it counterattacked with its tentacles and burst into laughter. Xiao Jio immediately turned back when it refused to kill itself. Holding its face, the fog demon said, Things are not going the way you want, are they? Surprised? With that, it swiftly lunged toward her. Admit it, you are truly useless now. In answer to its insult, Xiao Jio turned and prepared to counterattack with her magic. It really is difficult to deal with. But before she could strike, Lin Guijing suddenly appeared in the air above her. With a heaven-shaking slash, he severed all of its tentacles. He then used the mysterious ice slash to freeze it in place. But this fog demon was agile and dodged his attack. Even so, it posed no obstacle to Lin Guijing. He leaped high into the air and asked, Where do you think you're running? Then he unleashed a powerful attack. Whirlwind mysterious ice slash. The fog demon could only stare open-mouthed at the incoming attack, with nowhere to flee. In an instant, it took the attack head-on. An ice spike that Lin Guijing had planted beforehand appeared behind its back. After being struck by the whirlwind mysterious ice slash, and then impaled by the ice spike, it was beaten to the ground and could no longer move. Xiao Jio stepped forward and asked, Who is your master? What is your purpose? Even at death's door, it remained loyal. Do not be so impatient. Before long, this world will belong to my master. You will be no exception. Xiao Jio smiled disdainfully at its words. So even the proud, reclusive demon clan has become another person's loyal lapdog. You are about to die. Why has your master not come to save you? Your death is more worthless than fallen leaves drifting on water. Even if this world belongs to your master, what are you to him? Hearing Xiao Jio's words, it began to waver. But just as it was about to speak, Xiao Jio changed her mind and no longer wished to listen. You want to talk now? But I do not want to hear it anymore. With that, she finished it off, sending it and the other one back to dust. Seeing her kill it so decisively, Lin Guijing thought she had figured out who was behind the fog demons and asked Xiao Jio, Do you know who was behind them? Xiao Ju stuck out her tongue. No, she had sounded so confident that he thought. Xiao Ju told him, in any case, its master will come looking for us sooner or later. We can talk then. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently and split in two. The two looked around in alarm. An earthquake. The ground beneath their feet split into even larger fissures. Both of them immediately fell into the opening. Lin Guijing tried to seize Xiao Jio's hand and pull her back. He clung tightly to an ice block he had created to avoid falling, but the ground was already closing and shrinking, dragging his ice block in with it. The two of them fell together in terror into the underground void. Xiao Jio quickly used her tails to fly upward. She rushed over and grabbed Lin Guijing's hand, stopping his free fall. After struggling for a moment, Xiao Jio finally secured her grip on his hand. The two hovered in midair and slowly descended. Lin Guijing looked down into the bottomless darkness below and asked Xiao Jio, "Where is this? Is it a fog demon trap?" Xiao Jio scanned the surroundings and replied, "There is no fog demon aura here. My spiritual sense has searched it. It is like a boundless void of chaos with no borders." Lin Guijing took out a talisman. "I'll try a light illuminating talisman." He pressed the talisman to his forehead and chanted, "The heavenly wolf shines clear. The 3 passes pierce the light. The 5 stars stabilize the great peace. Radiance illuminates the hidden darkness." After chanting, he threw the talisman down into the bottomless abyss. A spell formation immediately appeared below. It kept falling and falling, showing no sign of reaching the ground. Lin Guijing felt increasingly uneasy. "Xiao Jio, this place below seems infinitely vast. The talisman cannot even reach an edge." Suddenly, Xiao Jio said, "I see it." The moment Xiao Jio spoke, blood suddenly began to run from Lin Guijing's nose. He wiped at it and realized he had a nosebleed. Seeing the blood on his hand, Xiao Jio asked worriedly, "Are you hurt?" Lin Guijing quickly waved his hand. "It's nothing. I probably used too much force when I unleashed my power earlier." At that moment, the blood on his hand accidentally dripped into the abyss below. The drops struck the water beneath them, splashing red. At the same time, the void before them disappeared, and they arrived somewhere else. Lin Guijing looked around in confusion. The two landed together upon this barren ground. As his feet touched the earth, Lin Guijing felt the ground and said, "It's solid. It feels real." After landing safely, he helped Xiao Jio down and asked, "Just now we could not find an edge above, below, left, or right. So how did a stretch of solid ground suddenly appear? This is strange." Before they could determine where they were, something enormous suddenly rushed toward them from behind. They turned around and said, "What kind of bird is that? It flies so fast." They stared blankly for a moment, still unable to identify it. But as it drew close, Xiao Jio sensed something ominous. "That is not a bird, but a rain of swords screaming toward them." The two immediately turned and ran forward. "Run." The swords shot straight at them, embedding themselves in the ground. Lin Guijing ran while looking back. Where did all these swords come from? If we get caught in that, we'll turn into porcupines. After running for a while, he decided to stop and fight back. Lin Guijing used mysterious ice pillar, creating a massive block of ice to halt the swords. The swords immediately pierced the ice he had created. Xiao Jio, standing beside him, swiftly stepped forward to help. "I'll help you." After resisting for some time, the swords finally stopped attacking. The two hid behind the ice block and cautiously listened for movement ahead. Once they confirmed that the attack had ceased, Xiao Jio said, "There are no more sounds of sword attacking. It must be over. Anyone capable of controlling so many flying swords at once must be at least at the spirit transformation stage." At that thought, Lin Guijing brightened. Maybe some powerful senior from Feng Tian Academy is cultivating in seclusion here. If we find him, we can get out. He then stepped out from behind the ice block. Cupping his hands, he called out loudly, "This junior is a disciple of the Return to Truth Institute of Feng Tian Academy. We accidentally fell into this place. If we disturbed senior's secluded cultivation, I beg your forgiveness." Xiao Jio had already realized where they were. She stepped forward and said, "Stop talking. I just searched with my spiritual sense. There's no one here, not even a demon beast." Hearing that, he grew even more confused. No one? Then who is controlling these swords? Xiao Jiu closed her eyes, smiled faintly, and looked at the swords. Haven't you realized it yet? We've arrived at the sword tomb. Hearing her, Lin Guijing thought of his companions and asked, "This is the sword tomb? Then how do we notify Halan and the others to come here?" Xiao Jiu smiled. "It seems the sword tomb chose you and invited only you in." Lin Guijing rested his chin on his hand as he thought. The one who created the fog has disappeared. With senior sister Halan there, I'm sure everyone will be safe. Then he clenched his fist, growing excited. Since it has given us this opportunity, let's explore this sword tomb. Suddenly, those swords began moving again. The swords rang loudly, forcing Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiu to cover their ears. The swords were trying to break free from his ice block. Seeing this, Xiao Jiu hurriedly shouted, "This is bad. These swords are about to break free." Lin Guijing spotted a cave ahead. "Quick, let's hide in there." The two rushed into the cave. As soon as they entered, Lin Guijing used the mysterious ice incantation to seal the entrance shut with ice. They won't come here if they can't sense our presence. By then, the swords outside had broken free of his ice block. They flew in another direction and did not pursue the two of them. When it became quiet again, Lin Guijing kicked away the ice seal and went outside to inspect the situation. The swords seemed to have flown toward the source of the sound. Xiao Jiu told him that sound just now resembled the soft hum of a divine weapon. It may be the heart of the sword tomb. Hearing this, Lin Guijing became even more excited. "Then let's go too. I want to see which divine weapon can command that entire swarm of swords." Scene transition. Above them, Halan's golden crow was still circling through the sky, searching for Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiu. Below, Yurong was calling out to them with all his strength. "Lin Guijing, Xiao Jiu." Seeing Yurong shout like that, Meng Meng feared he would attract more demon beasts. She patted him on the shoulder and said, "Stop calling. The golden crow has already searched the area. There's no trace of them." Hearing Meng Meng, Yurong became extremely uneasy. How could they just disappear? We were together only moments ago. We must find them alive or recover their bodies if they're dead. Halan also stepped forward to comfort him. Not finding them may not necessarily be a bad thing. Perhaps they've already left this area. I'm certain they'll be all right. Lin Guijing's strength may be average, but he's clever, and his spirit beast will protect him well. Suddenly, Chu Mai's hen ran over and shouted to everyone, "Found it! I found it!" Hearing him, Yurong immediately turned and asked, "You found Lin Guijing? Where is he?" The Pishio came bounding over with a chunk of ice in its mouth. It spat the ice onto the ground for everyone to see. Shumai's hen pointed at it excitedly. "Look, this forbidden area is spring-like all year round. There's no ice or snow here. This ice must have been left behind by Lin Guijing." Halan picked up the small shard of ice to examine it. Chumai's hen and his spirit beast, pleased with their accomplishment, happily embraced each other. "I told you, when it comes to finding things, we have to rely on my treasure-seeking Pishio." After examining the shard, Halan said, "It does carry Lin Guijing's aura. Moreover, this ice technique was cast less than half an hour ago." Yurong, standing nearby, asked, "Does that mean Lin Guijing hasn't come to harm?" Meng Meng voiced her thoughts as well. "It only proves that half an hour ago, he used the mysterious ice incantation, as if he were fighting. We can't know anything beyond that." Halan handed the ice shard to Chumai's hen and asked, "Where did you find this? Take us there quickly." He immediately obeyed. Scene transition. Beneath the sword tomb, Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiu continued wandering. Along the way, there was nothing but rock, dirt, broken weapons, and shattered swords. There was no sign of life, and even the spiritual energy in the air was extraordinarily thin. Xiao Jiu was also puzzled. Every sword that attacked us earlier was a high-grade spiritual weapon. The sword tomb is where they are sealed, so why is there spiritual energy here to nourish them? Lin Guijing seemed to recall hearing something about it. "I heard that the sword tomb existed before Fengtian Academy was founded. No one knows how many weapons have been sealed here." Then he suddenly remembered. Right, the Chronicle of Demon Gods records the Great War of the Human Emperor 3,000 years ago. It said the weapons of those who died were piled as high as mountains. So the Human Emperor ordered people to find a place to seal and destroy them. Xiao Jiu was greatly shocked after hearing him. Could this be that place from 3,000 years ago? No wonder I sensed something strange when I came out of the Immortal Forest secret realm. Then she suddenly turned to Lin Guijing and asked, "Did someone once mention the 7 emotions tribulation to you?" Lin Guijing was surprised by her question. I heard about it in my inner sea while I was fighting the fog demon. Xiao Jiu asked in astonishment. Your inner sea? She hurriedly asked about the mysterious person's appearance. What did that person look like? Lin Guijing scratched his head. I couldn't see him clearly. He only showed me where you were in danger and wanted me to help you restore your nine tails power. Xiao Jiu, what is the seven emotions tribulation? Do you really have nine tails? Xiao Jiu lowered her head. Since our hearts and lives are bound together, I won't hide it from you anymore. Xiao Jiu told him about her past. My true form is a nine-tailed fox demon of Qingxiu. I was born with a seven-apertured, exquisite heart, an innate, immortal constitution. Ordinary demons must cultivate for tens of thousands of years and encounter tremendous opportunities before attaining the Tao and becoming immortals. But I only need to overcome the seven emotions tribulation. After demonkind absorbs the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon, and gains a certain degree of cultivation, they must accumulate merit in the mortal world. Each time they complete 49 meritorious deeds, they advance one level. Only upon reaching the ninth level can they become immortals. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Guijing. You humans now force demon beasts into contracts, which is equivalent to skipping their stage of independent cultivation. Cultivating together with humans can benefit demon beasts, but the downside is that their growth rate becomes limited by their masters. Lin Guijing looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He hurriedly turned to Xiao Jiu and asked, so even if someone contracts an ancient divine beast, if the contractor is only at the nascent soul stage, then that demon beast power can only remain at the nascent soul stage? Xiao Jiu glanced at him and answered, that's right. Therefore, demon beasts forced into contracts have essentially lost their chance of becoming immortals. Lin Guijing blushed deeply in embarrassment. No wonder I couldn't contract a single demon beast at first. Who would want to be bound for life to someone so weak? Xiao Jiu said nothing further. She looked up at the sky. Seeing this, Lin Guijing feared that she was angry over what he had said and panicked. He quickly tried to smooth things over. That was because they weren't fortunate enough to recognize that I possess the rare heavenly spirit root. Only you had the discerning eye to see my worth. That's why we've achieved what we have today. Hearing his sweet talk, Xiao Jiu stepped over and pinched his ear. You certainly have a silver tongue. If you weren't still useful as a cultivation furnace, I would have eaten you long ago. Lin Guijing retreated several steps in pain and continued asking, what happened after that? Did you overcome the seven emotions tribulation? Xiao Jiu continued telling him. The so-called seven emotions are joy, anger, worry, longing, sorrow, fear, and shock. The seven apertures are actually seven voids. This heart can automatically absorb the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. Even eating and sleeping can increase my cultivation. But if I cannot fill those seven voids, I can never break through the spirit rank. Xiao Jiu gazed up at the deep blue sky and continued. Yet becoming an immortal is a process of severing emotions and desires. To cultivate the seven-apertured exquisite heart, one must first awaken it, then cut off the seven emotions in order to attain the greater self. Having heard Xiao Jiu's innermost thoughts, Lin Guijing placed a hand on her shoulder. Xiao Jiu, if you don't want to undergo the seven emotions tribulation, then don't. I'll work hard to improve my cultivation, and I can protect you too. Hearing Lin Guijing's words, Xiao Jiu remembered her past again. Back then, Shang Xian asked her, you want to undergo the seven emotions tribulation? Interesting. Do you know what the seven emotions tribulation is? Xiao Hui ne senti di plaid. No. Mother said my heart is missing several holes and needs to be mended. Shang Xian sat down, took her hand, and asked, your heart is missing holes? Doesn't that mean it's broken? Xiao Jiu told him firmly. Mother said that once I overcome the seven emotions tribulation, my heart will be mended, and I can become an immortal. Hearing this, he pulled her along. Come back with me. I'll have Grandpa E at the Imperial Medical Academy examine you. Xiao Jiu innocently asked, can that Grandpa heal my heart? Shang Xian smiled brightly. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you find your heart. Time flew by, and several years later, Xiao Jiu had grown up. She was sitting outside the city, basking in the sun. Shang Xian came out and asked, Xiao Jiu, you're out here sunbathing again? More than 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I've grown old, but you still look like a young girl. Shang Xian walked over, sat beside Xiao Jiu, and continued, the lifespan of demonkind is truly enviable. Xiao Jiu asked, elder brother, You are the human emperor. Why not use an art of immortality to remain young instead of allowing yourself to grow old? Shang Xian looked up at the blue sky and smiled. All things between heaven and earth follow their own laws. Life and death are fated. If I lived forever and never aged, I fear that one day I would no longer feel the joys, anger, love, and hatred of all living beings. Still, I promise to help you fill your heart apertures. Only one remains, and I must help you complete it before I can be at peace. After hearing Shang Xian, Xiao Jiu gradually understood. So filling the heart is about experiencing the 7 emotions, only to sever them afterward. Over all these years, I have witnessed every aspect of the human world: birth, aging, illness, death, sorrow, joy, separation, and reunion. Mother once said that once my heart is mended, I can become an immortal. But if becoming an immortal means severing emotions and desires, then what meaning is there in becoming one? Shang Xian stroked her head and said, "Silly girl, it is precisely because all living beings suffer that they need to enter reincarnation, attain the Tao, become immortals, and enjoy eternal freedom." Xiao Jiu listened to Shang Xian's words and asked anxiously, "But you once said that you wanted a world of universal harmony, where all races could live together peacefully and share a prosperous age. Then living beings would suffer no more. Wouldn't it be better if no one became immortal?" Shang Xian sadly apologized to her. "My girl, I'm afraid I must break that promise. The world is unpredictable." Hearing this, Xiao Jiu could not help worrying. What happened? Just then, a soldier rushed over in panic to report, my king, this is bad. The rebel army led by Wu Tian has reached the foot of the city walls. They are calling to purge the ruler's side and execute Demon Moon." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu turned around in alarm. Purge the ruler's side? Execute Demon Moon? Why are they suddenly saying such nonsense? Shang Xian placed a hand on her shoulder. "My girl, I have a plan. Leave the capital at once." Xiao Jiu stood there in a daze, unable to understand what had happened. Shang Xian stood up, removed his crown, and looked at her apologetically. "It seems I won't be able to help you mend the final aperture." Hearing Shang Xian's words, Xiao Jiu's whole body stiffened. She stood there blankly, watching his back as he walked out through the gates. Before leaving, Shang Xian left her with one sentence: "Xiao Jiu, live well." That night, flames raged through the palace. Xiao Jiu was captured by those people, bound to a pillar, and prepared for execution. A man holding an indictment stood before Xiao Jiu and proclaimed loudly, "By decree of the divine venerable of the immortal clan, human emperor Shang Xian was foolish and immoral, debauched and without virtue. He harbored a demon creature and used wicked power to bring calamity upon the mortal world. Hao Tian now obeys the mandate to lead the 12 divine envoys, cleanse this filth, set right the chaos, save humanity from misery, replace Shang Xian, and become the new human emperor." After hearing the proclamation, those present immediately shouted, "Long live human emperor Wu Tian! Long live! Long live!" After finishing, the official rolled up the decree and continued. Shang Xian knew his fate had come to an end and immolated himself to atone before the world. As for all his past crimes, I, the new Emperor Hao Tian, will investigate them thoroughly. But the true evildoers shall never be spared. By imperial decree, I shall not pursue the past. Shang Xian's former subordinates had already changed sides, declaring, "The new Emperor Hao Tian is benevolent. We ministers were all forced into it. We cannot defy the imperial order." It was all Shang Xian's coercion. At that moment, the new human emperor Hao Tian pointed at Xiao Jiu and placed all the blame upon her. It was all this demon creature's doing. She bewitched Shang Xian and threw the court into disorder. I must execute this demon creature and eliminate the source of future disaster. Xiao Jiu looked up at him, her face already mottled with livid bruises. The man drew his sword and approached to kill Xiao Jiu. Yet she did not care what he intended to do. She was concerned only for Shang Xian. Father is still up there. Not understanding, he frowned and asked impatiently, "What did you say?" Xiao Jiu repeated herself clearly. "Father Shang Xian is still up there. The fire is too great. Quickly, save him." Hearing that, the man flew into a rage. "Demon, who gave you the nerve to call the late emperor your father? Is this how you bewitched Shang Xian?" Xiao Jiu tried to explain. "When he first brought me back, he told me to call him father. I called him that for more than 30 years. Does that count as bewitching him?" The more she spoke, the more tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. How did I bewitch him? The new emperor immediately became enraged and clenched his fists. He frowned and said, "You bewitched the human emperor, brought disaster upon the nation and its people, plunged the realm into chaos, and left the people in misery. And you still dare to make excuses?" Xiaoju merely gave a cold laugh. Then she shouted at him, "How did I bewitch father? How did I bring disaster upon the nation and its people? In this royal city, all races lived in harmony, and the people lived and worked in peace. You are the ones who brought war and drove father to his death. Yet now you stand here, twisting black into white." Enraged by her words, he slapped her. "Silence." Then he pointed below and said, "Could the divine venerable's instructions be false? Could the testimony of every civil and military official be wrong?" With that, he drew his sword. "Shang Xian is dead. No one will be left for you to seduce. Demon, prepare to die." The sword pressed close to her. Xiaoju suddenly gave a wicked smile and cast him a glance with her blazing red eyes. This feeling of her bloodline surging. It was as though 10,000 beasts were trying to burst from her chest, an urge to tear apart heaven, earth, and all creation. So this was rage. Seeing Xiaoju's face, he fearfully stepped back. Xiaoju radiated an astonishing power that intimidated him. Then she tore apart her chains and said, "I want you all buried with my father." That night, the entire city was submerged in a sea of blood. Seeing her spacing out, Lin Guijing called Xiaoju. When she did not respond, he called her again. Only then did Xiaoju come back to her senses. Lin Guijing said to her, "You've been standing there in a daze for ages. Are you feeling unwell? Shall I transfer some spiritual energy to you?" Xiaoju smiled. "You truly have the proper awareness of a cultivation cauldron." Lin Guijing pulled Xiaoju close and told her, "I'll say it again. I mean it. If you do not want to undergo the 7 emotions tribulation, then we will not undergo it. I can protect you. But if you wish to regain your 9 tails, I will certainly do my utmost to help you fulfill that wish." Xiaoju was deeply moved by his words. Lin Guijing continued, "As long as it is your wish, it is mine as well." Hearing this, Xiaoju smiled at him. "Guijing." She moved closer, intending to give Lin Guijing a warm kiss, when a voice suddenly interrupted them. "What are you two doing?" Both of them froze. The child was staring at them with wide, innocent eyes. Xiaoju looked at the child and broke out in a cold sweat. "I clearly scanned the area with my spiritual sense. I did not detect any sign of life at all." Lin Guijing was equally shocked. This child had appeared beside them without a sound, and even Xiaoju had not noticed him. The child stood up and asked, "Are you two not continuing?" They both glared sharply at him and asked, "Who are you?" Faced with their hostility, the child suddenly burst into tears. You're being mean to me." Seeing how innocent the child seemed, Lin Guijing lowered his guard. Could this child have been sucked into the sword tomb too, just like us? Xiaoju did not answer. She only stood there, watching him cry. Lin Guijing went over to comfort him. Don't cry. What is your name? Why are you here?" The child pretended to be innocent. "I don't remember. When I woke up, I was already here." Lin Guijing held out a hand to help him up. "Come on, I'll take you outside." The child immediately placed his hand in Lin Guijing's, then gave him a sinister smile, frowning as he stared at him. Watching from afar, Xiaoju immediately sensed that something was wrong. She rushed over and shouted, "Guijing." When Lin Guijing did not answer, Xiaoju began to worry. Seeing his face, she realized that he had lost consciousness. Xiaoju rushed over and pulled Lin Guijing away from the child. She attacked the child with a fire control art, but he effortlessly dodged all of Xiaoju's attacks. Just as he was about to evade them all, a fire arrow spell shot directly at him. The child was utterly unafraid and raised a hand to block it. Xiaoju was astonished that the child had dodged every attack. This little brat is not afraid of fire, and he has no aura of a demon beast. She pulled Lin Guijing aside and patted him. "What is wrong with you?" He clutched his head and replied, "I feel a little dizzy. What happened to me?" Xiaoju glanced at the child. "That thing absorbed your spiritual energy." The boy looked unhappy when he heard them calling him that thing. Every other word is that thing. I have a proper title, you know. The two of them asked, "What is your name?" The child closed his eyes and chuckled softly. "My name is They expected him to give a meaningful name, but instead he rattled off a lengthy title that left them utterly bewildered. The peerless martial shadow supreme, unrivaled throughout the cosmos, the treasure that shatters the heavens and cleaves the myriad realms. After hearing that, Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiao exchanged puzzled looks, then burst out laughing at the child, making him turn purple with rage. Grinding his teeth in fury, he said, "You dare mock me?" Suddenly, the ground began to shift, and the swords scattered across it moved as well. Seeing this, Lin Guijing became wary. These spatial fluctuations are extraordinary. It is as though mountains, rivers, and the earth itself tremble at his will. The child raised his hand and shouted, "Swords come!" At once, a mass of swords shot toward them like wind and lightning. Pointing at the two of them, he commanded his swords, "Sever their tendons and bones, drain their essence, and nourish my descendants." Xiao Jiao immediately gathered spiritual energy to counterattack. Lin Guijing used the mysterious ice incantation. Lin Guijing immediately obeyed, condensing an enormous block of ice. It grew larger and larger, transforming into a ferocious ice dragon that charged forward and blocked the flying swords. The child remained perfectly calm as he controlled the flying swords to attack. Under his command, a vortex formed from sword blades tightly coiled around Lin Guijing's ice dragon. At that moment, Xiao Jiao suddenly leaped into the air and charged at the child. Not knowing what she intended to do, Lin Guijing hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Jiao!" Xiao Jiao appeared before the child, radiating powerful, sharp spiritual energy. To capture bandits, first capture their leader. The child was entirely unafraid and met Xiao Jiao's attack head-on, blocking her strike with his fist. The two clashed directly, neither able to gain the upper hand. Feeling the child's strength, Xiao Jiao thought, "This little thing looks so young, yet his cultivation is profound and his moves are incredibly seasoned. Could he be?" As he fought Xiao Jiao head-on, the child's lips curled into an excited smile. He gestured grandly, his movements unrestrained. "Not bad. In the past 3,000 years, you are the only demon beast who has been able to fight me head-on." Xiao Jiao smiled back at him. "And you're the only weapon that has been able to fight me." Then a loud explosion erupted between them, sending both of them flying backward. Xiao Jiao returned to her position, and Lin Guijing immediately called out, "Xiao Jiao." At that moment, Lin Guijing's ice dragon was tearing through the child's weapons. With every bite, the flying swords were frozen one after another. Once they were completely frozen, the ice dragon viciously bit down, breaking them in two. The child no longer cared about the flying swords. Instead, he excitedly said to Xiao Jiao, "It has been so long since I have enjoyed myself this much. Come on, come on." But Xiao Jiao ignored him and said to Lin Guijing, "How boring." "Lin Guijing, you alone are enough to deal with him." Lin Guijing was somewhat flustered by her words. "Can I really handle him alone?" The child was greatly offended. "Hey, don't think that having more tails means you can look down on others." Xiao Jiao turned back to him. "I have not even used my full strength yet." Then she pointed at the child and told Lin Guijing, "He is a spirit sword. Go subdue him." Lin Guijing was astonished. "A spirit sword? That child is a spirit sword." Hearing the two of them speak in such a mocking tone, the child was driven mad with anger. Xiao Jiao calmly continued, "This is an enclosed space with pure spiritual energy, a rare place for secluded cultivation. Although it lacks the essence of the sun and moon, the essence of earth and wood within this hidden, immortal forest can supplement metal. If a weapon develops spiritual awareness before being sealed in the sword tomb, then 3,000 years would be enough to nurture a nascent soul." Xiao Jiao waved her hand and continued to Lin Guijing, "You are already at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Subduing him would not count as bullying him. Go on." Hearing Xiao Jiao belittle him, the child was so furious that smoke seemed to pour from all 7 orifices. "I will swallow you alive." With that, he shot into the air and summoned the flying swords again. "Swords, come." Lin Guijing hurriedly stood in front of Xiao Jiao and used the raging wind mysterious ice incantation. He raised his hand, drew a small circle before him, then pushed forward. It transformed into an enormous whirlwind that struck toward the child. The child showed no fear. He merely raised a hand before his face and gave it a light wave, dispersing the whirlwind. Seeing the child so easily neutralize his attack, Lin Guijing considered other ways to deal with the spirit sword. I cannot confront him head-on. I have to use an element that counters his. After a moment of swift thought, he finally came up with an idea. That's it. Lin Guijing immediately closed his eyes, formed a new fire element formation, and soared into the air to attack the child. Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Seeing him use a new formation, Xiao Jiao asked in surprise, Guijing, where did you learn that move? He turned and replied, I found an ancient book in the library pavilion before. I thought the spells inside were interesting, so I memorized them. Xiao Jiao approached him and said, this sword spirit's cultivation is profound. Ordinary fire element spells cannot harm him. Yet you used Red Lotus Karmic Fire right away. Lin Guijing replied, I also thought ordinary fire arts would not work against this spirit sword, and this spell suddenly came to mind. Is Red Lotus Karmic Fire truly that powerful? Xiao Jiao explained, Red Lotus Karmic Fire is a purification formation that can sweep away all demons and obstacles. If you reach the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, destroying heaven and earth would take only an instant. While the two chatted calmly below, the child above was using all his strength to withstand the attack. Fortunately, Lin Guijing looked up just then and noticed something was wrong. Oh no! The child struggled desperately against Lin Guijing's attack. After holding on for a while, he began to waver and was on the verge of collapse. He thought, I may have to give everything I have to survive this ordeal. I never thought my 3,000 years of cultivation would end here. Lin Guijing had already leaped close to the child. Seeing him approach, the child assumed Lin Guijing meant to harm him. You came at just the right time. The child charged directly at Lin Guijing, intending to drag him into the attack with him. Unexpectedly, Lin Guijing abruptly turned around to face the attack, holding the child tightly in his arms and taking the full force of it for him. The child was stunned. He had not expected Lin Guijing to rush over in order to save him. Lin Guijing was now being crushed by the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. From below, Xiao Jiao saw that he was about to be swallowed by the attack and cried out in terror, Guijing! She immediately used the blink technique to rescue him. Fortunately, after recovering her second tail, Xiao Jiao could now wield elemental control arts and the blink technique. After Xiao Jiao teleported Lin Guijing away, he fell to the ground. Seeing that Lin Guijing had been injured while saving him, the child was filled with guilt. Why? What? Xiao Jiao immediately ran to Lin Guijing's side. Guijing, wake up! I teleported you out. When she saw that he was covered in blood, she was horrified. How did this happen? Lin Guijing lay unconscious on the ground. Xiao Jiao immediately shoved the child aside and angrily shouted, He risked his life to save you, yet you still wanted to kill him. Hearing Xiao Jiao's words, the child's face filled with remorse. Xiao Jiao immediately turned to Lin Guijing. Bear with it. I will heal you right away. Then Xiao Jiao transferred something into Lin Guijing's body. The child stood to one side, looking at the blood on his hand and thinking, this scent feels familiar, a sensation so ancient that I had nearly forgotten it. After transferring it into Lin Guijing's body, Xiao Jiao kissed him to heal his injuries. After some treatment, Lin Guijing was finally able to sit up. How are you? Do you feel better? I'm fine. Much better. Thank you for saving me again. Hearing that, Xiao Jiao flew into a rage. Without any mercy, she slammed him to the ground, not caring that he was still injured. Then came a scolding he would never forget for the rest of his life. Do you still value your life at all? That was Red Lotus Karmic Fire. If I had not been able to use the blink technique, you and that ungrateful little brat would already have been reduced to ashes. Lin Guijing scratched his head. I had intended to use an Earth Escape talisman to get away. You are still more formidable, Xiao Jiao. You pulled me out first. His explanation only made Xiao Jiao angrier. She pointed at his nose and scolded, Earth Escape, my foot. Then she continued berating him. The purifying force of Red Lotus Karmic Fire is immensely penetrating. Even underground, it could burn you to ashes. You are my contracted cultivation cauldron. If you are gone, what am I supposed to do? Have you ever thought about me? Instead of getting angry at Xiao Jiao's scolding, Lin Guijing smiled at her. He took Xiao Jio's hand and promised, I promise you that I will never again do anything that makes you worry. Xiao Jio's cheeks flushed. Nervously changing the subject, she asked, where is that spirit sword? Where is that ungrateful bastard? She looked toward the child and said to Lin Guijing, do not think saving him means this is over. I would not mind killing him again. The child was no longer arrogant. He lowered his head and apologized to them. I am sorry. It is too lonely here, and there are too few spirit creatures. I can only rely on the occasional living creature that appears to maintain my cultivation. Xiao Jio was doubtful. If you're going to make up a story, at least make it convincing. Every 10 years, Feng Tian Academy sends a group of disciples into the Sword Tomb for training. The latest group entered 3 years ago, and someone even took a divine weapon out with them. The child looked bewildered. Other than you two, I have never encountered anyone with cultivation. Occasionally, a few ordinary demon beasts and wild animals appear. Hearing this, the two looked at each other. Could this not be the Sword Tomb? Feeling guilty toward Lin Guijing, the child offered compensation. I can compensate you for your injuries. Lin Guijing did not hold it against him and declined. Forget it. No fight, no friendship. Just show us the way out. The child replied, I do not know how to get out either. But if you say someone took a divine weapon away, perhaps I am also a divine weapon. I will offer myself as compensation. Lin Guijing did not understand. What did you say? The child held out his hand before Lin Guijing. I have your blood. I am willing to form a contract with you. Xiao Jio had not forgotten what happened earlier and stepped forward to question him. Could you be some demonic weapon sealed here by humans, planning to use us to escape? With his hands on his hips, the child proudly declared, I'm the sharpest and most handsome martial shadow supreme in the cosmos, the treasure that shatters the heavens and cleaves the myriad realms. Xiao Jio could not help laughing and patted his head. That ridiculous long name is killing me. Weapons that can cultivate human forms are rare, but you must be the genuine article. Having been looked down on, his pride was wounded. He brushed Xiao Jio's hand away and said, in that case, see yourselves out. I will not see you off. Then he angrily turned to leave. Lin Guijing hurriedly called after him, hey, what was that primordial whatever treasure called again? I am willing to form a contract with you. After saying this, Lin Guijing went to ask Xiao Jio's opinion. I'm also lacking a weapon that feels right in my hand. Even if this is not the Sword Tomb, meeting him is still a stroke of fortune. Xiao Jio asked unhappily. This fellow was pretending to be weak while hiding his strength, and he tried to kill you twice. You dare keep a sword spirit like that by your side? Lin Guijing explained his thoughts. I do not think this sword spirit is bad. We can get along peacefully. Hearing the words, get along peacefully, both of them felt uncomfortable and exchanged glances. Their eyes met for less than 3 seconds before they both unhappily looked away. Although Xiao Jio did not have any favorable impression of the brat, she did not stop Lin Guijing. As you wish. Having received Xiao Jio's approval, he broke into a delighted smile. Xiao Jio immediately turned and warned the brat, if I find out that you have any ill intentions toward Guijing, I'll throw you into the refining furnace. Facing Xiao Jio's threat, the brat merely stuck out his tongue at her teasingly. Lin Guijing then approached him, crouched down, held out his hand, and asked, are you ready? The brat placed his bloodstained hand on Lin Guijing's. Lin Guijing then began reciting the contract incantation. With my blood, I bind your soul. Let this contract be forged. Let our spirits resonate as one, sharing fortune and misfortune alike. As soon as he finished the incantation, the contract was immediately formed between them. The contract was complete. When Lin Guijing saw the brat's true form, he froze in shock. You are. Xiao Jio was equally astonished. How can it be you? The brat had transformed into an enormous sword. I can sense my master's power. So this is what a contract feels like. Not bad. I'm the Xianyuan sword. Xiao Jio could not take her eyes off the sword. That is father's sword. With the contract complete, the sword automatically flew down and landed in Lin Guijing's hand. He caught it happily. So it is the Xianyuan sword, the legendary, peerless divine weapon of ancient times, forged from Mount Shou's copper, foremost among the divine weapons of the immortals. It is a sacred sword of the righteous path. Lin Guijing raised the sword and showed it off to Xiao Jio. I never dreamed that the Xianyuan sword would choose me. Xiao Jio still felt deeply uncomfortable about the brat's true form. She curled her lips. I never expected it to choose you either. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Xiao Jiu looked up in alarm. What is happening? Another earthquake? All at once, a black expanse appeared above them and swept past. A spatial vortex then began closing in on them. The moment Xiao Jiu saw it, she understood. I know now. This space was used to seal the Xinyuan sword. Now that it has formed a contract with you, the seal has failed, so this place is collapsing. The entire space was increasingly being drawn into a bottomless abyss. Xiao Jiu turned to Lin Guijing in panic. This is bad. This formation was designed to prevent the seal from being broken. It will devour the entire sealed space. Whoever created the seal clearly did not want the Xinyuan sword to escape, which is why they set such a vicious trap. Lin Guijing immediately turned to the sword. You can fly, right? Of course I can. Since it could fly, Lin Guijing threw it into the air and used the sword riding art. He leaped onto it and shouted, "Get us out of here! Fly up! We're breaking through!" Meanwhile, above ground, Chumai's hen had led everyone to where he had found the block of ice. I found the ice here. Halan looked around after arriving. There is no trace of Lin Guijing or Xiao Jiu nearby. Upon hearing senior sister Halan's words, Yurong's uneasiness surged again. Two living people can't just disappear without reason. Chumai's hen walked over to Halan and bluntly asked, "Could Boss Lin have been swallowed by some mysterious tree or something again, like I was before, and turned into fertilizer?" Yurong burst into tears at his words. Meng Meng angrily scolded him as well. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll leave you behind as fertilizer." Hearing his junior sister's words, Chumai's hen hastily changed the subject. "I'm just analyzing the possibilities." Just then, Halan heard something. She crouched down to inspect the ground. Quiet. The other three had no idea what was going on and stared at her blankly. Halan looked down and told them, "It's underneath." At that moment, the ground suddenly split apart, opening into a huge pit. It exploded like this underground. Could some great demon beast be about to emerge? Just as everyone was worrying, a familiar figure flew out from within. Lin Guijing, riding his new sword, circled through the air. Chumai's hen and Yu Rong stared upward in astonishment. "Is that Boss Lin and Xiao Jiu?" A flood of questions followed. How do they know how to fly on a sword? Lin Guijing is still alive. Why did they come out of the ground? Lin Guijing then jumped down and greeted everyone. Senior sister Halan, Mai's hen, Yu Rong, Meng Meng, it's great to see you all. As soon as he landed, senior sister Halan asked, "What happened to you two?" Lin Guijing happily explained, "It's a long story. Xiao Jiu and I joined forces to kill a mist demon. Somehow, we fell into a sword tomb and obtained a divine weapon." Halan was rather surprised. "You found the sword tomb?" She thought to herself, "Damn it, Lin Guijing got into the sword tomb before me. If I had not been stuck looking after these three burdens, I might have explored the sword tomb long ago." Meng Meng stepped forward to inspect his sword. It truly is a fine sword. These patterns look familiar somehow. Yu Rong had no interest in the sword. What concerned him was Lin Guijing. "Are you hurt? We searched everywhere for you. We were worried sick." Then he turned to Xiao Jiu and reproached her. "Did you drag Lin Guijing off again and make him fall into the sword tomb? Why didn't you wait for us so we could act together? That was far too dangerous." Lin Guijing immediately stepped in to ease the tense atmosphere. "It's fine. See? Aren't we both perfectly all right?" At that moment, the sycophant Chumai's hen placed a hand on Lin Guijing's back. "Just as expected of the boss recognized by me, Chumai's hen. In such a short time, you charged into the sword tomb and even brought out a divine weapon. Even senior sister Mu isn't as fast as you." Suddenly, Halan snapped at him. "You're right. I entered the sword tomb for a trial 3 years ago. The dangers inside were 10 times worse than those in the forbidden secret realm. How did you enter and leave the sword tomb so quickly? There are countless divine weapons inside the sword tomb, but obtaining even one requires not only fate, but also the strength to subdue it." She pointed at him and asked in a jealous tone, "What gave you the right to bring that sword out?" The more Halan spoke, the angrier she became. "When the mist appeared, all of us were working together to kill the mist demon. Yet you and Xiao Jiu were nowhere to be found. You claim that you killed the mist demon. Where is its body? Where is the proof?" Faced with senior sister Halan's harsh words, Lin Guijing did not know what to say. "Senior sister, In this awkward situation, the other three exchanged looks, unsure what to do. Halan frowned, shot Lin Guijing a glance, and stressed. You cheated. Yu Rong gathered his courage and stepped forward to defend Lin Guijing. Senior sister, huh? Lin Guijing is not that kind of person. Halan completely ignored Yu Rong and pointed at Lin Guijing as she demanded, Speak. What demonic trick did you use to deceive us into believing you entered the sword tomb? I have entered the sword tomb before. The exit definitely does not look like that. Lin Guijing tried to explain. Senior sister Halan, I don't know what the real sword tomb looks like, but Xiao Jiao and I truly entered space. Other than swords, there were indeed no living creatures there. We barely managed to escape with our lives. Seeing him explain so much, Xiao Jiao stepped forward and stopped him. No need to say more. Why should we prove our own innocence? Lin Guijing hurriedly turned to her. Xiao Jiao, senior sister Halan has simply misunderstood us. Xiao Jiao ignored him. Misunderstood? What could she possibly have misunderstood? She then provoked Halan. She simply refuses to accept that you obtained a divine weapon. She's jealous. At Xiao Jiao's words, Halan grew so enraged that a stream of black vapor poured from her mouth, followed by an eruption of murky power. This was not Halan's usual strength. Seeing senior sister Halan suddenly change, Lin Guijing asked Xiao Jiao, What is going on? She explained, The mist demon's toxin has invaded Halan's mind. I provoked her on purpose to force it to surface. If we do not discover it in time, and she leaves the secret realm, the consequences will be unimaginable. By then, Halan had nearly lost all reason. She gripped her saber and walked toward Lin Guijing. You cheated. I must punish you. Lin Guijing asked Xiao Jiao anxiously. Can this poison be cured? She replied. The mist demon's toxin is different from the possession Chu Mai's hen suffered before. It is harder to deal with. Lin Guijing assessed the situation, immediately drew his sword, and prepared to fight. No matter what, we have to fight first. Halan approached him, saying sternly, You cheated. I must punish you. Lin Guijing took out his new sword and said to it, Let me test your power. The sword snorted in slight displeasure. I fear you have yet to bring out this old one's true strength. Lin Guijing immediately leaped forward and took the initiative, striking with the Raging Wind mysterious ice incantation. Halan swiftly countered with Fire Dance, Flying Blossoms. The two rushed toward each other. Saber and sword clashed, neither showing any mercy. Watching from below, Yu Rong said anxiously, What is wrong with senior sister Halan? It is like she has become another person. Mingming was worried as well. Every one of senior sister's attacks is lethal. Fortunately, Lin Guijing's weapon is formidable. If it were me, I'm afraid I would not be able to withstand it. Yu Rong asked Mingming anxiously. Senior sister Halan has gone so mad. She will not kill us too, will she? As they worried, Xiao Jiao turned around and assigned them tasks. She said to Chu Mai's hen, You and Pishio, go find an herb called purple snowgrass. Hurry. Having received Xiao Jiao's order, Pishio immediately jumped down from Chu Mieshin's arms and ran off to search for purple snowgrass. Off to find purple snowgrass. After giving Chu Mai's hen his task, Xiao Jiao turned to the other two. Yu Rong, Mingming, Halan has been poisoned by the mist demon. I'll set up a barrier to trap her. You two are responsible for capturing the Golden Crow. Yu Rong was somewhat frightened by Xiao Jiao's arrangement. Senior sister Ha has gone completely berserk. How can we restrain her? Mingming, however, was the complete opposite and agreed without hesitation. All right. Xiao Jiao then shouted to Lin Guijing, Guijing, lead Halan over here. At that moment, Halan was still attacking madly. But thanks to Lin Guijing's agility, none of her attacks managed to injure him. Following Xiao Jiao's instructions, Lin Guijing leaped backward and lured Halan into pursuing him. Without a moment's thought, Halan charged directly at Lin Guijing, attacking savagely without pause. Lin Guijing continued dodging left and right until he reached the place Xiao Jiao had indicated. One attacked fiercely, one evaded, and the third, Xiao Jiao, swiftly formed a barrier. 5-direction barrier, 8-fold seal, let 10,000 demons stay out and all evil disperse. Halan halted for several seconds when she saw the sealing formation before her. The barrier had separated her from the Golden Crow. Outside it, Mingming and Yu Rong seized the opportunity and tried to restrain the Golden Crow. The Water Qilin and Azure Mystic Bird attacked at the same time. Inside the barrier, Halan could only spit out 2 words, despicable. She then charged forward once more. You think you can defeat me by luring away my spirit beast? I alone am enough to deal with all of you. You cheating bastards. Jio shouted from behind Lin Guijing. Find a way to hold her off? Chu Mai's hen has gone to find the medicine. Lin Guijing answered decisively. Don't worry. He summoned the Xin Yuan sword before him, then transformed it into countless sword phantoms that circled through the air. Halan's face immediately showed caution when she saw those sword phantoms. In an instant, countless sword phantoms attacked her. She had no choice but to swing her saber rapidly to block them and avoid being struck. As she continued swinging, she gradually fell into a disadvantage and could no longer organize an effective counterattack. Lin Guijing then condensed a massive ice dragon and sent it charging toward Halan, attempting to restrain her. After swinging for so long, Halan's arms had gone numb with exhaustion, and she had to stop to catch her breath. Yet the sword phantoms showed no intention of stopping and continued rushing straight at her. Before the dazzling sword light, Halan instinctively dropped her saber and raised her hands to shield her eyes. Unexpectedly, the sword phantoms did not strike her, but swept past her body. When Halan saw that the sword phantoms had missed her, she froze in astonishment. They didn't hit me? Before she could recover, Lin Guijing's second move arrived, intending to imprison her. Outside the barrier, Meng Meng and Yu Rong coordinated flawlessly as they attacked the Golden Crow together. One controlled the water Qilin, while the other used the Azure Mystic Bird to assist from the side. The two attacked the Golden Crow together, but it seemed to have no effect. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Halan had been completely frozen by Lin Guijing's ice. The Golden Crow outside immediately stopped attacking and stood motionlessly in place. Meng Meng and Yu Rong's attack struck the Golden Crow at that very moment. Yu Rong said excitedly, "Did we defeat it?" Meng Meng, however, looked grave and immediately recognized the problem. The guardian beast suddenly collapsed. Its master's consciousness must have been sealed. The Golden Crow had fallen to the ground, dazed and barely conscious. Having successfully frozen Halan, Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiu immediately stepped forward to inspect her. The ice had only just formed, yet cracks had already appeared within it, spreading without end. Xiao Jiu looked at the ice and sighed. This ice will not hold her for long. I hope Chu Mai's hen can bring the herb back quickly. Speak of the devil, and Chu Mai's hen appeared, running back happily with the herb in hand. I found it. He showed the herb to everyone. I found the herb, but disaster struck while he was running. Pichio tripped over a stone on the ground, slipped, and fell, dragging Chu Mai's hen down with it. The herb flew from his hand and was about to hit the ground. He desperately tossed it into the air. Catch it! Meng Meng rushed forward, trying to catch the herb Chu Mai's hen had thrown. At that moment, Xiao Jiu removed the barrier she had created, then urgently shouted, "Don't let the purple snow grass touch the ground. It will lose its medicinal potency." The purple snow grass was only inches from the ground, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, it would be ruined. Fortunately, Yu Rong promptly channeled his spiritual power and used a gust of wind to lift it, forming a pair of wind wings. The herb rose into the air again, but whose hand would it fall into? Meng Meng raised her hand high, trying to catch the herb. Just then, a swift figure suddenly flashed past and snatched it away. It was Pichio, calmly holding the herb in its mouth. It walked over to Chu Mai's hen. "That's my boy." Chu Mai's hen then showered it with praise. "There is only one stalk of purple snowgrass in this entire forest, and you found it. Now you have protected it as well. I'll reward you with a roasted lamb leg for dinner." Perhaps Pichio became too smug from the praise. Immersed in Chu Mieshin's sweet words, it carelessly swallowed the purple snow grass hole. Man and beast immediately stared at each other blankly, speechless. Yu Rong and Lin Guijing were stunned when they saw it swallow the purple snowgrass. Why did it eat it? Meng Meng could not hold herself back any longer. What are we supposed to do now? Xiao Jiu was equally dumbfounded. Only Chu Mai's hen could go from sweet-talking it 1 second to grabbing its throat and cursing it the next. There was only one stalk of purple snowgrass in the entire forest, and you ate it. Spit it out. Spit it out. By then, the block of ice was about to give way. Lin Guijing glanced back and said, "This is bad. I'll reinforce the ice seal. Let's take senior sister Halan and continue searching for medicinal herbs." But Xiao Jiu walked toward Pichio instead. "There's no time left. Seeing her approach, Chumai's hen asked uneasily, Xiao Jio, what are you going to do? She wrapped one arm around Pixiu. Looking at it, she said, since it ate the medicinal herb, we'll use it to detoxify Halan. Seeing Pixiu snatched away by Xiao Jio, Chumai's hen immediately crawled over and pleaded, Pixiu is my guardian spirit beast, a Jio. If you feed it a Halan, what am I supposed to do? Pixiu is the only spirit beast of the Chu family, a Jio. Unable to persuade Xiao Jio, Chumai's hen turned to Lin Guijing and cried, Boss Lin, help me. It's just greedy. It doesn't deserve to die. Yu Rong and Meng Meng also spoke up for him. We can work together to hold Halan off for a while, then go look for more purple snowgrass. That's right, Xiao Jio. There must be another way to save senior sister Halan. Lin Guijing also felt that this was inappropriate and called out to her, Xiao Jio. Xiao Jio winked at him, signaling that it was all just an act. Then she replied bluntly, No, the mist demon's poison is extremely potent. It will damage a person's mind, and if it goes on too long, she may never wake up again. Do you want her to kill you, or do you want to carry her corpse back? Hearing Xiao Jio's words, Meng Meng and Yu Rong could only look at each other helplessly. Lin Guijing quickly played along with Xiao Jio and frightened Chu Mai's hen further. Brother Chu, there's no other way. We can't just watch senior sister Halan let the poison seep into her bones. You'll just have to suffer this grievance. Chu Mai's hen stubbornly refused. He suddenly rose to his feet and said, No, Pixiu is my guardian spirit beast. If I can't protect it, what right do I have to be its master? Touched by his words, Pixiu began to cry. It struggled to run over and threw itself into his arms. Summoning all his courage, Chu Mai's hen pointed at Xiao Jio and declared, Xiao Jio, even if I have to risk my life today, I'm taking Pixiu back. Xiao Jio did not waste any words. She merely glanced at him. Oh, really? Then let's see who's faster. Their sharp gazes clashed fiercely. After a moment, Chu Mai's hen could not endure any longer. Biting his lip, he took several steps back and began whining and begging again. Sister Jio, Annie Jio, Grandma Jio, please don't kill my spirit beast. I promise I'll quickly gather more medicinal herbs. Please. Seeing him cry so pitifully, Lin Guijing said, Xiao Jio, stop scaring him. Saving her is what matters. Xiao Jio burst out laughing. All right. Then she looked at Pixiu and said, Look how worried your master is about you. Be good and cooperate with me. It will be over soon. As she spoke, she extended her hand toward Pixiu's chest. Give me the medicinal essence of the purple snowgrass in your body. Yu Rong, watching from the side, could not help but exclaim in surprise. You can do that? Meng Meng, standing behind them, was equally astonished. I already knew Xiao Jio was no ordinary fox demon, but she is far more formidable than the records describe. Just who is she? Meanwhile, Chu Mai's hen watched Xiao Jio's movements anxiously, worried for Pixiu. Will this really not hurt Pixiu? Lin Guijing said, Don't worry. If Xiao Jio says it will be fine, then it will be fine. Then he turned to look at Xiao Jio. With 3 tails, Xiao Jio could already cast so many spells. She was completely different from when he had first met her. Xiao Jio continued drawing out the herb's medicinal essence with a much gentler technique. After extracting the herb from Pixiu, she unceremoniously tossed it aside. The moment Pixiu was released, it ran straight back into Chumyeshin's arms. He held his spirit beast tightly and told it, It's all right now. It's all right. Don't eat random things again in the future. After this fright, Chu Mai's hen had matured somewhat. After this trial, I've made up my mind. I must improve my cultivation so I can protect you. Having obtained the medicinal herb, Xiao Jio approached the ice and sent its medicinal power through the frozen stone and into Halan's nose. After Halan took the herb, Chu Mai's hen and Yu Rong leaned over curiously. Why is there still no reaction? Could the medicine be too weak? Xiao Jio told them. Purple snowgrass is the sacred herb of the Mist Demon clan. It clears the mind and neutralizes poison. Wherever mist demons are found, purple snowgrass grows. But Halan has been poisoned for too long. Whether she wakes up depends on her own will. As soon as she finished speaking, a hand reached out from the ice, and the entire block of ice shattered. From within the swirling dust and smoke, Halan clutched her head and panted. She looked around in confusion, not understanding what had happened. Why is there so much ice? Seeing that she had awakened, Xiao Jio smiled. Looks like she's all right. Yu Rong hurried to Halan's side, grasped her hand, and said, Senior Sister Halan, you're finally okay. Han asked everyone hazily. I remember we were surrounded by dense fog. What happened? Meng answered. It seems your memories stopped at the swamp. A lot has happened since then. Seeing that his senior sister had awakened, Chu Maizhen happily ran over to Halan. Senior sister Halan, you're awake. Faced with his delighted expression, Halan slapped him away without hesitation. Get lost, you lecher. Who's your senior sister? Sent flying, Chu Maizhen protested miserably. Senior sister, you've wronged me. Outside, Mu Qingtong stood at the entrance, waiting for everyone to come out. Still no movement? The person beside her said, Senior sister Mu, there is still 1 hour until the agreed time. Those copper insect birds have not moved yet, so they probably have not come out. Mu Qingtong gazed toward the teleportation gate expectantly. It has been 7 days. I wonder how they are doing. Inside, after Halan woke up, Yurong tried to pull her staff, hoping to drag her back. Senior sister, let's go back. Halan firmly refused. I'm not going back. I still have to find the sword tomb. Yurong tugged at her with all his strength. Senior sister Mu said that if we did not find it after 7 days, we had to return. Senior sister Halan, you cannot break your word. Halan turned around angrily. There is still 1 hour left. If you want to go back yourselves. I must find the sword tomb. Shout, Jio, standing to one side, also interjected, stop trying to hold her back. Let her go. Hearing this, all three of them turned to look at her. Yurong broke into a cold sweat, afraid Halan would truly leave. Xiao Jio, it's one thing not to help pull senior sister back, but why are you making matters worse? Xiao Jio answered bluntly. Halan, your strength is indeed exceptional among your peers, but opportunities cannot always be forced. Hearing Xiao Jio's words, Halan tightened her grip on the blade in her hand. Yurong was holding onto that blade when it suddenly vanished. It turned out Halan had understood Xiao Jio's meaning and put the weapon away. You are right. Since childhood, whenever there was something I wanted, I could always have it. Her face and eyes were filled with sorrow. I admit that 3 years ago, at the sword sacrifice ceremony, senior sister Mu Qingtong brought back a divine weapon from the sword tomb. I cannot accept it. I never expected that this time, even our junior brother would have the opportunity to enter the sword tomb. Mentioned by her in this way, Lin Guijing smiled happily, though he was also a little embarrassed. At that moment, Yurong stepped forward, took her hand, and said, Senior sister Halan, I know you came here wholeheartedly for the sword tomb, but you did not only seek something for yourself, you also protected all of us the whole time. Chu Maizhen hurriedly chimed in, yes. Whenever danger appeared, senior sister Halan was always the first to fight the spirit beasts. It was so cool, Meng said admiringly. In truth, senior sister's sense of responsibility surpasses even her desire to obtain a divine weapon. Without senior sister's careful protection, I'm afraid we could not have safely made it through these 7 days. After being praised by her junior brothers and sisters, Halan replied happily, I'm not as good as you make me sound. As soon as she spoke, endless compliments poured forth. Senior sister Halan looks amazing when she fights monsters. Senior sister Ha may seem cold, but she is warm-hearted. She always saves the good food for me. I want to become someone as formidable as senior sister Halan. Watching Halan's reaction from the side, Xiao Jio concluded, it seems the poison has been cured. Even after I provoked her, she did not get angry. Yurong asked, You deliberately provoked her again? Xiao Jio turned her head, stuck out her tongue, and said, You do not want to bring something dirty home, do you? I was only thinking of everyone's safety. Hearing Xiao Jio's words, Lin Guijing recalled what had just happened, something he would never forget. I never want to fight Halan again. After chatting for a while, Xiao Jio remembered something. Oh right, are you taking this sword back too? Lin Guijing inspected the sword closely. It certainly is quite conspicuous. Hearing the two of them, the sword could not help but curse. What are you saying? I am the martial shadow supreme, the sharpest and most handsome being in the universe. I am about to shatter the heavens, destroy all realms, and protect everything. Faced with its endless rambling, Xiao Jio said nothing and transformed it into a small dagger with a spell. Used to being transformed like this, it said angrily. Turning me into this is an insult. Xiao Jiao crouched down and told it. There are many people outside. Once an unparalleled divine weapon like you appears, it will surely cause chaos throughout the world. You will not get to enjoy any good days. How can there be any good days if I'm turned into this? Xiao Jiao took out some food from outside and said, You were sealed away for 3,000 years. You have no idea how much delicious food there is in the outside world now. Osmanthus cakes, 8 treasure candy, braised fish, whole roasted lamb. Though it was drooling, it still replied arrogantly, Before I was sealed, I was merely a spiritual consciousness. I have never eaten anything. Do not think your words can tempt me. Hearing that, Xiao Jiao did not say anything further. She turned away and said, then forget it. At her decisive words, it immediately changed its attitude. After we get out, can I really eat those things? Lin Guijing set a condition for it. As long as you obediently listen to me, I'll take you out for good food once we leave. Fine then. Just then, the copper insect bird flew over as well, guiding them back. Halan looked up. It's the copper insect bird. It is time. Senior Sister Mu is calling us back. Before leaving, Halan turned to Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao, I see you already have 3 tails. After we get outside, remember to hide your tails well. I do not think anyone wants to see your strength increase. Only by remaining Lin Guijing's spirit beast can you better protect Lin Guijing and Feng Tian Academy. Xiao Jiao smiled. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. After speaking to Xiao Jiao, she turned to Lin Guijing. Lin Guijing, you performed very well during this trial. Congratulations on obtaining a divine weapon. But our competition is not over yet. I will not let you catch up to me. Lin Guijing was delighted to hear her words. I will certainly cultivate diligently and strive to catch up with senior sister Halan as soon as possible. Immediately afterward, Halan turned around, raised a hand to the sky, and shouted, The trial is over. Let's go home. After returning, Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiao went to find Dean Hu. Seeing them, the dean laughed heartily. Good. It is good that you returned safely. He then asked, I heard you encountered a fortunate opportunity during this trial. Lin Guijing took out the sword for the dean to see. Yes, Xiao Jiao and I accidentally fell into the sword tomb and obtained a divine sword. He then enlarged the sword for the dean to inspect. Holding the divine sword, Dean Hu could not help but exclaim in surprise, the Xianyuan sword. The younger generation is truly formidable. Lin Guijing asked, Dean, do you recognize this sword? Dean Hu returned the sword to him and said, For this sword to choose you is truly no small blessing. At that moment, Halan had something to attend to, so she cupped her hands and took her leave. Dean, senior sister Mu, is arranging the academy patrol teams. I will go see whether the roster is ready. Dean Hu happily allowed her to leave. All right, go ahead. After Halan went out, Dean Hu invited the 2 of them to sit down. Come, see, tell me slowly about what happened in the sword tomb. Lin Guijing happily recounted the entire incident. Yes. He then calmly described everything they had encountered in the sword tomb. Half an hour later, his story finally came to an end. Stroking his beard, the dean said, So that is what happened. It truly was a fortunate opportunity. After telling the story, Lin Guijing tactfully asked, This disciple was fortunate enough to obtain this divine weapon and dared not delay. I respectfully asked for the dean's guidance regarding this sword. Dean Hu explained the sword's origins. This sword was the personal weapon of the human emperor Shangxian. After that great war, 3,600 years ago, it was sealed by the new Emperor Haoyan. In the primordial age, to celebrate the ascension of the first human emperor, the Xianyuan emperor, the immortals gathered divine iron from Mount Taisho and forged this divine weapon as a congratulatory gift. From then on, this divine weapon became a symbol of the human emperor's authority, passed down from generation to generation until the era of Shangxian. Legend says that he used this sword to poison living beings and persecute loyal ministers. The sword was steeped in the resentment of the dead and came to be regarded as a demonic sword. Hearing this distorted account of history, Xiao Jiao's expression darkened. She glanced at Dean Hu and said mockingly, History is like a maiden, left for others to dress up as they please. When a new dynasty replaces the old one, Dean Hu calmly replied, It naturally sweeps away the affairs of the former dynasty and establishes new rules. Who can truly distinguish right from wrong? Hearing this, she grew even angrier and retorted, So that justifies smearing Shangxian again and again? Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Lin Guijing interjected. Dean, I also feel that account is somewhat biased. If it is spread around, it will obscure the truth. But when Dean Hu questioned him in return, he froze, unsure how to answer. So, you know the truth behind it? Lin Ging stammered. Xiao Jiu could no longer hold herself back. She shot to her feet. I had thought you were someone who understood reason. I never expected you to be just another ordinary fool. I cannot be bothered to listen to such pointless conversation. Carry on. With that, she headed straight for the door, ignoring Lin Guijing calling after her. She acted as though she could not hear him and slammed the door so hard that the two people in the room jumped. Once outside, she cursed indignantly to herself, a bunch of idiots. After Xiao Jiu left, Lin Guijing apologized awkwardly. I'm sorry, Dean. Xiao Jiu has never cared much for the human race's etiquette or hierarchy. I apologize on her behalf. Aha, it's all right. This is simply Xiao Jiu being Xiao Jiu. After she left, Dean Hu stepped forward and praised Lin Guijing. It is a good thing that you recognize the Xianyuan sword. However, a fortunate encounter may be accidental, or it may be destiny. The burden on your shoulders may be far heavier than you imagine. Then he took out a green jade pendant and handed it to him. This jade pendant forms a pair with mine. Keep it with you. Whenever you need me, pour spiritual power into it, and I will know. Feeling that this was a serious matter, Lin Guijing pressed him. Dean, what do you mean? Dean Hu turned around. Come with me. The two went to a corner of the room, where Dean Hu opened a spatial formation. He reached inside and took out a scroll. Hu Yuan opened the scroll and said to Lin Guijing, this is a secret passed down among the successive deans of Feng Tian Academy. It records not only the Academy's history and taboos, but also a prophecy I never thought would come true during my lifetime. With that, he opened the scroll for Lin Guijing to see. A line of words slowly appeared on the scroll. When Xianyuan emerges, the ruler of the world shall change. Early the next morning, at the dining hall, Lin Guijing's group had arranged to meet. The moment he arrived, he saw his friends already waiting for him. Lin Guijing, everyone greeted him. He hurriedly returned the greeting. From their appearances, it seemed everyone had slept well. Yurong stepped forward happily. Not bad. Chu Mai's hen also told him about yesterday. The moment I got back, I collapsed into bed. I have never felt so comfortable. Yu Rong ignored Chu Mai's hen and turned to ask Lin Guijing, what about you? Did you sleep well? Faced with the question, Lin Guijing's face suddenly turned red. He stammered, remembering how the two of them had slept the previous night. He did not dare describe it. He could only scratch his head, look away, and pretend not to have heard. Seeing his reaction, Yu Rong immediately sensed that something was going on. She pointed at Xiao Jiu and asked, Hey, you didn't do anything strange to Lin Guijing, did you? Deliberately provoking her, Xiao Jiu took Lin Guijing's hand and said, Oh, plenty. Much more than you can imagine. Faced with this jealousy-filled scene, Chu Mai's hen stepped forward and pushed Yurong aside. Pulling Lin Guijing along, he invited him to eat. Come on, Boss Lin. We've been in that trial realm for days and have been craving food to death. I've long wanted to eat the braised pork knuckle from our academy dining hall. Lin Guijing hurriedly went along with Chu Mieshin's escape. Right. I want some too. After the two left, Yurong remained where he was and warned Xiao Jiu. In any case, I'll be keeping a close eye on you. Xiao Jiu replied indifferently. Fine. Then she followed Lin Guijing and Chu Mai's hen inside. Only after everyone had gone inside did Meng Meng tell him, if you like someone, you have to confess directly. Otherwise, someone else will steal him away. Hearing Meng Meng's words, Yu Rong adamantly denied it. When did I ever say I liked Lin Guijing? He just grew up in my home. I have an obligation to keep an eye on him. Meng Meng turned to glance at him, then faced forward again. Everyone in this academy can see that you like him. You're the only one stubbornly refusing to admit it. At Meng Meng's words, Yu Rong's face instantly turned crimson. He stood there in a daze, thinking, if you like someone, just confess. If someone else snatches him away, will you only reveal your feelings then? The scene shifted to the dining hall, where Chu Mai's hen had gotten the food he wanted. His eyes shone as he greedily stared at the dish. As expected of his signature dish, made by Feng Tian's #1 fat chef. I could eat this braised pork knuckle every day for a month. Just as he was about to carry the dish back to the table to enjoy it, someone suddenly blocked his path. Hold it! The man approached Chu Mai's hen and said domineeringly, That is my food. Seeing how unreasonable he was, Lin Guijing asked Chu Mai's hen, Who is is this? He's Lei Jinyang, Feng Tian's once-in-a-century genius disciple. Seeing that they recognized him, Lei Jinyang became even more arrogant and asked again, "What? Are you still unwilling to yield your food to me?" Lei Jinyang, though timid, Chu Mai's hen tried to stand his ground when it came to his favorite dish. He softly said, "Of course not. How would we dare compete with senior brother Lei for anything? It's just that we ordered this braised pork knuckle directly from the fat chef, and he never said that senior brother Lei had ordered it first." Lin Guijing added, "Besides, senior brother Lei, you only just entered the dining hall, didn't you? Are you trying to use your status to bully us and steal our food?" At that moment, several female disciples watching the commotion whispered behind Lei Jinyang, "Those two from the Return to Truth Academy are really bold, daring to provoke someone from the Cultivation Academy." Oh, the Cultivation Academy has always been domineering. Lower-ranking disciples always take the initiative to make way when they see them. Those two dare refuse to yield? Aren't they just asking to have their things stolen? Hearing them, Lei Jinyang felt even more justified in taking the food. He burst into booming laughter that shook the entire dining hall. Ha ha ha! Then he slammed his weapon onto Chu Mieshin's food tray. Arrogantly, he said, "I had someone tell the fat chef to make it for me first. He simply forgot. Yet you two trash got a benefit from it." Faced with his baseless lies, Chu Mai's hen could only grit his teeth and endure it. He set the plate down and said, "So, it was a misunderstanding. We'll yield this braised pork knuckle to senior brother Lei." Then he pulled Lin Guijing away. But Lin Guijing refused to let it go so easily. Why should we give it to him? Afraid that things would escalate, Chu Mai's hen pulled him even harder, wanting to leave quickly. He's from the Cultivation Academy, the youngest disciple at the spirit transformation stage. With one finger, he could reduce both of us to ashes. Let's go quickly. But Lei Jinyang would not let them leave so easily. "Stop!" Chu Mai's hen hurriedly turned around and asked, "Senior brother Lei, do you have any other instructions?" Lei Jinyang glared at him and demanded that Chu Mai's hen apologize. Chu Mai's hen immediately complied. But the moment he began, Lin Guijing interrupted him. Stepping forward, Lin Guijing said, "Senior brother Lei, the Return to Truth Academy and the Cultivation Academy each have their own dining hall, and disciples from the two academies rarely interact. May I ask why senior brother Lei is in this dining hall, stealing food from the junior brothers and sisters of our Return to Truth Academy? If you like the fat chef's cooking, you should line up first. If you're in a hurry, we are your juniors, so yielding to you would be no problem. But which Feng Tian Academy rule says that lower-ranking disciples must unconditionally yield to higher-ranking ones?" Hearing this, Lei Jinyang sneered. "You must be the Lin Guijing who has become famous lately. I know you." He began openly slandering Lin Guijing, an orphan with no clan, no father, and no mother, who only entered the Return to Truth Academy by relying on his connection to that foolish young lady of the Qin family. A waste with no spiritual root, whose cultivation suddenly skyrocketed and caused no end of trouble. Then he pointed at Xiao Jiao and continued, "I think it must be because this demon used some kind of demonic art." Lin Guijing could no longer tolerate it. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lei Jinyang suddenly pointed his weapon directly at Lin Guijing. "I came to find you today precisely to cleanse our ranks." Terrified, Chu Mai's hen hid behind Lin Guijing and said, "Senior brother Lei, Feng Tian Academy rules prohibit disciples from fighting privately." Lei Jinyang looked at him and replied, "Oh, your memory is terrible. If disciples have a conflict, Academy rules permit them to settle it through an official duel." Not wanting to cause a scene here, Lin Guijing told him, "My junior brother does not wish to clash with you. But if you insist on fighting, let's change locations." But Lei Jinyang did not listen to a single word Lin Guijing said. Enough nonsense. Lei Jinyang stopped talking and attacked Lin Guijing directly. "I won't give you a chance to run." Seeing him attack, Chu Maizen panicked and hid behind Lin Guijing. From a distance, Xiao Jiu sensed the danger and immediately rushed forward to block the attack for him. Then she said to Lin Guijing, "His lightning arts restrain your techniques. You must deal with him carefully." Unable to strike from above, Lei Jinyang redirected his attack below. "Be destroyed beneath the fury of my thunder." A bolt of lightning suddenly shot up from the ground at them. Seeing that things had gone wrong, Xiao Jiu hurriedly grabbed Lin Guijing's hand. "Run! This move will overturn the entire dining hall." As the two fled, Chu Mieshin's figure remained behind them. He also ran in terror, but unfortunately, his leg was caught by Lei Jinyang's technique. He screamed in terror throughout the dining hall. Hearing his miserable cry, Lin Guijing immediately turned around. "This is bad." He stretched out his hand, tried to pull Chu Mai's hand free. After struggling for a moment, he finally caught Chu Mieshin's hand. Lin Guijing swiftly threw him aside and took the attack himself. Lightning struck Lin Guijing in the back. He cried out in pain, his scream echoing through the dining hall. Seeing him like that, Xiao Jiu was horrified. Guijing. At that moment, Lin Guijing was lifted into the air by the other man. Xiao Jiu could not stand by any longer and quickly flew over to save him. But a mysterious person acted first and rescued Lin Guijing. The person created a golden circle that blocked Lei Jinyang's attack. Lei Jinyang watched helplessly as his technique was shattered, utterly stunned. Xiao Jiu took the opportunity to bring Lin Guijing down. "Are you all right?" Lin Guijing sat up and answered her, "I'm fine." Seeing the unfamiliar man before him, Lin Guijing asked in confusion, "May I ask who you are?" Furious at being stopped, Lei Jinyang demanded, "Who are you? Stop meddling in others' business." Although his words were tough, his thoughts were entirely different. He caught my myriad thunder with his bare hand. Holding Lei Jinyang's myriad thunder in his hand, the old man said, "Young man, destroying academy property requires compensation. Damaging objects is a small matter, but harming fellow disciples is a serious one." Lei Jinyang remained defiant, pointing his weapon at the old man. "I've never seen you at Feng Tian Academy. If you're just some idle bystander here to watch the excitement, don't blame me if you get hurt." The old man was about to introduce himself. "I am." Before he could finish, Jin Changming, having received word, rushed over and interrupted. "Who was it who dared to fight privately in the Return of Truth Academy dining hall?" Jin Changming stepped forward and asked the old man, "Which academy are you from? Don't you know the rules?" The old man did not answer. Instead, he crushed Lei Jinyang's technique. Lei Jinyang was stunned. My myriad thunder, which could destroy this entire dining hall, was crushed just like that. After dealing with it, the old man turned around and smiled at Jin Changming. "Nothing serious. These young people were just playing around, though they made rather a lot of noise." Jin Changming was surprised to see him there. "Master Lu, why are you here?" Then he turned and quietly asked the disciple who had reported it, "What exactly happened? Why is the newly arrived master here too? When I ran to find you, there wasn't any master here yet." The old man explained to them both. "I had just come from Dean Hu's place and felt hungry, so I wanted to try the famed food of Feng Tian Academy's dining hall. Haha, I arrived at just the right time." Then he looked at Lei Jinyang and asked, "Isn't that right, young man?" After saying that, he glared at Lei Jinyang, frightening him into quickly replying, "Yes, we were just playing around." Once the matter had settled down, Jin Changming introduced the old man to everyone. "This is Master Lu Wuya, whom Elder Dean Hu personally invited to teach you spell arts. You must show him proper respect from now on." Hearing Jin Changming's words, the disciples present began discussing among themselves. After something happened to Master Shangfeng, someone has finally come to replace him as our spell arts instructor. Shangfeng was only an instructor. This new arrival is a master, so his cultivation must be at least at the Mahayana stage. So powerful. No wonder he so easily blocked Lei Jinyang's formation. I heard from a senior brother who knew about it that the old dean personally invited a reclusive master who had been hidden from the world for many years. It seems this is him. The Return of Truth Academy is truly fortunate this time. I have to cling tightly to this powerful backer. Before Lei Jinyang left, Jin Changming called out to him, "Lei Jinyang, brat, cultivation is not only about practicing techniques. You must cultivate your heart as well. If you continue behaving recklessly, I will invite the Lei clan head here to judge the matter." Having said that, Jin Changming prepared to drive him out. "Why don't you get lost already?" Lei Jinyang did not dare disobey and immediately left in low spirits. He passed Master Lu Wuya and headed straight outside. As he passed Xiao Jiu and Lin Guijing, he shot them a glance, and Xiao Jiu glared right back at him. Halfway out, Lei Jinyang suddenly stopped and said to Lin Guijing, "Lin Guijing, the Cultivation Academy entrance trial will take place in 1 month. Your strength has surpassed the nascent soul stage. Will you participate?" Lin Guijing merely glanced at him without saying anything. Lei Jinyang suddenly curled his lips into a smile. "You may be able to fool everyone else, but you can't fool me. As long as I'm here, don't even think about entering the Cultivation Academy so easily." With that, he turned and left. In the dining hall, the the fat chef came out and discovered that his beloved floor tiles had been damaged. He muttered in distress, "The azure steel tiles I just laid." Jean Changming hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. "Fat chef, children fighting do not know their limits. I'll send someone to repair it for you." Meanwhile, Xiao Jiu was still using a healing spell on Lin Guijing. Healing spell. Master Lu Wuya walked over and asked them, "How are you? Do you need to go to the infirmary?" Xiao Jiu replied, "It's nothing. You just need a change of clothes." Seeing Xiao Jiu answer so coldly, Lin Guijing feared that she would offend Master Lu Wuya and quickly said, "I'm already fine." This disciple, Lin Guijing, "Thanks, Master, for saving me." "So you're Lin Guijing. I have heard of you." "Not bad, not bad." Master Lu Wuya chatted with him briefly, then scratched his head and asked, "May I try that pot of braised pork knuckle?" The instant Chu Mai's hen heard that, he excitedly replied, "Of course. From now on, I, Chu Mai's hen, will cover the meal vouchers for both Master Lu Wuya and Boss Lin." Having said that, Chu Mai's hen enthusiastically took the lead in shouting, "Time to eat, time to eat." The next day, in the Immortal Forest secret realm, Master Lu Wuya stood before all the Return to Truth Academy disciples and introduced himself. "My name is Lu Wuya. From now on, I will be responsible for teaching spell arts at the Return to Truth Academy. To understand your previous level of learning, we will first have a small test." The moment the disciples heard there would be a test, they immediately panicked. "A test? How will we be tested? Don't tell me we have to copy spell formulas as punishment. I haven't read a book in ages. Could it be a formation exam? No way." The Immortal Sect Assembly just ended, and we have another test already. Standing above them, Master Lu Wuya announced the test content. "You may now divide yourselves into 2 groups. Next, you will undergo a group trial." Chu Mai's hen and Ming Ming immediately crowded around Lin Guijing. "Boss Lin, we'll be in your group. Wherever you go, we go." "That's right, we'll stick together." Then a group of other disciples also wanted to join his team. "Lin Guijing, can we form a team with you?" After everyone freely formed teams, the groups were set. Seeing that their own team had too few people, the members of the second group protested. "Master Lu Wuya, this isn't fair. Their group has too many people." Hearing the objection, Master Lu Wuya asked his disciples, "Oh, is that so? Does anyone want to move to the smaller group to balance things out?" However, no one was willing to go. Chu Mai's hen made faces at the other group to provoke them. Master Lu said we could divide freely. He never said the groups had to have equal numbers. After waiting a while and seeing that no one volunteered, Master Lu Wuya announced, "Since no one is moving, the trial begins." Master Lu Wuya raised his hand and conjured a teleportation gate from thin air. "This is the trial space. As long as you clear every challenge inside, you will pass." After saying that, he gestured for Lin Guijing's group to enter first. "Then we will begin with the larger group." The whole group immediately followed Lin Guijing into the trial space. Inside the trial space, the disciples looked around and said, "This place looks no different from outside. Where are the challenges?" Suddenly, a series of rustling sounds came from the forest. They immediately turned toward it. What was that? A gigantic spider emerged from the dark forest. Outside, the remaining disciples watched what was happening inside through a screen projected by Master Lu Wuya. "It's a wolf spider again." The weaker disciples inside were attacked by the spider and fled in panic. After running for a while, one disciple tried to turn back and launch a counterattack. Mystic Ice Art, but his meager spiritual power could not harm the spider in the slightest. "Why can't I use my spell?" As soon as he spoke, the spider swallowed him whole. The disciples outside witnessed the scene and turned pale in fright. "Good thing I didn't choose that group. Are they insane? It'll be our turn soon. In a few minutes, some of us could become that spider's food." Another disciple panicked and ran to Master Lu Wuya. "Master Lu, a disciple has already died to the wolf spider. Aren't you afraid the dean will hold you accountable? This trial was agreed upon by Dean Hu and me. Do you think you can hide under Feng Tian Academy's protection for the rest of your life?" Master Lu Wuya looked at him, his voice stern. "Compared with a true life-and-death battle against demonic beasts, this is not even 1/10,000th as dangerous. You have all been protected far too well." Hearing Master Lu's words, the disciple trembled in fear and secretly backed away, intending to flee the trial grounds. Seeing that Master Lu was focused on the battle and seemed not to notice him, he ran with all his might. But before he had gone far, Lu Wuya suddenly appeared in front of him. Panicking, he hastily made up an excuse. "And Master Lu, I need to use the restroom." The old man frowned. "In such a hurry? Then go with the first group of fellow disciples. Faced with that terrifying expression, he replied tremblingly, "No, no, no. I'm not in a hurry." During the trial, Lin Guijing was doing everything he could to rescue the other disciples. Mysterious ice art. He blocked the giant spider's attack and immediately called out to them, "Hurry and leave." Meng Meng deserved thanks as well. She was here too, doing her best to kill the spiders. With a single slash from Meng Meng, a spider fell. Elsewhere, a disciple was being chased by a spider. He was so frightened that his legs gave out, leaving him unable to run. Fortunately, Lin Guijing spotted him in time and saved him from the spider's jaws. After dealing with some of the spiders, Xiao Jiao and Lin Guijing stood back to back as they spoke. Although wolf spiders are as strong as nascent soul cultivators, they're still a level below contracted spirit beasts. With your abilities, dealing with them isn't difficult. But there are too many wolf spiders, and our group has many disciples who have already scattered. They'll be picked off one by one. As soon as Xiao Jiao finished speaking, an idea flashed through Lin Guijing's mind. I have a way. Lin Guijing immediately created an ice house amid the swarm of spiders. He shouted to the disciples there, "Everyone, get in here and hide." The disciples followed Lin Guijing's instructions and ran inside one after another. Only Meng Meng, Yu Rong, Chu Mai's hen, and Lin Guijing remained behind to face the spiders. While fighting, Yu Rong saw Chu Mieshen's spirit beast and was rather surprised. "So your spirit beast can take its complete form too?" Chu Mai's hen proudly showed off. "After all, I'm the sole direct heir of the Chu family. My spirit beast naturally has to be top tier. I don't want to be some nobody hiding behind Boss Lin anymore. Chu Mai's hen, want to be a hero too." Before he could finish, misfortune struck. A wolf spider immediately attacked him for talking too much. Yu Rong had only just complimented him, and now, seeing this, he did not know what to say. Chu Mieshen's miserable cry came from below. "Yu Rong, save me. I hate spiderwebs most of all." Lin Guijing was still doing his best to escort the other disciples into the ice house. Xiao Jiao stood behind him, directing them to hurry inside. After a busy spell, all the disciples without sufficient strength had safely entered the ice house. Lu Weia stood outside observing the situation, unable to suppress his interest. Interesting. The disciples had all safely entered the ice house, but they were still terrified. What do we do? Are we really going to become spider food? A group of 5 stood guard at the entrance to the ice house created by Lin Guijing. Once everyone was inside, Lin Guijing asked Xiao Jiao, "Can you do it?" She curled her lips into a smile. "No problem." Xiao Jiao then closed her eyes and used her bewitchment art to hypnotize the wolf spiders. Another tail appeared behind her, strengthening her spiritual power. The male disciples in the ice house saw her stunning beauty and began bleeding from their noses. Xiao Jiao immediately unleashed her bewitchment art upon the wolf spiders. They instantly fell into an ethereal dreamland. After hypnotizing all of them, Xiao Jiao gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Seeing how formidable she was, Chu Mai's hen could not help praising her. "Xiao Jiao, you're incredible. You actually controlled this entire swarm of spiders." Yu Rong found it impressive too, but rather than praise her, he reproached her. "Why didn't you use such a powerful move earlier?" Lin Guijing explained on Xiao Jiao's behalf, because many fellow disciples could have died because of her. Pointing at the crowd, he said, "This is a wide area technique. Just now, everyone was fighting the wolf spiders in a melee. If Xiao Jiao had used it then, all the people behind you would be sprawled on the ground by now." Yu Rong turned to look at them, and his attitude made a complete reversal. Suddenly, he felt that having them lying amid the wolf spiders was not such a bad thing. At that moment, those people could no longer care about anything but Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao is so beautiful. After controlling all the spirit beasts, Yu Rong asked Lu Weia, "Master Lu, the wolf spiders have lost their ability to fight. Does that mean we have passed the trial?" The old man answered, "Not yet. Once they wake up, they will still pose a threat. Therefore, the best permanent solution is to kill them all." Hearing Master Lu say that, Chu Mai's hen was frightened out of his wits. "Kill them all." The old man revealed a ferocious expression. Only when the danger has been completely eliminated can the trial be considered over. After hearing Master Lu's words, Yu Rong clenched his fists. "That's right. So many fellow disciples were devoured by wolf spiders just now. We must avenge them." Chu Mai's hen felt that something was wrong. "But they're like fish on a chopping block now, completely at our mercy. Isn't this?" Meng Meng immediately cut him off. "Stop talking." The bewitchment art only lasts for so long. Do you want to face a swarm of wolf spiders at full strength? Suddenly, Lin Guijing said, wait. He looked at Lu Wuya and asked, Master Lu, does passing the trial simply require us to completely eliminate the danger within the barrier? Lu Wuya turned his back to him and replied, that's right. Having confirmed it, Lin Guijing had another idea. Good. I have a way to completely eliminate the danger here without killing the wolf spiders. Chu Maizhen, Yu Rong, and Ming Ming all turned toward him in surprise. Lin Guijing asked them, what is Feng Tian Academy's guiding principle? Humans and spirit beasts should treat each other sincerely and live together in harmony. Lin Guijing continued, although the Immortal Forest Secret Realm is Feng Tian Academy's trial ground, it is also a place where disciples form contracts with spirit beasts and gain experience. I have never seen any academy records stating that disciples slaughter spirit beasts merely for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yu Rong and Ming Ming recalled that it did indeed seem there were no such records. Lin Guijing continued, voicing his true thoughts. Human society has its own rules, and spirit beast communities have rules of their own. When academy disciples gain experience, we should follow the laws of nature and preserve the balance among species. Why should an entire species be slaughtered over a single trial? Chu Maizhen asked him, but right now, two sides are locked in a life-and-death battle. They'll wake up soon. We can't possibly reason with every single one of them, can we? Lin Guijing nodded. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Hearing that, Chu Maizhen broke out in a cold sweat. He's gone mad. Did a spider knock Lin Guijing's brains loose? Outside, Master Lu did not care what they intended to do and merely reminded them, my barrier can only last for the time it takes to burn one incense stick. After that, it will expand. Once the wolf spiders crawl out, they will become a double trial for both groups. Upon hearing Master Lu's words, the disciples outside immediately urged Lin Guijing on. At a time like this, you're still showing mercy? Hurry up and kill those disgusting things. In troubled times, the first ones to die are the sanctimonious fools. Lin Guijing, stop pretending to be benevolent and dragging everyone down. That's right. Hurry up and do it. What are you waiting for? At that moment, several wolf spiders gradually began awakening from Xiao Jiu's bewitchment art. Seeing one move, Yu Rong said to everyone, this is bad. That wolf spider is moving. The bewitchment art is about to wear off. Ming Ming hurriedly said, Lin Guijing, if you have a plan, say it now. Lin Guijing looked at Xiao Jiu. Xiao Vu, I'm sorry. I need to temporarily raise my strength to the spirit transformation stage. I need your help. Xiao Jiu replied, I understand. I'll raise my level above that of the wolf spiders. Lin Guijing then wrapped an arm around Xiao Jiu's waist, pulled her close, and gave her a deep, passionate kiss to enhance their spiritual power. The crowd facing them stood dumbfounded. As expected of Boss Lin, one person was so shocked that he seemed petrified. The disciples in the ice house watched with immense admiration. You can do that? I want that too. My heart is shattered. Good. After advancing, Lin Guijing raised a hand and pointed at the wolf spiders. Let me persuade this swarm of wolf spiders. Lin Guijing walked into the midst of the enchanted spiders. He scanned them, looking for their leader. After observing them for a while, he found it. Lin Guijing immediately walked up to that wolf spider. Found you, wolf spider queen. He held out his hand toward her and formed a contract. With my blood, I bind your soul. Chu Maizhen was astonished by what Lin Guijing was doing. Boss Lin wants to form a contract with that huge wolf spider, but doesn't he already have Xiao Jiu? Can he form contracts with other spirit beasts too? Ming Ming immediately answered his questions. Cultivators who reach this spirit transformation stage can form contracts with additional spirit beasts. However, the more spirit beasts they have, the more their master's spiritual power is divided among them. That is why most cultivators only have one life-bound spirit beast to cultivate alongside them. Lin Guijing bit his finger and used his blood to form the contract. He dripped his blood into the contract formation beneath the wolf spider. With my blood, I form this contract. Our hearts shall be connected, and we shall share fortune and misfortune. Lin Guijing placed his hand on her head and transmitted his spiritual power to her. Once enough spiritual power had been transferred, they successfully formed the contract. Contract complete. Suddenly, the wolf spider transformed into a woman with blue hair. She straightened up, displaying her alluring figure. At the sight of her beauty, Chu Mieshin's nose began bleeding profusely. The disciples present all blushed as well. The wolf spider turned into a beautiful woman. After the contract was formed, the wolf spider knelt to greet her master. This servant greets master. Thanks to master's abundant spiritual energy, this servant has broken through a bottleneck that had trapped me for decades and advanced to the spirit transformation stage. Master is this servant's second parent. Lin Guijing extended his hand to her. Your Majesty flatters me. Even Lin Guijing blushed at her peerless beauty. In the urgency of the moment, I formed a contract with your Majesty only to stop the killing. I hope your Majesty understands. If your Majesty can lead the wolf spider swarm back to its nest and stop troubling the disciples of Feng Tian Academy, I can dissolve the contract and restore your Majesty's freedom. Faced with Lin Guijing's proposal, she immediately refused. No, no, no. This servant absolutely does not wish to leave Master. Even this servant's children belong to Master. Seeing yet another romantic rival appear, Yu Rong was unhappy. Why is there another one now? Standing behind Lin Guijing, Xiao Jiu said, "It must have sensed your heavenly spirit root and exquisite heart, so it is clinging to you for dear life. It is far too delighted to want freedom." The wolf spider queen suddenly grabbed Lin Guijing's sleeve and pulled him toward her. This servant is Master Spider in life and Master Spider in death. I will never dissolve the contract. Seeing how lucky he was, the disciples became jealous. That Lin Guijing is too lucky. He formed a contract with another humanoid spirit beast. How scheming. He must have planned this all along, which is why he refused to kill all the wolf spiders. Seeing that he had handled the situation effectively, Lu Wuya announced, "The trial is over. Group 1 has passed." A teleportation gate immediately appeared in the air. Lin Guijing's group stepped out. The wolf spider queen followed him out, then turned and instructed her subordinates. "Go back and cultivate diligently. I will come visit you." Lin Guijing did not want the wolf spider queen to follow him, so he turned to Xiao Jiu. "Xiao Jiu, help me persuade her." But Xiao Jiu paid him no mind. "You caused this yourself. I'm not dealing with it." As soon as they came out, Master Lu praised him. Under pressure and in danger, you chose not to slaughter indiscriminately for self-preservation, but resolve the matter by forming a contract instead. Interesting. He looked at Lin Guijing and thought to himself, "Lin Guijing, if it were you, how would you resolve that crisis?" After Group 1 came out, Lu Wuya sent Group 2 into the trial. Group 2, prepare yourselves. Begin the trial. As Lin Guijing passed Master Lu, he suddenly remembered something. Wait. He turned and asked Master Lu, "May I ask something?" During the battle with the wolf spiders, just now, many disciples were seriously injured or even lost their lives. How will that be handled? Lu Wuya answered his question. Those useless disciples are currently being treated at the infirmary. They can rest for a few days. This is the punishment for their inadequate training. Then he suddenly said to Lin Guijing, "Oh, right. You will continue by participating in Group 2's trial." Lin Guijing was quite surprised to hear that. What? Yu Rong immediately refused on his behalf. "Master Lu, Lin Guijing clearly completed the trial already. Why are you making him join Group 2? The disciples of Group 2 immediately retorted. "Master Lu has spoken. Just do as you are told. Who are you to Lin Guijing, meddling in his affairs?" Exactly. The groups were unfairly divided from the start. Our group has fewer people, so it makes perfect sense to add someone to ours. Lin Guijing won't just stand by and watch Group 2 suffer a disadvantage, right? Yu Rong was furious at their words, but helpless. Lin Guijing suddenly turned to Master Lu. "Fine. I agree to participate in Group 2's trial." Very good. Master Lu then raised a hand and set up a new trial. Go! Before Lin Guijing and his 2 female companions entered, their teammates outside called out reminders. Lin Guijing, stay safe. Boss Lin, take care. Go early and return early. He replied to his friends, "Don't worry. I'll be out soon." Then he turned and walked straight inside. After entering the trial, the disciples of Group 2 looked around and asked in confusion, "Why is this different from Group 1's trial? Where are we? It's pitch black. We can't see anything." Lin Guijing and his 2 female companions stood before 3 tunnels inside the trial. Looking at the tunnels, he felt somewhat uneasy. Tunnels. The other disciples were just as worried by the surroundings. Outside, Lu Wuya announced, "Anyone who finds the exit from this underground palace within 1 hour will pass the trial. Those who exceed the time limit will remain trapped in the underground palace forever." After saying this, Lu Wuya began the countdown. The trial begins. As soon as the announcement that the timer had started ended, Lin Guijing looked around in surprise and turned in alarm. Where did everyone go? Xiao Jiao immediately explained. They were probably teleported at random to different places in the underground palace. As she spoke, Xiao Jiao suddenly felt a sense of unease. Even the wolf spider queens sensed it. Seeing the alarmed expressions on both their faces, Lin Guijing asked, "Can you tell what kind of spirit beast it is?" The wolf spider queen raised a hand. "I'm a spirit beast that lives in caves, and I like dark, complicated environments like this. But I am unfamiliar with the aura of this underground palace. It is very complicated, and I cannot smell any spirit beasts." Xiao Jiao added, "It is indeed very complicated. Some auras are very faint, but I can vaguely sense an extremely powerful pressure. I just cannot tell what it is." Hearing them, Lin Guijing rested his hand against his chin and thought, which path would be better for us? Since the wolf spider queen is familiar with this type of environment, perhaps we should let her choose. Entrusted with this responsibility, the wolf spider queen studied the 3 cave entrances. "If I were to choose, I would choose the middle path." Pointing in that direction, she said, "The spirit beast aura is comparatively weaker there, and the wind is a little stronger." Having selected a route, Lin Guijing said, "All right, we'll take the middle path." Half an hour passed. Outside the trial grounds, Yurong looked unhappily at Master Lu, who was sitting calmly and comfortably on a leaf-shaped boat. The scene shifted back inside the trial. After walking for half an hour, the wolf spider queen said, "We've been walking for half an hour. I never expected this underground palace to be so vast. Even I cannot find the exit." "Don't worry, we still have time." Lin Guijing felt that something was off and asked the 2 women, "Don't you find it strange? We have heard spirit beast roars along the way, yet we have not seen a single one." The wolf spider queen moved closer to Xiao Jiao. They were probably frightened by the auras of sister Xiao Jiao and me, so they do not dare approach. At that moment, something suddenly emerged from the corner of a nearby wall. It was a foot. Someone was nearby. The moment Xiao Jiao saw the person appear, she immediately warned Lin Guijing, "Be careful." The wolf spider queen also stepped forward to protect her master. "Master, be careful." Outside, Master Lu Wuya, seated on a leaf boat, suddenly opened his eyes. He had also sensed that something was wrong with the trial. "This is bad. Something filthy has slipped in." From the opening where that creature had appeared, a foot suddenly stepped out. Behind it came a crowd of people piled atop one another like a human tower. Lin Guijing was horrified by the sight before him. "What is this?" The wolf spider queen looked at them and felt sick to her stomach. "How disgusting." Xiao Jiao immediately told the 2 of them, "That is a nightmare beast. It appears in dark, deep forests, stirs up the fear in people's hearts, and devours them." At that moment, it suddenly emitted a disgusting sound, making the 3 of them unable to endure it, forcing them to cover their ears tightly. After resisting the sound for a while, the wolf spider queen could no longer bear it and collapsed to the ground. Trembling, she cried out, "Stop! Don't come any closer!" Xiao Jiao immediately realized the problem and told him how to escape it. Xiao Jiao would attack with spell arts. She hurriedly chanted the heart-calming incantation, then used her bewitchment art to hypnotize the monster. But it was able to ignore her technique. It can actually disregard my bewitchment art. One of its arms passed through the bewitchment art and attacked the 2 of them. Lin Guijing immediately cast the mystic ice spell to block it, but the monsters did not stop. Instead, they tried to break through the ice. Unable to break it, they poked their heads through the remaining gaps and said to him, "Lin Guijing, hand over the Xianyuan sword, and I can spare some people from death." Lin Guijing looked up at the monster and said, "I have no idea what you're talking about. Release the disciples of Feng Tian Academy now, and I might spare your life." The monster suddenly burst into laughter. "Ah, your stubborn words cannot hide the fear in your heart. I know that scent all too well. No matter, I'll take it myself." Lin Guijing stared at it, cold sweat running down his back. Xiao Jiao stepped forward and said to him, "Guijing, things have come to this. There is nothing left to hide. The Xianyuan sword can slay every demon and evil filth in the world. It is perfect for dealing with this creature." Lin Guijing still hesitated, but our senior brothers are still alive. Xiao Jiao reassured him, "Guijing, the beast is immune to my bewitchment art. The only thing that can save these people now is the Xianyuan sword." Besides, Senior Lu Wuya said that the barrier should have a protective mechanism. If disciples face mortal danger, they will be teleported to the infirmary. Xiao Jiu's words awakened Lin Guijing. He gripped the Xianyuan sword tightly and said, I understand. Its curse controls the disciples' bodies and power. If the puppets are no longer here, its strength will weaken. After saying that, he suddenly swung his sword forward and shouted, Sword, come! Master Lu Wuya and the evil creature were both astonished when they saw the Xianyuan sword. Outside the trial, Master Lu Wuya repeated the prophecy in amazement. When Xianyuan appears, the ruler of the world shall change. Holding the long sword, Lin Guijing once again fiercely struck at the demon horde, sending them down to the underworld. There was not the slightest panic on his face as he raised his hand and pulled the divine sword out of them. Looking at the big-eyed, wide-mouthed monster, a strange voice sounded. After 1,000 years, the divine weapon remains as mighty as ever. It still strikes terror into people's hearts. Xiao Jiu, standing beside him, spoke up. What a pity. After remaining silent for so many years, it has finally been drawn again just to deal with a disgusting nightmare beast like you. A few seconds later, the monsters recovered their strength. Their demonic energy surged as they rose and glared at Lin Guijing. Enough talk. Draw your sword. Their eyes were savage, bloodshot, and sunken in dark sockets. They pressed their hands together as a sphere of demonic energy gradually grew larger. Lin Guijing calmly charged forward with his sword. A streak of golden light shot out and drove the monsters back. Upon seeing that dagger-like light, the man's gaze became vacant, and a tear of blood ran from the corner of his eye. The next moment, he seemed to awaken and frantically begged for mercy in misery. Junior brother Lin, I don't want to die. Just as Lin Guijing was about to end their lives, he suddenly stopped. He froze, his eyes turning blank. The nightmare beast's seductive voice rang out, urging him on. What are you hesitating for? Like the others it had bewitched, it kept poking out its head and crying for help. Save me. I can still be saved. I'm so scared, junior brother. Just give it the sword. The moment Lin Guijing was distracted, a wave of pitch-black, demonic energy struck. Xiao Jiu cursed those people in annoyance as they cried miserably at Lin Guijing. The only one who can save me is you, junior brother. Xiao Jiu looked at him and warned, don't lose focus. These are all illusions. These disciples are controlled by it and have no consciousness of their own. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Jiu raised her hand with a strange smile. Green spiritual energy continuously poured from her body. Watch this. Yet that man continued pleading at Lin Guijing. Junior brother, stop. Don't. But the next moment, the monster suddenly lunged at Lin Guijing and said in a strange voice, Oh, you saw through it. Those people became vicious again, their eyes gleaming fiercely and their whites rolled upward as they stared at him and shouted, Kill! Kill! My sword! Lin Guijing turned to look at them. The next instant, he raised the sword in his hand and accurately pierced the monsters. Roaring flames burst forth and engulfed the vicious crowd behind them. Xiao Jiu frowned and said loudly, Do you see now? They want to kill you without the slightest mercy. Lin Guijing's expression darkened as he looked at them unhappily. What should I do? It is controlling the academy disciples for its own benefit. If I force an attack, I will injure those senior brothers. Xiao Jiu answered solemnly. The beast controls its puppets by releasing evil thoughts. It seems the only way to save everyone is to cut off its head and sever its demonic power. Lin Guijing looked briefly irritated before replying. Makes sense. Then let's take its head first and deliver it to Brother Bao. He clenched his fist, turned his face forward, and blazing fire energy rose around him as he shouted, Come on. With that, he reached out and tightly gripped the sword in his hand. Xiao Jiu nudged the young woman beside her and asked softly, Awake now? If you are, take this chance to run. A moment later, the spider spirit opened her eyes and looked at Xiao Jiu beside her. Why should I run? The spider spirit stood up and calmly walked forward, each step bringing with it a spiderweb-like formation. On the other side, the monster was struggling to resist Lin Guijing's force. It extended a huge skeletal hand and tore through the encirclement he had formed earlier. Then it lunged at Lin Guijing, sticking out its long tongue. At that moment, a strange voice rang out. ordering the monster child's play. That person spoke to warn Lin Guijing. Boy, if you know what is good for you, hand over the Xianyuan sword obediently, and I will leave you an intact corpse. But Lin Guijing looked ahead and could not see that person anywhere. In less than a second, a beam of light shot toward them, and the monster's eyes widened in terror. It kept looking around while backing away to evade the attack. Lin Guijing rushed forward, staring at the monster with a fighting spirit in his eyes. Fearlessly, he mocked, "Do you really think such cheap tricks can fool me?" But at that moment, the web beneath his feet wrapped around his legs like chains. Lin Guijing charged forward in annoyance and slashed at that person, snapping, "You talk too much. Shut up." The spider spirit beside him waved her hand, and hundreds of venomous spiders immediately crawled out while spinning webs. She calmly ordered, "Go." The swarm of spiders rushed at the monster. It fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust throughout the cave. The spiders crawled over its body and bit it fiercely. The monster opened its eyes wide in pain, opened its mouth, and let out a miserable howl. Seeing its agonized state, Lin Guijing stood still. A moment later, he pressed 2 fingers before his chest, his expression grave as he circulated his energy. Then Lin Guijing ran his fingers along the blade, and fire energy erupted fiercely. Seeing this, Master Lu could not help exclaiming in surprise, "This is the heavenly evolution sword formation." He gripped the long sword tightly and held it before his eyes. 10,000 bolts of lightning shot from the blade and surged straight toward Lin Guijing. Watching the young man's power erupt, Master Lu Wia softly remarked, "It seems this is more interesting than I expected." Lin Guijing calmly swept his sword sideways, and in an instant, a giant python shot forth from the tip of his blade. The giant python immediately lunged at the monster lying weakly on the ground. It opened its huge jaws and bit directly into the nightmare beast, causing it extreme pain. The divine serpent did not stop. Its body coiled around the creature's neck and tightened continuously. The monster grabbed at the snake's body and struggled hopelessly. At this moment, the spider spirit's expression changed, and she said in displeasure, "My venomous threads are sharper than blades. How could they fail to bind you? For a nightmare beast like you, even breaking both your legs would be far too easy a punishment." With that, countless sharp spider threads slashed down one after another. That person's eyes gradually turned vacant and dull, teeth clenched tightly, his mouth filled with spider silk. Just then, laughter echoed from behind him, making him warily turn around. As the dust settled, the person behind him was Xiao Jiao, but her face was now icy cold. In an instant, streams of fluid sprayed through the air, spreading a thick, bloody stench. Xiao Jiao stuck out her tongue and licked her fangs as dark red blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. The nightmare beast still stared at her with wide eyes, but just then, a powerful hand pierced through its abdomen. Fresh blood seeped from the wound. Xiao Jiao looked straight into its eyes and said calmly, "I'm sorry. I simply did not want Guijing to take such a risk. But it seems you were deceived too." Lin Guijing ran over from behind and asked anxiously, "Xiao Jiao, didn't you tell me to distract the nightmare beast? Why did you go and ambush it yourself?" Xiao Jiao looked at him, raised her blood-covered hand to her lips, and gestured for him to be quiet. A moment later, she excitedly pulled her hand out of its body, clutching the monster's heart. Her hand tightened around the dark red heart. At that moment, her eyes darkened and a strange atmosphere spread. A voice sounded, "You, what do you want to do?" Xiao Jiao swept back her hair with one hand while gripping the heart with the other. Evil thoughts and desires arise from the heart, gathering into nightmares and refining into beasts. To kill a nightmare beast. Xiao Jiao gave a strange smile as black smoke slowly rose from the heart in her hand. She smiled calmly, her eyes filled with provocation as she stared at it. Suddenly, a dense cloud of black energy rose from the heart in her hand, and it shattered. The monster collapsed in agony, gradually dissolving as it screamed, "No!" At that moment, everyone else was thrown far away by a force. They rose together, looked around blankly, and asked softly, "Where are we?" Resting her chin on her hand, the spider spirit commented on what had just happened. "The foxes of Qingqiu truly are all crafty schemers. A moment later, the spider spirit gracefully approached, tightly wrapped herself around Lin Guojing's arm, and called sweetly, "Master, I just did all that dirty work, and now I'm exhausted. Do you know how foul that man's feet smelled?" Lin Guojing awkwardly replied, "You worked hard too." Blushing, she reached out and took Lin Guojing's hand, saying coquettishly, "Besides, several of my little descendants died in battle, and it has broken my heart. It still hurts here from time to time." As she spoke, she pointed to her heart. Lin Guojing's expression changed repeatedly as he hurriedly stepped back. Lin Guojing gave the spider spirit a bottle of pills and said, "I still have some heart-strengthening pills that senior sister Xia gave me last time. These are for you. I have other matters to deal with now." After saying that, he turned and ran towards Xiao Jiu, asking anxiously, "Xiao Jiu, are you all right? If something like this happens again, you must not act on your own. Stay behind me, understand?" What if that nightmare beast suddenly went wild? Before he could finish, he had already left that scheming spider spirit behind, and she could only glare at them furiously. Xiao Jiu gently held his hand and said trustingly, "Don't I have you? I only launched a sneak attack. There was no danger at all." The next moment, she brought Lin Guojing's finger to her mouth and enclosed it with her tongue, causing blood to seep from his finger. Xiao Jiu's cheeks flushed as she whispered, "Your finger is bleeding." Treated in such a special way by a beauty, Lin Guojing's face nearly caught fire. Xiao Jiu released his finger and asked gently, "Does it still hurt?" Lin Guojing obediently shook his head, silently praising her in his heart. Master Lu walked over, clapping happily. Seeing him, Lin Guojing immediately cupped his fists in salute. "Greetings, Master Lu." Master Lu looked at him kindly and said, "Congratulations to your second group for successfully passing the trial." Xiao Jiu looked at him calmly and said, "It was merely a small trial for direct disciples, yet it attracted a nightmare beast. Master Lu is certainly quite generous." Master Lu explained softly, "This trial was only a labyrinth formation. The nightmare beast's intrusion into the trial area was entirely accidental. I will investigate the matter further and give everyone an explanation afterward." At that moment, a young woman behind them squeezed in front of Lin Guojing and asked with concern, "That nightmare beast did not hurt you, did it? I was terrified just now." Chu Mai's hen rushed over, threw an arm around his shoulders, and praised him. "Not bad, brother. When you deployed that sword formation just now, you were almost as handsome as me." Meng Meng joined in from his side. "The Xianyuan sword has only just emerged, and a nightmare beast already came to the academy to seize it. This will definitely attract plenty of people to watch the excitement, right?" Xiao Jiu glanced at the group and softly replied, "Yes." Meng Meng's expression turned serious as she asked warily, "There is nothing suspicious about this newly arrived Master Lu, is there?" Xiao Jiu shook her head, but at that moment, her keen ears caught a faint, unusual sound. She paused and turned toward the source. Behind them, a mountainous landscape came into view, layer upon layer of mountains, white clouds winding between them, birds soaring through the air, and the space filled with a fresh, pure aura. Meng Meng looked at the stunned Xiao Jiu and asked in confusion, "What is it?" Xiao Jiu gently closed her eyes and replied softly, "Nothing. I'm tired today. I want to go back and rest for a while." Afterward, the group left the forest together. But from behind that stone cliff, the strange voice from before sounded again. "That useless nightmare beast. What a worthless thing." Brilliant golden sunlight shone down over the entire Return to Truth Academy. A group stopped before the academy gates, drawing the attention of those around them. It was Lin Guojing and his companions. As soon as he appeared, whispers began spreading around them. "I heard he is only a second-tier disciple, yet he fought a nightmare beast alone and saved more than 10 fellow disciples." Someone turned and asked the person beside him in a low voice, "What did you say?" "Those 2 peerless beauties beside him are just for decoration." Chu Mai's hen wore a handsome, carefree smile and said leisurely, "This time, we have become famous in a single battle. Boss Lin has even formed a new contract with a beautiful spirit beast. Truly, double happiness has arrived." Yu Rong, standing behind them, immediately retorted in dissatisfaction, "Beautiful? Where's the beauty? Isn't she just a demoness skilled at bewitching people?" The spider spirit stepped forward and linked arms with Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu blushed, and the spider spirit said, "So I am overflowing with charm?" This little brother certainly knows how to praise someone. Master, would you like to experience my charm? Yu Rong angrily stepped forward and scolded her. I know you are sly and scheming. Gu Jing told you to dissolve the contract, but you refused. You truly are a shameless demoness. The spider spirit turned to look at him and demanded, What did you say? The two glared at each other, sparks seeming to fly from their eyes. They looked ready to start fighting, but fortunately, someone stopped them. What are you looking at? Want to fight? Meanwhile, on the other side, the main character had already taken the beauty's hand and turned to leave. Lin Guijing's face flushed red as he looked tenderly at Xiao Jiu beside him. Turning to her, he asked worriedly, Are you tired? I'll heat some water for you to bathe. Get some rest early. Xiao Jiu closed her eyes and gave a soft hum in agreement. Lin Guijing escorted Xiao Jiu to the infirmary. When Tuen Wu, a third-tier disciple of the Return to Truth Academy, saw him, he rushed out in a panic. Lin Guijing anxiously stepped in front of Xiao Jiu. Watch out, he warned vigilantly. Upon seeing the person before him, Tuen Wu shouted, It's you. Lin Guijing looked awkwardly at the unfamiliar man. Brother, do you know me? Tuen Wu's gaze was vacant and bloodshot. He struck at Lin Guijing with his palm. My younger brother has lost his life. I'll kill you to avenge him. Gnashing his teeth, he launched an attack at Lin Guijing. Lin Guijing's expression changed, but he remained where he was. A moment later, he swiftly sidestepped. Glancing behind him, he saw that all the grass and trees in the area struck by the attack had withered. Xiao Jiu looked at him and asked softly in concern, Are you all right? Lin Guijing frowned at her, then reassured her, Don't worry. My clothes are just a little torn. At that moment, a man and a woman emerged from inside and approached the enraged Tuen Wu. Physician Meng Hui stepped forward and reminded him, Tuen Wu, your brother still hasn't regained consciousness and needs your care. Why did you run out here? Tuen Wu glared at Lin Guijing and shouted resentfully. He is clearly the culprit behind what happened today. My brother's spirit root has been completely crippled, and he's still unconscious inside. Why should this man be able to walk away unharmed? Xiao Jiu looked at him calmly and asked, Who did you call the culprit? Tuen Wu glared furiously. I heard everything. A nightmare beast broke into the trial grounds and tried to seize your Xianyuan sword. That's why every second-tier disciple in your group was injured. Xiao Jiu's expression changed as she stared coldly at him. The nightmare beast drained all the evil thoughts from them and turned them into puppets. If Lin Guijing had not intervened, they would have been torn into pieces by that beast long ago. Every word cut like a blade. Tuen Wu covered his face and cried out in disbelief. My younger brother is the most talented disciple the Tuen family has produced in a century. He was meant to become the future head of our family. Now his spirit root has been corrupted, and he lies unconscious in the infirmary. Yet you dare distort the truth. At that instant, a vicious, ugly bat appeared behind him, baring its fangs. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, the bat shot into the sky. It opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the people below. Lin Guijing waved his hand, summoning a surge of water energy to shield them both. Xiao Jiu's expression changed, and a strange smile appeared on her face. A giant hand materialized behind her. It suddenly reached out, seized the bat in midair, and made it shriek in agony. Tuen Wu glared at her resentfully and pointed a warning finger. You vixen, if you dare harm my guardian spirit beast, I'll have you and that Lin fellow carried out of the academy. Meng Hui stepped forward from behind and shouted, Tuen Wu, don't be rude. She looked at Tuen Wu, grief flickering in her eyes, and explained softly, Of all the disciples injured today, Tuen Wu's younger brother was the most seriously hurt. He remains unconscious, and he will never be able to cultivate again. In his despair, he acted rashly. Lin Guijing stepped forward and cupped his hands. Senior brother Tuen, Master Lu previously promised to investigate the origins of the Nightmare Beast. The Academy will certainly give everyone an explanation. Tuen Wu glared at him and retorted, An explanation? The best explanation would be for you to destroy your own spirit root and compensate Tuen He. Xiao Jiu pointed angrily at him. Even if someone must bear responsibility for the nightmare beast entering the trial grounds, it would be Lu Wuya for his negligent inspection. If rat droppings have ruined your brain, I'd be happy to treat you. A beam of light shot toward Tuen Wu, making him cry out in pain. Meng Hui called out anxiously, Miss Xiao Jiu. Above them, the giant hand slowly opened, releasing the wicked bats. In an instant, the sky was thick with black bat shadows. Then a loud cry rang out from behind them. Shadow, escape. Master Lu appeared behind them, bent down, and unleashed an attack at the swarm of bats. Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiu cried out in alarm together. Master Lu! Master Lu stared sternly at the bats circling before him and asked in a deep voice, Twin Wu, are you Twin Wu, the third-tier disciple of the Return to Truth Academy? Twin Wu answered quietly, Yes, Master. Master Lu's face darkened. He grabbed a bat and said coldly, This is your guardian spirit beast? Twin Wu hurriedly stood up and held out his hand. Chu Xian, come back. At that moment, killing intent flashed in Master Lu's eyes, and the air filled with the breath of death. Twin Wu froze in terror. Master Lu raised his hand and dusted off his shoulder, his face plainly disgusted. The next moment, bats began dropping from the sky in swarms. Twin Wu screamed in grief and fury. Chu Xian. He raised his hand and gathered spiritual energy. Staring at Master Lu, he said, You killed my guardian spirit beast. Master Lu's expression did not change as he replied calmly, My apologies. When your fire bats bit me, they absorbed the primordial flame of my spirit sect realm cultivation and exploded to death. Xiao Jiu interjected from behind. He has killed your guardian spirit beast, senior brother twin. Why don't you hurry and find someone to expel him from Feng Tian Academy? Twin Wu shouted furiously at Xiao Jiu. Shut up, you demoness. Are you still trying to sow discord? I absolutely meant no such thing, Master Lu. Master Lu waved his hand, revealing his wounded arm, and continued calmly. I know you were worried about your younger brother's injuries. However, after the nightmare beast entered the trial grounds, I reinforced the barrier with a soul-fortifying armor transfer array. At that, Lin Guijing, Xiao Jiu, Meng Hui, and Twin Wu were all stunned. A soul-fortifying armor transfer array. Meng Hui is fazdakind. That Guardian Grand Array has long been lost. You used it to transfer the children's injuries from the trial grounds. Master Lu wiped his hands with a handkerchief as he explained, I originally thought the children would battle the monsters in the formation for quite some time, so I planned to remove the restrictions only after 2 hours. Meng Hui visibly relaxed and turned to Twin Wu. Did you hear that? After 2 hours, all the injuries they suffered will be transferred to the person who activated the array. Twin Wu will certainly be safe. Twin Wu collapsed onto the ground. Looking at the bats scattered across the earth, he said sorrowfully, Then what about my Chu Xian? Xiao Jiu looked at him coldly. Unfortunately, your fire bats are not as fortunate as your younger brother. They brought this upon themselves. There is no saving them. And even if you want to settle accounts, you cannot blame an innocent person. But in the next moment, her gaze abruptly froze as though she had realized something. Xiao Jiu stood before Twin Wu and demanded, Did someone incite you to come and cause trouble for Guijing? Twin Wu quickly denied it. I don't know what you're talking about. Meng Hui stepped forward and said, There were many disciples in the infirmary just now. The medicine attendants and I were nearby as well, so nothing happened as Miss Xiao Jiu suspects. Lin Guijing said softly from behind, He has just lost his guardian beast. His mind is probably in turmoil. Let's go back first and leave this matter to Master Lu. Upon hearing that, Xiao Jiu turned to Master Lu. Then we must trouble Master Lu to uncover the truth as soon as possible. Let us see just how many monsters and demons are hiding in the shadows of Feng Tian Academy. Night quietly descended, and dry leaves drifted in the wind. Inside the room, behind a folding screen, Xiao Jiu's silhouette could faintly be seen soaking in the bath. Lin Guijing poked his head in and asked softly, Xiao Jiu, you've been bathing for so long. Do you need more hot water? But after a while, he heard no reply. He thought uneasily, why isn't she answering? Growing worried, he called out, Xiao Jiu, did you fall asleep? It's far too dangerous to sleep in the bath. Inside, Xiao Jiu's cheeks were flushed as tears rolled down her face. She leaned pitifully against the edge of the tub and choked out, Father. In that instant, she remembered the great battle from years ago when her father had sacrificed himself to save her. How terrified she had been then, with tears streaming from her reddened eyes. Xiao Jiu struggled desperately, looked toward him, and screamed herself hoarse. Father! But it was already too late. Blazing flames swallowed her father's figure. Then someone suddenly called, Xiao Jiu. She slowly turned her head, only to see Lin Guijing's utterly panicked face. Water was overflowing from the bathtub. Xiao Jiu abruptly rose, sobbing soundlessly as she cried out desperately, Guijing! Hearing her, Lin Guijing hurried inside. I'm here. Xiao Jiu stepped out of the bath and walked gently toward him. She had changed into a crimson dress as bright as fire, and her eyes were tinged with sorrow. Xiao Jiu stopped right in front of him. Lin Guijing felt slightly uneasy and asked gently, "What's wrong?" With tears in her eyes and a pitiful expression, Xiao Jiu whispered, "Hold me for a while. Just for a little while." "All right." Outside the door, Yurong strode angrily toward the room, thinking, when I was bathing, that Demonis vanished without a trace. She must have come here again to fool around with Guijing. The next moment, she rudely kicked the door open and stormed in. To her shock, she found Lin Guijing holding Xiao Jiu in his arms. Yurong froze on the spot, wishing she could crawl into a hole and disappear. The spider spirit came in behind her and cleared her throat. "Didn't you say we were going to rest? I just finished spinning my web on the southeast rafters and was about to sleep. Why did you drag me out here in the middle of the night to find Master?" Yurong screamed again. Startled, the spider spirit looked at her and asked, "What are you screaming for?" But when she saw the scene before her, she could not help crying out in surprise as well. Filled with indignation, Yurong trembled as she pointed at the pair before her, demanding as though she had caught them in the act. What are you doing?" Lin Guijing hurriedly stepped forward, shielding Xiao Jiu behind him as he explained anxiously, "It's not what you think. Xiao Jiu was bathing just now." The spider spirit leaned close and winked at him. "So Master likes this sort of thing? The damp and tempting kind? This servant knows how to." Yurong shouted resentfully from behind, "What do you know? You can't just do whatever you want." Xiao Jiu yawned and walked over to the two of them, explaining calmly, "I fell asleep while bathing. When I got out, I was not wearing shoes and accidentally slipped. Guijing happened to be looking for me and pushed the door open. Acting as if nothing had happened, she continued, he kindly helped me up, and then you happened to burst through the door." Yurong looked at them doubtfully. "Really?" Lin Guijing scratched his head and answered awkwardly, "More or less. That's what happened." Yurong let out a relieved breath. "I knew it. Xiao Jiu definitely doesn't like him. How could she possibly hug him?" Xiao Jiu turned around and waved at them. "You two can keep talking. I'm tired, so I'll go rest first." Yurong immediately pulled the spider spirit away. "Then let's go back to sleep. Don't sneak out again." The spider spirit gave Lin Guijing a coquettish glance over her shoulder and said softly, "Master, remember to try it with this servant in your dreams later." Watching the two leave, Lin Guijing turned and shut the door. He walked to the bedside beside Xiao Jiu and asked gently, "Xiao Jiu, is something troubling you?" Seeing the girl hold back her tears so pitifully, he was slightly startled. "Are you crying?" Suddenly, Xiao Jiu grabbed his clothes and pulled him down forcefully. Caught off guard, Lin Guijing cried out and fell onto the bed. The room remained lit all night. Inside, Xiao Jiu and Lin Guijing lay together in each other's arms beneath the warm covers, gazing at one another with deep affection. Xiao Jiu's cheeks were flushed as she nestled against his chest and said weakly, "I'm fine. As long as you're by my side, I'll be fine." Without hesitation, Lin Guijing wrapped his arms around her. Looking down at Xiao Jiu in his embrace, he comforted her softly, "Sleep. I'll hold you. No nightmare will dare come and frighten you." Elsewhere, Meng Hui went alone to a desolate place in the rear mountains of Feng Tian Academy. She sighed helplessly and continued deeper inside. Just then, a voice cried out, "Don't!" Before her stood Chief Registrar Chu, his eyes icy as he gripped the hair of a trembling young man. The next moment, Chief Registrar Chu wore a strange smile, and the young man slid to the ground as thin and limp as a sheet of paper. Meng Hui immediately dropped to her knees and called respectfully, "Greetings, Master." Chief Registrar Chu walked toward her, examining his hand as he asked, "How did it go?" Meng Hui trembled all over and answered, "That woman followed your orders and drugged the twin family child. Unfortunately, Lu Wia arrived too quickly, and this subordinate did not have an opportunity to act." As soon as she finished speaking, Chief Registrar Chu seized Meng Hui by the throat, making her scream in terror. Staring at her with killing intent in his eyes, he warned, "I gave you a body and an identity, not so you could become this useless." Chief Registrar Chu then pulled Meng Hui's soul from her body. At the same time, a red snake lunged at her. With one hand, he calmly gripped Meng Hui's soul. With the other, he viciously caught the red snake. With tears in her eyes, Meng Hui trembled and pleaded, "Master, please give this servant one more chance. Lu Wuya has been greatly weakened these past few days by the soul-returning hidden armor array. This servant can help you eliminate him." Chief Registrar Chu released his grip, and the soul flew back into Meng Hui's body as she sat on the ground. He questioned her, "So you are saying the appearance of the demonic beast was not his doing?" As her soul gradually returned to her body, Meng Hui answered, "Perhaps not." Chief Registrar Chu stepped on her shoulder and cursed in displeasure. "Perhaps again? You clearly know I hate evasive answers the most. Are you useless fools incapable of learning?" Meng Hui doubled over in pain, trembling without stop as she said weakly, "This subordinate personally confirmed Lu Wuya's injuries. He truly redirected every attack from the demonic beast onto himself. He absolutely cannot recover within 3 to 5 days." Chief Registrar Chu frowned and ordered, "Continue." Meng Hui wiped the blood from her face and went on, "This subordinate has prepared the sacred medicine. Once we find an opportunity to make Lu Wuya take it, I can personally present him to you." Chief Registrar Chu gave a doubtful grunt. Meng Hui raised her head, looking at him proudly as she continued, "With Lu Wuya's strength, he can certainly help Master advance your cultivation by another level." Then, before she could finish, Chief Registrar Chu kicked her flying. He stood with his hands on his hips, glaring at her as he warned, "Watch who you are speaking to." Meng Hui landed on the ground and sat there in stunned confusion. At that moment, a figure appeared. Recognizing him, Meng Hui looked to the side in disbelief. It was Master Lu. Master Lu stepped forward and said hesitantly to Chief Registrar Chu, "My late-night visit is uninvited, and I truly apologize." But in the next moment, Master Lu seemed unable to endure it any longer and raised a hand to cover his nose and mouth. He cleared his throat and calmly explained, "I mean no disrespect. It is simply that the smell in this cave is far too primal, rather pungent." Chief Registrar Chu raised his brows, demonic energy already gathering in his hand. "Pungent? I have something even more pungent here. Would Master Lu like to see it?" The next instant, several streams of blackish-purple demonic energy shot toward Meng Hui, leaving her staring in shock. Before Master Lu's eyes, several purple threads tightened around Meng Hui. Chief Registrar Chu manipulated them with interest, as though toying with a puppet in his hand. Before long, Meng Hui was covered in blood, her eyes wide open as her breath gradually faded away. Chief Registrar Chu violently swung his hand, splattering fresh blood throughout the space. Chief Registrar Chu coldly reminded him, "Master Lu, you followed Meng Hui here late at night. There is even a corpse at the scene. Do you have nothing to say?" Master Lu looked at Meng Hui lying motionless in a pool of blood and calmly replied, "Chief Registrar Chu, would you call this injuring the enemy by 800 while losing 1,000 yourself?" Chief Registrar Chu adjusted his glasses and gave a sinister smile. "Given the current circumstances, even if we confront each other before the public, as the Royal Beast Taming Court's Chief Registrar, my words should carry more weight than yours, Master Lu." Master Lu's expression softened slightly. "I see. You have already decided to pin this filthy accusation of lusting after her beauty, violating, and murdering her on me. Then may I ask, Chief Registrar Chu, why did you appear in the rear mountains of our Feng Tian Academy in the dead of night?" Chief Registrar Chu looked at the liquid on his hand and calmly explained, "A demon beast from the Royal Beast Taming Court escaped in the night. I tracked it here and personally witnessed Master Lu assaulting and killing someone. Naturally, I had to uphold justice for Physician Ming." He then glanced to the side, frowned, and shouted, "Crimson Scale, stop sleeping. Get up and do your job." At that moment, a gigantic foot appeared and stomped heavily onto the ground. Behind him stood a crimson dragon, its eyes gleaming ferociously and its fangs razor-sharp. Chief Registrar Chu calmly pointed at Master Lu and ordered, "Tear him apart." As soon as he spoke, Crimson Scale charged at Master Lu. Master Lu calmly raised a hand, caught Crimson Scale, and suppressed it. A moment later, Crimson Scale was knocked down by Master Lu in just 2 moves, sprawled limply on the ground like a rag doll. Master Lu stepped forward and planted his foot on its head. Crimson Scale howled in agony. Seeing the blazing red jewel on the Crimson Dragon's head, Master Lu's face darkened. Using a blood jade to force a demon beast to awaken its heavenly bone. This truly is the work of the demon clan. Chief Registrar Chu was startled. "You even know about the heaven bone opening?" Streams of force shot up from the ground, behind him like chains. Chief Registrar Chu said coldly, "Then I cannot let you live." A surge of deathly energy erupted from beneath him, taking Master Lu somewhat by surprise. Master Lu calmly formed a hand seal and deployed an array. Heaven above, earth below, open your eyes and ears. Crimson Scale looked at him from the ground, its gaze gradually becoming hypnotized. Master Lu mounted its head and commanded, "Ram into that wall." Chief Registrar Chu panicked and tried to stop it. Crimson Scale, don't listen to him. But before he could finish, Crimson Scale slammed head first into the earthen wall. The wall exploded, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. As Chief Registrar, Chu stared blankly. Master Lu stepped down from Crimson Scale's back. He stroked Crimson Scale beside him and explained softly, "When it enters a berserk state, it loses all reason completely, even under its master's control." Looking at the man before him, Master Lu continued calmly, "In the end, this blood jade is merely a dead object. Using something dead to control a living being can never produce much effect." Chief Registrar Chu froze, staring at him in shock. "You? How do you know the divine arts and forbidden spells of our demon clan? Who exactly are you?" Master Lu clasped his hands behind his back and looked at him calmly. "Ever since the Demon King fell in a slumber in the sea of immortality, his remaining forces have scattered everywhere. Since you managed to infiltrate the royal court, you must be considered a talented figure among the demon clan." His sharp gaze fixed on Chief Registrar Chu. "Unfortunately, I promised the Academy disciples that I would give them an explanation." The next instant, his eyes turned icy. He raised his hand, and a spell array unfolded in his palm as several powerful golden beams burst forth. Master Lu's gaze tightened as he swung his hand to attack. On the other side, demonic energy surged from beneath Chief Registrar Chu's feet. His face darkened as he ordered the giant creature below him, "Crimson Sea, go!" Chief Registrar Chu swiftly leaped on a Crimson Sea's back and fled in panic. He waved his hand to form a barrier, trying to escape. When Crimson Sea was more than halfway through, Chief Registrar Chu's expression changed drastically. Standing amid Chu's spells, Master Lu looked at him with icy eyes and overwhelming killing intent. "Chief Registrar Chu, I had intended to stay here for the night, yet you are in such a hurry to leave. That is no way to treat a guest." Riding atop Crimson Sea, Chief Registrar Chu sternly commanded, "Crimson Sea, break it. Charge through." Crimson Sea obeyed and rammed fiercely at the barrier before it. Yet not only did Crimson Sea fail to break the barrier, it was overcome with unbearable pain and threw Chief Registrar Chu from its back. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, stared at the barrier, and slashed it with his sword. But his sword snapped in two. Immediately afterward, a blast of force struck him, hurling Chief Registrar Chu away and severely injuring him. He painfully coughed up a mouthful of blood. He turned around in fear, only to see that Master Lu had somehow appeared behind him, staring at him sternly. Master Lu said nothing, merely fixed him with an unblinking gaze. Chief Registrar Chu's eyes turned bloodshot as he enunciated each word. "Lu, Wu, Ja." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said resolutely, "No matter who you are, I will make you pay for what happened today." But a blue aura seeped through the barrier's cracks, making Chief Registrar Chu feel a bone-piercing chill. A blue radiance then shot out, resembling a wandering soul. Crimson Sea and Chief Registrar Chu went rigid and collapsed paralyzed onto the ground. Master Lu bent down, picked up the broken sword, and gripped it tightly. A trace of sorrow passed through his eyes as he murmured, "The hilt is made from Kunlun divine wood, and the blade is forged from the bones of the demon emperor. So it is the descendant of an enemy, bearing the bloodline of my foe." The following day, Feng Tian Academy was tranquil beneath the lingering morning mist. Master Lu and Headmaster Hu appeared atop the grand viewing platform, while everyone below watched intently. Senior Sister Mu and Ha Lam looked at them with obvious concern. From the platform, Master Lu explained, "Chief Registrar Chu's possessed body and physician Meng Hui's body are still inside the stone cave in the rear mountains. The situation in the cave requires a thorough investigation. No one is to approach it." Headmaster Hu looked down at the crowd and continued, "After discussing the matter with the instructors, we have concluded that the Demon Clan has repeatedly attacked our Academy's students recently, though their intentions remain unclear. All instructors and students must remain vigilant and proceed with caution. Tomorrow, every student currently enrolled must come here for an examination using the soul-cleansing art to ensure that no demons or other creatures are hiding among us. Headmaster, who turned his gaze towards senior sister Mu, Halam, and the others. The Return to Truth Academy must take responsibility and strengthen the Academy's defenses, doing everything possible to prevent outsiders from entering without authorization. Halam looked worriedly at senior sister Mu and said quietly, "We have so few people, and the rear mountains are so vast. How can we possibly stop everyone from entering?" After a while, the crowd dispersed. Dark clouds gathered overhead, as though a storm were imminent. Senior sister Mu stepped forward and asked Headmaster who. Headmaster, first an instructor absorbed a student's demon power during the Immortal Gate assembly. Then the eight-headed serpent possessed Chu E. After that, it injured a student during the written examination. And now, this nightmare beast has appeared at the trial grounds. What exactly does our academy possess that has made it the target of these demon beasts? Headmaster, who looked around and replied, "They say that even when a tree wishes for stillness, the wind refuses to cease. I think rain is coming today." Elsewhere, Meng Meng, Yurong, and Chu Diet then walked toward the dining hall together, chatting and laughing. At that moment, Chu Diet then said anxiously, "Chief Registrar Chu and Physician Meng again? The last time I got a stomachache from eating spoiled food, Physician Meng prescribed medicine for me. She even said it would be a little bitter and gave me a packet of preserved plums. She was truly kind." Yurong crossed her arms and glanced at him. "Didn't Master Lu say that the bodies are still in the rear mountain stone cave? Why don't we send him to see Meng Hui tonight so she can tell us what it feels like to be possessed by a demon beast?" Chu Diet then unhappily hid behind Lin Guijing, poked his head out, and retorted, "She is already dead. Being possessed while she was alive was miserable enough. Let her and Chief Registrar Chu keep each other company in that cave." Lin Guijing paid him no mind and looked in puzzlement at Xiao Jiao, who was sitting beside a small tree. Xiao Jiao was happily teasing Little Me, the kitten. "Come here." Hearing someone call it, Little Me gave her an annoyed look. Then, without the slightest restraint, it pounced forward and scratched Xiao Jiao's hand. Xiao Jiao looked at the wound and said worriedly, "What a fierce temper." Lin Guijing walked over and took Xiao Jiao's bleeding hand to examine it. Looking gently at her injury, he said with concern, "You are bleeding. Why didn't you dodge?" Xiao Jiao calmly blew on the wound, healing it herself. "Isn't it fine now?" Lin Guijing looked at her with distress. "The wound is healed, but didn't it hurt when you were scratched?" Xiao Jiao blushed at his words and softly called, "Guijing." Lin Guijing stepped closer, took her hand, and said seriously, "I know something has been weighing on your mind these past 2 days. But when you're upset, try not to leave my sight, all right? At the very least, let me be able to protect you whenever I need to." Xiao Jiao happily threw her arms around Lin Guijing. "Guijing, you are so good to me." But just then, a piercing scream came from the dining hall. Holding a small pack in his hand, Chu Diet then said anxiously, "Speaking of possession, the demon clan loves taking over other people's bodies. Why don't you just find a rope, hang yourself, and reincarnate as a human?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Diet then accidentally dropped a small sachet. The sachet rolled toward a hole in the wall. Chu Diet then walked over. As he bent down to pick it up, he came face to face with a rat crawling out of the hole. Chu Diet then went pale with terror, fell hard to the ground, and screamed. He was afraid the rat would leap onto him. Yurong also screamed in alarm. A rat. Such a huge rat. She immediately glared at Chu Diet, then in dissatisfaction, her eyes murderous as she asked, "Oh, is that so?" Yurong flew into a rage, kicking and stomping on Chu Diet then as he lay sprawled on the ground. "Anyone who dares take advantage of me has either not been born yet or is already dead. Congratulations. You have now unlocked the third ending, a fate worse than death." Chu Diet then fled in terror, and Yurong chased after him. At that moment, Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiao entered through the door, both still flushed. Chu Diet then smugly hid behind Lin Guijing. Seeing this, Yurong was furious. "Get out here. I promise I will not beat you to death." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Diet then pushed Lin Guijing toward her. A moment later, Yurong's gaze stopped on Lin Guijing. She asked with concern, "Senior brother Lin, why is your face so red?" Chu Diet then hurriedly pulled Lin Guijing closer. "Is it? Let me see." Chu Diet then inspected Lin Guijing carefully. It really is red. Hey, why are your ears red too? Yu Rong stepped closer, pointed at Lin Guijing's face, and worriedly asked, "Did you hit your head somewhere?" Lin Guijing's face turned scarlet. Covering it with his hand, he secretly glanced at Xiao Jiao and answered awkwardly, "No, it is nothing. I was bitten by an insect outside just now." And Xiao Jiao immediately smacked it dead. "That is why my forehead is red." Yu Rong grabbed Chu Diet, then while looking at Lin Guijing in sudden understanding. "Oh, so that is what happened." Ha Lam came out and reminded them, "Why are you still making such a fuss? Hurry inside and eat. The food is getting cold." Yu Rong immediately replied brightly, "All right, we are coming." Ha Lam led everyone to a lavish table of food. "Please sit." Xiao Jiao exclaimed excitedly. "Wow, there are sweet and sour ribs too." Yu Rong's eyes lit up as well. "That biggest plate is the limited 8 treasure roast duck, right?" Though his face was swollen like a pig's head from the beating, Chu Diet then happily said, "My favorite is braised pork hock." Everyone then took their seats. While eating, Chu Diet then said, "Do you think that huge rat I saw earlier might have been possessed by a demon beast? The little rats before were never that brazen, walking around in broad daylight, as if no one else existed." Meng Meng calmly replied, "Isn't the Return to Truth Academy arranging for the disciples to undergo a soul-checking art examination tomorrow? Does senior sister Ha not need to help?" Ha Lam gave an awkward smile and replied vaguely, "The headmaster did not assign the Return to Truth Academy to patrol the grounds, but we are seriously shorthanded for night patrols. Senior sister Mu asked me to see whether you could help patrol the mountain at night for the next few days." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Rong rushed over, hugged Lin Guijing's arm, and happily declared, "Then I want to be in the same group as Lin Guijing." Lin Guijing said somewhat awkwardly, "I should probably go with Chu Diet then. Xiao Jiao, you can team up with Meng Meng or Senior Sister Ha. We are men, so we should not be involved." Across from him, Chu Diet then ate while winking at Lin Guijing. "Say no more. From now on, I am your most loyal little brother, so you have to protect me." Outside, the rat had stolen a piece of cheese. It stared blankly behind the door. Night gradually fell, blanketing everything in darkness. Chu Diet then, Lin Guijing, and Xiao Jiao were lying together on a rooftop, relaxing. Xiao Jiao sat with her knees drawn up and let out a sigh. Lin Guijing watched her without blinking. Xiao Jiao turned to him in confusion. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Lin Guijing answered with concern, "Oh, I just wanted to make sure you were not still worried about anything." Xiao Jiao smiled happily and leaned close to explain, "I was only thinking about some old memories, so I fell a little down. But they are in the past now. I will not let myself dwell on them." Hearing that, Lin Guijing blushed again and murmured, "That is good." Yet he thought to himself, "Does the kiss she gave me today mean that she likes me too? Would it be too direct to ask?" Just then, however, a stone came flying out of nowhere. It struck Chu Diet then squarely in the face, and he let out a miserable scream. His face swollen, he cursed indignantly, "Damn it, which bastard ambushed me?" Lei Zhenyang stood before Lin Guijing and the others, sneering, "The Return to Truth Academy is looking for people to patrol the Cultivation Academy at night, and they found you lot? A bunch of people who only know how to flirt." Chu Diet then looked at him unhappily and retorted, "Since the second quarter of the hour of the boar, we have already patrolled the Cultivation Academy 4 times. Even someone about to hang himself needs time to catch his breath. Can't you see that we specifically found a place where we could watch the whole academy and rest?" Lin Guijing stepped forward and advised Chu Diet then, "Do not get so worked up. First, carefully assess the other party. What if he is from the demon clan?" Hearing that, Chu Diet then stammered in panic. "The demon clan? Right? If he really is from the demon clan, the 3 of us cannot handle him." He then turned to Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiao and shouted, "You two wait here. I will notify Senior Sister Ha and have her send more people." Xiao Jiao objected, "There is no need." Looking at Lei Zhenyang ahead, she continued, "Who surrenders before even fighting? He is nothing more than a bold thief trying to hide his tracks. Let me test his skills." Lei Zhenyang looked at her coldly, raised his hand, and shouted, "Thunder, come!" In an instant, wind and clouds churned in the sky as bolts of lightning converged upon him. Lei Zhenyang showed no mercy as he attacked the 3 of them. Xiao Jiao calmly leveled her sword, then charged forward without hesitation like a flash of lightning. Lin Guijing shouted anxiously from behind, "Xiao Jiao, be careful. Xiao Ju swung the long sword in her hand, dispersing the lightning, and shouted, "Devour the heavens." Xiao Jiu held her sword and looked coldly at Lei Jingyang. Her foxtail had now appeared. Her eyes were sharp as she hovered in midair with a sword in hand. The next instant, she decisively slashed at him. Sword energy howled toward her opponent, but he raised a barrier to block it. The violent energy struck the barrier and gradually dissipated. A sphere of light suddenly appeared, and the barrier shattered with it. Lei Jingyang glared at Xiao Jiu in displeasure and provoked her. "You little fiend, you're only relying on that overbearing divine weapon. If you have any skill, put down your sword and fight me fairly." Xiao Jiu looked at him coldly and mocked. "If you are unconvinced, then take out your blunt axe and fight me with it." Lei Jingyang could not believe it. The flames over his head burned even fiercer as he stammered. "Why you? Who are you calling a user of a blunt axe? Why, you know who I am." Nearby, Lin Guijing and Chu Diet then pointed at Lei Jingyang and laughed. "Even if we do not know now, we will surely recognize you in a crowd tomorrow. I cannot take this anymore. I need a rest for a while. I cannot fight in this atmosphere." Furious, Lei Jingyang tore off his face covering. "Just you wait." Then, looking utterly miserable, he leaped down and fled in embarrassment. Lei Jingyang plunged his head into the well below, extinguishing the flames above it. He raised his head aggrievedly, revealing a completely bald scalp. Lin Guijing and the others saw his shiny bald head from above and burst out laughing. The commotion drew the attention of others, who asked, "What is happening outside?" It sounded as though there was a fight just now. So why is everyone laughing so hard now? Could demons really have infiltrated the academy? Has someone been possessed again? Suppressing his laughter, Chu Diet then looked down and said, "Those below are Lei Jingyang's fellow disciples. If he calls people over to help him, will we not be at a disadvantage?" Xiao Jiu glanced at him and replied with a smile, "Do not worry. He would never dare let anyone else know about something so humiliating." Below, Lei Jingyang angrily clutched his bald head and entered his room. Lin Guijing turned to leave and reminded the other two, "To be safe, we should get out of here too." The three of them swiftly leaped away. Bright moonlight shone over the tranquil night. Lin Guijing, Xiao Jiu, and Chu Diet then headed back toward their rooms together. Just then, a voice called out and caught their attention. "Do not go too far." From nearby, another displeased voice continued. "What? Do you still want to fight? Do not forget that your damn bird is gone. You are no match for me now." Chu Diet then rolled his eyes and laughed. "Did you hear that? Does anyone else smell fresh gossip?" Unable to contain his curiosity, he climbed onto the roof. "My first night patrol is so exciting that I'm starting to enjoy staying up late." Lin Guijing blushed and answered awkwardly, but he and Xiao Jiu immediately climbed up as well, peeking over at the scene opposite them. This is not very proper. On the other side, two people pounded on a door in dissatisfaction and shouted, "Open up!" The room remained completely silent. An enraged young man kicked the door and roared, "You have gone too far." From a rooftop, Lin Guijing frowned to himself. Why does that voice sound familiar? Xiao Jiu crouched down to look. The one knocking seems to be from the Xian family. Someone inside impatiently shouted, "If you have the guts, break the door down and come in. Otherwise, we will never let you in. You held Meng Hui for so long that day, and he went mad afterward. If Master Lu had not arrived in time, you, Xian Wu, would have been the one slaughtering fellow disciples and injuring others." The young man continued knocking on the door. "My Chu Xian is dead. Why would I slaughter my fellow disciples?" Xian Wu's younger brother, Xian He, was filled with grief. His injuries were clearly real, and Chu Xian's death was real as well. So why were they being targeted? The person above could not help saying a few words. Although Xian Wu has a fiery temper, his family was hurt and someone incited him. If it were me, I probably would not have kept calm either. Another young man gently patted his shoulder. The backlash from your guardian beast was severe when it died. Your body has not recovered yet, so do not get worked up. He could only sigh helplessly. If that imposter Meng Hui had not egged me on, I would not have gone to provoke Ghost Shadow, nor would I have caused Chu Xian's death. Suddenly, a startled scream rang out. Both men turned around in shock. "Who is there?" Chu Diet then looked bewildered as the two vanished. He could only slowly climb down from the wall. Only then did Lin Guijing turn to ask Xiao Jiu, "Are you all right?" She gestured for silence, thinking, it is only a low wall. What could possibly happen? He brought his face close to hers and said worriedly, "Let us find somewhere first. I will check you over." Xiao Jiu's heart fluttered at his actions. But he looks so adorable when he worries about me. when he carried her on his back. Chu Diet then was still clinging to the wall. If that is the case, I might as well pretend to be injured. He could only stand atop the wall and smile foolishly. Well, actually Chu Diet then scratched his head, trying to sound more sincere. I merely saw something unjust and shouted once. You should be grateful that neither of you was possessed. While the two men were still dazed, he jumped down. The moment Chu Diet then landed, he began complaining nonstop. You heartless people. Yu Rong was walking beside Xiao Jio and the others. She patrolled all night without sleeping. Why does she still look so fine? She lightly touched her face and replied, It is probably because of my constitution. After all, we demon beasts are accustomed to sleeping in the day and moving about at night. The instant she turned around, she met Lin Guijing's affectionate gaze. Xiao Jiu could only turn away awkwardly. I really did rest. Was I not unsteady on my feet earlier? Did you not see? There is no redness or swelling. You do not have to keep carrying me. Lin Guijing continued to gaze at her gently and smiled. Were you not yawning earlier? Stay on my back a little longer. Suddenly, a group of young disciples appeared ahead of them, staring fixedly at the two young men. Are those not the Xian brothers? Let's go. I did not want to get involved with them. I heard the two brothers stayed awake all night and caused trouble in the courtyard. They must have been possessed by demon beasts. Did they not say demon beasts only rest during the day and move around at night? That imposter Manhwa also stayed up all night and ran to the rear mountains, where Master Lu killed him. The green-haired young man angrily shoved one of the Xians to the ground. Beside Meng, Chu Diet then prattled on. His head was burned completely bald. I am dying of laughter. Xiao Jiu walked toward the two young women. She smiled kindly and waved at Senior Sister Mu. Hello. Filled with confusion, Yu Rong turned to ask her, What did you just say to Senior Sister Mu? Xiao Jiu promptly replied, Nothing. I only asked Senior Sister Mu whether she could take my place on patrol tonight. Yu Rong suddenly became very worried. What is wrong with you? Xiao Jiu gently rubbed her head and said, There is no need to be so surprised. Protecting the national treasure is everyone's responsibility, is it not? Yu Rong unhappily brushed Xiao Jiu's hand away and said stubbornly, If you can do it, then I can certainly do it too. I'm going to find Senior Sister Mu right now and tell her that you do not need to replace me. Xiao Jiu was not pleased either. Fine. A flash of heartache passed through Lin Guijing's eyes as he asked, Did you already ask Senior Sister Mu to take people and investigate Xian Wu and the others? Xiao Jiu still seemed doubtful. Did you not see their expressions just now? They looked at passers-by as though mice had seen cats. His hand slowly reached for hers. Her cheeks flushed as she turned to him, happiness in her eyes. What a coincidence. I was just about to hold your hand too. Lin Guijing was overjoyed. Xiao Jiu and I really are of one mind. Master Lu suddenly appeared beside him, his gaze falling upon their tightly clasped hands. His eyes were terrifyingly cold. Lin Guijing involuntarily shuddered and released Xiao Jiu's hand, sensing someone staring at them. The next instant, Master Lu gripped his wrist tightly. Xiao Jiu was also stunned by his expression. Lin Guijing turned around and stared steadily at Master Lu. Master Lu, is something the matter? Master Lu sternly regarded the two of them. I heard that while cultivating last night, you drew down several bolts of lightning and even set off thunderfire blossoms. That certainly made for an interesting night patrol. Lin Guijing could only scratch his head awkwardly. It is a long story, but please rest assured, Master Lu. We took our night patrol very seriously and found no sign whatsoever of demons infiltrating the academy. As Master Lu was about to leave, Xiao Jiu called out to him, Master Lu, please wait. She looked at him gently and smiled. There is something I cannot figure out. I hope you can enlighten me. Master Lu turned back and asked, What is it? Xiao Jiu's expression suddenly became extremely serious. Last time, you released a nightmare beast into the trial barrier. If not for the soul-subduing carapace formation, all the disciples would have suffered grave casualties. This time, Chief Registrar Chu was killed in the rear mountains within your barrier. Yet the demon race managed to shed its shell and escape. Do you truly think that is a coincidence? After a brief moment of surprise, Master Lu spoke. You suspect that I am colluding with the demon race and staged all this myself. Lin Guijing could not help speaking up. Master Lu set up the formations, and it was also he who exposed the truth that Chief Registrar Chu and Meng Hui had been possessed. Could it be that he did all of this merely to deceive everyone into thinking so? Master Lu immediately rolled up his sleeve, revealing his injured arm. I could not have anticipated that a nightmare beast would enter the trial grounds. I arranged the soul-subduing carapace formation precisely because of that, and that was why I let the fish that was chief registrar Chu slip through the net. Is that explanation satisfactory? The wound looked as though something had clawed it open. Lin Guijing hurried forward to smooth things over. Master Lu, Xiao, you meant no ill will. The demon race has always been cunning and deceitful, that is all. Before leaving, Master Lu did not forget to remind them. With a powerful enemy before us, such vigilance may not necessarily be a bad thing. An inexplicable silence followed. Over here, the elders were using their cultivation arts to touch the disciples' foreheads. Master Lu respectfully addressed them. Please take a rest, everyone. Yesterday, I borrowed a magical artifact that can save us a great deal of effort. He activated the artifact, and a mirror appeared. A powerful radiance shone from the mirror. Jade mirror of azure heaven, reveal the bright moon, illuminate the returning souls. The mirror slowly rose into the air, while countless talismans formed a circle before it. An elder seemed rather astonished. Could this be the legendary Jade mirror of azure heaven? Has it not always been kept in the imperial treasury? Headmaster, who could not help expressing his surprise as well. Indeed, yesterday, I feared that cleansing the souls of every academy disciple would drain the spiritual power of all our instructors. Weah said he would find a way to borrow a magical artifact to help, but I never expected him to borrow one like this. The light from above enveloped everyone. Master Lu stood atop a stone pillar and announced, "Please be patient. This bronze mirror can automatically determine whether a person's soul core is abnormal. So long as the mirror does not change color, the person has passed the inspection." A moment later, Senior Sister Mu presented a list to Headmaster Hu. After reviewing it, he found that 7 disciples had still not arrived as instructed, 3 from the Cultivation Academy and 4 from the Return of Truth Academy. He stared at the list, where one name had been circled in red ink. The elder beside him seemed unable to believe it. Lei Jinyang is missing too. Senior Sister Mu put her hands on her hips and said helplessly, Lei Jinyang's name was specifically marked because the other 6 disciples are truly missing. We have sent people to search throughout the academy, but to no avail. Then, looking awkward, she added, but Lei Jinyang is still here. It is just that. All his hair has fallen out, and he is hiding in his dormitory, refusing to show himself. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, gathering around someone to ridicule him. He looks so young. How old are you? I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Chu Diet then was still gleeful. Look, that is him. Lei Jinyang refused to be outdone and snapped back. A useless coward like you, who only knows to hide behind women when you encounter demon beasts, thinks he has the right to laugh at me? Lin Guijing looked apologetically at Xiao Jiao. Their eyes met, exchanging a silent look. Then Lin Guijing looked at Lei Jinyang and spoke. Your skills were inferior, so why become so angry? Last night, you were clearly the one who provoked us first. Lei Jinyang clenched his fists furiously and shouted, Do you dare accept my challenge? Let everyone see how capable you, Lin Guijing, really are without that little fox spirit behind you. Seeing this, Yu Rong stepped forward indignantly. You are from the Cultivation Academy, yet you are bullying a disciple from our Return to Truth Academy. Even if you win, there would be no honor in it. What kind of ability is that? Lin Guijing immediately accepted. I accept your challenge. At midnight tonight, we will have an open and honorable duel at the entrance to the Immortal Forest Secret Realm. Still furious, Lei Jinyang grabbed Lin Guijing by the collar. You said it. Just wait. Tonight, I will personally use my blade to give you a new hairstyle. Lin Guijing refused to yield, gripping Lei Jinyang's wrist. The two glared at each other, sparks flying from their eyes as they grappled. Lin Guijing tightly seized Lei Jinyang's hand and shouted, Let go of me. Lei Jinyang would not yield either. You are the one who should let go. Lei Jinyang glared fiercely at him. Are you not the one holding my hand? You petty bastard. Tonight, I will flatten you. Suddenly, someone grabbed Lei Jinyang by the back of his robe and pulled him away, then lifted him straight into the air. Ha Lam carried him past everyone and warned, anyone who disrupts order or harbors improper intentions will be detained and sent to the rear mountain forbidden grounds for 3 days of confinement. The 2 disciples did not dare meet her eyes and muttered, Understood. Lei Jingyang landed on the ground with a thud, still unable to quell his anger. Damn it, I was arranging a duel. The bronze mirror's light continued to shine down. By then, Lin Guijing had returned to the line and stood properly, watching intently. Within the mirror appeared an image of flames rising above Lin Guijing's head, while another figure seemed to be cultivating with his eyes closed, holding a spherical object. Master Lu's expression grew solemn once again. Lin Guijing secretly glanced aside. The mirror now reflected the image of the man holding the sphere. Xiao Jio's eyes brimmed with tears, and her face was filled with anguish. Suddenly, the four of them were surrounded by the others. A red-haired young man asked in surprise, "Master Lu, did you not say the human soul bronze mirror was being used for the inspection? Why has it suddenly stopped?" Another man also looked doubtful. Could there be something wrong with Lin Guijing? With a suspicious look and tone, he added, "Come to think of it, he used to be a good-for-nothing." Someone beside him grew worried. Could he have been possessed by the demon race long ago? Xiao Jio looked toward Master Lu and thought. The Jade Mirror of Azure Heaven is currently controlled by Lu Wuya's divine sense. Could he have also noticed the remnant soul of the victorious Dharma Lord within Guijing's spiritual core? Headmaster, who was equally bewildered. That elder could not help asking, "Lu Wuya, why has the spirit mirror suddenly stopped turning? Has something unusual happened?" Master Lu turned around, his voice helpless and sorrowful. "The poison demon in my hand has yet to be removed, and my spiritual power is insufficient." Exhaustion was clear on his face. "This Jade Mirror of Azure Heaven incantation consumes far too much spiritual power. Why do we not take turns?" The mirror's light still shone down. Headmaster, who turned to the person beside him, "After this is over, send him all the finest medicinal ingredients in the academy. Otherwise, his arm will surely suffer lasting damage." The elder nodded in agreement. Xiao Jio's eyes never left Master Lu, who stood atop the stone pillar. He looked back at her and gave a disdainful smile. Seeing that expression, she lowered her head painfully. Late at night, Lin Guijing and Xiao Jio walked together. Lei Jingyang still chased after them, shouting loudly, "Whoever fails to come tonight is a dog." Lin Guijing merely turned around with a smile. "Senior brother Lei, rest assured, since I accepted the challenge, I will never break my word." Xiao Jio pointed at Lei Jingyang and said unhappily, "According to what you said, if Guijing loses, you will shave his head. Then what if you lose?" Lei Jingyang faltered slightly at her firm attitude, but still stubbornly replied, "With just you." Lin Guijing gently took Xiao Jio's hand. "If senior brother Lei loses to me tonight, then apologize to Xiao Jio in front of the other disciples. You looked down on her before and treated her disrespectfully." Lei Jingyang curled his lips into a mocking smile. "Fine, if you have what it takes, forget an apology. Even if you make me kneel and kowtow to her, I'll do it." Watching the scene, Halam was thrilled. There's going to be a good show tonight. Senior Sister Mu appeared from behind them, folding her arms as she smiled. "Don't worry. No matter how good the show is, it has nothing to do with you. You're on night patrol tonight." Halam's spirits immediately plummeted. Night fell, and quite a crowd had gathered in the forest. A young man carried a tray of assorted snacks and called out, "Peanuts, coconut candy, sesame candy, 1 spirit coin each." Another young man began shouting as well, "No refunds after purchase. Bet on senior brother Lei to win, 5-to-1 odds. A draw pays 10-to-1. The moment Yu Rong saw the betting stall, she ran over to join in. Chu Diet then was startled. "What are you doing?" Yu Rong grabbed the money pouch and poured all the money onto the side marked with Lin Guijing's name. Gold coins instantly piled high across the table, nearly covering his nameplate. Chu Diet then was displeased by Yu Rong's actions and turned to shout, "Hey, it's one thing to bet your own money, but why are you betting on my behalf?" Yu Rong immediately pinched Chu Diet's ear and scolded him. "Aren't you and Guijing brothers? What matters more, money or brotherhood?" Chu Diet then helplessly begged for mercy. "Brotherhood matters more. Please let go of my ear, miss." Beside them, Xiao Ju looked excited. "Are you nervous?" Lin Guijing fell silent as he thought of Lei Jingyang. Lin Guijing turned to Xiao Jio and whispered, "Because of what you just said, I'm so nervous now that I need to use the bathroom." Lin Guijing scratched his ear awkwardly. "But for you, I will definitely win this battle." The more he spoke, the more embarrassed he became. "For you, I want to become stronger, like an unshakable mountain that will always stand before you and protect you." Xiao Jio made a heart shape with her hands as well. The heart flew straight toward Lin Guijing, as if it were her answer to him. Then, disregarding everyone around them, the two kissed passionately. On the other side, Lei Jingyang felt a little pressured. Why did everyone suddenly come to watch me? After that loving kiss, Lin Guijing became even more determined. He was ready to face Lei Jingyang. Yu Rong excitedly shouted at Chu Dai at Than, "Quick, bring out the prop." The prop turned out to be an old-fashioned cheering banner bearing the words, Guijing, undefeated in every battle. Perhaps because he was somewhat bald, Lei Jingyang held a grudge against anyone with more hair than he had. Cut out those tricks. Even if you kneel and beg me, I'll still shave your head bald. Lei Jingyang swung his weapon, preparing to attack. In an instant, lightning flashed across his weapon. It was the Nine Heavens Thunder Surge. Its power was terrifying. Thunder and wind formed a fierce vortex that struck directly at the motionless Lin Guijing. Only then did Lin Guijing truly move. With a nimble leap, he easily dodged the descending lightning strike, his expression turning serious as he entered the battle at full force. Lin Guijing merged into the dense smoke that obscured everyone's vision. Suddenly, he appeared from above, ready to strike his opponent. Guijing's attack was terrifying. Its light was so intense that even the ground cracked apart, with shockwaves spreading outward. Fortunately, Lei Jingyang dodged in time. Otherwise, his bald head would certainly have been bleeding. The two were evenly matched. One attacked ferociously with thunder, while the other's ice was no less formidable. Outside the arena, Yu Rong watched with her heart pounding. Those lightning strikes keep coming one after another, while Guijing keeps dodging. How can he possibly land a hit? Meng Meng watched closely and found something strange. The arrangement of these curse marks seems somewhat familiar. Lin Guijing remained completely focused. Lei Jingyang continuously unleashed decisive attacks, shouting, "Thunderbolt, roaming court." This was the moment. A massive thunder centipede appeared in midair and circled behind Lin Guijing. Unafraid, Lin Guijing swiftly slashed at the centipede. But unfortunately, Lin Guijing was struck in the back by lightning. The blow knocked him to his knees, and all the spectators anxiously called out Guijing's name. Even Xiao Jiao was terribly worried. He was not discouraged. He calmly rose to his feet. A dazzling burst of icy light appeared, forming enormous blocks of ice that rapidly spread outward. In the end, they formed an ice dragon that suppressed the thunder centipede. Lei Jingyang was scared out of his wits. Lin Guijing smiled smugly. Under their master's command, the two fierce beasts charged at each other. Astonishingly, the ice dragon gained the upper hand, biting tightly into the thunder centipede's body. The centipede was frozen solid and unable to move. Lei Jingyang was heavily affected as well, coughing up fresh blood. Clutching his chest in agonizing pain, Lei Jingyang could not believe it. Impossible. Guijing and his ice dragon smiled triumphantly. Lin Guijing could not help asking, "Senior brother Lei, do you concede?" Though injured, Jingyang remained stubborn. Not a chance. His axe was once again enveloped in lightning. Jingyang's eyes widened to the limit, as though his body were absorbing an enormous source of energy. At that moment, the axe blade was covered in thunder. From it emerged a fearsome thunder serpent. Guijing was caught off guard. Danger! Behind him, Xiao Jiao was frantic and wanted to intervene. The serpent swiftly coiled around Guijing and attacked with its sharp fangs. Just as it was about to bite the protagonist's head, it forgot that Guijing still had an ice dragon. The ice dragon swiftly attacked the serpent, making it howl in unbearable pain. Both beasts crashed to the ground, shattering the earth and sending dust billowing everywhere. Xiao Jiao hurriedly shouted, "Fall back! Fall back!" The impact was unbelievably powerful, creating a deep crater as smoke and dust churned into the air. After the violent impact, Guijing was still standing. Xiao Jiao anxiously looked at Lin Guijing. He had gripped his sword hilt so tightly that his palm had begun bleeding without him even noticing. The others were equally worried. Meng Meng immediately took out a bottle of medicine. "Quick, this is a healing medicine refined by our apothecary clan. It can quickly regulate spiritual channels and blood flow." Xiao Jiao personally fed the medicine to Guijing. "Thank you." On Lei Jingyang's side, he stood alone, staring sorrowfully at the motionless centipede. He knew he could no longer win. His arms fell limply to his sides, and his axe dropped to the ground. Jingyang suffered a complete mental collapse and knelt down in anguish. "No, it can't end like this." Lin Guijing saw this and quietly asked, "Senior brother Lei, do you concede now?" Lei Xingyang frowned, unwilling to accept it. At the dining hall last time, you clearly weren't my match. Besides, I've never heard of the formation you just used. Xingyang agitatedly pointed at Xiao Jiao. It was her, wasn't it? This demoness must have taught you some forbidden technique. Xiao Jiao replied without any politeness. Is it really that difficult for you to admit that someone is better than you? Xingyang roared furiously. Pointing at himself, he said, I am at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, yet I still need the Thunder God Axe to manifest my Dharma form and summon the profound Radiance Thunder Python. You are merely a disciple of the Return to Truth Academy. How could you possibly summon a dragon-class Dharma manifestation? Lin Guijing refused to yield and answered proudly, Senior Brother Lei, do you think it's impressive that this ice dragon shattered your thunder dragon? Then you should feel honored. According to the mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements, I used the Xianyuan tribulation to absorb the lightning energy you attacked me with, then summoned it through elemental conversion. Hearing Lin Guijing's explanation, Lei Xingyang suddenly understood. He recalled how Lin Guijing had thrust his sword into the ground earlier. The sword tip absorbed lightning, and the snowflake-shaped runes on the ground absorbed lightning as well, forming chains of lightning. Only now did Lei Xingyang understand how the ice dragon had been summoned. Having grasped the principle, Lei Xingyang hesitated. It can actually be done like that? Xiao Jiao immediately asked, well, do you concede? Then it's time to honor our wager. Apologize to me, all right. Lei Xingyang fell silent, somewhat reluctant. Yu Rong and Chu Diet then excitedly shouted from outside. If you dare make a bet, dare accept the result. Apologize. The other spectators joined in. If you dare make a bet, dare accept the result. Apologize. Under the enormous pressure of public opinion, Lei Xingyang gritted his teeth despite his unwillingness. Finally, he had no choice but to say, I'm sorry. Xiao Jiao did not let him off so easily. What did you say? That was too quiet. I couldn't hear you. Lei Xingyang tried to suppress his rage and abandon his pride, then angrily shouted, I said I'm sorry. Is that good enough for you? Just when he thought it was over, Xiao Jiao remained dissatisfied. There isn't the slightest sincerity in those words. They sound awful to me. Though furious, Lei Xingyang had no idea what else to do. Then what do you want? Xiao Jiao calmly replied. Honestly, someone like you is no different from an ant in my eyes. If it were not for Lin Guijing's sake, even looking at you once more would be a waste of time. With that, Xiao Jiao turned and called out, Lin Guijing. She hurried toward Lin Guijing, who had collapsed. Perhaps because of the battle just now, Lin Guijing was severely injured and even coughed up blood. Fortunately, Xiao Jiao arrived in time to support him. Both of them sat on the ground as Xiao Jiao repeatedly called his name. Lin Guijing. Afterward, Yu Rong and Meng Meng hurried back to find help. The moment she entered, Yu Rong pleaded urgently. Physician Ding, it's an emergency. Please save him. Master Lu, who was having his wounds bandaged by Physician Ding, looked at the two of them in surprise. Then Chu Diet then helped Lin Guijing inside, saying, I've never been this miserable in my entire life. Chu Diet then helped Lin Guijing lie down on the bed. Xiao Jiao explained the situation as well. I examined his heart meridians and found no injuries. Unable to hold back her tears, she continued. But no matter how I call him, he won't wake up. Master Lu instructed, I have other matters to attend to. Examine him first. Following his instructions, Physician Ding stepped forward to examine him. He took Lin Guijing's hand and carefully checked his pulse. Then he said, his spiritual power has merely been overexerted, and he was struck by lightning. Malignant fire has invaded his heart and burned his spiritual consciousness, causing intense pain and leaving his consciousness weak and unconscious. You needn't be too worried. A little spiritual medicine to stabilize his foundation and restore his essence, followed by a day or two of rest, will be enough for him to recover. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Rong said, her face flushed, you scared me to death. When he collapsed earlier with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, I nearly thought he had died. Xiao Jiao shouted emotionally, he won't die. Meng Meng gently comforted her. Miss Xiao Jiao, don't worry too much. You two are now bound by one heart and one fate. If anything truly happened to him, you would certainly be the first to know. But Xiao Jiao worriedly turned and asked, he still has so many wounds. Is there any medicine that works faster? Physician Ding replied, there is. Let this old man fetch it. Master Lu offered a packet of medicine. Use mine. Seeing this, Physician Ding hurriedly said, Master Lu, this azure firmament salve is a top-grade spiritual medicine the headmaster specially obtained for you. It is meant to treat the nightmare beast poison wounds on your hand. His injuries don't require your medicine. I have ice firmament Ganoderma here as well, and it works very well. When both men brought out their medicine, Xiao Jiu accepted Master Lu's medicine without hesitation. She said gratefully, Then I thank Master Lu for his kindness. Master Lu smiled kindly. No need for formalities. Since no one is seriously injured, can someone tell me exactly what happened tonight? Chu Diet then quickly spoke up. Master Lu, if you want to hear this story, then I'm not sleepy anymore. He eagerly recounted the events in detail. After hearing it, Master Lu could not help being astonished. He suddenly turned to look outside the door and saw a mouse carrying spiritual energy there. Night fell, blanketing the quiet surroundings. Lei Xingyang trudged along heavily. At that moment, a group of people appeared behind him, laughing loudly without pause. The people behind him whispered and mocked the bald young man, saying he looked like a 60-year-old old man, with his remaining hair scorched. They said that publicly apologizing was no different from being beaten to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. I've disliked him for a long time. He's so arrogant just because he has a little talent. This public lesson is exactly what he deserves. Lei Xingyang trembled with fury. Lightning like true energy burst from his palms as he fixed his gaze on those mocking him. At least I'm better than you people. Cowards who only dare badmouth others behind their backs and never say it to their faces. With that, Lei Xingyang waved his hand, sending several bolts of lightning toward them, his aura entirely different from before. The group scattered in terror and fled quickly. The powerful lightning bolts struck among them, frightening them out of their wits. Even a little mouse passing by was caught up in the disaster. The mouse trembled all over and stood frozen in place, on the verge of tears. The next second, lightning struck toward it. The little mouse curled its tail in fright and hurriedly fled. Having exhausted all his strength, Lei Xingyang immediately felt utterly drained. His entire body trembled as he struggled to pull a medicine bottle from his chest. But when he poured it out, the bottle was empty. Lei Xingyang furiously hurled it to the ground, only for it to hit a mouse. The medicine bottle struck the little mouse hard, frightening it into a cold sweat. The mouse bared its teeth in fury, trembling all over. Then its body arched, and it became much fiercer. Yet when Lei Xingyang saw the tiny creature protesting at his feet, he inwardly sighed and cursed. This mouse is unbearably noisy. Lei Xingyang's expression darkened, and pill-like light flashed in his hand. The next second, lightning descended, burning the little mouse black as it shrieked miserably. It tried to flee in terror, but Lei Xingyang stepped on its foot. Raising an eyebrow at the mouse, he sneered, What? Even gutter trash like you dares provoke me? His gaze was icy as Lei Xingyang lifted his foot. Yet in the next instant, he ruthlessly stomped down, crushing the little mouse beneath his foot. A trace of satisfaction appeared on his face, while killing intent flashed in his eyes. In a sinister voice, he said, Die. All of you die. He turned and left, abandoning the motionless mouse in a pool of blood. A moment later, a mysterious person appeared before the mouse's corpse. Streams of demonic energy rose like smoke. With a gentle wave of his hand, leaves drifted down. Green leaves fell like a blanket over the little mouse's body. But just then, a surge of black demonic energy abruptly rushed toward the mysterious person, startling him. At that moment, a massive pitch-black python crawled out from his sleeve, opening its great mouth and extending its head. Staring at the black demonic energy before it, the python said sternly, Who allowed you to approach me? Get lost. The mysterious person looked at the python and respectfully said, Your Highness, this old servant told you long ago. Although these little vermin can be used to gather intelligence, they truly cannot bear great responsibility. The black python turned its head, flicked out its long tongue, and looked at him with displeasure. Shang Feng has been crippled, and Ba Shi is dead too. It was hard enough to place spies beside the human emperor, yet Chu Yuling unexpectedly failed as well. The python raised its head toward the bright moon and sighed softly. There are fewer and fewer people I can use at my side. The mysterious person extended his hand and wrapped it around the python, gently comforting it. Your Highness need not concern yourself. For Ba Shi to sacrifice themselves for your Highness's great cause is their honor. He stepped forward, picked up the black python, and raised it high, calling reverently, "You are a supreme being. You should take in the bigger picture. Your eyes and ears have now been placed everywhere. The outcome remains uncertain, but what we lack least is time." Looking at the python in his hands, he vowed loyally, "This old servant will follow your highness forever." Elsewhere, the surroundings were utterly quiet. Inside the room, the severely injured Lin Guijing lay on the bed, while Xiao Jiu fed him medicine spoonful by spoonful. Before long, the bowl of medicine fed by the beauty was empty. Xiao Jiu leaned closer and carefully wiped away the medicine, still clinging to the corner of his mouth. Looking at him, she said softly, "What is it?" "Some of the medicine dripped onto your neck, too." Lin Guijing's face flushed scarlet as he reached up to touch his neck. "Did it?" Xiao Jiu leaned in closer and pointed at his heart. With deep, gentle eyes, she said, "Yesterday, this place was beating so slowly, so faintly." Lin Guijing's gaze froze as he suddenly recalled that moment. As his eyes had gradually closed, the sight before him had become impossible to forget. He unconsciously murmured, "What a steamy scene! What a steamy scene! What a steamy scene!" Looking at Xiao Jiu in his arms, Lin Guijing quietly asked with concern, "Did I scare you yesterday?" Xiao Jiu answered with sorrow in her eyes, "Humans are truly fragile. With just a tiny cut, the blood inside can spurt out and dye the entire ground red." Her cheeks reddened as she placed a hand over the left side of her chest and continued softly, "In less than half the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, I could give you this heart and all the blood within it. It would stop beating and the blood would stop flowing." Lin Guijing frowned and lifted her small face in his hand, comforting her. "That's not true, Xiao Jiu. I was actually 70 or 80% certain I could defeat Lei Jinyan. I had already seen his skills in the dining hall that time." The next instant, Xiao Jiu pushed Lin Guijing down and immediately pinned the strong young man to the bed. His eyes burned with heat. His eyes flew wide open, his cheeks burning red as he let out a satisfied moan. Lin Guijing's face grew redder and redder, and his breath became scorching as he softly called, "Xiao Jiu." Xiao Jiu lowered her head to his shoulder, opened her mouth, and bared her teeth before biting into his neck and taking in the warm blood. She thought to herself, "Just as I thought, his blood is still warm. Guijing really is alive. I was not mistaken." With the beauty lying in his arms, Lin Guijing was both embarrassed and flustered. His eyes reddened as he looked at Xiao Jiu and hesitantly asked, "Are you hungry?" "Now that I think about it, you haven't drunk my blood lately." At that moment, his previously motionless hand trembled slightly. Lin Guijing slowly moved it toward her waist, overcome by nervousness. Lin Guijing's face burned red as he secretly glanced at the girl in his arms, thinking, "Xiao Jiu smells so nice." Xiao Jiu licked the wound with her tongue and gently asked, "Does it hurt?" Lin Guijing did not answer, though his heart was screaming, "It doesn't hurt. I actually like letting you drink from me." As Lin Guijing and Xiao Jiu looked into each other's eyes, he worried inwardly, "Can I hold you? Would it be too improper to hold you now?" At that moment, Xiao Jiu climbed off him. She stood up, preparing to leave, and reminded him, "Lie down and rest for a while." Seeing this, Lin Guijing abruptly sat up, tightly grasped her hand, and hurriedly said, "Is that enough? You only licked a little." With an expectant expression, Lin Guijing stammered softly, "No, no, no. I mean, why don't you drink a little more?" Xiao Jiu's expression darkened. She did not look at him as she replied, "Your spiritual energy is too depleted. It would not be suitable to drink anymore." Sensing that something was wrong with her attitude, Lin Guijing stood and approached her. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jiu suddenly began sobbing, her small face covered in tears. Lin Guijing panicked slightly, not knowing what to do. He softly asked, "Are you crying?" Hearing his voice, Xiao Jiu choked out, "Lin Guijing." The next second, she threw herself forward and wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Guijing's neck, sobbing endlessly. "I hope you can live well. No matter what happens, at least don't die in front of me. All right." Xiao Jiu looked pitifully at the man before her and pleaded repeatedly, "Never, never leave me alone." Lin Guijing put an arm around her shoulder and softly called, "Xiao Jiu." There was a strange look in Xiao Jiu's eyes as she said, "During the years I was sealed away, I fell into a deep sleep and dreamed that I went to save my father. But he was burned to ashes. Sometimes I remember when I was little living in seclusion in the mountains with father. He taught me to play chess and make tea. As she finished speaking, tears welled in her eyes. She sobbed. That dream was so real that when I saw you fall, I suddenly felt as though everything you went through was also part of my dream. The next moment, Lin Guijing's eyes turned red, and he suddenly kissed her on the lips. Xiao Jio was a little stunned, her eyes wide open. After she steadied herself, the two finally separated with difficulty, their breaths hot. Lin Guijing reached out and caressed her chin. Xiao Jio's tears continued to stream down as she said anxiously, I'm truly afraid. Afraid that I'll become the only one left again. Lin Guijing took her hand and placed it against his abdomen, consoling her. Don't be afraid. Look, half the demon core you gave me is still inside my inner core. It has always been beating within me. Xiao Jio touched Lin Guijing's body and answered, That's right, it's still beating. Lin Guijing held her hand to his lips, his eyes red as he said, I don't think I've ever told you. It has always kept beating for you. After hearing that, Xiao Jio's brows remained slightly furrowed with a trace of melancholy as she blushed at him. Lin Guijing gently wiped away her tears and comforted her. It has wanted me to tell you for a long time. It likes you, Xiao Jio. Lin Guijing smiled brightly at Xiao Jio and continued, Although I form a contract with you, somehow this 7-aperture exquisite heart also resonated with me. But because I like you, I truly hope I can become stronger and protect you better. I will never let you be alone again. Xiao Ju lowered her eyes and hesitantly replied, I. But just then, there was a knock at the door from outside. Something has happened. Ghost Shadow. Outside the main hall, a corpse lay wrapped in a straw mat. Ha Lam, Lin Guijing, and the others arrived. Xiao Ju looked at him beside her and said worriedly, Actually, I could have come to look for you. Physician Ding said your back is injured, so you should not move around too much. Lin Guijing touched his chest and answered quietly, It's only a flesh wound. I'm Yufine. Upon seeing him, Senior Sister Mu called out, You're here. Take a look first. Lin Guijing stepped forward and lifted the covering cloth. It was Lei Jinyang. He lay completely still, yet his eyes were wide open. Senior Sister Mu gave a solemn account. This morning, when his fellow disciples awoke, they found him lying on his back at the entrance to the courtyard. His entire body was stiff and cold, and he had stopped breathing. We suspect that a fatal injury caused his death and that the body was left there all night. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jio immediately retorted from behind them, A fatal injury? Are you trying to say Ghost Shadow used too much force and beat him to death? Senior Sister Mu took out several documents as evidence and said, But many disciples witnessed the duel between Lei Jinyang and Lin Ghost Shadow last night. She continued, Afterward, 7 disciples saw him return to the Return to Truth Academy severely injured and acting strangely. With her hands on her hips, Xiao Ju looked helplessly at the crowd and objected. Even though that lay fellow lost, he was still able to walk on his own in the end. Meanwhile, Ghost Shadow was carried unconscious to the infirmary. It is still unclear who struck harder and who was more seriously injured. Lin Guijing covered the corpse again and replied gloomily, Senior Sister Mu, I'm certain that I only injured Senior Brother Lei's demon beast, causing him to suffer a severe backlash. But I absolutely did not endanger his life. Xiao Jio stepped forward, tugged on his sleeve, and quietly reminded him, We've seen the body and said what needed to be said. Let's go. As the two turned to leave, Senior Sister Mu revealed a strange smile behind them. Just then, a group of people appeared and blocked their path. Stop. Xiao Jio turned back towards Senior Sister Mu and demanded unhappily, What is it? Do you want to fight? Ha Lam hurried forward, standing between them as she tried to mediate. Stop. Don't be like this. Senior Sister Mu is only following the rules. She means no harm. At that moment, Xiao Jio and Senior Sister Mu both regarded each other coldly and unwillingly looked away. Ha Lam approached, touched the jade pendant around Lin Guijing's neck, and said quietly, Let's go. When has Senior Sister Mu ever meant you harm? Lin Guijing immediately retreated several steps to avoid Ha Lam. Xiao Jio's face darkened. She patted Lin Guijing on the shoulder and reminded him, You're still injured. Senior Sister Mu's gaze sank as she said coldly, Lei Xingyang alone injured him this badly. If he truly encounters a demon clan fiend, do you think he can escape unharmed? Her face darkened, and she gripped her long sword tightly as she shouted, You always want to protect him from behind. But when something truly happens, I am curious. Where does your confidence come from? Little demon beast, do you truly think you can remain by his side forever and keep him safe? Xiao Ju stepped forward in displeasure. If you want to fight, stop talking and come on. The next instant, Senior Sister Mu and Xiao Ju quickly exchanged blows. Ha Lam and Lin Guijing, standing to the side, both shouted, Enough! Ha Lam hurriedly rushed up and pulled Senior Sister Mu back, loudly trying to stop her. There's no need for this. Meanwhile, Lin Guijing grabbed Xiao Zhou's hand and weakly urged, Calm down. Immediately afterward, Lin Guijing clutched his shoulder in pain and gave a soft cry. Xiao Zhou immediately took his hand anxiously and said softly, You're injured like this, so why are you still causing trouble? Looking somewhat troubled, Lin Guijing tried to persuade her. I know you want to protect me, but this matter is rather complicated. Let me first ask Senior Sister Mu what her reasons are. All right. Xiao Zhou unhappily pushed his face away with her hand and teased, If I say no, will you pretend to faint and collapse on the ground? Lin Guijing thought to himself, her hand smells so nice. He then stepped forward and softly coaxed her, Don't be angry anymore. At worst, come back with me. You can hit or scold me however you want. I will not complain. Xiao Zhu stepped forward, looked at the group, and declared firmly, That's more like it. Anyone who wants to touch him will have to get past me first. Behind her, Lin Guijing held his forehead and sighed, feeling as relieved as if he had just saved the entire world. He turned to Senior Sister Mu and asked, Senior Sister Mu, how does the Academy intend to handle this matter now? Senior Sister Mu sheathed her sword technique and replied sternly, If someone dies in a duel, Academy rules require the destruction of the offender's spiritual roots and expulsion from the Academy. Lin Guijing scratched his head awkwardly and explained, But you are the senior sister in charge of Kuan Immortal Sect affairs. With your clear judgment, you can surely see that Senior Brother Lei's death has nothing to do with me, can't you? Senior Sister Mu waved to the dissatisfied group behind her and continued, Do you think I do not know the gravity of this matter? But whatever the truth may be, evidence is needed to convince everyone. The group then carried Lei Xinyan's body away. Watching them leave, Senior Sister Mu added, The headmaster has sent someone to request assistance from the imperial family. An autopsy will be conducted afterward to determine the cause of death. She extended her hand toward Lin Guijing. You now have two choices. Xiao Zhou stood with her arms crossed and interjected softly. If you want us to choose between surrendering without resistance and fleeing in defiance, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Lin Guijing stepped forward and wrapped an arm around Xiao Zhou's waist. I did not kill anyone, so you have no right to arrest me. But Xiao Zhou and I absolutely will not leave the academy. Senior Sister Mu remained perfectly calm. Looking at them, she asked, Is that so? The next moment, Senior Sister Mu crossed her arms and mocked loudly. I once thought you were rather clever. It appears I greatly overestimated you. Xiao Zhou looked at her with displeasure and shot back. And who are you to say that? Seeing the atmosphere grow more tense, Ha Lam hurriedly stood between them to explain. Xiao Zhou, you misunderstand Senior Sister Mu. Lei Xingyang was the Lei family's only son. Now that he is dead, the Lei family will never let this go. Lin Guijing looked worried, but firmly denied it. Lei Xingyang's death has nothing to do with me. What the Lei family should do is uncover the truth and ensure that the real murderer does not remain at large. Senior Sister Mu's expression darkened. Passing Xiao Zhou, she said quietly, with Lin Guijing's current strength, passing the Cultivation Academy assessment next month should not be a problem. Then she calmly continued, but now that the demon clan is stirring, can he face the coming danger? As Senior Sister Mu turned to leave, Lin Guijing hastily called after her, Senior Sister Mu. Ha Lam stepped forward and handed him a sheet of paper, reminding him, Read it yourself. Once you do, you will understand just how difficult Senior Sister Mu's position is. Ha Lam then turned to Xiao Jio and explained, "Senior Sister Mu asked me to give this to you. She said that if it were you, you would definitely be able to make Lin Guijing accept it." Soon after, Ha Lam followed Senior Sister Mu away. Holding the sheet of paper, Lin Guijing's expression turned solemn. He looked at Xiao Jio before him and said worriedly, "Let's see what is recorded in the retrospective talisman Senior Sister Ha gave us." As soon as he spoke, he tossed the sheet into the air and silently activated the retrospective talisman. The paper immediately shone brilliantly in midair. The scene before them began to appear. Senior Sister Mu stood before two strangers, while Lei Zhenyang's father, Lei Guang, was filled with rage as he solemnly declared, "My son was killed by a low-ranking disciple using a forbidden technique." This was a matter between them during their duel. Holding a teacup, Senior Sister Mu replied calmly. After the duel, many disciples saw Lei Zhenyang return to the Cultivation Academy alone. Lei Zhenyang's mother immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "What do you mean by that?" Beside her, Lei Guang loudly demanded, "It seems your Kuan Immortal sect is determined to protect that Lin brat." Senior Sister Mu held her teacup in silence. Lei Zhenyang's mother stared darkly at her. But then Senior Sister Mu extended a hand and said with praise, "This is fine tea that the headmaster recently acquired. It was bestowed by the imperial family. Would you two like to try some?" Lei Guang pointed at her in displeasure and warned loudly, "I know Hu Yuan has close ties with the imperial family. But if you do not give us an explanation for my son's tragic death, do not blame the Lei family for seeking justice ourselves." Senior Sister Mu answered calmly, yet sternly, "Kuan Immortal sect will not shield a murderer, nor will we casually decide another person's life or death. Before we determine the cause of your son's death, we will assign people to watch Lin Guijing." Upon hearing this, Lei Guang abruptly rose to his feet in fury and roared, "Outrageous! By all reason, a murderer should be handed over to us for punishment." Senior Sister Mu's face darkened. She said nothing and merely pointed forward with a finger. A blade-sharp streak of light shot out and sliced the table in two. Lei Guang froze, recognizing the warning. His expression darkened as he stared at Senior Sister Mu. Senior Sister Mu paid no heed to either of them and replied coldly, "If you are dissatisfied with our sect's handling of this matter, feel free to do as you please." Lei Guang clenched his fists angrily and shouted, "If Feng Tian Academy and Kuan Immortal sect insist on shielding him, then the Lei family will spare no effort to grind Lin Guijing's bones to dust." Senior Sister Mu turned away in displeasure and ordered, "Guards, see the guests out." At that moment, Ha Lam came up from behind and called anxiously, "Senior Sister." Ha Lam stepped forward and explained repeatedly, "Lin Guijing is not a cruel person. He has no reason to kill Lei Zhenyang." A trace of concern passed through Senior Sister Mu's eyes as she gave a soft snort in response. Senior Sister Mu pushed open a door and entered. She then stood before a large shelf and picked up the small box before her. Inside were the same kind of talisman papers Lin Guijing was using. Ha Lam recognized them with some surprise. "Aren't these the teleportation jade talismans from our Earth Palace, Spirit Stone Cavern? What is it, Senior Sister? Are you planning to enter seclusion in the Spirit Stone Cavern?" Holding the talisman paper, Senior Sister Mu quietly asked Ha Lam beside her, "Little Ha, what do you think of taking this opportunity to send Lin Guijing to the Spirit Stone Cavern to clear his mind?" Ha Lam looked at her happily and gave her a thumbs up. "That's not a bad idea. It would also keep the Lei family from harassing or ambushing him." Before she could finish, Senior Sister Mu interjected worriedly, "I'm only afraid we'll end up offending both sides." Ha Lam stroked her chin and pondered seriously. "I understand offending the Lei family, but why would we offend Lin Guijing?" Senior Sister Mu looked at Ha Lam and continued calmly, "Lin Guijing's cultivation is already quite high. With Xiao Jio and the Xianyuan sword aiding him, he may not necessarily lose to the Lei family." Without waiting for a reply, Senior Sister Mu covered her face and said helplessly, "Forget it. I won't think about it anymore." With a trace of concern, she handed the talisman paper to Ha Lam and instructed, "Give him the jade token. Let him decide the rest for himself." At that moment, the illusion before Lin Guijing gradually faded away. He flopped down onto the steps, a hint of worry crossing his face. "So, the Lei family has come again." Resting his cheek in one hand, he analyzed it seriously. Then Senior Sister Mu believed from the beginning that we didn't kill anyone, didn't she? Xiao Jio's expression softened slightly as she said, quietly, Mu Qing Tong became the head of the Kuan Immortal sect at such a young age. That alone proves she is extremely skilled in handling matters. Beside her, Lin Guijing blushed as he looked at Xiao Jio. Thinking awkwardly, Xiao Jio was afraid I would be framed, which is why she deliberately opposed Senior Sister Mu. If I accept Senior Sister Mu's arrangement, wouldn't that put Xiao Jio in an awkward position? Xiao Jio handed the jade token to Lin Guijing and asked, have you ever heard of the Spirit Stone cavern they mentioned? Taking the token, Lin Guijing explained calmly. The Spirit Stone cavern of the Kuan Immortal sect is a special immortal formation left behind by the human Emperor Haoyan. At once, an image of the two of them bathing together surfaced in his mind. He had heard that the place not only possessed abundant spiritual energy, but also contained a spiritual spring. Thinking of Xiao Jio's alluring figure, Lin Guijing's face suddenly flushed scarlet. He was so immersed in his beautiful fantasy that he did not even notice when his nose began to bleed. Xiao Jio anxiously called his name, Guijing. Lin Guijing trembled, raised a hand, and let out an uncomfortable groan. Xiao Jio hurried over, grasped his hand, and asked with concern, what's wrong? She reached out to feel his forehead, worry evident in her voice, while her own cheeks suddenly turned red. Unaware that Lin Guijing was entertaining improper thoughts about her, she continued to worry. Could there be something wrong with Mu Qing Tong's retrospective talisman? Lin Guijing quickly shook his head. It's nothing. I was just distracted for a moment. The flush had not entirely faded from his face as he pinched his own cheek. I heard that only the Kuan Immortal sect's most outstanding disciples have a chance to enter the Spirit Stone cavern for secluded cultivation. Senior Sister Mu must have given us her own opportunity this time. Xiao Jio looked at him and replied evenly, the Lei family of Puyang hates you because of Lei Jinyang's death. The wisest course for the Kuan Immortal sect would be to hand you over to the Lei family. But I still do not understand Mu Qing Tong's motive for protecting you. Lin Guijing held out his hand to Xiao Jio and said calmly, between friends, trusting and protecting each other, isn't that perfectly normal? Xiao Jio frowned and asked pitifully, friends? Then Xiao Jio gazed at the vast sky before her and answered somewhat sadly, you're right. Over the past 100,000 years, all I have seen is the treachery of human hearts. Other than you, have I ever had any friends? Lin Guijing reached out, took Xiao Jio's hand, and said softly, you have me. He looked at her worriedly, suddenly understanding why Senior Sister Mu had said she feared offending both sides. Xiao Jio looked at him, her expression calm as she questioned him. It seems you understand the Senior Sister Mu quite well. Lin Guijing gently stroked her cheek and comforted her. Then what do you think she means? Perhaps Senior Sister Mu understands you very well. She surely knows your temperament, which is why she is being so cautious and fears provoking everyone's anger. She guessed that you would not trust her completely. Xiao Jio sat upright and looked at him apologetically. If my thoughts have put you in an awkward position, then I am truly sorry. But other than you, I cannot trust anyone. Lin Guijing moved closer and coaxed her gently as she looked downcast. But Xiao Jio, whether it's Senior Sister Mu, Senior Sister Ha, Yu Rong, or anyone else, they are not people you cannot befriend. They are my friends, and they can be your friends too. Moonlight shone upon the young man and woman. Moved, Xiao Jio called out Lin Guijing. Yu Rong arrived with a group of people, interrupting the two of them. Are you two all right? Lin Guijing looked at her and said happily, did you hear that? She asked about us, you and me, both of us. He then stood and waved to everyone. Yu Rong tilted her head and said dissatisfiedly, everyone is saying that Lei Jinyang died at the Cultivation Academy last night, so the Lei family brought a great many people here to find you too. Holding a Pishio in his hands, Chu Diet then spoke up. I'm not good at fighting, but my Pishio can fight in my place. Behind him, Meng Meng reminded them worriedly, whatever you do, make sure to count me in. Lin Guijing brushed aside Chu Diet's hand before it could touch him and replied, I'm fine. I didn't kill anyone, so my conscience is clear. Yu Rong put her hands on her hips and shouted angrily, why didn't you tell us about something this serious? If you went alone to meet the Lei family, weren't you afraid they would tear you to pieces? Lin Guijing smiled calmly. What's there to fear? Xiao Jio said that if the Lei family truly demanded a life for a life, she would bear it alone. Xiao Jio looked utterly confused upon hearing this. Yu Rong's eyes widened in shock. Chu Diaden's face turned pale, while Meng Meng narrowed her eyes at Lin Guijing. The next second, Yu Rong rushed forward, punched Lin Guijing in the face, and shouted, "Take this!" Lin Guijing fell to the ground, seeing stars. Yu Rong yelled, "Do you even know what kind of nonsense you're saying?" With tears in his eyes, Lin Guijing clutched his swollen head. Seeing Yu Rong about to charge again, Chu Diet then quickly stepped forward to stop her. "Don't be impulsive. Brother Lin is still injured." Yu Rong scolded him furiously. "If you didn't kill him, what right do you have to make Xiao Jio take the blame for you?" Chu Diet then struggled to hold Yu Rong back and looked toward Meng Meng for help. "Meng Meng, hurry and help me." Meng Meng walked up to Lin Guijing and Xiao Jio, then sternly questioned them. "Since when did we become part of your little act?" Behind her, Yu Rong was still trying angrily to rush forward. Both wary and curious, Chu Diet then asked, "What act? What do you mean an act?" Meng Meng's gaze turned sharp, and her demeanor changed completely as she continued. "He's putting on an act. Can't any of you see that?" Yu Rong froze in astonishment behind her. "Putting on an act? What do you mean?" The next instant, 6 eyes glared at Lin Guijing as though they wished they could tear him into 1,000 pieces. Lin Guijing frowned and looked at everyone anxiously. He struggled up from the ground and explained, "Wait, I'm the injured one here. I demand to be allowed to stand up before I answer." He turned his face toward Xiao Jiao. Suddenly, his eyes widened as though he had seen something. A second later, a fist suddenly shot toward him. Lin Guijing reacted swiftly and caught it, gritting his teeth as he silently lamented his fate. At that moment, Yu Rong charged at Lin Guijing like lightning. Terrified, Lin Guijing pulled Xiao Jiao in front of himself and pleaded, "Mercy, heroine, spare my life. I was only joking. Did you really take it seriously?" Lin Guijing pointed at the injury on his head and said indignantly, "Besides, haven't I already suffered the consequences?" Yu Rong said angrily, "You dare to trick me? I knew it. How could you possibly have the heart to make Xiao Jiao take the blame for you?" Hiding behind Xiao Jiao, Lin Guijing retorted, "In the end, it was only a small joke, but you showed no mercy when you hit me just now. I never thought that, in your heart, I would rank below even Xiao Jiao." Yu Rong's expression changed, and she was left too flustered to speak. Yu Rong glanced behind her. Chu Diet then did not understand and thought to himself, "Why is she glaring over here?" To his surprise, Yu Rong turned and began hitting Chu Diet in annoyance, scolding, "It's all your fault. I only came to watch the excitement. Who told you to meddle?" Chu Diet then cried out helplessly, "Why do I always end up as the punching bag for the final scene?" Lin Guijing stepped forward and quietly said to Xiao Jiao, "If this still doesn't count as seeing you as a friend, then what would?" Xiao Jiao happily linked her arm through his and replied with a smile, "Although Ghost Shadow was only joking, if that truly happened, I would be willing to risk my life for him." Lin Guijing smiled and looked at her tenderly. "After all, from the moment we formed our contract, I became the person closest to you in this world." Behind them, Yu Rong saw the two holding hands and finally realized that they had merely been teasing her all along. Her face crumpled with grievance. A moment later, she looked at them with tears in her eyes and demanded, "You, both of you, I worried about you for nothing. You two are too much." Then Yu Rong turned and stormed off in a huff. She left,